What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Wednesday, January 10th, 2024. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours talking plenty of Texas Longhorns sports. The men's basketball team with a nice bounce back win in Cincinnati last night. We'll talk about that win for Rodney Terry's group. Also, a key cog for the Texas defense announces that he will be coming back in 2024. We'll discuss what that means for the Longhorns next season. Plus, just a couple of days away from the start of the NFL playoffs, which wildcard teams have the best chances to make deep runs in the postseason. We've got an updated NFL mock draft. We'll let you know where the Texas Longhorns are falling in that. We've got NFL head coaching odds to get to, and of course, plenty of fun along the way because that's what we do right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. What's going on, Buck?
Everything's going on, BK. Check this out. I needed to find some old numbers. The Blackberry.
Whoa!
There it is. Look at it. Look at it, folks. That is the ultimate way that you get in touch with other people. This is the deal right here. The Blackberry returns. The numbers never go away from the Blackberry.
That's your old phone?
That's got Augie Garrido in there. It's
Yes,
even got dead people.
It's got dead people. Your phone sees dead people.
My phone sees dead people and keeps their numbers right here.
How about that?
Isn't that something?
Why did you bring that out?
Rod Babers, Bama Brown. I mean, I needed a number, and it's in here. Bobby Bones.
Wow.
Lunchbox.
You got the who's who in there.
Oh, yeah. Barry Alvarez.
Oh. That thing still works?
Well, no, it will keep the names. It'll come up. But it doesn't, you can't use it. It's off the grid, but it's got the numbers.
I bet if you went to the AT&T store and asked them to reactivate that phone, you could, and they would.
Big Brown, owner of High Park Bar and Grill. That goes back a long way right there now. That is awesome.
Oh, my gosh.
Bill Schoening.
There you go.
Holy. Bill from People's Pharmacy, the old pharmacy in Austin. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, that one doesn't do much for me. The other names were pretty cool, but you lost me at a pharmacist.
Really?
Don't care too much about that guy.
Bob Cole.
The great. Hopefully, you should have Bob Cole's number in your new phone. Some of those numbers.
I do. I was just seeing if I can. I'll call him on the old phone, see if I can get my my ticket refund back from Coke Fest. It is January 2024. I should be getting that back by now, right?
You think so?
Not so fast.
I feel like you probably should have gotten it back, but I don't know if you will.
Brian Jones.
BJ.
I mean, I got them all. This is great.
What about Andrew Bryant?
Oh, he's in here.
And Andrew Brandt. You got
they're both in here.
We got to rehash that audio at some point.
No, we need to talk to Andrew. We need to talk to Brandt, don't we? Sometime. He's still doing his thing in Philly. He's still doing NFL. I'll get him.
Taking some money from his buddies.
Oh my God.
Goodness
that guy. Gracious. I just hope that guy's still wandering the earth. The other one. He was having some struggles there.
You got Makovic's number in there?
I do. John Makovic is in there.
There you go.
He's still alive and well, living in, I think, Arizona. And good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. It is appreciated. And please be safe out there. BK, here's something for you. Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard.
Hard work beats Pam Cummings when Pam Cummings doesn't work hard.
Pam Cummings always works hard.
Not sure I want to know what that means.
She's the prettiest hippie on earth.
What are you giving us, a tip for kids on a Wednesday?
Little tip for you on a Wednesday.
Give it to me again.
Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard.
I like that.
Like that?
Was that somewhere in the old Blackberry?
That was in the Blackberry.
Man, I will pay you good money to use that as your primary phone. I
got a
want you to
brand.
be the guy with the Blackberry. I know you've
I
rocked
don't.
the iPhone now, but go back to the Blackberry here in 2024 and see how that works for you.
Dude, that's the old one. In my drawer somewhere, I have a brand new Blackberry that's never been used. Now, do I keep that? And look in the plat. Look, that's brand new, never been used.
No way.
Yeah, I mean, what do I do with that? Do I just keep that? Nextel Blackberry, never been used.
Nextel?
Yes.
Wow.
Is there such thing as Nextel now? Are they still around?
No chance. Maybe in a few years that will be an antique and you could sell it for good money. I mean, right now it's probably not worth anything, but for your grandkids when they get to your age, maybe
that's what I'm going to do that's what I'm going to do. Wrap it up for Christmas next year for my 6-year-old granddaughter. How about if I wrap that up and give that to her? Her mom will freak out.
Oh,
she'll want to put it on.
Oh, you wanted a bike? How about a Blackberry instead?
Yes. How about a Blackberry and a pinball machine, Pac-Man machine or something?
Well, that would be a good gift.
Well, they've got Lady Pac-Man. I mean, our guys at Austin Billiards Superstore, they have the ones you sit down and you can sit down and still play Pac-Man on.
Lady Pac-Man, Mrs. Pac-Man.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, I
Mrs.
think so.
Pac-Man wasn't Lady Pac-Man. Lady Pac Lady.
Lady Pac Lady. No, it was Mrs. Pac-Man.
I didn't even play those games. I never played Kong or Pong or whatever. I never played any of that stuff.
What about the game on the Blackberry? The Brick Breaker game.
There's a game on a Blackberry?
Oh man, it's one of the best games ever.
Come on, seriously?
I remember my dad had one of those for a little bit when I was growing up. And
was your dad disappointed that thing had to go away? I mean, I could close my eyes and get to the numbers on this thing.
I don't think he was too upset.
No?
The Blackberry went away. He was more upset with me for other things. I don't think he was upset that the Blackberry disappeared. I think he got over that one pretty quickly. Wow. What a start.
Chris Bennett had Blackberry. He had like 3 of them.
You think so?
He probably had a pager too at one time. I never had a pager.
Really?
Never. I've never had a pager. You had a pager even?
No, that's a little
Pagers were gone when you grew up. There was no pager, right?
I mean, I remember seeing them when I was a kid, but by the time I got to the point where I could have like a phone or a piece of technology like that,
a phone.
They were long gone. Yeah. Started with the old flip phone. That was where I began. Our guy CB, there he is. He had a beeper in middle school. How about that?
Running around this playground with a beeper. Great.
Cute. Do you have Nunley's phone number in there? DJ wants to know.
No, nothing for Nunley.
No. Amazing. All right. Well, appreciate all the love.
Pam is in here.
There you go. Pam's still with us?
Pam is still with us, man. Still doing pottery in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
Pottery?
Yeah, she was always into pottery. I told you she's a throwback, man. Throwback from way, way back, man. She did pottery, wood burning stove, none of that other stuff. I've lived in a house with her with a big wood burning stove, man. You had to go out in the middle of the night and start getting that wood and sliding it back into that. And when that house was hot, it was hot. But when it was cold, it was freezing cold. Because when I went to sleep, I wasn't getting up in the middle of the night to put any wood back in that thing. I was out.
So you weren't putting any wood in Pam Cummins' thing?
No, never. Never.
Interesting.
We had curtains. We didn't have doors. We had curtains. We all lived upstairs on the 3rd floor, and we had curtains for doors. You just walked through a curtain. There was no privacy. It was just.
No way.
Oh, no, you didn't have a door. You had a curtain that came across the top, or beads, like hippie beads.
Yeah. I had beaded curtains my senior year of college. I got mad. I got mad at sports at some point, so I punched through my bedroom door, and
you went beads.
And I went beaded curtain, and it was a disaster. I mean, it was not good for the roommates at all.
I guess not.
Yeah, because it was a 3-bedroom place, and it wasn't super big. It was just a random West Campus apartment, and. Yeah, not a lot.
You can hear everything through those beads. You can hear.
Yeah, they didn't do a whole lot in terms of protecting sound. So they had to hear what I had going on, and I had to hear what they had going on. And not my finest work, but that's pretty funny that you also had beaded curtains.
Beaded. Yeah, it was great, man. It was great. It was I mean, it was fun times, man. I had a good time. I had a good time living with Jimmy and Pam. I mean, there was a lot, and it was in an old house. You think that that plantation home we stayed in New Orleans was old? I mean, this was colonial house.
Oh,
No,
that's
the slaves had up
1700s?
slaves had up and left that place from the basement a long time before I even got in that thing.
Mm.
They weren't even around.
It was up north, so they had gotten out before the
Oh
folks
yeah,
in New Orleans did.
oh yeah. The ones that were in New Orleans were trapped down there.
They were stuck for a lot longer than they wanted to be.
Oh, what a great life! What a great life! I have lived a great life.
Yes, you have. Longhorn fan from Denton asks, "What about Roy G. Biv? Is his
No,
number in
what
that?"
you Biv was recently. That was that was just before I got married to Joyce. We went on that trip to Coeur d'Alene. That's where Rod Baber's wife is from, Coeur d'Alene. So it was a great, what a beautiful, beautiful place that was. And Roy G. Biv was just building a brand new facility beside his other home for people to stay in. That was the bed and breakfast where Roy G. Biv would have breakfast for us out there on the patio overlooking Coeur d'Alene. I mean, you could see the moose down below. It was different. That was when I drove up. It was like a one lane kind of road up on the mountain. Like if you went over to the side, that was it. It were like if somebody was coming at the same time, somebody was backing down because two cars couldn't fit.
Mm.
And I had a bad back, so backing up was not going to be me backing up. Whoever was coming up that thing when I was going down was going to have to back all the way down to the bottom. It was a scary place, but man, what a great breakfast. And that guy was something else. All the colors of the rainbow.
Yep, and he shared the bed with y'all, right? It was the three of you sleeping in the same bed. He shared
we were
your
in
bed and your breakfast.
No. He did not bring the sausage and the pancakes.
Oh,
No.
Maybe the syrup then, just that.
Oh man, oh my goodness.
Oh,
What
awesome.
a time.
What a start to today's show. The Blackberry making an appearance on a Wednesday. Love that. Keep the text coming on the Coda text line 512-222-9328. We appreciate all of you listening on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. And of course, the YouTube crowd. Thank y'all as always for tuning in. Keep your comments coming as well. Nice bounce back win for the Texas basketball team last night on the road in Cincinnati. Texas playing its first Big 12 road game of the season, of course, coming off of that disappointing loss this past weekend here in Austin. The Longhorns were 5.5-point dogs at Cincinnati. Cincinnati wasn't ranked, but they were 12-2 going into last night's game. They beat BYU in Provo on Saturday. So coming off of a very impressive win, they had a lot of momentum. Texas felt like they were leaking a little bit of oil going into last night, and the Longhorns found a way to get it done in a back-and-forth affair. 14 ties, 14 lead changes. The Longhorns were down 73-70 with just under a minute to go, and Texas scored the final 4 points of the game, including the game-winning shot from Max Asmus, of course, the transfer in his first year in Austin. He hits the game winner with just under 6 seconds to go. The Longhorns get a big stop at the buzzer to preserve the 1-point win. So, Bucky, we talked about how big of a game. I know it was only the second game in conference play for this Longhorn team, but it felt like an important one for Texas to kind of get the BBs back into the box. They were able to do it in the last second.
Yeah, that's a good Cincinnati team. As you said, they beat BYU in Provo. That team is good. And last night what we saw from Texas was a team still kind of finding their way, but figuring out who needs to be playing minutes in that basketball. Dylan Dessou played a lot of minutes, scored a lot of points, which means, he's just about ready to go. Cedric he didn't play. You didn't see much of him. He's got the back still going on with him, but I think things are starting to come around a little bit for him. They needed a road win like that with a good team, not just some scrubby team, but that Cincinnati team is pretty good. So that was a good win. Asmus scoring 15 last night, the game winner. I mean, that's not going to be his last game winner. He's going to take those game-winning shots. He likes to take a lot of shots. But to have 15 points, I thought it was just kind of just right. I didn't think he forced a lot last night. I think they figured out Dylan Dessou is really good. I think he's only going to get better and better as he heals up a little bit and they understand that they need to get the ball into him. Because for a not so big guy, that's a big guy, he plays strong, he plays physical. But his little jump shot, these little jumpers that he have, boy, are they deadly. I mean, he's still coming off of, I didn't know if that was just a little streak that he had going on last year, or was he going to get better? He's got the possibility of getting even better this year.
Yeah, 33 points for Dylan Dessou last night.
That's got to be his highest performance, right?
Career high. Yep. Not only at Texas, but also going back to his time at Vanderbilt as well. He was 13 of 23 from the floor, hit 4 threes too. And
teams leave him alone. I don't know. They're going to stop that too very, very soon. I was saying, go ahead, take that. You're not going to hit a bunch of those. They're going to stop doing that. They better start covering him out there.
Yeah, no, you got to respect the 3 from Dylan Dessou, because he has now proven the ability that he can knock them down. And yeah, I mean, look, that was the most minutes he's played in a game all season long as well. 34 minutes for Dylan Dessou. It was his first start of the year. And that's where I questioned Rodney Terry a little bit. Like, Dessou's been on a bit of a minutes restriction since coming back from injury. I mean, he missed most of non-con play coming back from that foot surgery. But it's like, if he could have done that, why was he not playing more against Texas Tech? Like, why was he coming off the bench, only playing 17 minutes in a game that you lost? You really could have used more Dylan Dessou over the weekend. And instead, you had Brock Cunningham in the starting lineup over him. Now, last night, I don't know if Dessou would have started if Caden Shedrick wasn't out. We found out minutes before tip-off that Caden Shedrick was going to miss the game because he was dealing with some back spasms. So that put Dylan Dessou in the starting lineup, and 33 points. Like, that dude looked perfectly fine. He looks 100% healthy right now. So he was.
Yeah, they got to find out who their starting 5 is going to be and start to roll a little bit with that. Well, I mean, it's pretty simple. Brock Cunningham needs to come off the bench. Yeah, he needs to be the sixth man or the 7th man or whatever.
Yeah, the decision's made. Like, whenever Caden Shedrick comes back, and hopefully it's for the game this weekend in Morgantown, then Brock Cunningham's got to come off the bench. I mean, he's a hustler guy. He provides some spark, but he's not a starter. Like, you need a guy like that to come off the bench and give you 15 to 20 good minutes a night.
And give me eight points.
Oh, well, you're not getting that. I mean,
I got a full 2 last night.
You're right. Yeah, he had 0 against the Your Markers on Saturday. He did have 2 on 0 made shots. He had 2 free throws last night against Cincinnati. But look, that's not why Brock Cunningham's on the team. But
I mean, give me the points. I don't care how you get them. Diving around guys fouling you, because I know you're going to foul. So when you get to the free throw line, make them. If there's a 3 available for you, that's why I said if he can get 8 points, if he can get to the part where he's giving you 6 to 8 points, you're going to be happy with that. And playing good defense, not defense where you foul out of games and put guys at the free throw line.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Cunningham averaging 5.2 points per game this year. So if he can get to 6 to 8, I would absolutely take that. His role, though, is less of a scorer, right? If you can get points from Brock Cunningham, that's a bonus. But he is your grit on defense. He's your hard-nosed, physical, old-school type of player. He'll go jaw at people. He'll go bang bodies with people. He'll fight for those loose balls and get those rebounds in deep. That's what he does. But yeah, that guy can't be starting for you anymore. And I don't think he will be starting. I think Rodney Terry, with what he saw last night from Dylan Dessou, realizes that, okay, that guy is ready to go. He doesn't need to come off the bench anymore. And the best 5 for Texas would be with Dylan Dessou and Caden Shedrick both in the lineup. I know too big scares people, but because Dessou can stretch the floor the way that he can, like you said, he's got the ability to knock down those threes now. I think you can have both of those guys on the floor at the same time and be successful.
Yeah, I think, and I think they've kind of found what they needed to find. It's just a matter of, I still think Aisman still has to be not just a shooter, but he's got to be a distributor. But I'm hoping for something that's probably not going to happen. He's not good inside with the big men. He's just not. He's not an assist guy where you're going to get 6 or 7 assists a game from him. I guess
he led the team. He led the team with 5 assists last night.
That's what I was going to say. If you get 3 to 5, you probably should be pretty happy with that. Especially if he's going to score 15 to 20 points.
He's a shooter. Yeah, that's what he is. Like, that's what. If you'd watched Max Aisman play the last few years at Oral Roberts, like, the guy is a shooter.
He looks like the guy on the playground is going to take all the shots.
Yeah, well,
you don't have to worry about it when he comes down. The minute you hand it off to him, you better start getting ready for some rebounds because it's going up.
Well, that's a good thing because him and Dessou are the best offense for Texas right now.
Yes.
And Max Abmas has been incredibly clutch. I know there have been some Texas fans who have been critical of some of his performances this year, but he still leads the team, averaging 17 points per game. And he has also saved Texas twice this year. He had a game winner against Louisville.
Yes.
Like you said, Buck, I don't think this is going to be his last game winner. He's already got 2. And Texas has played like half the season right now. He has been a godsend for this team. And Texas would have lost to a bad Louisville team at Madison Square Garden if Max Abmas didn't hit a game winner there. And I know Cincinnati has that big win over BYU, and maybe they're better than people thought they were going to be. Cincinnati was picked to finish 11th out of 14 teams in the Big 12. So that's that. I don't know if that would have been a good loss. There's no such thing as a good loss, but
no, that would have been a bad loss. It still
could have been. Maybe
loss.
Cincinnati's really good this year, right? Maybe they end up making
the
tournament.
I think that's a good basketball team, and I don't know if they'll finish 11th, but that's the team. That's one of those ones you had to go on the road for your sake, not for Cincinnati's, but for your sake. You had to beat them at their place, and that's what happened. So I'm excited. I'm excited for them. I think they found a little something, and hopefully they can hold on to that because things are getting ready to start to get real tight and tough.
Yeah,
in the Big 12.
It's hard to say a game this early was a must-win game, but you go 0-2 in this league. I mean, look, Texas was picked to finish 3rd in the conference. Like, this team had aspirations of being in the mix to win this thing. If you start the year 0-2 with the home loss to Texas Tech and a road loss to Cincinnati, then all of a sudden, you're saying, okay, we've got no shot to win this conference. Then all of a sudden, you're really worried about making the tournament. And I won't sit here and tell you that that's a guarantee just because of last night's win. But obviously, Texas in a much better spot, finding a way to get the job done. Here's the Abmas game winner, by the way. No sound due to YouTube copyright rules.
Back to Abmas.
Well, I say no sound, and then I'm going to have to stop that and recut this without sound real quick because we're not allowed to play that. I will let you hear from Dylan Dessou after the game last night, talking about the Longhorns finding a way to get the victory.
I just wanted to give it all. We know this was a defining moment for our season. We've heard a lot of talk from everyone that this isn't Texas's year, and we're not last year's team, and we know we're not last year's team, but we want to be better than that and make a run this year. So we just wanted to come out and prove the naysayers wrong.
Well, you got one thing right. That was a defining moment because if you lost that game, there was going to be trouble in paradise. Then I believe you had to have that as a team. You had to come together and win that game.
Yep, he got a couple of things right. This is not last year's team, unfortunately. No. This team is not nearly as good as last year's team. Now, hey, I'd love for Texas to make another deep tournament run. That'd be awesome. But last year's team was a 2 seed. They had won the Big 12 tournament. They were one of the best teams in the country all season long. Hopefully Texas gets there. Plenty of basketball left. Right? This team can find a groove.
Mitchell's going to have to pick up the pace. They're going to have to find some offense from him. Or I'm just looking. I think you're going to get what you get from him, but they're going to have to find ways that the Abmas kid will still be your leading scorer, but they're going to have to find ways to screen where he comes off of a screen and gets a jumper because he's not always BK going to get that jumper off. It's going to be a lot of shots that people are going to call bad shots because they're going to be people in his face because he's so small. They're all going to be in his face. You know what I mean? Every time he takes a jumper, there's going to be somebody at him.
Why are you hating on Abmas so much?
I'm just saying he's
the best player. Like him and Dessou are the best players on the team. Those guys don't deserve the hate.
It's not the hate. I just think that they're going to have to find ways to get him loose. That he doesn't have to dribble a lot to get loose. Because those are some of the shots he takes are rough shots because the guys that are on him are bigger players. They're tough shots. So I think they can get him shots that are a little bit more clean. That's all. That look good. That look clean, and they don't. Some of the shots that he takes, they look forced because he's so small. Now, it's not that he doesn't make them. They just look like they're hard shots because guys that are 6'3", and 6'4" are covering a guy 5'10". It just looks tough for him. So I think that if they find ways to get him cleared out there with some solo jumpers, I think it'll look better to me. Maybe he's still going to, no matter what, no matter how they look, he's still going to get 17 to 20 every night,
Teams realize that Max Abmas wants to shoot, so they do whatever they can to prevent him from getting clean looks, right? And when he does get space, it's nighty-night for a defense. But teams play physical with him because he is undersized. They will put size on him to try to prevent him from getting clean looks.
But he is used to it. I mean, he hadn't grown anymore probably since high school. He is what he is. So
absolutely. All right, here is the game-winning shot last night for Max Abmas with no sound, so we could talk about it. You talk about a shooter's touch, Buck.
Oh yeah, that's
friendly
right
roll.
there, nice and smooth.
Just 6.2 seconds on the clock. Texas down by 1. The two-man game with Max Abmas and Dylan DeSue. That's where Texas is at its best right now offensively.
And that was a contested jumper too, which, like I said, everybody that covers him is going to be 6 foot or above probably. So they're all going to be contested. I mean, but for all his life, they've all been probably contested shots on him.
Yeah, I'll say one last thing about last night's game, and obviously if you have more to add, feel free to do so. But Zay and I are going to disagree on this. I only know that because I saw Zay's tweet last night. Zay gave Rodney Terry credit for not calling a timeout on that final possession. And look, it ended up working because Texas made the shot. They got the win. But there easily could have been a travel called. This is right before that game-winning shot. I'm not complaining that the travel was not called, but Texas's possession was sporadic, and you had this happen with Max Abmas. I don't know if you saw that. Major travel right in front of the ref. If that gets called, Texas probably loses the game, and everyone's yelling at Rodney Terry for not calling a timeout. Didn't get called. I'm grateful for it. But I will never, ever praise a coach for not coaching. And Cincinnati's coach did the same thing, right? Wes Miller, after Abmas made that shot, Cincinnati had 6 seconds left. They could have called a timeout. They didn't take one. They jacked up a bad 3. It didn't go in, and Texas won. I will never praise or give credit to a coach making millions of dollars for not doing his job. Rodney Terry got lucky.
Taking that one home with him.
Got lucky. And look, he deserves credit for Texas winning the game. But Texas dodged a bullet there. That play was looking sporadic. It looked like they didn't have a play. And Max Abmas, for the second time this year, hits a game winner to bail his team and his coach out. So
did Zay tweet that out while he was having gumbo with Trey while they were spooning together?
Yeah, you were telling me this before the show. I don't think I've seen this. What is it, a picture or a video?
It's a picture. Trey sent you a picture. He says, you asked, are there any more pictures from Louisiana? And Trey sent one out of him and Zay having spooning gumbo together like Lady and the Tramp.
Oh, I got to see if I can find this real quick.
I had to question them both. I had to call Zay yesterday. I said, I don't ever want to see that picture again of you guys using the same spoon, feeding each other gumbo. And then Trey told me yesterday he wanted to wrap arms around each other with spoons. I'm like, dude, you need to stop now. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. No, I'm saying there's a lot wrong with that. Forget about it.
They were sharing the same bowl of gumbo and eating off the same spoon. What was Trey feeding Zay?
Yes.
Ew.
I don't think you can. That's not supposed to be happening, is it?
No, I don't want that happening.
Is that one of those things? What happens in Louisiana stays in Louisiana? Is that one of those that he said, I still have another photo for you? I'm like, I don't ever want to see that photo again.
He shouldn't have sent that picture because now it ain't staying in Louisiana. I can tell you that.
Talk to him today about the spoon episode, everyone. How has that not gone viral?
Okay, here it is. The power of technology.
Look, they have 2 different spoons, but this is after they had got through feeding each other. One spoon. But
we have no video evidence of that happening.
First of all, if the 2 dudes are dipping the 2 different spoons in the same gumbo box, that's still wrong, isn't it?
Yeah, they're swapping spit because they put the spoon in their mouth and then they put it back into the bowl of gumbo.
Yes. So, that's still pretty gross. Why don't they wrap arms around each other? Look at this.
Wow.
Trey said there's not enough with that. Trey said we need more of that with all of us. I'm like, no, we need less of you 2 gumboing each other.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they put those spoons in their mouths and dipped right back into that gumbo, sharing a bowl of gumbo with another man.
That's a bad bid.
Huh?
That's a bad bid. These guys are grown men. Get your own bowl of gumbo. What are we doing here?
So even though that's not actually trading the same spoon, isn't that bad enough?
Doesn't it look like their knuckles are touching or they're holding their spoons?
Cheers, Zay. Cheers.
You got physical contact here. Two dudes sharing gumbo. Yeah, they might as well be using one spoon. Two dudes, one spoon.
I don't mean to start anything, but I'm glad I did, because I had to call them both. I called them both up individually and chastised them both for that pick right there. And of course, Trey of course thought nothing of it but to say, we need more of that. We need more of that in the world.
God, yep. They really who took the, they asked somebody, is this a selfie or did they ask someone to take this picture?
I think Chip took the picture.
Oh, no way Chip's doing that.
Yeah, I think Chip was the photographer of this madness.
Chip's saying, no chance am I taking that picture.
Drippy ass gumbo dripping back in there after it's been in their mouth, and they're going to dip that spoon right back in there.
I think that's Zay's saliva falling off of Trey's spoon.
Oh, God. Oh, no more of this.
Nasty.
We don't need these kind of picks.
That's your fault. I wasn't going to show it.
Hey, you asked for anybody have any more pictures of Louisiana? Trey pulled that one out of his hat or wherever he pulled it out of, his shorts or whatever.
Oh, yeah, don't use pull it out when talking about that, please. Gotta make sure both of their wives see that one.
Oh, yeah, send a special copy.
I don't know if they'll be too fond of that one.
Oh, my goodness. That is so sad.
Texas gets the win. They're back at it on Saturday in Morgantown, taking on West Virginia. West Virginia is the worst team in this league. That's a game Texas should absolutely win.
They miss Bob Huggins. They miss their drunk coach.
They miss their drunk, racist, bigoted, misogynist, legendary coach. Let me make sure I give Huggy Bear the credit he deserves.
All of it he deserves, yes. And his little stool, too.
Yeah, a Hall of Famer. The guy I call Stool Boy. He's one of the best coaches to ever do it, but we have also learned in recent years that he is kind of a piece of shit human being.
Yes.
But that sometimes happens with the greatest coaches in sports, as we've unfortunately learned.
You got a national champ who's just cheating his way to national championships. Hey, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
You heard him after the game. He said he was innocent.
Boy,
you didn't buy that? You didn't buy all of those pregnant pauses in between him telling all of us that he was innocent 5 different times?
No, Coach. Your players may be innocent because they don't know what's going on. But you know, your staff knows. And your players know too, because you got to explain to them how you got the signs.
Yeah. Hey, here's what they're going to do when the coach gives this sign.
How do you know that, Coach? And because we're cheating.
Yeah. Yeah. And look, you got to say they're not student athletes anymore, right? Everyone says that. Oh, they're pros now.
That's right.
Do the pros get held accountable? I don't know. Should they be held accountable? They won't be. Should they be? I don't know.
The Pats got a little trouble.
Yeah, but
the Astros took it on the chin a little bit.
Well, the players, though, didn't get punished. Like, that's the thing. The players got immunity. So even in pro sports, I guess, when you have major scandals like this, when they involve an entire team, obviously, if you have individual scandals, the individual gets in trouble. But when the team usually gets punished collectively, the players are let off the hook. So, yeah, if something happens to Michigan, it'll be the program. And the worst part is it's something that's going to affect kids who are in high school right now, or maybe they're in middle school right now, right? It'll be scholarship punishments, maybe a potential bowl ban years down the road.
Yeah, this is not going away.
Yeah, so Jim Harbaugh might be 3 or 4 years into his NFL coaching career, and all the players on this national championship team, they're probably a couple of years into their NFL careers, or
they got their rings. They'll have their rings.
They've got their rings. Yes, they will always have their championship rings from Monday.
By the way, once again, congratulations, University of Texas football team and Big 12 champions. That's a big deal. I don't think we said enough. We talked about it, but that's a big deal on the way out. That's a great football season to me. That's getting it done.
Dude, if you asked me or you or any Texas fan before the year if they would have signed up for 12-2 with a Big 12 title and a college football playoff appearance, everybody would have said yes. Like every single person in the world would have said yes. Even guys in that locker room, who I'm sure we're talking about winning a national championship throughout the course of the year, even they would have signed up for that. before.
Well, I had them losing 2 games, but it wasn't going through with playoffs and stuff. I had them as a regular season 2-loss team.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they'd lose 3. I thought they'd win the Big 12. I thought they'd be 9-3 in the regular year, and then win the Big 12 to get to 10, and then play in a New Year's Six bowl with the opportunity to get to 11. Right. I didn't think they'd go 11-1 and then win the Big 12 by 4 touchdowns and then make it to the CFP. Yeah, it's a 10 out of 10 season. It's an A season for Texas. Obviously, the ending hurt. Once you get to that spot, sure, you want to win it all. And this year, there was no super dominant team in college football, so you felt like the Longhorns had as good of a chance as anybody once they heard their names called on selection Sunday.
Yeah, there was only sleeper teams.
Yeah, but all things considered, yeah, you look at this whole season altogether, and it's a great success for Steve Sarkisian and company. Now they got to build. That goes without saying. They've got to build on this. This cannot be a flash in the pan. They've got to make sure that this is the norm for Texas football. And
you said there are a couple players that are going to return, which is good for the football team?
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. Texas did get some good news in regards to a player making an announcement yesterday. Most of the announcements have been guys saying they're leaving for the NFL, but one guy took to social media to say that he is coming back to Austin for 1 more year. But before that, Buck, some shout-outs to some sponsors.
How about our good friend, Dr. Greg Eckert and Greg Eckert's Dentistry? They are absolutely fabulous. Love those folks over there. They do everything from general dentistry to the most advanced, and I had my teeth restored in just 2 visits with the great doctor. And, folks, 2024, he awaits some new patients, so give him a call today at 512-345-3166. And if you're interested in dental implants, he did tons of those in 2023. And he expects to do the same in 2024. Find out if you are a candidate for dental implants. Turn that frown upside down, whether it's 1 tooth or many teeth. Dr. Eckert can get that done in just 1 visit. Now, general dentistry, teeth whitening, teeth cleaning, extractions. Dr. Eckert is all about that, too. He wants you to have great dental health during this new year. And as I said, if you want to become a new patient, please do. He's welcoming your new insurance because your new insurance cards are out there as of Jan 1. So get them out there. Find out if Dr. Eckert would love to have, because he would love to have you as a new patient for sure. He's been doing this for over 28 years, over 1,500 cases of restoring teeth. If you need IV sedation, folks, if you're afraid to go to the dentist, if you're still fearful of the sound of the drill and all that chatter in the back, this is the place you want to go because it is smooth sailing once you get in there. You'll go back with the doctor. You'll find out exactly what you need to have done and talk to him about what you'd like to have done yourself. And Dr. Eckert will get that done. He's our dentist. Should be your dentist also.
Yes, indeed. I've got my Brain Vault hat today.
There you go. Bringing it in the new year. Still undefeated. Nobody's had a concussion that's used Brain Vault.
Oh, yeah. If you've got a youth athlete and you want to make sure that they are as safe as possible when playing their sports.
Spring, it means soccer and Little League Baseball. Let's get them going. Let's get them fitted.
All of those sports, football, gymnastics,
golf,
volleyball, basketball.
Golf.
I don't know if you need a mouth guard when playing golf. Although, if you're playing with the Texas Cheaters, because we did learn yesterday that one Texas cheater hit another Texas cheater with a golf ball during a round, then maybe you do need that Brain Vault mouth guard.
You may be right. I may have to have that mouthpiece in when I'm playing with those people.
With those people, the Texas Cheaters, the Texas A-holes is what they were the other day.
Hey, the dad was just worried about if his ball went in the water, not about how it felt when it hit you in the chest.
Yeah, I know.
Forget about you. Where's my ball?
I know that guy, of course, and that's the least surprising thing I've ever heard in my entire life, that guy had that reaction in that spot. So funny. Hey, a word from our man, Tom McKay. He's texted in a couple of times this morning, so I know he's tuned in. How about AV Consultations? Get your musical instruments ready, Buck.
This is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 25 years both fun and fruitful. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all of your home electronics needs. We take care of everything from surround sound home theaters and distributed audio to computer networks, home surveillance systems, to a new television in the living room or bedroom. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. Just give us a call and we'll visit you at your home or business to take a look at what you really need. Just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We make your electronics and life simpler to manage. So give us a call and discover what over 7,000 families and businesses already have. Audiovisual consultations is the easiest, most complete way to enjoy today's electronics. Call us at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Thank you very much there, Tomas McKay.
Tomas McKay.
Love it, Tomas. Really good. I think he needs to do, his next commercial needs to be with the Austin Symphony Orchestra. That's his background.
How about that?
Yes. Make the call for that one for Tom McKay.
Do you have a connection with them?
Got a little connection, yes.
Let's do it.
We need to have some of their music, don't we? Like when Zay and Trey are having dinner together, their next gumbo session.
How about this new show idea for 5 to 6? Trey and Zay, 2 dudes, 1 spoon.
2 dudes, 1 spoon. That is great. I love it. Don't go to dinner with those 2 guys, man. If you're looking for romance, take those 2 with you.
Yeah.
To dinner.
I did go get dinner with Trey last night.
Oh no. He didn't ask you to have a cup of soup with him, cup of gumbo.
I just want everyone to know soup. We had our own plates, our own spoons, forks, knives, cups, everything. Good. There was no knuckles.
You didn't do knuckles or napkins.
None of that.
He didn't try to wipe your mouth for you or anything. No.
He tried a couple of times, but I turned him away.
Of course he did.
He also asked the bartender to do it too. And
God.
I'm not doing this.
What a man.
What a man. Hey, I went up and left for a second during that AV Consultations commercial because I had forgotten something this morning.
The randomizer?
Well, the randomizer is making an appearance because we do have a giveaway today. We'll be giving away a $25 gift card to Moonshine Patio Bar and Grill. We can go ahead and announce that right now. $25 gift card. Moonshine Patio Bar and Grill. All you have to do to enter that giveaway is leave a comment if you're watching on YouTube or send us a text to the Coda text line, 512-222.
Make it 50, BK. Make it 50. We'll double it up. Yeah.
Oh.
We'll double it up.
Well, I've got the randomizer. You've got the, I don't even know what to call
cards.
that.
I got the cards. Go ahead and do the randomizer. We'll give a one $50 one away. We'll make it $225 to the same person.
All right.
Now you're talking.
$50. Hold on now. To Moonshine Patio Bar and Grill. Same way to enter. Leave a comment, leave a text. Doesn't matter what you say. You just do that, and you are entered to win, and we will see what the randomizer does today.
Love that new show, though, with Trey and Zay. That's great.
Here's what I got.
Oh, the Olipop is back. What is that? Does that say cream?
Yeah, I needed some cream in me this morning.
Okay, Trey.
I had to go run and grab me a little Olipop from the fridge.
Is it nice and cold too? Cold
Olipop. Oh, it's so good. That is so good. Yep. If you haven't tried Olipop yet, you are missing out. The Buck is hooked. Trey is hooked. Chip Brown is hooked. I'm hooked. Rodney's had a few on air. I mean, we all love it. This stuff is fantastic. And if one of your New Year's resolutions is to be a little bit healthier in 2024, Olipop makes it easy. If you love soda, well, this tastes like soda. This tastes like a cream soda. It's fantastic, but it's also good for me. Prebiotics, botanicals, plant fiber. Got 9 grams of fiber in this can, only 40 calories, 0 grams of fat, just 2 grams of sugar. It's a great tasting soda that's actually good for you. They've got it wherever you buy your groceries. They also have it at 7-Eleven too.
Yes.
Shout out to them. We love our great friends at 7-Eleven, another proud partner. I don't know why.
Yeah, partners. Like that. No. Trey and Zay are partners.
Podness. Yeah,
those are partners. Those are podsies.
Broke back Texas Sports Unfiltered. You got to make a movie poster with those two.
Oh, my goodness.
Dude, it's not that there's anything wrong with that.
No, that's on them.
Love Olipop. Love 7-Eleven. Love all of our great sponsors with us at TSU. Okay, Buck, I mentioned it a moment ago. Texas football did get some good news, right? Over the last couple of days, we've had a bunch of Texas players announce that they are leaving Texas to head to the NFL. But we've had a few guys say that they are going to come back for another year. Alfred Collins did it. Jake Majors did it. Barron Sorrell did it. And now yesterday, Texas got another piece of good news with the player announcing his intentions to return. David Gbenda, the linebacker, is coming back for one more season, and that is big for Texas. I will share the screen so you can see a little bit of his statement, but dropped the statement announcing that he will return to Austin for one more season, and that's big because Texas is already losing Jalen Ford. He did not want to lose another linebacker because that position room is not all that deep right now. So David Gbenda announcing that he's coming back for another year. Great news for PK.
Yeah, I'm glad to have at least one of those guys who can return, and especially this guy's gotten a little bit better every year that he's played this position. I mean, he's big, he's strong, he's physical, and I think last year showed you how he can run. I mean, he's now found ways to maneuver himself in that middle, in that area off of the line of scrimmage, and I thought he did a good job. I think he was coached well last year. They can get just a little bit better right now too, and I think that's going to help Texas. They need to have a veteran player like that around. I mean, he went sideline to sideline too. It wasn't that he just showed up around film. I mean, you watch that guy run guys down. He was a little bit quicker this year and being big, and he's a physical player. They need that.
Yeah, I thought he got better year over year, but I also thought he got better during the course of this year.
Yeah,
like I thought you saw legitimate progression from David Gbenda from week 1 to the final week of the season. And yeah, there were some rumors that maybe he was going to follow Jeff Choate to Nevada, right? Jeff Choate, David Gbenda's linebackers coach here at Texas the last few years. Obviously, Choate left. He took the head job at Nevada, and there were some rumors that maybe David Gbenda had such a good relationship with Coach Choate that he felt like it would have been the right move for him to go there. But ultimately, he decides to stay at Texas, and that's great. And you're right. I mean, he's gotten better every year he's been on the 40 acres.
Yes, he has.
Hopefully he can have that Jalen Ford type of leap to where he can become one of the more impactful players in the conference. And that will be tougher to do, obviously, in the SEC versus the Big 12. But I think David Gbenda is going to be expected to be one of the best players. Hell, I expect him to be one of the best players for this Texas defense next year. Like, he wasn't always a starter for this team, but I expect him to be pretty much a full-time starter in this Texas linebacking room.
It tells you he's a hard worker too, BK, with his improvement. I mean, that's his improvement is the kind of improvement I was expecting to see from Alfred Collins as time went on, or even more, because Alfred Collins is just built differently. You know what I mean? He's built for where he plays. David Gbenda, I mean, is a big guy who moves around pretty well. I mean, I was always thinking that guy's going to have to lose weight to play that position, but he fit in well. I mean, he started to carry the weight that he had around pretty good because he got in spots that he was supposed to be. Alfred is got to make that kind of jump that David Gbenda made.
Yep. I'm expecting Alfred Collins to be one of the best players on this defense next year.
Yes. Now, well, he has to be.
Would I predict it? No, because that guy has not lived up to the billing. But like when you're talking about a fifth-year senior, a former five-star, a guy who could have been an NFL draft pick if he decided to leave this year, then you feel like that guy should be one of your best players on defense. No doubt. Like you said, he's going to have to be, because Texas, look, they're not going to get identical production from their defensive tackles next season because they're losing the two best in the country in T. Sweat and Byron Murphy. But they can't have some major drop-off as they make the move to the most physical conference in the sport. Like, they're going to need Alfred Collins to be a war daddy up front.
And he's going to need to want to make some money next year.
Yeah, it's his last chance, I think.
I mean, yeah, he's going to the SEC. I mean, there's where you're going to make it. People are going to look at you. You know, they looked at you at the Big 12 and wondered, when is this guy going to produce? Well, now in the SEC, I mean, when teams see that guy's body, they're going to go, that guy must be a player. I mean, and they're going to look at film and go, he's all right. He's okay. But he has to make it so he's better than just okay. He needs to be a special player for them this season.
Sure.
And that's not just – and – I mean, that's not just blowing smoke because of what he looks like. He has to get it done, period. I mean, I've been looking at that guy for 4 years now, wondering, when is it going to go off? What is it? Is it the coach? Is it the player? Is it all of the above? But it's going to be on him now. This is fifth year. This is not on any coach. This is on him.
He's got one of the best D-line coaches in the land with Bo Davis, and Bo Davis has a proven track record both at Texas and at other spots, of being able to develop defensive linemen. So I don't think it's a question about the coaching, right? There have been times here at Texas where guys aren't getting developed and you're like, well, is it the player's fault? Is it the coach's fault? Usually it's a combination of both, but this time around, I can't blame Bo Davis. I see what he's done with like T. Sweat and Byron Murphy and Keandre Coburn and Moro Ojimo and a bunch of other defensive linemen that he's gotten the chance to work with over the years. And I know that guy knows what he's doing. Alfred Collins, it's make or break right now. I don't think he can do what Alan Bowman did and end up playing for 7 years in college football.
No,
I think 2024 has to be Collins' last season. He's got to be really good for Texas. And
well, I mean, even if he had another year, it'd be like, let's move along. Let's go. Let's start working on somebody else here.
Yeah. If 24 looks like the first 4 years for Collins, and he did have his best year. And I do wonder if he was a starter for Texas this season, what the numbers would have looked like. But no, he was playing behind 2 potential first-round picks. Like Alfred Collins clearly took steps. He's clearly gotten better since his first year in Austin. But, he was sitting behind the Outland Trophy winner and a guy who is the Big 12 Defensive Lineman of the Year in Byron Murphy. So not a
300-pound agile big man right now.
Yeah, 6'5", like 315.
Wow.
He can move. This kid was a 5-star for a reason. Like, there's potential within that young man. And we've seen flashes of that potential. We need to see all of that potential for 12 games.
Absolutely. I agree 100%.
In the fall. And David Gbenda, not as much potential, not as highly touted of a recruit, but still have high expectations for him. And you think about this linebacker room now, Buck, like you've got Gbenda coming back, you've got Mo Blackwell coming back, and I think Anthony Hill is going to be more of an inside linebacker than an edge rusher.
I do too.
Yeah, because it felt like that's what he was playing more of down the stretch this season. And then you look at what Texas has coming back and coming in at the edge position, right? They've got Sorrell back. They've got Burke back. Okay, your 2 starters from this year are returning. You've got Colton Vasek back. And then, oh, by the way, you added Trey Moore, who had 14.5 sacks last season at UTSA. He's a part of the CAP program coming from UTSA to UT Austin. And then, obviously, Colin Simmons, the stud 5-star from Duncanville, who's an edge rusher. Like, you've got 5 to 6 edge guys you feel great about. I got a hunch Texas, and we'll see this when we get to spring ball, I think, Anthony Hill is going to be primarily an inside/off-ball linebacker for this football team in 2024.
But I think they'll use him as a blitzer inside to go one-on-one against running backs and see if a running back can handle that monster.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so if they can't pick him up, that's a problem when he rushes.
Yeah, if Hill takes a step, which I think we all feel like he can.
Sure.
Because he's a 5-star kid who was awesome. I mean, I'll never forget that Alabama game for a million different reasons, but the fact that was Anthony Hill's second ever college football game, and he was able to play as well as he did, that was remarkable. And it's not like, oh, that was the only game he did something. No, that guy was second on the team in sacks this season, despite only playing edge for certain parts.
Right.
I mean, he was magnificent. So you're right. I want him blitzing. I just think he's going to be more of an inside guy with him, Gbenda, Blackwell. Yeah. Not a bad linebacking trio.
Absolutely.
Right there. So that's where Texas is at. Johnny Nansen, the new co-defensive coordinator / linebackers coach, he's going to have some pieces to work with there too, which is a good thing.
Now, Coach Nansen, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you just read about him. He doesn't have any NFL stints, does he? It's all been college, correct?
It's all been college, I believe. Yeah, he worked with Sark at Washington. He worked with Sark at USC. He's been at Arizona. He's been their defensive coordinator the last couple of years, and they took big strides as a defense.
Yes, they did.
Right? I mean, that whole team did from year 1 to year 2 of Jed Fish, but I've got the numbers typed out. I think they gave up 36 points per game in year 1, which was 2022. And then this year in 2023, they gave up 21.2. So more than a 2-touchdown decrease in terms of points per game allowed under the tutelage of Johnny Nansen. That's impressive. And Arizona as a team went from 5-7 to 10-3. And oh, by the way, something that I think excites every Texas fan, Johnny Nansen's defense beat Oklahoma in the Alamo Bowl, and they forced 6 turnovers in that game against OU's next quarterback, Jackson Arnold, and the Sooners. So one game, obviously, different school. He was the DC. He won't be the DC here. But you talk about home run hire, at least on paper.
Sure.
And from everybody I've talked to behind the scenes, that's exactly what Johnny Nansen is. He's also a stud recruiter, too. He's brought in some big-time guys wherever he's been, and Texas is obviously going to benefit from that, too. So
Gotta
there you
have
go.
it. Gotta have it inside. That's great to hear.
I'll ask you this, Bug. JSD hits us up on the YouTube comments line. Do you think Jaylen Ford's stock went down this year as opposed to last year? He was so dominant last year.
No, I think he could have gone to the NFL last year. I mean, if he was able to. I think he wanted to come to get better at the position this year. I'm not saying he was bad this year. The ball didn't end up in his hands a lot. He still made a lot of tackles. He was still around. He was better last year. There's no doubt about that. But he wasn't a scrub this year.
No, I mean, he had 101 tackles, which led the team. Number 2 on Texas had 67 tackles.
Yeah, I mean, that guy still has a nose for the football. It's just those interceptions. He made big plays, whether it was fumbles, making guys fumble recoveries, and interceptions. I mean, he had 2 this year. He had 4 last year. But those 4 seem to be big interceptions when they happen.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I won't disagree with you or with JSDTX, right? Like Jaylen Ford was super dominant last year. His numbers in 2022 were a little bit better than his numbers here in 2023. Well, I can't say here in 2023 anymore because we're not in 2023 anymore. But, production took a little bit of a step back.
Yep.
The eye test not quite as good as what we had seen the year prior. But Jaylen Ford's going to get drafted. I don't know where, maybe 3rd round. If not that, he'll be a day 3 draft pick. He'll get the chance to fight for a spot on an NFL roster.
And he's going to make an NFL roster because he's going to make it on special teams anyway.
Yeah, and we'll see how he does at the Combine, assuming he gets the invite to the Combine. Like, he's got some physical tools that I think could work in his favor. I think he's going to crush the interview process.
Oh, yeah.
He's a big-time leader for this team the last few seasons. So, we'll see where Jaylen Ford ends up. Maybe, if he had as good of a year this year as he did last year, or even took a little bit of a step forward, then you could be talking about a 2nd-round pick. But he might have his stock slip just a little bit from what happened this year. We'll see. I got to do more research and talk to more people on where Jaylen Ford's going to end up. But he'll be missed. It'd be awesome to have him back. I didn't realize he could have come back for another season, but when he made his social media announcement a couple of days ago saying he was leaving, I guess that indicated that if he wanted to, he could have returned. Right. But I don't fault him at all for taking his chances. Once again,
not at that position.
No. He's going to be drafted in April for sure. All right, let's shift gears here momentarily and get to some NFL. We also have a mock draft. Speaking of the draft that we need to get into, a couple of Longhorns in the first round of ESPN's Jordan Reed's latest mock. But before we do all of that, Buck, another shout out to another sponsor.
Our good friends at Covert BK. Now, the Covert family, they've been selling cars, trucks, and SUVs since 1909. That's right. And they've been doing it in Central Texas like nobody's business. They've got Covert Ford and Chevy in Hutto, of course, Lincoln Ford in Austin. But out in beautiful BK, Texas, it is absolutely something special. Buicks, GMCs, Cadillacs, Jeep, and Rams, Dodge, Chrysler, they have got it all. They've got 86 service bays awaiting you because they know your time is precious. And if you get your car in there, you want to get your car out of there. Really want to get it done in the same day. And most of the times, that's exactly what they're going to do for you. Go to covertbcave.com. Find out information on all the great specials that they have to offer you in 2024, especially in the month of January as we get into the new year. While you are there, say hello to Dan Covert himself, Mike, Stacy, and the whole gang out there. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
The very best in the business. And like the Buck said, they've been in business since 1909, the year after the Buck was
great.
Yeah,
Wow.
You knew that was coming. Hey, we go from Covert BK to Cover 3.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, the best sports bar in all of Central Texas is Cover 3. They've got everything you want in a good sports bar. TVs everywhere. And they've got the right games on, too. That's key. You go to some places that call themselves sports bars, and they got like some random-ass replay of a college basketball game from 1994. Unless you're Kevin Dunn, you don't give a shit about that. You want to watch the good games.
The ones that are recent
games. They've got the good games at Cover 3. They'll put the sound on for the big ones, too. So that box is checked. They've got comfortable chairs and booths too. I like that when I'm at a sports bar. But the food is next level. The Sean Adams prime rib sandwich is phenomenal. They've got the classic sports bar food like the wings, the burgers, whatever. But they also have some elevated options too. You're going to love everything that they've got, plus the full bar, great drink special, great happy hour prices going on too. It's the place to go, not just for watching sports, but just to get a great meal. Cover 3, the one on Anderson, my personal favorite. I'm there all the time. They've got the one in Round Rock. They've got Cover 2 as well. It's the spot. Cover 3. Check them out. Chip and Zay are giving away some gift cards to Cover 3.
Nice.
This week. So make sure you're locked into that show from 1 to 3 this afternoon for your chance to win a $50 gift card to Cover 3. But we love those folks, and we're super happy to have them on board here in the new year. Okay, Bucky, I will give you the option for where we go next. We can either do head coaching odds in the NFL, or we can do the latest mock draft from ESPN's Jordan Reed.
Let's go to coaches. Let's go to that coaching carousel right now. We had some news yesterday, too. People are getting just axed all over the place.
Yeah, what a stunner that was out of Nashville. Mike Vrabel, who has had a ton of success as the Titans head coach. I know they stunk this year.
And last year. The last 2 years haven't been good for them.
No. Well, last year they almost made the playoffs. Like they lost a game in week 18.
I think they ended up still with a losing season. I think they have back-to-back losing seasons maybe.
Yeah, I think so. They were in that win and you're in game against Jacksonville last year. And with a backup quarterback, they almost beat the Jags. Remember that? It was like Malik Willis and
that's right,
Josh Dobbs playing quarterback for Tennessee, and they still almost found a way to beat Trevor Lawrence and Jacksonville to make the playoffs last year, which to me means Mike Vrabel's a pretty damn good coach. And he's had a bunch of success in Tennessee. They went to an AFC championship game as a 6 seed one year. They were a 1 seed in the playoffs one year, and he's doing all this with like Ryan Tannehill as his quarterback. So yeah, I think Mike Vrabel is a hell of a coach. I think he is going to get a job immediately if he wants one, but that was a bit of a surprise. We talked a little bit, and I guess I'll give you some credit because you talked about maybe Mike Vrabel being in the mix in New England, but I think you thought that he would just leave Tennessee on his own to take the Patriots job. Like he wasn't going to get fired there.
Yeah, I thought he was going into. I thought he was going in to talk about contract negotiations yesterday. That's what it sounded like it was all about how much are we going to have to pay you to keep you here. Yeah. That dude got fired. What the hell did he say yesterday in the meeting?
Right. And there was an initial thought right after the news broke that he had been fired that, okay, maybe Mike Vrabel like asked for it. Like the Titans might be undergoing a rebuild. They're probably going to lose Derrick Henry. And, they're not sure if they have their franchise quarterback yet with Will Levis. And it might be a little bit of a painful process in Nashville.
Yeah, I
think
that's the part that they're happy with is Levis, and Derrick Henry's going to be gone, and they're thinking that Vrabel is not getting with the times, that he's being more like Bill Belichick and not getting with the times and not worrying about the quarterback, but worrying about his defense and the run game. And Amy, the actress Amy Adams, yesterday decided no. I mean, that's who he met with. He met with her. I mean, what did he say to her? What did he do in that meeting that made her go, get out?
Who knows, man? Who knows? That was a stunning twist yesterday. I don't think it's the actress Amy Adams. I think it's
not the redhead, the actress. No,
it's the descendant of the most hated man in Houston sports history, Bud Adams.
Oh,
let me see if I can find
Beatrice Amy Adams. I got you.
Amy Adams Strunk. That's her name, I guess, post a marriage. Here's a picture of her.
She doesn't look like Amy Adams.
Better or worse than the actress?
Worse.
So you're not in on this?
No.
Well, she wasn't in on Mike Vrabel. So
Mike said something in the meeting that thing then went sideways, because I can't imagine him going in there and doing anything after having 2 back-to-back losing seasons and now having a brand new quarterback and him wanting to turn around and give it to Derrick Henry 75 times, old ass Derrick Henry, that even she said, Mike, are you going to get with the times, or are you going to just try to play? I think they have a new general manager also, right? They brought on last year, which doesn't help him out.
Oh, yeah.
Dude's trying to keep his job.
Right, because the last GM was the guy who traded A.J. Brown. And
Yeah, he's gone.
Another stupid move that the Titans made. Like, that's not Mike Vrabel's fault. Like, the Titans roster kind of falling apart the way that it did is not the head coach's fault. It's the last GM's fault. He was an idiot, and he got rid of a bunch of good players and gave out a bunch of bad contracts to some not so good players.
Yes,
and that was stupid. So, yeah, I don't know. You think Vrabel hit Amy Adams with?
Oh no, you're gone.
What about
if it happens to be their fat little girlfriends? Too bad.
Wow. Maybe he hit him with a rock.
Mm.
You think he would say that in the meeting to her?
Shut up, bitch.
Oh, no way. Come on. He said something that went sideways in that meeting. That was supposed to be over contract negotiations. That's all that was supposed to be about. He got fired in the meeting.
Here's what The Rock said. Well, of course, this is what The Rock said. Here's what Mike Vrabel said.
Shut up, bitch.
And here's what Amy Adams Strunk said.
Excuse me, bitch.
What did you just say? Excuse me? You're gone. Your parking space is denied.
Yeah. So
Wow.
we've got coaching odds now. There are currently 6 openings across the NFL. We've got the Chargers. We've got the Commies, the Falcons, the Panthers, the Patriots, maybe.
Yes, that's going to happen within 48 hours, I believe.
Titans are also open, and the Raiders are technically open. They have not made a decision on their interim coach, Antonio Pierce, but, of course, they fired Josh McDaniels during this season. So we'll start with the LA Chargers because I think for most, that is the most intriguing job because they've got the best quarterback situation of all of those teams that are or could be looking for a new coach. The LA Chargers, want to take a guess on who the Vegas favorite is to be their next head coach?
Harbaugh.
Good call. Jim Harbaugh, minus 150.
Harbaugh for sure.
The next LA Chargers coach. Followed by, you got a two-way tie for second. Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson and Cowboys defensive coordinator Dan Quinn.
Wow.
What do you think of Dan Quinn in LA?
He'll find a nice offensive coordinator to deal with the quarterback, and he'll deal with that defense that is supposed to be good, but they aren't.
They can't hire Dan Quinn.
No?
No. And this is not me, the Cowboys fan, wanting to keep Dan Quinn in Dallas. I do want to keep him in Dallas, but they have to hire an offensive coach.
Yeah, they got to hire a coach that's going to deal with the quarterback.
Yeah, the top mind in that building needs to be an offensive mind because they just hired a defensive coach in Brandon Staley. Now, Dan Quinn has already proven to be a better head coach than Brandon Staley. Staley's an idiot. So I think Dan Quinn would fix a lot of things
Sure.
in Los Angeles. And you're right, he would hire a good offensive coordinator. He'd have to. But no, you got to bring in the best offensive mind possible. A guy like Jim Harbaugh could be that. A guy like Ben Johnson, with the way he's resurrected Jared Goff's career in Detroit, he'd be that. They have to go offensive because the future of that franchise is in the hands of Justin Herbert.
Yeah, and they spent an awful lot of money on him, yes.
He's got to figure it out for sure. Gabe says, what's wrong with Kellen Moore? You know, Kellen Moore's going to interview. I think he already did interview. But, you know, the Chargers offense was not that great this season. I don't know how much Kellen Moore helped himself out to go from OC to HC in La La Land. So that's your top 3 for the Chargers. What about the Commies? Odds to be their next head coach. This might be tough to figure out.
If Bill Belichick's let loose, I mean, no, they got to go younger too. They can't go with an old dude. Because they're going to have to speaking of offense, they're going to find out if Sam Howell is their guy or not.
Yeah.
You know, I think they're going to give him another opportunity to be their guy. So
no.
Oh, Sam Howell, yes.
Why?
I mean, he started in a lot of games this year. I mean, he wasn't bad. I mean, they threw the ball around pretty well.
They got the number 2 pick. They're taking a quarterback.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. Otherwise, they got to sell the team again. No, yeah, Sam Howell, I mean, they might keep him around as a backup, but they don't want him to ever start another game out there. They're going to take a QB number 2.
I don't know. Bill Belichick on that list?
Yeah, I guess there's a lot of similar names on these lists. Bill Belichick is 4th, but Ben Johnson, the favorite for this one, the Lions OC.
No, I think he'll take the Falcons job.
And then Eric Bieniemy and Jim Harbaugh tied for 2nd. Bieniemy was the OC in DC this year.
Didn't they hate him in the beginning of the year?
Yeah, he was too mean to the players, wasn't
Oh,
he?
yeah. Okay.
Remember that story?
Yeah, he's too mean.
Falcons head coach, their favorite is Bill Belichick at 3-1.
Really?
Yep. Could that?
Hot Atlanta for Bill Belichick? No.
Of course, the
I see him. I see if Bill Belichick is gone, I see Bill Belichick running Robert Saleh out of the Jets, out of there.
Oh, would Belichick do that?
Yeah, hell yeah, he would.
Yeah, I think you're right.
He'd run him right out of town.
He's that petty that he'd go from the Patriots to the Patriots' biggest rival.
Especially if he got Aaron Rodgers. He's get an old ball player like that at quarterback. Hell yeah. That defense with Bill Belichick.
God.
By the way, the Patriots defense was still pretty salty.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
That offense is just horrifying.
Yeah, they brought in Bill O'Brien to try to save their offense. What a move that was. Matt Patricia and Bill O'Brien.
Bill Belichick with the Jets sounds more fitting if he's out of there. But that's going to be that. That ends up being not just getting the coach. You're going to have to that's going to be some trade stuff going on. You're going to lose a player there.
You think Saleh is out of there?
I think if Bill Belichick is let loose by the Patriots, I think old Dusty Johnson Powder will give it a shot at Bill Belichick if he could.
Old Dusty Johnson Powder, yes.
Why not?
Yeah, the owner of the New York Jets. Well, if you do that, and then what if Belichick says no, then what do? You stick with Saleh? I don't think he's going to like that very much.
He won't have a choice. Nobody wants him.
You can't do that, right? You can't like start a coaching search while you're keeping your current head coach.
First of all of this is in the workings with all these agents that know about Bill Belichick. It's already in the works.
It's true. Unless you're Miami, then you're fine. But remember when Stephen Ross got caught for the whole Brian Flores lawsuit a couple of years ago, or that whole deal when Bill Belichick texted the wrong Brian, congratulations.
Oh, yeah. That stuff is behind the scenes being worked out. Yeah, they'll dump Robert Saleh for Bill Belichick. But that defense, of course, and then they'd have to find everybody on offense. None of his Belichick's kids could come with him. That little hobo that coaches the linebackers would be gone.
Little hobo?
Yeah, all his kids got to go. They can't come along. That's not the part of the package.
Okay.
But Saleh being gone would be part of the Johnson would say Saleh later. Bill Belichick, 6 Super Bowls. I think we'll take a chance on that guy.
I'm tired of watching this guy kick my team's ass twice a year, so I'll just hire him instead.
Yes.
That'd be something right there. Next, Panthers head coach, the favorite there, Kellen Moore. Speaking of Kellen Moore, Panthers have to go offense because they gave up everything to get Bryce Young.
Yeah, they got to help Bryce Young out. They got to help him get better.
Frank Reich was an offensive coach, and
that didn't work.
Make it one season out there. Odds to be the next Titans head coach, Mike McDonald, who is the Ravens defensive coordinator. Bill Belichick, number 2, and Bobby Slowick, the Texans offensive coordinator, already getting head coaching interviews. That guy
that guy's going to get a job.
Oh,
sorry about that, BK, but off the bat, that guy's going to get a gig somewhere.
I don't know if he's ready for that. I mean, he's exceeded everyone's expectations with what he's done in Houston. The guy's 36 years of age.
Maybe he's the Commanders guy.
He was literally working at Pro Football Focus like a few years ago. And, man, people in Houston, I was doing radio in Houston when he was hired, right? D'Amico brought him in to be his offensive coordinator, and everyone's like, this guy who's never been a position coach anywhere? He was a passing game coordinator and an analyst in San Francisco, and this random PFF jabroni is going to be your
he is
offensive coordinator, and it's worked in Houston for sure. So, yeah, I think if he's smart, he'll turn it down. He'll turn down every job. I don't think he's ready, and I don't think his stock is going to fall because I think C.J. Stroud and the Texans are going to be better, right? You would think in year 2. So you run it back there like what Ben Johnson did. He was getting some looks to be a head coach last year, and he turned him down to stay in Detroit for another season. He knew if he had a good year with the Lions and Jared Goff continued to play well, that he'd be in the mix for some better jobs. and maybe he'd have his pick of the litter of where he wanted to go. And it clearly worked out for him. I could see Bobby Slowick doing that. I think he should do that. But maybe if he gets an offer, stuff to turn down. There's only 32 of them in the world.
Well, for the Philadelphia Eagles, they better straighten that deal out too, because their owner doesn't play around. And, he ran Andy Reid out of there pretty quick. He ran the other dude out of there that won a Super Bowl for him too. Let's not forget that. Didn't take that dude long to be gone.
Who? Andy Reid?
Well, not only Andy, his predecessor, right?
Oh, Peterson, Doug Peterson.
Yeah, I mean, won a championship. Next thing you know, he was gone in a year, 2 years, a year and a half, really.
Yeah. Well, you think Sirianni's on the hot seat?
I think it's going to get hot here shortly.
I mean, if they lose to Tampa, then
yes,
going into next year, maybe nothing's going to happen to Sirianni.
And things will change. And things will change because I think Jason Kelce, I think he'll retire. That offensive line won't be the same. Some of those dudes are going to say adios.
Yeah. Yeah. Last one here for these coaching odds, and then we'll get to the NFL playoffs. What about Patriots? If it's not Bill Belichick, who do you think the Vegas favorite is?
Vrabel just went into the Hall of Fame.
It's not Mike Vrabel. He's number 2. But according to the sports books out there in Sin City, Gerard Mayo, another former Patriot player.
Linebacker.
Guy who's been on their coaching staff for the last few seasons.
Mayo, I wonder if he's in the ring. I mean, the Hall of Fame. They just did that. Vrabel just got elected this year, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know if Mayo's in there, but the Texans interviewed him to be their head coach a couple of years ago. So he's gotten some looks around the league, and a lot of people think his future is as a head coach in the NFL. But yeah, I feel like Vrabel should be the favorite there, but interesting that it's Gerard Mayo right now. So there's your Vegas odds across the league.
Unless he goes in there and yells something to Robert Kraft, if Vrabel goes in there and he says, "Shut up, bitch," to
here's what he'll say to Robert Kraft.
Come on out, you rapist.
I mean, he better not. He'll be gone too. I'm going in, and I just want to negotiate my contract with this lady, with Amy Adams, actress, and I said the wrong thing. I just happened to say the wrong thing to her. It was a bad day, and I said I came out of a sentence with something silly. Next thing I know, I just lost my job as head coach of the Titans. I mean, I've built that thing up. That thing was a piece of trash.
Said something under his breath.
Oh, yeah. Did she heard?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if I ever get the chance to speak with Robert Kraft, I'm asking him for one thing and one thing only. I need those tapes.
Where are the tapes? And tell me who deflated the balls. You
Ooh.
know the 2 mugs that did it. Give us their names.
I'm looking more for the tapes from the Orchids of Asia Day Spa.
Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, I want to see those tapes, man. I want to see what was going on there in Florida. People think I'm crazy for that, but I'm just a journalist, man.
Yeah, Kraft has all of Brady's cell phones he gets rid of every other month, too.
It's a good bit.
He's got those in a vault.
Yep, good bit right there. All right.
Maybe Tom Brady comes back to be the coach.
No.
Isn't he due to be on TV here soon and make like a gazillion dollars?
I think he turned it down. Like he had that deal in place with Fox, and I think he backed out. Because isn't he an owner for the Raiders, like a part owner for the Raiders now?
Yeah, he can't. I don't know if he can be on TV.
I think that was sort of the conflict of interest. Like he had to make the decision on if he wanted to be a TV analyst or wanted to be a
part owner.
Or maybe it starts this year. I don't know if we know exactly where things stand with Tom Brady on Fox. Maybe it's just next season is when it begins for him.
I thought it was 2 years from when he got out of the biz.
I don't know. I don't care too much.
No, I don't want to hear him anyway.
Yeah, I'm done with that guy. I am done with that guy. All right, an NFL
was the interesting one anyway.
Yeah, now she's out of the picture.
Yeah, she was the interesting one. Not that whole relationship, not that dude.
Was it worth it for Tom Brady to go back and play football for one more year to lose out on Giselle?
No, that was dumb.
I mean, He's probably doing okay out there on the open.
Oh, I mean, he's going to do okay no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
but not Giselle.
No, I'm not going to do that.
No,
never again. Her taekwondo guy's doing that.
Oh, is that the word on the street?
Yeah.
Her taekwondo instructor is
yes.
Putting another baby in there.
Mr. Miyagi's doing that right now.
Okay, yeah, that's all taekwondo instructors. Mr. Miyagi. Amazing. Let me ask you this about these NFL playoffs that start on Saturday. Of course, the Texans and Browns play on Saturday, and the Cowboys and Packers play on Sunday in Super Wild Card Weekend. 6 games, 2 Saturday, 3 Sunday, and Eagles Bucks on Monday Night Football. I'm going to ask you about the wild card teams here, Buck. There are 6 wild card teams, of course, in these playoffs. They will all be in action this weekend. Which of these 6 teams do you think has the best chance to make a deep playoff run? I'm not talking about just winning a game this weekend. I'm talking about winning a couple of games to get to a conference championship or maybe even the Super Bowl. Your 6 options in the AFC. You've got Cleveland, Miami, and Pittsburgh. In the NFC, you've got Philadelphia, the Los Angeles Rams, and the Green Bay Fudge Packers.
I like the Rams.
Really?
Yes. I think aren't they the hottest of all these teams right now at the end of the season? Offensively and defensively. I mean, they've got a lot of offense with the wide receivers, the quarterbacks playing great right now. And their defense, as long as that monster's still hanging around in that defensive line, they're pretty good.
Yeah, I think there are some Lions fans who are a little bit nervous about having to play the Rams. Of course, you've got the Matt Stafford revenge game angle, which that's a phenomenal storyline in a weekend of a bunch of phenomenal storylines in these playoffs. But you're right, the Rams have won 4 in a row, and they've won 7 of their last 8 games. The only loss in that stretch was 37-31 in overtime at Baltimore. Team with the best record.
I see a high-scoring game this week with them, too.
Yeah, so the Rams, and like you said, it's only been a few years since they won that Super Bowl. They still have the same coach, still the same quarterback. Cooper Kupp is still there. Aaron Donald is still there.
The young guy that caught all the touchdowns this year for him.
Puka Nacua, obviously, has been huge for them coming out of BYU. That is a dangerous Rams team. So their path, they've got to go to Detroit and win this weekend. That's a Sunday game, I believe. And they could potentially have to go to Dallas in round 2. It'll either be at San Francisco or at Dallas, depending on what happens in the other wild card games. I guess if the Cowboys lose, then that obviously shakes things up. But those are the most likely opponents for the Rams. You think they could win either of those games?
I do.
Who would you like their chances more against?
The San Fran, they've seen them enough.
Yeah, they did. They played San Fran twice this year, obviously, because they're in the same division. The Rams just beat the Niners last weekend, but nobody was playing for either team, right? It was Carson Wentz against Sam Darnold.
Wow.
In a meaningless game for
Sam
both
Darnold
teams.
just fumbling the ball away.
They played in week 2 back in September in LA. The Niners won 30-23, so a pretty close game there. It'd be the third time, obviously, those two teams would play. The Rams are good. That's a good pick right there because they've been playing damn good football. Okay, I'll go with somebody different then. I'll go with Cleveland. I'll go with the old man, Joe Flacco at quarterback. The Browns are the only road favorites in Super Wild Card Weekend. They're going to Houston to play a young, inexperienced Texans team. The Browns beat the crap out of the Texans in Houston right before Christmas. Now, C.J. Stroud didn't play. It's worth repeating. But that defense, man. I mean, we've seen Joe Flacco go on an elite playoff run and lead his team to a Super Bowl, and that was in 2011. It's a different Joe Flacco. But that Browns defense, man, defense wins.
It's the same couch he got off of, though.
You don't think he's upgraded his couch in the last?
It's the same one, man. Once you got that one that you're used to, you don't upgrade. You just don't. You just leave it the same. Fits your body just right.
When's the last time you've replaced your couch?
When I moved here, it's been 4 years.
Okay,
it's the same one. It's the same couch that we chose to bring to the house. It's not the couch that I had at my other place. There's no way that I could bring that filthy ass couch that I used to lay around on. No,
Yeah.
no.
There's no way Joe Flacco has
I got a
bounced
brand
around.
new house.
Exactly. Joe Flacco has probably had 4 new houses since then because he's moved teams a bunch of times. You don't have, he's not getting off on the same couch or whatever you said. What is it? Get off on this? What are you talking about?
No, getting up off the couch.
Getting up off the couch.
And this one's not going to last very long with me because one day my wife's going to come up here and it's not going to be the same couch. It's going to be different because this one sucks.
Yeah. So you got to change the couch. You can't go with the same couch. Joe Flacco's on a different couch. He's been on 5 couches since that
guy is older than I am playing QB. I mean,
no,
really.
You're older than Susan B. Anthony, dude.
Oh, man.
No. He ain't older than that.
That defense is going to – that's the only thing I worry about for the Texans this week is that defense of Cleveland. That's one of the best in the NFL right now, and they're good on all levels. That's what's scary. And that crazy idiot that plays defensive end for them is they better not have anybody hurt trying to protect C.J. Stroud from him. That's going to be a problem.
You're right. Yeah, it is the best defense. I'll one up you there. Not just one of the best. It is the best defense in the league, and it has been all year. And, if they beat the Texans, they'll more than likely have to go on the road to either Baltimore or to Buffalo, which, not easy. They'll be underdogs in that game, but defense travels. Baltimore has some playoff issues. Buffalo has had some playoff issues. And Cleveland's going to be playing fearless, I think. So
sure.
I think I am probably going to pick the Browns when we make our playoff picks on Friday. I think I am going to pick the Browns to make the AFC title game, which is crazy to think about considering they lost their alleged rapist quarterback and they lost maybe the best running back in football in Nick Chubb early in the season. Remarkable what Kevin Stefanski and that crew has done, and I think they've got a shot to do something special here in January.
Stefanski's still going to be coach of the year or no way?
He shouldn't be, but he will be. Like DeMeco Ryans should be the NFL coach of the year. I will say that until I'm blue in the face. But Vegas odds seem to indicate that Stefanski's going to win it. Maybe they're wrong. They're not always right. That'd be nice.
Only most of the time.
Only most of the time. Yep. So you're going with the Rams. I'm going with the Browns as the wild card teams that we think can make the deepest run. I feel like we're probably in cahoots on the wild card team that has no chance to do anything. That's Pittsburgh, right?
They got no shot.
I mean, because TJ Watt's not playing too. Like even with TJ Watt, going to Buffalo and winning would have been a tall task.
They got no shot. That's got to be 2 touchdowns. What does that line look like? 17?
No, it's not that big. I'll double check.
13 and a half.
No, like last I saw it was 10 and a half. Now it's 10.
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer is quarterback in that group in Buffalo.
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Racist, I believe, is what Myles Garrett calls him. Yes, it is Mason Rudolph and the 10-7 Steelers, who lost to the Cardinals and the Patriots this year.
Who's their wide receiver? George
Pickens.
George Pickens sitting on the dock of the bay. I mean, Wilson Pickens. I mean, seriously.
Pickens on the dock of the bay. There's a good fantasy
Otis
football.
Redding. Sorry, that would be Otis.
Yeah, Otis Redding. Saying
Taylor Redding. Yeah, they don't even know how to get. They can't get the ball to that dude. Forget about it. They're going to get smashed.
That's the classic Otis Redding, George Pickens mix-up. That happens all the time.
All the time. No, there's no way. They won't be within. This is where all of a sudden the Bills quarterback looks like the greatest quarterback of all time again. He's not giving up. No TJ Watt to rush him. He's going to rush himself for 100 yards.
No, you're not allowed to make any Gold Star lock picks until Thursday, but it sounds like this could be a Gold Star lock for you this weekend.
Yeah, this is a 10,000 unit play.
Wow, on Buffalo.
On Buffalo, yes.
Okay.
Bills Mafia will be the Bills Mafia will be going crazy. This is it for Pittsburgh. Yes, and I know their coach will be back for another winning season next year, but Little Hands Pickett, he'll be back. Kenny Pickett, he'll be back.
I don't know what they're going to do at quarterback. Like, you're probably right. It's more than likely going to be Tiny Hands Pickett.
Yeah, he's coming back
as their QB because they spent a first on him, last year? but he ain't the guy, right?
No, and that'll be the end of it too for their coach next year.
Really?
Too close a call this year.
10-7 making the playoffs? Too close?
Yeah, they're not. They're going to have problems next year.
I think if he leaves, it's because he wants to leave. I don't think Pittsburgh's going to fire him. They don't fire anybody.
They want to leave. He wants to leave. He should be leaving this year and get one of these gigs.
Yeah, sure. And I saw on SportsCenter the other day, they were talking about that, or maybe on NFL Live. They were like, could Mike Tomlin leave after this year? A bunch of teams would hire that guy if he hit the open market. Sure. Oh, yeah. He's a great coach. All right. How about these comments here on the YouTube comment line? By the way, we're giving away a $50 gift card to Moonshine Patio Bar and Grill. All you have to do to enter is leave a comment on YouTube or text us on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. More comments do not mean more entries. You leave one comment or one text, and you are entered to win the same amount of times as if you would leave 100 comments or 100 texts.
Come on, Bennett. That's not nice.
But we'll give that out before 10 o'clock when we hand things off to Wags and Rodney. CB says, don't shine a UV light on Bucky's couch.
Couch is clean. I have something over.
Oh, Mark says, just found the Zay and Trey OnlyFans page.
Those two are opening up a new restaurant together.
Oh,
that's what it is.
I ain't eating that.
Spooges, it's called.
Splooges?
Yeah, Spooges. That's their new restaurant. Oh, man.
It's so gross, dude.
Lady and the Tramp. Oh, my goodness.
There's some weird enough people out there that, yeah, they'd go to a restaurant called Splooges.
I mean, really.
Owned by those two knuckleheads.
Those two meeting you at the door with a spoon.
I don't know what this comment means. Tommy Boy got to taste that Kim K booty for a little bit. All right, moving on there. Shout out to Glenn. Please like this video if you're watching on YouTube. Give us a thumbs up. We really do appreciate it. It helps our channel continue to grow. Thank you guys for the love and support.
I think Dr. Sarah's listening today, my neurologist.
There you go.
Went to see her yesterday.
Everything okay?
Everything is good. She just said, keep hydrating, keep doing. I explained to her about my ice cream habit. She said, that's a little much, but she wasn't totally down on it. She didn't think I was going to lose any toes or an ankle or anything. She goes, but pint a day is probably not. I said, well, it's over with now. It's gone. My wife's back in town. That's over with.
Yeah, you don't need to go to the doctor to know that a pint of ice cream a day is probably not good for you. Tastes good.
Back on the Olipop wagon again, though. Gotta have it.
Gotta have it.
Yeah.
Shout out to CentexTickets.com. If you got to have tickets to the Cowboys game or the Texans game this weekend, just head over to CentexTickets.com. They've got them on site for you right now.
How about my Woods comfort systems? How about that? Getting that bad boy ready for next week. Going to get cold up in here next week.
CentexTickets.com if you need your tickets. But yeah, if you want to make sure that your home or place of business is ready for the freeze that's coming next week. And I'm not talking about that dude who runs at Atlanta Braves games. It's going to get cold as shit around here next week. Get ready. WoodsComfortSystems.com. What is it? 67 going on 68?
Going on 68.
Years here in Central Texas. The best HVAC service you can find. Don't do this yourself. And don't just hope and pray like, it's going to be cold next week. I hope my stuff works. No. Reach out to Woods Comfort Systems. They'll come out and look at your system. If something needs repair, they'll repair it. If you need a new one altogether, they will install a new one altogether.
Woods me, I'm worried about next week. I worry about the cold around here. I just am. I've over the last 2 winters, I'm a worrier when it comes to that. Worrier. I'm just not a warrior. I'm not a warrior with it. I like to have stuff, and I've already made my pre-plans. I'm ready probably by Friday. Well, I got to take the one Pyrenees, the 8th month in. He's going to go in there and get some blood work done to be denutted here shortly to calm him down. I know that feeling, my friend. I know that feeling. But
what do you mean you know that feeling? You got castrated?
Well, and they did some blockage things.
Oh, you got the little snip, the vasectomy.
Yeah, they let the salmon not be able to swim anymore. They just get to the dam, but they can't jump. You know what I mean?
Can't go through.
No, can't get through the dam. They can't get through the steps that lead up to the open water. They can't get to open waters anymore. So yeah, he's going on Friday for preparation on that. You know what? For a long time, I didn't realize they get the things taken right off. It took me a while. I didn't know that as a teenager or a young adult, that when they neutered a dog, they denutted them, like they don't have any nuts left. These nuts are like gone.
Yeah, what did you think happened?
Same thing as what happens to a dude. Hey, I still have these nuts, but I don't have any swimmers. I didn't know. Why do they have to do that to the dog?
I don't know.
That just seems wrong, doesn't it?
Different anatomy.
These nuts.
It just seems like the wrong thing to do. Why? Why can't he still have his little? Why can't he have his little ping pong balls? I don't get that.
You don't have to neuter him. You know that.
Oh no. He has to be neutered.
Okay, it's your choice to remove your dog's nuts. You're aware of this.
I understand that. That dog looks at you with a funny eye sometime, and he's big now. You know, he's not like a schnauzer. He's not like a schnauzer humping your leg. That dude can take your belt buckle off, I gotta believe. So I can't have that going on.
No, you need that. You need that because it usually calms the dogs down too.
Yes, and he needs to be calmed down. Yeah, he needs to be calmed down just a little bit. But why are you taking the nuggets off? Why do the nuggets have to be removed? Why have to have surgery? Why can't we do that long needle that I saw sitting up on the desk? It doesn't seem right. It seems like they should make some advances in that, doesn't it?
Oh, you saw the needle?
Yeah, I saw it, and I said, "No, doc, it's not a couple martinis. I need some dead up. I need to be knocked out smooth. I need to go Dr. Eckert. Knock me out. IB sedate me. Don't give me anything local. I don't want anything local."
They give you the option of actually being awake for that?
Well, I go out. It doesn't take much for me to go out.
I'm sure they know.
I'm surprised that before I play a round of golf, I have to take that Vicodin, that I don't just drive off the road or something and fall asleep. Because generally, if it doesn't take much medication to send me, like the stuff that you have, the Robitussin you have, or the NyQuil you have, that stuff will put me out for 8 hours of good rest.
Really?
So when he showed me that, though, and he told me what he was going to do with that needle, I said, "That's not enough to knock me out, doc. You got to do better than that." But I think we've come a long way. I need to find a vet that will not take his gonads off. I need them to just take the needle and do what they did to me. Why can't they do the same with a dog?
Why do you care so much about your dog having nuts?
I don't want the surgery on the poor guy. I'm the one who's got to pick him up and get him in the car.
Right? Well,
he's going
to have surgery either way. Even if they don't take the nuts off, he's still going to have the surgery, and he's going to have that cone around his head for a while. It sounds like you just like either looking at or playing with your dog's sack.
No, this is not going to be a new show. Buck in the sacks. No,
I don't know. I mean, you're the only person I've ever heard complain about something like this. So it makes me think that you're doing some weird Aggie stuff with your dog's nads.
I'm just wondering, why go so far when there's a needle that they use on a guy? Why isn't the same needle used on a dog? Why does the dog lose his jingle bells? You know what I mean? Just doesn't seem right. Oh, because he's a dog?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the anatomy behind.
We've got some vet that listens to us. We got to have a vet to explain that.
Oh, yeah?
And there's probably, you know what? They probably have no explanations. It's just probably easier to put them in a little vise, twist them, and just snap them.
You're going to the vet on Friday. Ask the vet and report back.
I'm going to ask if he says, "Oh no, we do it this way because of this," and he says, "But there are others that do it the other way." I'm out. I'm pulling my dog and running out the door.
You're going to tell the vet, like, "Yeah, no, I want my dog to have nuts, but if not, I need those nuts in a jar that I can put by my bed." Is that what you want? You want to see those every night? You're going to miss them so much. You want them in a jar on your nightstand?
I'm sorry, Doc Sarah. I'm sorry you had to listen to this part.
And this is her first time listening, and this is what she has to hear.
I'm sorry you had to listen to this. I told her it would be different. She loves sports, but I said, this is a little bit different now. And she goes, really? I'm like, oh yeah, really.
It is Texas Sports Unfiltered. We do warn the people in our name. We talk Texas, we talk sports, and we are unfiltered. So
wow.
She's getting a dose of that last part today.
Yes, but I'm healthy and ready to rock and roll. Got another appointment on Thursday.
Very good. Very good.
Yes.
All right, before we get back into sports, I don't know if you've seen this yet. Trey and I talked about this last week, and I think a good percentage of our viewers and listeners have at least heard about this story, but have probably seen some of the video that accompanies this story as well. There was a guy in Alabama last week who crashed his car into a Bass Pro Shop, and instead of, I don't know, calling
getting the hell out of there,
getting help, getting the hell out of there, whatever, he decided to walk into the Bass Pro Shop. And not only did he just walk in there, he stripped down, completely nude, and jumped in the aquarium.
The tank where the bass are?
Let's check out some of this video right there. Here he goes, jumping into that giant tank of water.
That nasty-ass tank with the bass crap in there?
Those two guys right there are two cops who are approaching this man. You see him on the corner of your little screen there. He's completely nude.
Tasing time.
And he gets back out. And he says, hold on, cops, check this out. Bang! He dives in the second time. You've got water going all over the tank and out onto the floor of the Bass Pro Shop. And you get a full frontal look at this dude with some clear shrinkage going on.
Oh, my poor kids looking for a rod and reel.
Yeah, well,
they got the rod.
They got the rod. And you can call the other part a reel, I guess, if you really wanted to.
I'm going to tase him just for the hell of it.
And then boom!
Oh, no.
He jumps out the tank and falls. Unfortunately, whoever was filming this didn't do a great job of getting the entire spill, but he spills.
Oh, he's got some broken stuff. Yeah, take that arm because that arm's limber because it's broken. It'll get behind. Take the other. Oh, the other one's broke too.
That's probably a what? 15-foot fall, 20-foot fall?
Onto that hard-ass floor, that concrete?
Onto the hard concrete at the Bass Pro Shop. And I feel for the cops who had to handcuff this naked guy. That can't be why you got into the force. There he goes.
Now get some rope and drag him out by his feet on that, right across that floor.
Yeah, you'll see. Now he's rolling around, flopping like a
He looks like a fish. He looks like a bass out of water.
Look, he's now trying to fight back, even though he's completely cuffed. And now he's getting pinned down.
Dude, he's already hurt. That's a long fall. You know something's hurt on him. No, he's moving. They are yanking him by the two broken arms.
They're dragging him belly down, which means Johnson down. Just on the concrete. Like, dude, that's your punishment for doing all of this and trying to flop around like a dead fish. We don't care about your.
I'm gonna tase his naked ass is gonna get tased by me just for the hell of it, just for funsies. Oh. Hey, we're cops. That's right. We have some fun every once in a while, but that dude right there deserves a naked tasing. You know that'll hurt because he's all wet and stuff. Oh man. Just right on his ass cheeks. See what he does. See how he squirms around with that.
Oh, you're tasing him on the ass, not on the front?
No, on his ass or on the bottom of his feet. Oh.
How about a nut tase right there?
Come on, no.
Get the groin shot like you had in The Hangover?
Wow.
So there's
your long ass fall right there.
There's your random. I was surprised that this did not happen in Florida. This incident occurred in Alabama. Roll Tide.
Alabama man gone wild, huh?
Alabama man gone wild. Crashed his car into the Bass Pro Shops and then felt like that was the right
What about the poor bass? Now they got to take all the water out of that thing.
It didn't look like there were any fish in there, so maybe it wasn't a full-on aquarium.
Maybe he was a employee there and found out they just cleaned the tank and he thought it was safe to go in for a dive after driving through it.
Yeah, that's I don't know how you have to get to that spot or how you get to that spot to where that's
We humans are really silly sometimes.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. And we're thankful for that. Once again,
Yes. Sorry, Sarah.
You report, we decide.
Sorry, Doc Sarah.
Sorry about that, Doc Sarah. Any word if Doc Sarah, there's no way she's still listening right now after the last 15 minutes.
She's probably gone. She's working.
Married to Dr. William Cannon.
No.
We know about that?
Oh, my goodness.
Amazing. Okay, Bug. Got about 15 minutes left in today's program. How about a shout out? Have you given love to Texas Orthopedics yet this morning?
I have not said anything about our wonderful group at Texas Orthopedic. If you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, of course, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology. And, of course, Dr. Christopher Danny and Dr. Christopher Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into that good health and that great quality of life that you definitely deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Love our friends at Texas.
That guy's going to need some orthopedic care on that shoulder of his that landed on that well, it's busted. And then that guy yanked it back and cuffed it. Oh, man.
Yeah, that and he's dragging him by the hands, but the D is just talk about rug burn right there on the beans and mash. God bless it, dude.
Dude, that's a fall and a half. And you know what? You know, I'm an expert in falling because I have a fall school. Ask Tua. But you know, Tua's made it through the year and he owes me some cash. He owes me a little bit. Well, it's not quite over with yet, but I don't know if I've got a school for a guy that falls like that, because his head was a part of that too. Shoulder and head hit too. That's a long fall for that dome. And obviously there's nothing in it though. It's empty.
No, nothing to hurt in there.
Wow.
Oh man. Shout out to Texas Orthopedics. Also shout out to our friends at Jack Allen's Kitchen. And instead of doing a normal live read for Jack Allen's Kitchen, I'm going to read a Google review.
All right.
It's not just us telling you about how good Jack Allen's is. This is the people of Central Texas talking about this place. Here's a 5-star review from Alejandra Garcia. Shout out, Alejandra, if you're listening this morning. 2 weeks ago, the steak fried chicken, a signature dish, embodies the perfect marriage of crispy, golden brown perfection and succulent, well-seasoned meat. Each bite is a symphony of textures and taste that leaves patrons raving. The desserts on offer are nothing short of spectacular. From indulgent chocolate delights to light and refreshing fruit-based options, there's something to satisfy every sweet tooth. The drinks menu is equally impressive, featuring a curated selection that complements the hearty flavors of the main courses. From craft cocktails to a wine list, the beverage offerings add an extra layer of enjoyment to the dining experience. With its warm ambiance, stellar steak fried chicken, delectable desserts, and fantastic drink options, this Austin gem captures the essence of Southern hospitality and culinary excellence.
Awesome. That is awesome. And don't forget, if you snuggle up to the bar, they'll slide one of those Allstat beers right there in front of your face.
Yes, sure. They will. They'll slide 10 of those Allstat beers.
I don't know if they'll give you 10, but
they've given me a few.
Yeah, they can get a few there for sure. I've seen them do it before.
Yeah, and they said, okay, we'll give you this 10th Allstat if you give us your keys.
Yes, please.
Deal.
Please, yes.
Deal. Love the Allstat beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the state of Texas. Pick it up at the grocery store, the liquor store, wherever you buy your beer, or at your favorite bars and restaurants throughout Central Texas. It's Allstat beer, no impurities, no regrets. How about that review, though, from Alejandra, dude?
Good job.
I don't know what steak fried chicken is. I feel like it's chicken fried steak, but hey, doesn't matter.
Yes.
Beautiful penmanship from Alejandra, and we agree 100%. Jack Allen's awesome. I'm
going to grab some of that tonight for my wife. It's time for some ruby rainbow trout tonight for her. Getting back to town.
Little Roy G. Biv trout for
yeah, man. Got to do that. Just getting back to town. She had a nice trip to see her 95-year-old mama.
Yes, indeed.
Who still drives.
That is not good.
What?
Where's she living? Idaho?
Yeah, Livingston.
Okay. Well, then doesn't affect us.
No, it doesn't.
I ain't going to Livingston, Idaho anytime soon.
No.
But that is terrifying. 95?
Yeah.
Nope. Once you hit like 75, you should have to take a driving
Oh,
test.
once you hit my age, you got to, yeah, I'm in agreement with you. I need to retest some of these folks out there. Don't do that. That's taking away their freedoms. That hurts them.
I mean,
But better to hurt them with their freedoms than to run me over standing on the side of the curb. You know?
F your freedoms. I'm trying to live. Okay. I can't live if you're driving 20 miles an hour on the highway, granny.
By the way, just a tip for you people that think when you go to the corners of these streets here in downtown Austin and you press that button that the light's gonna change. False. It's gonna stay on its same timer. That crap doesn't work. That's just a setup. Have you ever hit the button and it changed like right away? No, it doesn't change.
No.
That's just making you think that they're doing something special for you. They're not doing anything. You're just touching the button that somebody else touched. That's all.
And you get to hear that guy inside the machine say, wait.
Yeah. 10, 9, 8. I mean, that thing doesn't work.
No, I can't believe
yell
it.
at people. I actually rolled down the window and leave that button alone. Don't touch that.
How did it take you this long to figure that out? That button.
I've known it yet. I know there's some people that are still naive to think, no, the light just changed for me because I hit the button. No, there are people out there still believe that works.
Now, that button doesn't do jack. You know what?
All it does is give you a nasty thumb that somebody else has put in their nose or in their butts and touched it, and you went and touched it again.
I never go raw dog on that. I always go with like an elbow.
You elbow that thing?
If I'm wearing a jacket, I'll like use the jacket to cover my finger.
Really?
Yeah.
I've touched that one time in my entire life. And I said, this thing doesn't work. I was like a high schooler. I said, this thing is not, wait a minute. This is supposed to change. I'm supposed to run up here and change and get to cross the street. You're in the car. You can wait. I'm like, oh, it's doing the same thing. You idiot.
Wait.
10, 9, 8, 7. Like when you're trying to get across the street, I'm like counting the numbers and running across, almost killing myself to get across the street.
Oh my gosh.
They got them. I love them. They're all over Congress. I love that. It makes me laugh. Then I see people like on South Congress, way South Congress, past the water there, over by St. Ed's. They use those things like they're magic. And I just get to the light and I roll down the window. Get your hand off the effing button, will you? I'm trying to get home here.
I'm not waiting for you. I don't care that light is blinking red. I'm driving.
Yeah, I'm driving right through that son of a gun. You go ahead.
Yeah, hurry up. Get a car next time.
That's right. Man,
God.
oh, man.
All right, last sports story here. We've got a new mock draft, and maybe we'll dive into this a little bit more tomorrow. But I do want to mention the Longhorns, who found their way onto ESPN's Jordan Reed's latest mock draft. This was released this morning, as a matter of fact. So brand new stuff from the 4-letter network. 2 Longhorns in the first round, according to Jordan Reed, both at the back end of the first round. You've got one Longhorn going number 26. You've got another horn going 29th. You care to guess? You've got a lot of borderline candidates for Texas this year, right? It feels like most of the guys who are headed to the NFL are first or second round picks, and you're trying to figure out, okay, can they sneak into the back end of night 1, or will they end up falling to day 2? I'll let you guess. Give me the 2 guys that you think Jordan Reed has in his first round right now.
Worthy and Sweat.
0 for 2.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, don't come in with Sanders.
0 for 3. And you hate Sanders. There's more proof that you hate Sanders.
No. He's just misused here.
0 for 3.
0 for 3.
Yep.
Mitchell.
AD Mitchell. Jordan Reed has him going 29th to Buffalo. How about that? Josh Allen slinging the rock to Adonai Mitchell. Hello. That's a great situation. Like being a late, obviously you'd rather be a high first round pick. It's more money.
That's a great one there, though.
You get to brag about that. But yeah, when you're a late first round pick, you get to go to a really, really good team more often than not. And Buffalo is a really, really good team, and they've got one of the best QBs in the league. So yeah, if you're Adonai Mitchell, I know it's cold up there. It's a big culture shock going from Georgia to Austin to Buffalo.
And being a Texas kid, woof.
Yeah, but that, yeah, exactly. Growing up in the Missouri City area down in H-Town, Shout out to the 281. Yeah, that's a big change, but you would take it to get to be on Josh Allen's team for sure.
For sure.
So that's one. That's the Longhorn going second here. You're missing the guy going 26th.
Can the kicker go?
No, not Bird Auburn. Not Sideshow Bird. He ain't
Come on, man.
going pro or going in the first round if he was going pro.
Oh, Sweat's running mate. No, he's not going before he is.
Sweat's running mate, Byron Murphy.
Going before him?
Jordan Reed has him going 26th to the Houston Texans. How about that? Byron Murphy taking a trip down 71 and I-10, going from Austin to Houston. Here's the little description you get for Byron Murphy. Quote, yes, the Texans defense has already shown promise in its first year under DeMeco Ryans, but it could go to another level if Houston adds a disruptive defensive tackle this offseason. A versatile three technique, Murphy broke out in his first season as a starter, posting a 12.8% pressure rate and 5 sacks on the interior. He's also able to penetrate the first level against the run and make plays in the backfield, end quote. So there's your little description from Jordan Reed of ESPN. How about that? Byron Murphy going in the first round and going before T'Vondre Sweat.
Yeah, I'm going to take Sweat first. I'm going to take a guy who really can use up 2 guys with his girth and still maneuver enough to get some pressure on the passer. I like Murphy. I like him a lot. I think his penetration, I think his year 1 to year 2 as a starter was fantastic, but I'm not taking him first before I take Sweat. That 360-pounder, I got to have that guy.
Well, I think Sweat's going to lose some weight. He's not going to be like 315, 320, but I don't think he wants to be 350.
He wants to be in the 50s. He needs 50s, high 40s maybe.
I think 40s more than likely. Like, I don't think NFL teams want anybody that big. And look, Sweat's already pretty agile for a dude his size. He's just an athletic freak, but imagine if that guy's playing 15 pounds lighter than what he was playing this year, and he's still really strong.
And you won't even notice 15 pounds being gone off of that dude.
Exactly. Well, if it's the AI generated picture of T'Vondre Sweat, maybe you would. But yeah,
I think he's ever going to go away. Are we always going to keep that picture?
I can't laugh at it anymore because we lost, and he didn't play that well in the Washington game. So now it's not funny to me anymore. Now it just makes me sad.
Sad to see that picture. Like, why did they make fun of him? Why are they making fun of the big kid?
I wish he did sit on Michael Penix Jr. Like the Facebook commenter said. Then maybe Penix wouldn't have played as well.
You're right. And throw for 430.
God, ridiculous. I think I would lean Byron Murphy right now over T Sweat as an NFL player. I think Sweat was a better college player. But like I like Byron Murphy a lot, man. I like the skill set, the fact that he was able to get pressure as a pass rusher up the middle, and he's good against the run.
Now he's not as tall, is he?
No, he's like 6 foot, 6'1". I mean, he's like similar in stature to Aaron Donald. I ain't saying he's the next Aaron Donald. Let me go ahead and put that on the record, but similar size and stature to that guy. And yeah, I like the production this year. I like his motor. Not to say that I don't like either of those things with T Sweat, but right now, if you ask me
more of Casey Hampton.
Yeah, right now, if you ask me who I'd rather have on my NFL team between Sweat and Murphy, I think I'd go with Byron Murphy. I really do.
Yeah, he moves like Hampton moved.
Yeah, he's a beast. He's a beast. But A.D. Mitchell, so no Xavier Worthy, no Jatavion Sanders, and no T'Vondre Sweat in this first round. Now, you look at a different mock draft, you'll see those 3 guys in, and you'll see Mitchell and Murphy out. So you really do have 5 borderline first-round picks for Texas. It'd be awesome if all 5 of those guys would end up going on Thursday.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Is right.
1 or 2, if they all 5 go in the top 40 or 50 picks, which is what I expect to happen.
Well, Mitchell's consistency is incredible. So,
oh yeah,
his hands are just. I just think he's the guy to make a quarterback happy.
I didn't hear this, but shout out to Duty Price for making sure we went back to a comment you made a moment ago.
Why do you guys have to go to these things? What is up with you, Duty?
You said it. You said T Sweat uses up 2 guys with his girth.
Well, yeah. I mean, when those double teams are hard. It's hard to double team that.
Oh, now you're talking about double teaming.
Yeah. Oh no. See, I shouldn't even say that. That's another one. Like you just can't use these kind of terms, with you people.
I don't know why you're blaming us for this. This is you talking about using up dudes with girth and double teaming guys.
Wow.
Yep. Hey, before we bring on Wags and Rodney, it's time to bring out the randomizer.
Oh yeah, bring it up.
We've got a $50 gift card to Moonshine Patio Bar and Grill to give away. By the way, I think later this week, Chaos Theory is going to be giving away a copy to either Madden or FIFA. So we've got giveaways on all the shows all week long and all the time. That's what we do here at Texas Sports Unfiltered because we love you people. Randomizer.
There's those sounds.
I got to get some like real sound effects here to play for this shit. Let's try this
I'll
one.
never have the flu. I'll never have the flu.
No, you will not. Neither will I.
The randomizer has spoken, and today's winner, the $50 Moonshine gift card, is Edward Hoffman.
Hoffman, way to go.
Congratulations, Edward. Please shoot us a text on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328, or DM me on Twitter, and we'll get in contact, and I'll get your address so we can send you that gift card from Moonshine Patio Bar and Grill. Congrats, Edward. Thanks to everyone for listening. We've got more giveaways, so if you didn't win today, no problem. You'll win something.
I'll leave you with this, you boys. Look, see this?
Rodney
This
and
is a
Wags.
Blackberry. This is the greatest invention made to mankind. Right
Is that real? Is that thing still active?
Yes, it is. I had to look for some numbers. This one is.
Is that the curve?
No, that's way back. That's way back. Hey, somewhere I have one of the magenta flip phones somewhere. I gotta find it. I don't know where it is.
Does the little ball on that thing work?
Yeah, it does.
There's that ball conversation again.
Yeah, watch it out. Watch out for that ball. My poor dog has to lose his
Hey,
balls.
Bucky, make sure you thumb that ball just right.
Like I do that. Yeah, like I do the thing that crosses the street, turns the lights.
Oh man, that thing. Yeah, I love
People
what you
believe
guys
that
are
works,
talking about.
Rodney. They still believe that thing works.
It's like stop. It's like, come on, what the hell is that thing? I mean, geez.
Why do they put those on there? It doesn't work.
Oh my God, that thing is so stupid. I mean, I think it just like activates the light, and you're sitting there. I don't even pay attention to that shit, Buck. It's like I just fucking go across. When I
yell
get across,
I yell at people when I'm in a car that hit that thing going, it's my turn. No, it's not your turn. Wait your turn. Quit touching that. It doesn't work anyway.
Is jaywalking still a thing? I mean, I just walk.
In downtown Austin, I believe it is.
Yeah,
I do. I've not had anybody stop me, but I go across whenever I can make it across like an old man.
Yeah, well, I'm right there with you.
When you hit the button,
did you guys happen to see the picture, when BK asked about pictures from Louisiana? Did you see the picture of Trey and Jay spooning?
I saw that when it came across. And I was like,
not.
What in the hell is that? Look.
Why are two men sharing gumbo out of the same? How are they? Look at this.
Oh,
they're dipping their spoons back and they're eating gumbo together.
Bucky, I had my wife there and we didn't do that shit. You saw her. She had her own shit.
That's what BK said. Why can't they have their own bowls?
They look. They look like they're on their first. They look like they're enjoying their date.
No, look at that smile on their face.
They do. They look great. I mean, they at least they're happy, guys. Why are we faulting them for being happy?
I know that's what Trey said. Trey said we all need more of this together. I like 2 spoons. How about 2 cups? How about 2 separate cups?
I would have wrapped my arms around each other, like intertwined my arms and fed each other the spoon.
That's what they were going to do. That's what's coming next.
Well,
that's episode 2.
I was kidding.
So is that the night they went to the Sheridan with Chip Brown and his wife?
Chip took the picture.
Oh, okay. Well, that explains it. We know how Trey was the next morning. There is no telling what the hell went on that day or after that picture.
Do not ask for any more pictures, BK. Leave it be. Just no.
Yeah, that one did not make the social media post. We left that one.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. If that's the way you want to go.
No,
there is something wrong with that.
Every team is welcome.
There is something wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being gay. These guys are married and they're cheating on their wives with dudes. There is something wrong with that. I'll go ahead and step up and say it.
Is that broke back Trey there. I mean,
my
I don't know how to quit you.
Oh,
all right, I got to go later.
It's like, I wish I knew how to quit you. I've still never seen that movie. Still to this day. And
I've
I heard it's a great movie. I heard it won all kinds
is.
of awards and shit.
it's a good love story. It's a
Yeah.
love story.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a love story.
Well, I ain't seen it yet, so
Well,
I don't know. How are you, man?
There's always
on this broke back Wednesday.
Hey, man, I wanted to ask Bucky, but I know he had to take off. So, man, I've been reading my Farmer's Almanac. This the weather's about to get like out of control around here, dude. I think Bucky and I may have to come on at 6 a.m. on Monday because it's supposed to be like 3 degrees or wind chill factor of 3 degrees.
Why is everybody so infatuated with the weather all of a sudden?
Oh, God, I love it. No, it ain't me all of a sudden, dude. I love it. I mean, I think that Bucky and I should come on and do, weather updates and maybe some traffic updates and all that stuff. Take care of the people. Wrap your pipes. Wrap your pets. No, take your pets inside.
Did you wrap your pipes? Did you cover your pipes yesterday or last night or whatnot?
2 days ago, dude. 2 days ago.
Man, I don't think we have. Usually we're pretty damn good about that. Usually we have, all the spigots or whatnot and the hoses or whatnot all covered up or whatnot.
I would definitely
covering up the bushes
tell people
last night.
Yeah, definitely go out and get your pipe covers and all that shit, because if you wait till Sunday, everybody else is going to be there. You know how things work around here. It's going to be.
So are we getting a freeze? Is that the deal?
Yeah, it's going to be a hard freeze.
Okay.
It's supposed to be a hard freeze on Monday and Tuesday, I think is what's supposed to happen right here. So all kinds of chaos is going to be happening.
When I tell you I don't watch much outside of sports, I'm not lying about that. Like, I really don't even know the weather. I don't pay attention to the weather. I don't pay attention to the news.
Mm-hmm.
The news that I take in is the stuff that I read from overseas. I read news from outside observations. Why? Because I think we're all a little bit shitty and nuts inside of this little gated community called America. So I don't like to get our opinions from the inside here. I like to get other people's opinions. So that's the kind of news that I read.
And I think the whole thing is I want to warn people as we get into the weekend. I mean, we've got wild card weekend coming up. Don't go to H-E-B, Albertsons, wherever you're going. Don't go over there, buy all the bread. Don't buy all the water. Don't do all that. It's just going to cool off a little bit. We don't.
Is that already happening? Are people already having knee-jerk reactions to go to the store and shit?
I'm sure. Don't go buy all the gas.
All the gas up, all the milk.
Yeah.
You're gonna go buy 7 gallons of milk and 6 of them are gonna expire.
Yeah. You don't have to fill up all these big old gas tanks. You're gonna be okay. It's just gonna be a couple of days. Shannon checking in right there. Yeah, we cover our pipes up because our stuff is not built for that kind of cold. I mean, that's really, I know the inner workings of houses around here, and it's not really made for that stuff. But yeah, it's going to be fun. It'll be fun. So maybe we'll have weather updates from the Buck and me.
Yeah, but you add more panic and more chaos to the whole scenario when you go and do those knee-jerk reactions and buying up the whole damn store. It's like, when COVID was going down, you couldn't find any damn rubbing alcohol or 99% alcohol or whatnot. I'm sitting here trying to clean my bowl and everything, man. I can't clean my bowl if everybody's taking all the damn 99% alcohol, rubbing alcohol or whatnot. I can't clean anything, man. I can't get all the resin out. That's a joke, by the way. I was using it for healing purposes and disinfecting purposes and whatnot.
Oh, well, yeah. No, I get that. The funny thing is, thinking back to COVID and all that is, and it's the reason that I would go to the store. I would go on a beer run, and the beer case was never empty. That's the funny thing. They knew how to be able to stock that. So it was like, okay, that thing was never empty. But, we don't need all this panic. It's just going to be a weather event. This shit's going to pass. I'm sure by the end of the week, it's going to be back in the 70s again next week. So just calm down. Just let it happen. Just let it happen.
I'm not even lying. I haven't even stepped outside this morning. I don't even know what the weather is yet.
Oh, today's great. And that's the funny thing about it.
What the hell are we even having this conversation about, man?
Well, today's supposed to be almost 70, but then over the weekend, while we're inside watching football, that's when all the cool stuff comes, but no precipitation. Thank you, my man, Jason. There is no precipitation. Everything is going to be fine.
Everything is fine, man. Welcome to Chaos Theory. If we haven't done that already, we're 10 minutes into this and we haven't even given our welcoming committee, our welcoming message or anything, man, our introduction. But anyways, man, it is Chaos Theory. I'm your co-host, Adam Wagner, and my other co-host, double R there, Rodney Rodriguez. You can find me on Twitter at @NotTheFakeWags. You can find Mr. Rodriguez there at the Rodney R, and then on the gram at the _ Rodney R. I'm on the gram at the Wagner Wire and all other social media platforms. So is the double R as well. Yeah. All right, my guys, make sure you guys are hitting us up on that Coda text line 512-222-9328. Smash that subscribe button like we always tell you to already, and then tell 5 friends like Harge always says. Make sure you guys keep spreading the love and spreading the word, man. Help out the shows, help out our sponsors, give our love and support, or give your love and support to our sponsors as well. That way you can help us continue this message every day for from 8 a.m. till 5 p.m. All right, my guy. We had some Longhorn basketball last night. Did you watch any basketball last night?
I watched that entire game. It's
that's
the first
what I'm
time all
talking
season
about.
that I've been able to watch a whole Texas game, depending on what I've been doing right there. But you remember we talked about that yesterday. We talked about it yesterday. And you go to the app, because I found this out. You can go to the app and watch or listen to all the replays right there, that free app that you can find in your, Google Play or on the Apple Store. You can go in there and listen to those. But we talked about how important it was going to be for Dylan Dessou to start the ball game. He did. He showed out. Man, what a rebound. What a rebound for this team. That was a funny thing yesterday, Wags. I mean, we kept seeing a lot of stuff after the Tech game to where it's like, it's over. We talked about it. The season's lost.
It's only 2 weeks into the season and it's over.
Yeah. It's like, we suck. Fire the coach. All this stuff. I mean, what a bounce back right there. I mean, I know that Cincinnati, that's not a ranked team, but man, that was a legit opponent coming in on the road. And man, I got to tell you, man, it was really cool to see Texas come back. Very aggressive right there. Like we talked about, Dessou had a great game, career game for him. And that's what this team needed. And Asmus, you talked about him yesterday. Dude, sinks it at the end. So fucking cool to see.
Yeah, guys, I mean, he's our sharpshooter, right? Longhorns have had, a few sharpshooters throughout the past couple of years, Ramey and even Carr. Like, I still say Carr was pretty much a damn good. He could pull up and hit the jumper off the dribble, which we haven't been able to see too much of that. Usually we'd have spot up threes. Jones was a fantastic 3-point shooter too, but we didn't really have much. We didn't have really many guards that could get their shot on their own or pull up and get their own shot, right? I thought Carr was fantastic at that. Hunter's fantastic too. I hate when Hunter settles around the perimeter. I think Hunter is more effective and can get the team more involved when he's slashing and cutting to the basket and being able to create off of that. Asmus, like he just said, he's a sharpshooter, but yeah, the X factor. The X factor was there last night, and that was Dylan Dessou. Man, we saw the play that we saw from Dessou as he was closing out the conference championship play last year and then going into the NCAA tournament. So having him show up like that is huge. 30 points, 6 rebounds. We still need more effort. I know he's everybody's fan favorite, but we still need more from Brock. Like, Brock does so much that doesn't get on the stat lines, but we still need him to log some type of stats. I mean, plus minus is fantastic, but I need some boards, I need some points. The critical 3-point shots that Brock Cunningham would make last year just haven't evolved yet or haven't come into play yet. I do believe that they will come. I just think that this team still hasn't been able to find their full stride. I think they're coming into stride, but I mean, clearly they're not in full stride yet. They're still working out their chemistry and working out their kinks to try and find the best type of offensive production that they can find night in and night out. So
yeah, I agree, Wags. And that's one of the things that we touched on yesterday, to where, a lot of people on Rodney Terry about all of this. That's not the same team that he had last year. I mean, there are a lot of things, a lot of missing pieces right there. Obviously, with inserting Dessou into the starting lineup, I mean, that made a huge difference. But this is to where he's trying to figure out what's going to happen with this team. And where it's only going to get tougher is that you look at, I mean, like you said, like we were just talking about right there, one loss, and it's like, okay, the bottom's falling out. The Big 12 is the best conference in college basketball. So it's only firing up right now. It's only getting started. But what I did like yesterday was a lot of things I liked yesterday, but the additions to the starting lineup, changing things up, trying to figure out what he's going to be able to do with this team. And I think that's what RT is going to continue to have to do, because you know how the season goes. I mean, this is a long season. It's going to continue to evolve. He's going to have to continue to manipulate that starting lineup and figure out who's the hot hand. And I think that's where we really get to see what kind of job Rodney Terry does with this club. But if yesterday was any indication, on the road, damn good start. And
how'd you feel about the defense last night?
Well, seemed aggressive at points. I don't know, dude.
Forced some pretty decent turnovers. Of course, Cincinnati had some unforced turnovers too.
15 turnovers in that ball game for Cincinnati. So that in and of itself, they're doing something right there. But I think that's where I think with the league, with the Big 12, that's where it's going to be hot and cold. It's going to be hot and cold based on opposition. So
we got killed on the boards last night too, man. We got to do a lot better at getting rebounds. Being able to get the little bunnies down the line are super important, super effective, right? You got to hit from the charity stripe, of course, as well, but you got to be able to win on the boards. If you're going to get dominated like that on the boards night in and night out, you're probably going to lose most games. And we got lucky to survive and get out of Cincinnati despite being destroyed on the boards all night long. So,
yeah. Well, I saw after the ball game, I saw a lot of people talking about it. I think in the first half at one point, Texas led by seven or eight. And it was like, well, they blew that lead. I mean, that's basketball.
Well,
that's Big 12 basketball.
Runs, right? Like, yeah. I know that's kind of weird saying that because baseball is a runs game. But, yeah, basketball, you go on runs. You go on streaks in basketball. But,
dude, I mean, that happens all the time. I mean, I don't care if in the NBA a team is down by 20, they're going to go on a 10-point run. I mean, that's just the nature of the way that this happens. But, 14 ties in this game. I mean, that was a fun basketball game to watch. If you didn't have a rooting interest in there and you didn't want to see improvement, that's the one thing I do want to go to, Wags, is that I saw improvement last night in the Texas basketball team. And I think that's what you need to see this early.
It's funny when people say the fun game to watch to me, because I don't think I ever have fun when I'm watching a game. When I'm watching a game live, I can't. I don't know if I can enjoy it, and maybe it's because I have too much emotion invested into it or whatnot. But I sit here on the couch, or I sit back there on the couch cussing at the damn TV for most of the night. Yeah. Regardless if you're playing good or not, or you're playing well or not. I find the negative stuff to talk about. That's it. That's what I'm coded as to do. It's what I'm wired to do. If you do something right, you're supposed to do it right. If you do it bad, I'm gonna talk about how bad you did it. So I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm trying to break that mold and trying to break that habit, but I still find myself night in and night out sitting on that couch just bitching about my ball clubs and stuff like that. So
and that's my wife and I were having that
before we get continue on. Are we having an athlete of the week today? I think I sent something. I'll pull it up.
I sent you one. It's on. I think I sent you something on
Instagram. Did you do it on Instagram?
I did it on Instagram. Okay. Which, if it is, I can't pull that up on this computer, so you might have to. But the other part, it's funny. We were talking about that the other day because every year we have some sort of Super Bowl party. And for me, that's kind of the most fun game of the year because usually, I mean, my team's never in it, so I don't give a shit. I mean, I just sit there and watch a game, and people are like, "Well, what do you think about this?" And
you sent me her 3 times.
Oh, I did. I just meant to send it once. I don't know what happened right there, but oops.
And by the way, that Dawn Marie that I sent you, that's not the Dawn Marie wrestler, right?
No,
that is not. No, that is a gymnast.
That is a gymnast. That is a gymnast. Yeah. But like the Super Bowl for me is fun because I'll sit there and watch that and it's like, okay, but a lot of times, Wags, when I'm watching, whether it's one of my teams or just watching Red Zone, whatever the case is, and especially with a NASCAR race or whatever the case is, the Indy 500, I don't want people around. because it's like, so what do you think of this? I'm like, and what about this? And what about this? I'm like,
You just shut up
alone. I am not here to break this down. It's like, seriously, when I'm watching shit, I write stuff down because I'm not going to remember. But that dude, that never fails. Like during a Texas game, when somebody tells me, hey, you want to have a Texas football game watch party? I'm like, no, I fucking don't. I want to watch a game. I don't need you asking me, well, what do you think about this? Yeah, maybe we need to do that. No.
And dude, that's why I feel so bad when we go out to like venues and we're doing public events or whatnot, and we're supposed to be watching the ball game, and we have, you know, fans and friends and stuff that we're talking with and conversing with, mingling with. I feel so bad because I want to talk, I want to be, you know, social and everything, but I have to watch the game. Like I am so much more comfortable in my own environment when I don't have to talk to anybody and just actually watch the game like you were talking about, man. It's nothing about me, you know, trying to be impolite or anything like that. It's just I'm here to watch the damn game. I'm not going to give you any commentary on it. I'll tell you all about it after the game, but let me watch the game. I can't talk about it unless I know what the hell's going down.
Man, and the whole thing is, I mean, I know we always go back and rewatch things. I mean, you go back and rewatch.
You have to it's a lot, especially on the victory, right? It's a lot more fun when you're rewatching
when
the
you know
victory.
what's happening. Yeah,
right.
But man, I remember vividly one of the first times I had one of these incidents. I went to a party, and it was a Cowboy game. It was a Cowboy playoff game, and we get there. I didn't want to go to the damn thing in the first place. We get there, we walk in. I look at the TV, and it's paused. And it's like about time to start. And I'm like, wait a minute here. Where's the pregame? Well, we're waiting for people to get here. I'm like, no, fuck that. Turn off pause and let this thing run or I'm leaving. I left. I went home, Wags.
Don't blame me, my guy. Yeah, back to Longhorn basketball. Got to get a little bit better on the boards. Too many offensive boards last night for the Bearcats.
Mm-hmm.
Again, you did what you had to do, though, to get out of there. I thought having that much distribution with your points, with so many Longhorns being able to contribute and give points that way, did RT, a fantastic job. I'm sure that's not what he kind of drew up to get everybody involved that way, but it helped, be a huge benefit for helping his ball club get the win last night. Yeah. We're going to need to see more of the two-man game. I talked a little bit about that yesterday too, right? I would like to see whether it be Asmus and Dessou get a little bit busy with the two-man game. That way they can, work off some double teams in the paint and then, kick it out to Asmus on the perimeter and hit some open shots that way. Or if it's Hunter, driving and getting to the cup and then drawing double teams off in the paint and then dishing off to Dessou or anybody that's down low. That a lot more of that stuff needs to happen, man. Traditional freelance basketball needs to happen more at the cup for the Longhorns instead of just going through a script, going through your offensive playbook or whatnot, and then waiting for the last 6 or 5 seconds to actually get the ball to the cup, man. I always said that basketball is like a canvas, right? Like it's like a painting, like a canvas painting, right? Like you have your plays that you go off of to try and get you open and get you open looks, but you need to be a creative artist off of that canvas. You need to be able to design your own painting, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or draw your own painting. You got to be able to get a bucket your own way somehow based off of the plays that you guys are running. So I don't know. I've always felt like if you're too restricted to your plays, you're not going to be able to get the buckets that you need going down the line.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And the whole thing is, I mean, I understand at the end of a ball game, like with Asmus at the end, I mean, you're trying to run this thing down. You don't want to give them a chance to draw up a play or whatever. But when you watch these things where you do run that shot clock down, it's like, man, I mean, you're limiting, I think, a lot of times what you can do when you try to run that thing all the way down. And I don't know. I totally agree with that right there. But here's the other thing talking about. Longhorn Bear talks about it right here. We were talking yesterday about, and I was just mentioning there about the Big 12. Houston, they trailed that entire game. Matter of fact, they were getting whooped pretty good at one point in that, because I had that game going on simultaneously. Man, I had a hell of a time finding the Longhorn game, by the way, on ESPN.
ESPN too. That's where I was finally able to find it.
Was it on there? I had to go online. I had to go to ESPN Plus, I think is where I found that.
Or maybe that's what it was for me. But all the ESPNs kind of roll right off there off of YouTube TV, so I was able to find it. So
yeah. So, but that's definitely going to be the interesting thing right there. I mean, because it's going to be ever evolving. What's going to happen with the Big 12, and it's going to be a matter of. I mean, I love what you said with the two dudes right there. I mean, it is going to be Asmus and Double D. It is going to be, man. I love that combination yesterday. And it was a great bounce back. It was a great bounce back.
Baylor was in action last night against BYU. They got the win. We got Kansas in action tonight for some Big 12. Be watching a little bit of Kansas tonight. Some NBA as well, man. You gonna turn on the professional hoops?
I indeed am. But I do want to touch. Here's one thing from the Coda text line, which we talk about right there, 222-9328. Looks like we've got a 512-949 number. Maybe BK called the number out. The message is, I heard you, BK, called my name on your TSU show for the gift card. So it looks like we have a winner. $50 gift card winner, Moonshine.
Don't they got to do it during the show, though?
No, I think it's good because I know whoever won.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Oh, sorry. Yes, you do have to do it during the show. Sorry. Wags and I are going. And you and I can do a spoon thing together.
No, we can't. But we are going to be giving away a prize. As BK mentioned, I do have a code for FIFA soccer or Madden as well. It's not called FIFA anymore. It's called EAFC, but still, it's the same damn game. It's just a different title. Anyway, a different sponsor, so to speak. EA got rid of the FIFA because FIFA is more corrupt. You know what I mean? So anyway, FIFA's always been corrupt, but anyways, it's been I guess a divorce coming for a while now, so to speak. So I don't know. It's still the same damn fun game, but we are giving away a code for Madden or EFC, whichever. Yeah, FC24, correct. Thank you very much.
Nice.
So yeah,
that's awesome, dude.
If you like the game, and it doesn't matter which platform you have, I will be able to get the code for you. If it's on Steam, whether you play on PC, Steam, or Xbox or PlayStation, I'll be able to get you the code. It won't be a disc. It will actually be a digital code. That way we don't have to send stuff and you don't have to wait for it to come in the mail. You'll be able to get it overnight. So it'll be that easy for you. Anyways, we also got some sponsors we need to talk about real quick before we get into anything else. We do have Athlete of the Week coming up, Rodney. I was able to find that. So
I'm actually
you want to talk about our sponsors before we get a little bit too chaotic?
I'm actually trying to send you something. I'll see if I can do that from a listener from the Coda text line. I tell you, man, you got a good bit when you get those folks checking in, and I'll tell you a good bit.
We have three candidates already, and now we got more people sending it. That's what makes Athlete of the Week great. It's when you guys contribute. It's when everybody does a collective contribution to this thing.
Absolutely. We could ask a question of the week and nobody would give a shit.
No, nobody would care less. Athlete of the week, we're all on board. It's been a tremendous hit so far, man.
That's right. Covert Bee Cave, 3 state-of-the-art dealerships out there in beautiful bee caves. That's out in the hill country of Texas. Take the drive out on 71. The Covert family since 1971. Generations of folks that they have been providing new and pre-owned cars, trucks, SUVs. Hell, even before the days of SUVs. My dad bought a 1978 Chevrolet Monza from Covert a long time ago. So kind of hits home right there. Buicks, GMCs, Cadillacs, Chryslers, Dodge, Jeeps, and Rams. They have everything that you need right there. You can jump online at covertbcave.com. Check out their specials every week. Weekly specials. Doesn't have to be a holiday. They are going to have something right there for you. And you can also check them out on social media. There's always something that's going to happen right there. You need to go out there and see those folks. Go see Dan. Go see Stacy. Go see Mike. Go see my man, Mr. Washington. They're going to hook you up. Or like I said, go to covertbcave.com. Also, if you have those service needs, 86 service bays in that state-of-the-art dealership, in and out the door, you're not going to be there all day long. They want to get you on with your life and get you on down the road taking care of the service needs. It is covertbcave.com. Check them out online or stop by. And, of course, the Fords and the Chevrolets, you can get those over in Hutto, out Highway 79, the Fords and the Lincolns, 183 Research Boulevard in Austin. It is a Covert family, covertbcave.com. Like I always say, nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now. Sure as hell, not ever. Covertbcave.com.
No, they don't. Audiovisual consultations, 512-255-8678. avconsultations.com. They have been setting the standard in audiovisual automation for the past 35 years, since 1988, in the Austin Central Texas area. Whether you want 2 flat screen TVs like I got, or 4 TVs like BK has, maybe you want your own dream theater system like I have downstairs, you can do that with avconsultations.com. 512-255-8678. It's a perfect time of year right now to load up on all the audiovisual automation equipment that you need, whether it's a Sonos surround sound system or all your flat screen televisions, your 4K style. You need to get it right now because you got NBA, you got NHL, you have NFL playoffs getting ready to kick off, man. It's the perfect time for live sports. And then if you want to watch, Below Deck, or, Real Housewives of Atlanta, Real Housewives of Bethesda, you can do that too, man. Anything's possible. The Witcher, fantastic show. You got to get that going as well with avconsultations.com. Audiovisualconsultations.com, 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. All right, my guy. Before we get into Athlete of the Week, we talked about the Giants a little bit yesterday, and we talked about, what they need to do to kind of right the ship. If there was going to be, I've always said, I would love to have Vrabel. When we got off the air, Vrabel was fired. I would love to have Vrabel up as a coach for the New York Giants. People are saying, well, what about Dable? Dable's a fantastic coach. Dable was coach of the year. One, I don't even know how the hell Dable got coach of the year. Two, he just fired his defense coordinator, so everything just seems to be working out right. Wink Nightingale. I always call him Nightingale, but it's Martindale. Yeah. Wink Martindale just got fired and released from the New York Giants as the defense coordinator. The Giants, if you could give them any type of saving grace, maybe it was because of their defense this year. And that was, seriously, that was like the one shining moment, is like at least the defense is somewhat formidable to where you can kind of build around it in better years. Like, and I honestly thought we were kind of throwing a little bit in kind of tanking just a little bit to get a better pick. But hell, you could argue that the past month and a half, the Giants' defense have made tremendous strides. And I was never really a huge fan of Wink in the first place, but it looked like what he was trying to put together was actually starting to work. Now you fire him, you got to take a couple of steps back, bringing in a new defensive coordinator, all because you can't get your shit together up front. So Dable, it seemed to work well for you as an offense coordinator in Buffalo, but you still got to right the ship a little bit more in order to work things out for the Giants. Otherwise, you're just going to be the laughing stock of the NFC East. Even the Commanders will probably have a better record next year than you will. I honestly thought the Commanders were going to have the better record this year. They probably would have if they didn't do what the Giants just did in the postseason. During the regular season, they got rid of Del Rio. They got rid of Young. They got rid of Sweat. They basically just went wholesale on their defense and blamed everybody but Rivera. And now at the end of the year, they finally give the axe to Rivera and say, "Oh, it was you the entire time, buddy. It was all you the entire time."
I think it's, seriously, Wags, for the Giants, this is going to be a huge offseason because, like you're talking about, I know Philadelphia has some issues right now going into the playoffs. They may be one and done. They may get knocked out. But
do they lose? Do they lose to Tampa?
I had a feeling they might lose to Tampa Bay, dude. They just, they're backsliding.
I know I said that yesterday, but that bothered me after I said it. I was like, man, there's no way that Philly really loses to Baker, is there?
It seems like there's a lot of it seems like there's discontent in the locker room, which that's always going to be a problem because that's where you start get the finger pointing that's going to go around right there. But
is the discontent in the locker room just enough to galvanize the team right when it really needs it?
Well, I thought that would have happened by now. I thought that would have happened this past Sunday, because I thought that seriously they were going to go in and pretty much dismantle the Giants. I mean, because you want to go in with that momentum, but now you're going to Tampa Bay.
They only lost by 5 the last time they played the Giants on Christmas. So
yeah, man, that's where I thought that would have happened. But back to your Giants point, I mean, dude, it's imperative for your team, because I mean, I don't know what's going to happen with the Cowboys, because I truly think for the Cowboys, it's NFC Championship or bust. But I don't think you're going to go in there and start taking this thing apart for the Cowboys if you get beat in the divisional round. You're still going to have a lot of pieces in place. They're still going to be good. They're still going to be the divisional champions, whatever. Philadelphia, like we talked about, I think they need to go in there and retool, maybe reset stuff, but they're not going anywhere. Like you talked about with the Commanders, man, they are going in and they've got the wrecking ball on that shit. I mean, you talk about Rivera being gone. They are rebuilding that entire thing. You've got a new ownership group in there that they are revamping this whole thing. They are wiping everything clean and they're going back in new. Where the Giants, it does seem to me, to where they're still, Saquon Barkley. What's going to happen with that?
He's probably gone. He's probably gone.
Yeah. And he's going to go star somewhere else. That's the shitty part for the Giants.
That's what sucks.
Yeah,
it's definitely going to happen.
Yeah,
I could see Vrabel. I mean, we talked about scenarios yesterday with Belichick. If Belichick is out in New England, maybe Vrabel to New England, just because Kraft knows the product so well. I saw Rob just post something, Vrabel to Philly. I don't know. No. I don't know if Philly is going to, make a knee-jerk decision to get rid of everybody that's going down. That I don't know if Philly's going to get rid of their organization. I don't think
they're not firing that coach. They're not going to fire him. I mean, he's got to fuck up another year.
Smith. I don't know where Smith lands.
Nowhere. Maybe a coordinator job. Look, Wags, I know a lot of folks talk about conspiracy theories and all this stuff, but yesterday when I see Vrabel getting relieved of his duties there with the Titans, it's like, come on. This is all way too convenient with the questions coming up with the Patriots. What's going to happen with Bill? What's Robert Kraft going to do? I mean, to me, it's just like, come on, man. This seems like a no-brainer to me that Vrabel's going to go to the fucking Patriots.
Yeah, I was shocked that Vrabel got let go. I mean, 2 losing seasons, but before that, they had winning seasons and making runs to the playoffs. So, hell, they were even contending for the Super Bowl at one point, and you could argue that he was doing that with a very mediocre roster. I would say. I mean, I think AJ Brown might have been on that team at the time, but after that, AJ Brown was traded and moved to Philly, and we've seen that type of the type of fallout in Tennessee since I don't know if they're trying to rebuild or not. Is Sirianni on the hot seat?
I don't think so. He shouldn't be. And I've seen that a lot in the last couple of days. I don't think he should be. I mean, honestly, I think Mike McCarthy may be on the hot seat more than Nick Sirianni.
I was going to say, like Philly's been winning, man. Philly's been doing fantastic. Yeah, I don't know how Sirianni's on the hot seat if they got just a little bit of trouble in the locker room. Maybe you got to fix that shit. But I don't know why he would be on the move, or if people would be trying to bring Vrabel in over Sirianni. Now, I mean, as a Giants fan, I would tell you right now, I would take Dable out any day and bring in Vrabel. So
yeah,
give me that.
No, if Sirianni is on the hot seat, it's a damn shame. You need to lower the standards a little bit. It'd be, I mean, look at their opponent in the Super Bowl last year. They're kind of backpedaling also. So, I mean, I still wonder the whole thing with Vrabel. I mean, and I do agree with BK that maybe he went in that meeting with the Adams family and met the Adams family. Maybe he went in there, met with that nice lady and said,
"Shut up, bitch."
For him to get fired, because I don't get it.
Shut up, bitch. God, that's when wrestling was great, man.
Oh, man, wasn't that great?
Sirianni embodies Philly. Ooh, what? Oh, embodies. Okay, sorry, I don't have my glasses on. Yeah, 100. He when I look
He's
at
an
Sirianni,
asshole.
I see like somebody that's getting a damn a Philly cheesesteak right off the damn corner at the corner store, man. When I look at Sirianni, man, or he looks like he belongs on Always Sunny. He just does. He does fit the mold. He does embody the Philly mantra. That's for sure. Dude. So I just saw something flash Belichick. Could Belichick be a defense coordinator to the New York Giants? Sal, I would love that. But that's not going to happen. Bill Belichick is not taking a step back.
No,
it would be tremendous for it to go full circle and have him go back to his roots and end as the or was that Cleveland? Did he start at Cleveland before New York?
Man, I heard the
as
idea.
A positions coach, and then to New York as the linebackers coach, defense coordinator. I can't remember. I can't remember if he was in Cleveland before New York and then back to Cleveland.
I heard the idea this morning, Wags, about depending what happens with Bill. And seriously, I think with the Vrabel thing, the writing's on the wall. There's going to be a divorce right there. We'll get something within a week and a half to where it's amicable, to where Bob Kraft, oh, what a great run we've had, all the Super Bowls, and that's going to happen. And Vrabel is going to be the coach of the Patriots, in my opinion.
Yeah. No, Rob, I know Parcells was on, or excuse me, Belichick was on Parcells' Giants teams. He was a defense coordinator and linebacking coach, but I thought he was actually as a positions coach in Cleveland before he arrived in the 80s to the New York Giants, and then he went back to the Cleveland Browns. That's what I thought happened. But if his first professional gig was with the New York Giants, and that does make sense too. I just thought it was Cleveland first for a small little positions coaching job, and then over as the linebacking coach, and then defense coordinator for the New York Giants. Yeah, I remember Bill Belichick as the defense coordinator for the Giants.
And I know that Robert Saleh's supposed to be back with the Jets, but I mean, seriously, if you get the wild card, if Belichick is available, can you imagine Big Bill and Aaron Rodgers? By the way, Aaron Rodgers, calm down. God dang it, you don't have to be.
What's Aaron? See, I'm not in social media, man. I'm not. What the hell's wrong with Aaron Rodgers? What's he doing now?
He was on Pat McAfee's show with the whole
talking about Jimmy Kimmel again.
Yes, it was yesterday. We don't.
Was he really? He was talking about Jimmy Kimmel.
Yes, talking about vaccinations.
Let's just let him fight. Can we just have him fight and get the hell out of there?
He says he's done, but he keeps piling on.
Celebrity death match. Let's make it happen. Let's bring it back.
Yeah, it's like, dude, shut the fuck up. I mean,
you're not Aaron Rodgers. Like, I'm with Team Rodgers here.
I mean, I don't care.
First off, I don't want to make any speculations. Was Jimmy Kimmel on the list?
He says he wasn't, and I don't care who's on the list.
Of course, anybody's going to say. I mean, hell, Santa Claus is going to say that he wasn't on the list, Rodney.
Aaron Rodgers has burned my team so many times, and when he just gets going on and on and on and wants to talk about shit, here's what I want to say.
Shut up, bitch.
Look, leave your personal things out of factual shit. Like if Aaron Rodgers is making a claim about something factual, then you can't get down on Aaron Rodgers for stating the facts. But if he's throwing out some bullshit, then yeah, you kind of got to walk it back. But
well, and that's it's like this all goes back to Wags. I watch sports to escape all that shit, to escape reality, and it's like kind of feeds itself over. I mean, it's just a whole mess. But,
so you're not an Aaron Rodgers fan?
I've never liked.
You're the one that brought it up on Pat Mack. You were the one that asked me about it, so that's why I asked the question and wanted to elaborate on it a little bit. Is it time for Athlete of the Week? I'm sorry if I got you in a bad mood. Is it time?
No, it's all right. Hey, here's something. No, I'm fine, dude. I'm good. I got my Ollie Pop. If I get a little down, vintage cola, my friend. Vintage.
There you
cola.
go, right there.
Hey, from the Coda text line 222-9328. This is weird. From a 512-468 number. This is to BK. This is to our man BK. Do you have a brother named Nate who is a pastor in Waco? Y'all sound and look very similar. Our man BK.
I'm going to answer this for BK. That's a no. He does not have a brother in Waco that is a pastor. That's a solid no on that.
That's a rock solid no.
Anyway,
yeah. So,
all right, it's time for Athlete of the Week. We were going to honor this athlete last week, but I couldn't pull it up for some reason. I know we've had a few in the shoot here and on deck to come out for a while. So we're only going to give you one today. And the candidate that you gave, Rodney, will roll out next week. We'll just continue to get on the list because we're starting to build a really good list here. Okay. So this athlete comes from the arena of gymnasts. Okay. She is a gymnast.
A flipper.
Olivia Doon is her name. And she's really good on the horizontal beam.
Is that what we call it?
That's called? That's what that's called, right? The horizontal beam.
I've called it that before. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
She's fantastic.
Straight out.
Will be. I don't know if she will be competing for Team USA or not. But she gets the judges' score of around 9.3. So there we go. Athlete of the week, Olivia Doon, right there.
That right there, to straddle that thing like that. I mean, that Wags, that looks painful.
I can do a split like that.
Wait, what?
Or a straddle like that, but I don't know if I could balance it out on a beam.
Okay, we have to have this. You need to do this live on Chaos Theory. We need to see you do that live on Chaos Theory.
I can put my leg over my head.
Well,
like I don't know if I can. I mean, I'm a little bit. I'm limber. I'm ginger. You know what I mean? I can flip it around. I can flex it out a little bit, man.
When I stretch, I can pull my foot up to my nose or whatever. That's about all that I have left nowadays. But
I can do some backflips off the diving board and whatnot. Yeah. I can go down the damn mountain on a snowboard and hit a jump and do a couple of twists and do a nice little nose tail and do a little tail fish or stale fish, whatever you want to call it, man. Get a little tricky with it. Cool borders 3. Throw it down, throw it up. What's going on?
Balance beam, Longhorn Bear says.
That is what it's called. It is called a balance beam, man. We will have Athlete of the Week next week as well. We got a gymnast that we haven't been able to show yet. I still need to get the approval on that, because if you go down the rabbit hole on this gymnast, you won't come out for a long time. Very talented gymnast. I just don't. I know this is Raw. I just don't know if it's appropriate for Raw. It's a clear distraction to the show. That's for sure.
Unfiltered. Yeah.
It is an unfiltered distraction to the show. And it's not, we're not doing it just for nudity here. I mean, it is legit gymnastics. It's fantastic. I can't hold that stance or pose for a minute long like this gymnast does. So I'm going to see if I can get, I know you're intrigued. I'm going to see if I can get it approved. So,
you
guys got to see it. But we got some golf, some golf athletes in there as well. We got some tennis athletes, some more soccer athletes. But again, it helps when you guys hand over your candidacy as well. So all the candidates that you guys come across, from week in and week out, hit us up on Twitter or hit us up on Instagram and let us know who you guys think should be heralded as Athlete of the Week. Anything, we got about 10 minutes before we turn it over to It's Only an Hour. You got anything else you want to talk about, man?
I'm curious your thoughts. I know with super wild card weekend coming up, watching the forecast, talking about the forecast around here, Miami's heading to Kansas City to Arrowhead, and it's going to be like
-5.
That right there. Miami, one and done. They're going to be able to, I mean, it's going to totally wipe out everything that they do. I mean, they're air raid, they're quick. I mean, all of that.
We talk about speed, right?
That's gone.
We talk about speed, and we know that Miami has the fastest team, one of the fastest teams in the NFL.
Gonna be hard to do in the snow.
Fastest team. Yeah. That's neutralized with snow and inclement weather.
Mm-hmm.
It just is. Yeah. That's why we talk about how imperative it is to be able to have a ground attack, right? You need to be able to have a running back by committee or a bell cow running back that's going to be able to take you or your team for at least 100 yards or 150 yards on the ground in the postseason, man. Like, the weather is it's too inconsistent and too just too wild, for lack of better terms, in the postseason or in the later weathers, for you to rely on just nothing but aerial attacks and air arsenal. You got to be able to run the ball and get your ground game going. If you don't have that, you're not going to have much success. And it looks like the Miami Dolphins might come up a little bit short going up against the Kansas City Chiefs in -5-degree weather. Dude, I don't know. I don't think the cold will slow the fish down so much, but it's that, like, if there's inclement weather there with snow and clearly like the wind is going to throw to his ball all over the place. That's just how it is, man. He's not exactly that accurate of a quarterback without inclement weather. When he's in perfect conditions, he still tends to throw into bad coverage and tight coverages, tight windows. We'll see how that is affected with just crazy hellacious winds in Arrowhead Stadium.
I think the winds may cause Tua's balls to shrivel right up in his sack. Is what's going to happen. It's going to be that cold, dude. I'm curious to see what happens there. I think that Raheem Mostert is the key right here. I mean, how healthy is that dude?
I don't think he's playing. I think he's got too much of a knock. I think he's too banged up. Mostert's got speed too, but Mostert's like the guy that usually gets the tough yardage inside the tackles and makes the one cut back, and he's usually gone too. But that's what McDaniel's running offense kind of is, right? It's go against the grain and make one cut back against that second wave, and then you're usually gone, right? There's not too many sweeps. There's not too many sweeps with the running backs out of the backfield that usually stretches the defense there. If you're going to get a sweep, it's usually going to be like an end around from Waddle or Tyreek Hill or something, just trying to get their athletes or their speed the ball. Usually, whether it's Mostert or A-Chain, the running designs are still kind of the same, despite the running back personnel that's in there. So again, I think A-Chain's fantastic, but he's not the ground and pound that Mostert is, or doesn't give you the tough yards that Mostert gives you. But the flip side of that, you got tons of speed. So will that speed be utilized, or will that speed be neutralized rather with all the inclement weather that we could possibly see from Arrowhead? So I don't know. It'll be a good matchup. It sucks if it is going to be like that, because I don't want to give the Miami Dolphins any reason to sit there and say, inclement weather. If you got us in Miami, we would have beat you. I hate that stuff, man. I hate all the hypotheticals, man. Go out there, throw it down. If that's what you got to do, live by your identity and try and throw it down, the damn Chiefs' throat, then so be it, man. But I don't think that's going to happen with -5 degree weather, Rodney.
Yeah, I hate all that if thing. If my aunt had balls, she'd be my uncle. Come on, give me a break. It's like when you start all of that.
I mean, I don't even know if that's the deal these days anymore.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that's true.
Seriously, I don't even know.
I'll tell you one that I'm looking forward to. I think Sunday, the noon game there with Pittsburgh and Buffalo. I think that's one that Pittsburgh they willed their way into the playoffs here, and they found their way to get into the wild card round. Buffalo obviously winning the East and hosting this game right here. I think this could be maybe of all of them, maybe this could be the down and dirty football game where you have some true jabs that are exchanged or whatever you want to talk about right there. To me, the Sunday night game with the Rams and the Lions, I think that's one as well that could be pretty cool. A lot of the other ones, like we talk about that whole weather thing with the Dolphins and the Chiefs, that really changes all of that. Buccaneers, Eagles, like we said, I've kind of thrown the white flag on the Eagles. Maybe they prove me wrong. I don't know.
That's on Monday night too, man. We still got a little bit of time to talk about that one. Hell, we got a little bit of time to talk about all these games.
Oh yeah.
I think the sexiest matchup on the slate for me is probably going to be, I'm not just saying this to placate to the Cowboys fan base here, man, but the Packers and Cowboys, just because, with the narrative of McCarthy coming from Green Bay and, McCarthy and the Rodgers combination being able to kind of end, promising years for the Dallas Cowboys. Well, now you got McCarthy on your sidelines and no Aaron Rodgers on Green Bay. So Love and company, I don't think they'll be able to get it done. Like, I know a lot of people were joking last week about how the Cowboys are going to, host a damn playoff game and they'll be eliminated after the first round. Well, I don't think that's going to happen, man. I don't think Green Bay's got it. I mean, I think Chicago's just as good as Green Bay. Honestly, I do. I just think Green Bay was fortunate enough to, to come away with some of the, the little 1 point, or I guess, inside 10 points, small margin victories. They were able to get that a little bit better than Chicago. And honestly, Chicago it looks like we talked about it a little bit, in the beginning of the week. It looks like they're starting to come alive to the scenario that maybe Caleb Williams isn't exactly going to be their number one. I've seen other mocks come out now to where it does have Marvin Harrison going as their first round pick, and then another defensive back. for their second position or their second pick instead of an offensive tackle, which I disagree with. If Alt's there, I think you got to take Alt. Fashanu, I think Fashanu is a fantastic tackle from Penn State as well. I think you got to make a move on him if he's there. But there's some really decent offensive tackles here for the Chicago Bears to take. But as you're starting to see a little bit more mock drafts unfold, Caleb Williams is now slated to go to the Washington Commanders, or at least that's just a few mocks that I've seen so far. Which brings me the question too. You had Washington taking a quarterback. I did not. I thought that they would be okay with Sam Howell, but let's remember, Coach Rivera, exit stage right. New coach is going to come in. He's going to want his guy anyways, and Sam Howell might not be a lot of people's guy.
Well, and I think what's going to be curious to see now is we see that Chicago will be retaining their head coach. And that's something that we kind of talked about to where it's like, look, whatever Chicago is going to do, this should be the first cog in the wheel for them to figure out what the fuck they're going to do with their coaching staff or their GM and all of that. OC is gone. So here we go. We know that the coach is going to be coming back. We should have some kind of resolution on what to do with Justin Fields at this point, which I think they should keep him. I seriously think they should keep him. So we start to see all of that fall into motion a little bit more with Washington, like we talked about, Wags. I mean, it's a complete overhaul that's going to happen right there. Do they go Caleb Williams? Do they go to somebody else? I mean, I'm curious to see if we get folks trading up or trading down as to what's going to happen.
Oh, that'll
right
happen.
Here.
Oh yeah, that's going to get sexy on draft day. That's for sure.
But
or hell, maybe even before draft day. I'm curious. I want to know who would be in the buying scheme to get up there to go get Caleb Williams. I mean, hell, even if it's at 2 or 1, like if you're the Bears at 1. And someone presents you with, hey, I would like to move up, a couple of spots to take Carolina's overall pick. Do you do that? Do you acquiesce? Do you entertain that? And if you do, you're going to get a lot of return on that pick, right? But you're also going to lose Marvin Harrison. Essentially, like you're not going to be able to get Marvin Harrison. There's no way that Marvin Harrison is going to be able to drop down to the 9 or to the 10, wherever you're going to end up to get your original pick from the Bears. I don't know if the return that you get from trading away that number 1 overall gets you back into the first round within the top 5 with the first, overall 5 selections. If that's the case, you might still have a shot at Marvin Harrison Jr. I doubt it, though. I got Marvin Harrison going 1, if not 1 with the Bears, then probably 3 to the
Cardinals.
At the latest,
to the Cardinals.
Right.
And that's where, like with the Cardinals, I mean, there's a need right there as well. I mean, they need him. And I think that's where, if you're the Bears and you're going to go with Justin Fields, I mean, keep that pick and go with Harrison, because that's the need that you need to fill. You've got the Commander sitting there at number 2. I don't know if they're going to go with a quarterback. I don't know what they would do. I think they should. I like Sam Howell. I just don't think that he.
I think Sam Howell can sling it. He's a gunslinger. We know that, right? With the right coach and right tutelage, you get those interceptions down a little bit and a little bit more conservative there, and being able to take care of the football. I think Sam Howell's going to be one hell of a quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah,
gunslinger for sure. He's a gunslinger, and he ain't afraid to let it ride.
That's right. So I think what we could see. I mean, I think maybe we see 1 and 2 flip flop, because the whole thing is with Marvin Harrison, the Commanders need a receiver too. So that's
would the 1 and 2 actually flip, though? I mean, if you're that point, I think if you're the Bears, you just say, hey, we'll just
agree to not take whoever. Yeah. And then this is where you have, I mean, there's the Patriots sitting there. That's why they need to figure out as well what they're going to do next. I mean, what the path is moving forward right there.
Right, because if you don't have your head coach figured out, then you don't really know the avenue of approach that you want to go and try and because that's what this is, to rebuild this thing. So you figure you got to get a quarterback. Mac Jones just ain't the guy. Bailey Zappi, I know everybody, he's a fan favorite. He had tremendous success, or he had some decent success last year. But he's not the guy either. No. I'm sorry. Like, I know people want to make Journeyman, one hell of a story and give that narrative, some life. But Mac nor Bailey are the guys in New England. You got to go away from there and find your quarterback. I don't think Caleb Williams will drop far enough to get down to the Patriots. I could see Penix Jr. going to the Patriots. I could also see a Bo Nix going to the Patriots as well.
I like that fit better. I kind of see Penix maybe in the middle of the round. I still have that warm fuzzy about Seattle, kind of keeping it right there, staying in the mix. Your Giants are another that are very interesting to me. What happens there? God, I hope you don't keep Daniel Jones. I hope that's. I mean,
we will. No one's taking that $160 million tag, Rodney. They're just not.
But then, I mean, if Saquon Barkley is going to move on, you got 2 holes to fill on the offensive side right there. So for the Giants, that's where maybe the Giants become a player in this. Where are the Giants at? 6, 7, 6, I think.
They'll be picking at 6.
They'll be picking at 6. So maybe the Giants move up. It's 6. Yeah. They're picking 6.
There were 4 for a while, but then they went on. They won, 2 weeks ago and last week, so they kind of screwed themselves.
Well, and then the other thing, I mean, the Titans are right behind the Giants looking at the draft order right here. What are they going to do at quarterback? Is Will Levis going to be their guy? We heard the emotional Derrick Henry. Thank you. He's shagging ass.
Is Will Levis their guy? Are they happy? If you're a Titans fan, are you satisfied with what you saw from Will Levis? You've seen the tenacity. You know that he can take a hit, and you know that he's a winner, or he will do his damnedest to go out there and put all the energy, or at least try and get all the energy up for his team to go get that win. He seems to say the right things and act like a winning quarterback. I mean, it's year 1. I can't be that critical of him in year 1. I'd like to see this kind of roll out and see the Will Levis experiment actually go into fruition. You can argue that he doesn't have, the right amount of toys around him. If you're taking one of the best toy chests away from him with Derrick Henry, if you're going to allow him to walk, how do you supplement that? Not exactly the best scenario for Will Levis or any quarterback that you might want to go to if it's not Will Levis.
And Wags, that's another reason why I don't understand. Why do you fire the coach?
Hey, the owner for Tennessee, she seems like she has it all figured out. So she knows a lot more than me. I'm just sitting in here, at my house playing, Wednesday morning.
I know it's gotta be. He went in and said,
"Shut up, bitch."
Maybe, man. Will Levis eats bananas whole? Is that true?
What?
He eats them. He doesn't even peel them. I got a buddy that does that with oranges. Doesn't even peel the orange peel off of it. Just eats the entire orange with the rind and everything, man.
God, I hope they're not all green. I don't those green ones.
I mean, you know what I'm talking about, like how you peel the skin off the orange, right?
Yeah.
This dude just eats the damn skin.
I mean, I'll rip the skin off with my teeth.
Nah, bro. He takes a bite, the skin goes down, the orange goes down, everything, man. He eats the seeds. He just eats it all, dude.
God,
it's crazy.
That I mean, we talk about getting the shits on here a lot. Is that good for your intestines? Wouldn't that clog up some shit?
I don't know. I mean, it's got a lot of acidics in there. I would imagine it breaks stuff down, Rodney. Maybe. I'm not trying to get all biological, but
biological.
I'm not trying to be biology man or anything like that, but we do English on this show from time to time. We do all right. We do it. We do it pretty good. Hell, we are the guys that you find at the end of your bar having a conversation. That's Wags and double R to a T.
Man. That is what the show is. And Levis likes mayonnaise in his coffee. Give me a break. Come on, man. That's disgusting.
You guys, now you're making shit up. CB, that's not true.
I've heard it twice.
Oh my.
No.
What?
Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Come on, man.
Man, I think you'd get your ass kicked for doing something like that where I'm from. I really do. Like if you put mayonnaise in your coffee, I don't think I've heard of mayonnaise on French fries and stuff like that. Like what the French do, putting mayonnaise on their French fries and stuff like that. But mayonnaise in your coffee?
Wags, this day and time, I am very reluctant.
I don't even know what culture is that from. That's not a Southern thing, right? Because Will Levis is from Kentucky.
I don't know. It's like this day and time when I go anywhere, if I'm going out to eat, I am very reluctant to ask for mayonnaise these days because you just never know exactly what you're getting. At home, sure, I'll have some mayonnaise because I'm applying it. But like
no, I
somewhere
know,
else,
but I'm still like I can't. I'm sorry, guys. I can't get past mayonnaise with coffee. Like, that's a real thing?
I ain't putting that shit on my
Where
coffee.
the hell does that? Where's the origin of mayonnaise in coffee come from?
Fazzy Wazzy 93. My cousin puts mayo. Well, I guess maybe I can understand that a little bit. But no, mayonnaise and coffee. That I guess it dissolves itself because it's thick, right? I mean, you don't have runny mayonnaise unless it's fucking expired. So you lay it in there thick and let it dissolve like a sugar cube. Is that the fucking way that happens?
Look, usually I'm all about trying something. I'll try anything. I can't get down with this. Like I saw Doritos Oreos yesterday. Like somebody at my work, said, "Hey, would you try Doritos Oreo?" I tried Doritos Oreo, but I don't know if I would put mayonnaise. I don't know if I can get down with mayonnaise.
I ain't doing it every day. I mean, yeah, I'll try Doritos Oreo. I mean, I'll give that a whirl. But putting mayonnaise in your coffee?
No.
I don't even put fucking creamer in.
Jordan, what's up, guys? First off, you guys coffee drinkers?
Jordan, you better not put mayonnaise in your coffee, dude.
I don't think Jordan puts mayonnaise in his coffee, Rodney.
I go, not much of a coffee drinker, Wags. If I'm out and about, I'll get the latte, but I got to go like with the alternative, like the almond milk or the soy milk or something, because you got the coffee's a natural laxative, and then you put the dairy on top of that.
Oh, yeah.
It could be a rough morning. So
legs going horizontal.
As long as I go with like something, on the good side of the dairy, I'm good with the latte. I'm more of a tea. I even go soda in the morning or tea. I'm not a huge coffee guy.
All right. Yeah, I'm more of a soda guy in the morning myself as well. I know that kind of gets a little bombastic side eye, but I'll drink a soda. I'll rip a Mountain Dew at 3 a.m, man. 5 in the morning, I'll rip open a Mountain Dew, bro.
I'm more of a Coke. I'm more of a Coke Zero. About 8 a.m. with a breakfast sandwich kind of thing.
Oh yeah,
you do you, Wags.
Yep. Oh yeah, man. Mountain Dew, man. Give me my liquid crack, dude. I need it. But
watch out for that yellow 5, man. Watch out for that yellow 5.
Get me going. You wonder why I can hardly get a damn sentence out half the time? It's because I can hardly, get my brain wired right because of all the damn Mountain Dew up there. But no, mayonnaise and fucking coffee, man. I just gross. Leave me out of it. Anyway, you guys have a great day. I got to get out of here, man.
Yeah.
Deuces, man. Happy Wednesday, man. Happy hump day.
See you, Wags. Rodney, I think Will Levis was just doing a bit.
Yeah.
Because what are we still talking about? Oh, Will Levis puts mayonnaise in his coffee. Yeah. He was going for that Duke's Mayo NIL deal. I don't know if he got it.
Yeah, gotta be. That's exactly what it is, because that's
Double R. I know you got stuff going on today, man. But thanks for holding it down, and thanks.
You got it. Later.
All right, there it is. Chaos Theory's done. It's only an hour. Jeff Howe, Jordan Scruggs. It's only gonna be about a half hour for me because I got a doctor's appointment. Jordan, you got you do the deal with that first of the year. I know you're a young cat, but first of the year you got to schedule like dentist, eye doctor, all that fun stuff at the first of the year. Or you just, I was in my early 20s once too, man, and that stuff it's kind of out of sight, out of mind for me. At least it was for me in my 20s. I don't know where you're at on all that.
Yeah, luckily, knock on wood, I have 20/20 vision, so don't really ever see the eye doctor. And then dentist, orthodontist, all that, my mom sets up and is like, hey, is this good? And I look 8 months in advance with nothing else on the calendar. I'm like, yeah, that works.
There you go.
And then I forget about it. My mom will text me like a week before, like, hey, you have a doctor's appointment a week from now. And I'm like, oh, thanks. Didn't know.
Yeah, I'm at the age, man. I'm 40, so I'm getting notices from my general doctor, like, hey, you need to schedule your yearly physical. I'm like, I gotta like cough and whatnot, and you gotta feel around for some stuff. And I know Dr. Jellyfinger, I know that visit's not too far around the corner. So enjoy your youth while you got it, Jordan. Speaking of youth, I want to go a couple different ways. I'm fast and I'm fully engulfed right now in Texas building the 2024 roster and start going through that roster building process. And by the way, I didn't lie. We are going to have a projected depth chart at Horns 24/7. We're just going to have it tomorrow. It's going to be part of the Insider. The Insider runs on Thursday, so we decided to go ahead and make projected depth chart part of the Insider. And one position group I want to get your take on is the secondary. Now, we still Jahdae Barron still hasn't made a decision yet, hasn't announced a decision yet. So he'll do that in his own time. Hell, he could do it in the next 5 minutes. I don't know. But I want to ask you about the young defensive backs, because this was a recruiting cycle where, as we've seen, Sark's roster building process evolve, you can't do it all in one shot. And they took care of the lines of scrimmage first. They got quarterback done. They've worked on receivers. Off-ball linebacker in 2023 was a huge area of need for them that they addressed. But 24 seems to really be about the secondary. When you look at this secondary group, which of these guys, I'm going to go ahead and assume your answer is going to be Xavier Filsaime. But when you look at this group of DBs, which of these guys is going to do what Derek Williams or Manny Muhammad did this year? Who's going to be that guy in 24 that right out of the gate is going to be a guy that you're like, yeah, that dude's going to get high leverage snaps pretty quick?
Well, Filsaime is going to play a lot. I think for sure, definitely rotating in. I think Kobe Black is going to get some time, kind of at Ryan Watts' spot, because I don't think he's the tallest corner on the roster, but I don't even know how to describe this. Like, he's built the best to play that specific corner position. And the way he plays, his play style, being physical, jamming the shit out of you, that's what Ryan Watts' spot is. So Kobe Black is going to get some PT in that time, or in that spot for sure.
Yeah.
Jordan Johnson-Rubel, and this was I had a really interesting talk with Gabe Brooks, who's kind of the main guy in charge of scouting and ranking guys in the Southern United States for 24/7. I had a conversation with him. We were down in San Antonio last week, and I asked him, Jordan Johnson-Rubel, where do you like him? Because, I think he's probably going to be a nickel. He's kind of told me that's what Texas told him the plan is, and if not, it'd be at safety. And because he played everything in high school, and also Gabe knows Jordan Johnson-Rubel well. Like, he was one of those kids that got found like week one of his freshman year and started getting offers then. So we've got to see a lot of him. And
what school was he at, Jordan? Was he Fort Worth? Was he Southwest?
He was at Brewer. He was at Brewer.
Okay.
Yeah. And then transferred to IMG, I believe. Can't remember if it was after his freshman or sophomore year. It was one of the two. But Jordan Johnson-Rubel, Gabe was like, I don't think there's any way he'll ever actually play corner, because he was like, think about it, man. Like, defensive backs have completely switched from, it used to be the safeties were the tall guys and the corners are the 5'10" guys. You know what I mean? Now, like, you want all your corners over 6 feet, especially Texas. They like the bigger body corners.
Yeah.
And kind of your safeties to be shorter. And I think Gabe, I don't want to quote him on this. I'm not 1,000% sure that's exactly what he said, but I think what he said was that the average safety in the NFL nowadays is under 6 feet, which I, again, thought was really interesting, because, like, even in my lifetime of being 21, I remember when the corners were the shorter guys usually. You know what I mean? That's completely switched. So I think JJR, if he's not a nickel, he's going to be a safety. I think he could play corner if it comes to it, but, they got other guys there where they won't really have to have him play that position.
Yeah.
Wardell Mack, on the other hand, I think he's going to have more of a learning curve just because he played a lot out of position in high school, played quarterback largely just because he was his high school's best athlete.
Yeah.
Kind of similar to what Jelani McDonald did at Connolly. But Wardell Mack, he coming from a smaller school, New Orleans, where he kind of did everything. Now he's going to be focused on one position. It's helping that he's coming in January, but still, like, out of the freshman DBs, I don't think it's wild to say he'll probably have the least amount of snaps, him or JJR, at least as freshman. And then who am I missing? Santana Wilson. He's coming in the summer, so I think that'll kind of hurt him, especially with how young the DB group is that's coming back. Where he might actually be the guy with the least amount of snaps. But I think Filsaime and Kobe Black are definitely going to be. They'll have the highest snap count of the 5 freshman DB signings.
So I'm right there with you on Kobe Black. When I started filling, and Chip Brown and I are working on that right now on the depth chart, getting it ready for tomorrow. That's where I had Kobe Black, was at the boundary corner position, because, again, physicality, his size. I mean, he's already over. We got him listed at 6 foot 190. Didn't he play his senior year like 200 plus? Like, he's a pretty thick kid.
Yeah, he might have. There were times where it definitely looks like he gained weight.
Yeah. But I think if he's going to play corner, his skill set, and it's not just that he's a bigger guy. I know the safety projection is one of those things that, I mean, it's almost like the don't touch that situation with a 10-foot pole, because you'll get all kinds of people riled up about it. But I just think his skill set fits best at that boundary corner spot. And, when you look at the corners that are coming back, Gavin Holmes is the only guy who I think is isolated just in terms of he plays the field corner. He doesn't really have the body, the skill set to play boundary corner. But Manny Muhammad and Terrence Brooks, they can play either or. So you got plenty of flexibility there. So I think if you've got Kobe Black coming in in the spring, to go into a season where if you say, okay, Gavin Holmes is your backup field corner, Kobe Black is your backup boundary corner, knowing you can flip-flop Terrence Brooks or Manny Muhammad depending on matchups, man, I think that's actually a pretty good setup. I don't mind that at all for the Texas secondary.
And you were saying having Holmes at Watson's spot is what you were saying?
No, Holmes backing up Terrence Brooks on the field side. The boundary side is where Kobe Black would be, where Ryan Watts was. Okay. I like him there. And then you look at how it pairs up with I think it should be a pretty seamless transition, because Andrew Makuba played. If you look at Clemson's depth chart, it'll say strong safety, but in the Clemson defense and Venables defense, the strong safety is their field safety. So basically the three primary positions he played some corner, but he played nickel and he played field safety. So that should be a pretty easy swap for him if they want him to spin down to play nickel or whatever. Derek Williams probably fits better at the boundary safety. So I think in terms of, where the guys fit in terms of how the pieces fit for how this Texas defense needs to function, for how PK wants it to function, I love the way the new guys fit. It was hard to figure out some of the guys we didn't see a ton of this year, like trying to figure out some of those linebackers. Okay, like where would Samaje Burrell fit? Where does Darian Gillette fit? Because Darian Gillette didn't play his senior year because of the injury and pretty much redshirted this year. So like where do you fit him in? But man, that's another reason why I like this secondary class, Jordan. You've got these guys are good enough athletes to where you don't have to pigeonhole them into a certain position, but the skill sets are such that, okay, if we're going to get these guys on the field as early as possible, how do we best make it fit? And you got places to make it all fit. Like I think Wardell Mack, I had Wardell Mack at field corner on that depth chart, and I think I had JJR at safety. But between JJR and Jelani McDonald, if you're telling me one guy is going to stick at that star position and one guy is going to kind of be more primarily a boundary safety, okay, then what does it matter? You're basically just swapping names at that point. So I don't know. That's a very long-winded way of me saying I like how this secondary class fits into the defense, along with them being talented. There's some scheme fit, and it just really shows you the method to the madness of what PK and Terry Joseph, Blake Gidding, those guys are trying to do.
Yeah, with Drew Makuba, he can literally play any secondary spot that they could ask of him. But I do know, in talking to those in his circle, his preference is to play safety because he's going to play in the NFL, and when he does, he's going to play safety. So. Mm-hmm. If his preference is to just be a regular safety, I'm not sure if he prefers free or strong, because he can do either one at a high level. But unless it's an emergency, I wouldn't expect him to get a ton of snaps at nickel based off the conversation I had with those sources a few weeks ago when he had committed.
Especially I'm not saying it's going to happen, because every bit of intel we've gotten up to this point suggests he's leaving. But
I'm gonna make a call after we get off, and I should be able to find out. That's on me for not making the call.
No, it's fine. But if that 25 to 30% chance comes to fruition that Jahdae Barron comes back, man, the secondary was your weak link this year, I think. Period. Because even with the lack of pass rush and the lack of sack numbers, you still got consistent down-to-down play from Barron Sorrell and Ethan Burke, which, again, that's another thing that I want to get into here in a second when we look at building this roster out for 24. But the secondary was the weak link, and you needed to upgrade there, and you're going to do that with Drew. I think you do that immediately with Drew Makuba, Manny Muhammad a year older, Derek Williams a year older, Terrence Brooks, who I'm by no means ready to give up on Terrence Brooks, a year older. Man, if Jade comes back, tell me why that secondary can't be considered one of your strengths.
Man, I think the secondary would be the strength outside of the offensive line, just because O-line returns 4 guys. I mean, that's probably if Jade comes back, that's probably, or not probably, I think it is their best group outside of the offensive line. When you have Drew Makuba, I know his best accolade is being a freshman All-American, but he was the first true freshman to start at Clemson, the secondary, since like 1972. He's a special kid and a special talent, and I think probably would have been our best DB last year, or would have been Texas' best DB last year outside of Jade whenever he wasn't playing. I guess not 100% because he wasn't 100% the majority of the back half the last years, and the injury originally happened, I believe it was the Oklahoma game, and then the Houston game. That was the game right after OU, right?
Yeah, they had OU
the bye week in between. Yeah, and I remember he didn't play. He barely played in the first half, and people thought he was suspended. But it was just he was still injured and didn't want to play unless it was deemed an emergency, and I guess it was deemed an emergency like 2 minutes into the third quarter.
Yeah, we were talking about that. We had a group text going, and I don't know if it was you or Chip, but somebody got in there and said, "Yeah, Jade's only playing in case it's an emergency." And then like he came out the first defensive series of the second half starting. I'm like, well, I guess you got to the point where this thing's an emergency. So here's Jade Barrett. But not, yeah, but if he doesn't come back, let's say he doesn't come back. One topic that I want to get to, I don't want to get into it today. One, because we don't have enough time, and two, I need to put some more thought into it. But when you start looking at some of the third-year guys on this roster, so we just went over the scenario where Jade comes back. If he leaves, which has been the expectation all along, it's going to be probably a battle between Jalen Gilbo and Austin Jordan for that star position. And Jordan, you've got guys, man, that those third-year guys that are going to be either true juniors or redshirt sophomores. This is the time in your career where it's or get off the pot time, man. It's you've either got to make your move up the depth chart or the coaches, because now, this staff recruited you, but they also recruited all the guys behind you. So if they see an opportunity to invest, like let's say JJR has a great spring. And that battle at star is close, and he's right there. Well, if I'm Terry Joseph and PK, I look at it and say, you know what, JJR is a freshman. If he's already on the same level with Gilbo and Austin Jordan, his rate of development is going to be such that he's going to pass those guys at some point anyway. Let's just go ahead and just put all our chips on him and developing him and getting him ready to be the star. And again, we're just talking hypothetically here, but at that point now you've been recruited over. So those guys if you're a third-year guy and you haven't made your move yet, that's Jalen Gilbo, Austin Jordan in the secondary. That group of interior defensive linemen, man, Jeray Bledsoe, Aaron Bryant, Zach Swanson. I would even say for guys like Justice Finkley and Jamon Tapp, looking at the offensive line, a guy like Nato Ameazulu, a guy like Cole Hudson, who started all 13 games as a freshman and is still there, is he or Connor Robertson going to be the backup center in case something happens to Jake Majors? I think that's still a competition that needs to play out. So you've got some really intriguing guys that are third-year guys in this program that if they don't make their move this spring, it's kind of now or never with the way this staff is recruiting and developing players.
Yeah, and I mean, I think some of the guys from the 2022 class kind of started to realize that in the last few weeks because they signed 28 guys out of high school that year. 2 of them were specialists, the long snapper and the kicker, Stone in St. Louis. 8 of those guys are already gone in the portal, or I guess whatever you want to call Chris Ross's situation. I don't know. I can't remember if he ever actually went in the portal or if he's just off the team.
No, actually, Chris Ross is a fit. He did leave the team. He was removed from the roster, but yeah, he's in the portal now.
Okay. Yeah, so the 8 that have left are BJ Allen, Brennan Thompson, Malik Murphy, Chris Ross, Larry Turner Gooden, that's 5. Derek Brown, Xavier Bryce, Travell Johnson. That's 8.
And I think the writing was on the wall. If you're a safety at Texas, your job was not safe coming into 2024, nor should have been. And Jaron Thompson had moments where he was a really productive player, at Texas. Keaton Crawford was one of their best core special teams guys. But this is one of those deals, Jordan, when you start to see roster movement that some people are going to panic, like, oh, man, dude, you knew it was going to happen, and it did. Why are all these safeties leaving? Is something wrong with Blake Gideon? No, it's not that Blake Gideon and players aren't getting along. It's that guys have been told, hey, you're being told without directly being told, hey, kind of maxed out what you are here, and we're going to give these young guys a shot. Like, they didn't recruit Andrew Makuba to come in and compete for a job. They recruited Andrew Makuba to come in to be a difference maker. They didn't recruit Xavier Filsaime to come in and, hey, let's see if you can challenge for a spot in the 2 deep. They need him to be an impact player and playing the kind of snaps that Derek Williams played last year. So I think the message was heard, and I think that's why you saw some of the portal movement that you saw. I'm not saying that those guys were pushed out or anything like that, but the guys know, Jordan. I mean, let's not think college kids are stupid. They see the writing on the wall. They know what the deal is. And if I'm a Texas safety and I see you're making this big push for Xavier Filsaime and you're bringing in probably the best safety in the portal, yeah, I get the hint. You don't have to spell it out for me. I can see what's going on.
Yeah, I kind of figured they both might graduate because it's like, how much can those two guys like really boost their stock? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially because, like, I mean, Keaton Crawford, has he committed anywhere? I assume he's going to end up at Nevada with Jeff Choate.
If
he hasn't committed there, I'm about to look.
I've not seen him committed anywhere. I haven't seen the Giants committed anywhere either.
But wherever Keaton Crawford goes, he has to go down a level. Like, I'm not trying to be mean or rude or anything, but no one that's at the level of the University of Texas is going to have a spot for Keaton Crawford to transfer to. And likely Jaron Thompson the same. I think Jaron Thompson will have more options than Keaton Crawford does, but, still, I assume those guys might have just wanted to graduate and maybe start, working out for the NFL instead of delaying it a year. But, I mean, I understand. It makes sense.
Yeah. You can say working for the NFL, but I mean, what is Jaron Thompson's NFL stock? Like, are you basically?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't like, how much is one more year going to help them? Is what I'm saying. Like, at this point, you're just playing for love of the game, which I understand.
I think the option is to go down a level, like to go to a G5, or even if like if you went to fill in the blank, like Big 12 school, and I'm not going to dump on the Big 12, but like, let's say, okay, let's use Baylor in this example, right? Dude, if I'm Baylor, if I'm Dave Aranda, I'm taking and a guy like Jaron Thompson wanted to come to my program. He was basically like a 3-year starter at Texas who helped Texas win a conference championship, has played in the college football playoff. Hell yeah, I'm all over that. So yeah. I think for Jaron Thompson, it's as a player, you accomplish probably, with the exception of winning a national championship, the team goals you accomplish the team goals pretty much any player can accomplish outside of winning a national championship. You won a conference championship, you got to the CFP. I think at this point it's going to be really hard for him and Keaton Crawford, if not impossible, to land on a roster where you're going to be with a team that's competing for a spot, even in the 12-team playoff next year. So now it's like, where's my best opportunity to shine? Who at a lower level, whether it's a great DBs coach individually, maybe they've got a great scheme, whatever it is. I think you're looking at how can I put my best foot forward for the NFL and put some really good things on tape. Like, I know that sounds selfish, but I think for those guys at this point in their career, you got to be a little bit selfish. And I know they're both team guys. They're both good leaders. I never heard anything bad said about either of them since they've been on campus. But am I wrong, Jordan? I mean, I think this is where guys have to be selfish a little bit, and you got to look out for number one and figure out, okay, where am I going to have the best chance to play?
Yeah, I think a big part of it too, like, and I know some schools use this as tactic just because of the sources in the NIL world that I've talked to, and a lot of these guys, the guys who have 1 year left and kind of fringe NFL guys and know they're not really probably ever going to have a long career in the league, the schools recruiting them out of the portal are kind of like, hey, like, you'll never play in the NFL. But we have this amazing school here, and we'll pay you more than anyone else will for your last year. And like nine times out of 10, it usually ends up not working out like either side thought it would.
Yeah.
But the kid ends up getting a great degree and getting paid the most. So I wouldn't be surprised if, like, I don't know, we see Jaron Thompson end up at like Cal or like some random school where it's like, how does this make sense? And it's like you make some calls and it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if that happens with Jaron because, I mean, he's like how many more players in the portal have more experience than him?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I'm just scouring the Twitter machine, and of course, like we just talked about, man. OU fans are spinning this as, oh, you lose Jaron Thompson, you lose a defensive starter.
Yeah.
All right, you think, and I'm sure Blake Gideon loves Jaron Thompson because he's been in his meeting room since Blake came here and got the job. I don't think Blake Gideon's losing any sleep thinking, all right, those reps Jaron Thompson and Keaton Crawford got last year, some of Michael Taft's reps, I'm going to give those reps now to Makuba and Williams, a little more to Williams. Phil Smith's going to get some of those. Maybe Jelani McDonald gets some of those. I don't think Blake Gideon or PK are losing any sleep over that.
Yeah. I'm excited to see Jelani McDonald this year, dude. Like, he plays like a different kind of level of swagger and confidence. And like, I always talked about that with Jade, but like, I feel like Jelani is even more of it. Like, he like puts it in your face whenever he runs you over, and like, like I love shit talkers. Like, I love the high intensity. Like, Texas needs that. They need that.
Man, because Jelani actually is on some special teams. He's on the kickoff team and a couple other units, but when he's not on the field, you look down to the sideline, he and Billy Walton are like the two most hype dudes in the stadium. Like, those two guys got energy and swagger for days, man. Billy Walton and Jelani McDonald. Like, I don't know, man. They're probably the kind of guys, Jordan, that if you were their friends, like, they'd probably piss you off because I'm like, dude, I need you to calm down right now. Like, I like you, but I'm gonna have to start taking you in doses. Like, everybody's got that friend that, like, they're great to hang out with, man, but I gotta take you in doses, man. Like, we can hang out for a couple of days, but I can't do like a whole week. Like, we gotta back off here a little bit. But yeah, no, I'm with you, man. Our guy Eric Henry, had a really good story idea when we were down in New Orleans for the Sugar Bowl, and he wrote it yesterday, just about the young guys understanding how to carry over this culture and take that baton. Because, man, I know I've gotten tired of talking about culture in my time governing this program. I know everybody's gotten tired of hearing about it, but man, that was a really big piece of why Texas got as far as it did this year. And think about the leadership you lose. I mean, with Jordan Whittington and Sweat and Murphy and Christian Jones, you're losing a ton of leadership and guys that help build this thing. But I think this just kind of sums up, Jordan, talking to the assistant coaches that I got to talk to at the Sugar Bowl. I know you checking with your sources, the sources I've heard from, Chip's sources, everybody that we talked to about this class, and even what Sarkis said on the record. This quote by Anthony Hill to me sums up what the guys this year on the roster that were true freshmen, redshirt freshmen, true sophomores. This to me sums up what that group is all about. And I think this is good that Sark and those guys can identify this in recruiting, because it can be hard to find. This is Anthony Hill, quote, "Everything about this year has been doing it now, and we respect those vets so much. We don't want to be the ones to mess up what they've given us." The fact that you can have young guys understand the importance of culture that much, and trust me, it's much easier. And I've talked to guys that have been in the locker room and been in these situations. It's much easier to be a leader and have your voice matter when you're balling out on the field. That if Anthony Hill's ready to take on that leadership role, this defense's team is going to be fine, because who's going to not listen to Anthony Hill?
Yeah.
And if he's got the Jonte Cooks of the world and those guys, the CJ Baxters, if those guys are going to follow him, man, I don't think that's another reason why I think this isn't a flash in the pan, man. This isn't a house of cards. I really do feel like Texas has something that's built to last right now.
Yeah. And I like Leonga Lafau a lot. I think he'll bring a lot of leadership to the linebacker rotation as well, even though Gbenda and Ant are already going to be there. Look, Leonga.
Dude, I'll tell you this, man. Choate, when I talked to Jeff Choate at the Sugar Bowl about Leonga Lafau, like, to say he lit up would be an understatement. Like, you could tell he really wishes he could have coach that defense next year and coach that position where he had Lafau and Anthony Hill gobbling up most of the snaps.
Yeah, so Leonga, I didn't get to cover him because I wasn't covering Texas during the 22 class, but just in reading back through what Mike had wrote and in talking to Mike. And also, I actually happened to run into Leonga January of last year at a 7-on-7 tournament. He was getting paid to make an appearance for NIL or whatever. And it was me, him, DeAndre Moore chopped it up for like an hour. And I remember it was cold as hell. And he was wearing slides and like shorts and like a t-shirt. And I'm like, man, like, when are you going to get used to Texas weather, all that? And he was like, oh, I'm not a pussy. I was like, damn, bro. Like, sorry. But no, great guy. I love getting to talk with him for about an hour then, and all the stories I've heard about him, great guy. I'm excited to see him play. And one thing Mike always talked about was he showed up to the elite camp. He got invited and showed up to the elite camp, came all the way from Hawaii. I believe this was going into his junior season. And Anthony Hill was already the number one everything by then, number one linebacker, 5-star, whoop-de-woo, all that, because Ant got found as a freshman.
Yeah.
Mike said he was at the camp and kept seeing, like, Leonga kept eyeing up, like, Anthony Hill and, like, kept getting in his group on purpose so that, like, he could beat him, because Leonga was like, okay, this is the number one guy. I want to show that I'm better than the number one guy, and, like, I'm not scared to go up against him or with him or whatever. Like, kids, dude, I could count maybe on, like, one hand the kids that have a mindset like that I've come across in recruiting. Like, I'm serious. It's rare. All these kids want to play first. They want to get paid a ton. They don't want to have to work for it or earn it. Leonga has always understood, like, what his role is and how, you know, people kind of look at him. I think it's just, oh, it's that Hawaiian kid. You know, he wants to be known as Leonga Lafau, like star Texas linebacker next to Anthony Hill or even more than Anthony Hill. Like, he doesn't ever want to be in anyone's shadow, and he's going to work until he isn't in their shadow or he feels like there isn't.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, before I go, I don't know if BK's backstage yet because BK is going to finish off the show for me today. But before I bump off, just talking to Jeff Choate again, talking about just the pairing of Hill and Lafau together. He said what Leonga Lafau is going to bring to the table. He said he's a great, as much as people are wowed about his physicality and that poly pop when he brings it, as Jeff Choate called it, said he's a great zone dropper, really understands passing game concepts. And he's going to be the guy that pairs perfectly with Anthony Hill because Anthony Hill's going to be able to take chances and to do the things that he does and shoot gaps and be a pass rusher and try to make negative plays. And LaFau's going to be the guy that is there to clean it up. So he can pretty much – Anthony Hill doesn't need to be afraid to make mistakes because the more those two play together – Anthony Hill's going to be there, or LaFau's going to be right behind Anthony Hill getting ready to clean it up. So I got to go. I got the doctor's appointment to get to. I'll be back tomorrow. BK, fresh off of his break between his 2 hours, taking Bucky Godbolt through the morning, and then, I don't know, whatever the hell BK and Trey get into. Who knows on that deal. You and the Buck were talking about some wild stuff this morning, BK.
Don't blame me.
I heard about dog testicles and vasectomies and all kinds of stuff going on that morning show.
Yeah, that's
that we've got here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
I just I have to associate with it, sadly, but that's all the mind of Bucky Godbolt right there.
Well, you guys can talk about the Texas offensive line or linebackers or vasectomies or whatever, but I will BK, thanks for taking it from me, and I'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. Imagine the headline like LeBron James out next 4 games, parentheses, vasectomy. It's Waj or someone tweeting it.
Oh, man. He'd probably like flop in the doctor's office and he'd be like staying in that room for an extra 3 days, just crying in pain.
You're talking to like someone whose whole childhood was LeBron. I don't want to hear shit.
I'm a LeBron fan for the record, but like clearly not as staunch as you. but you know, he's a flopper. A lot of the great players in the history of the NBA.
Everyone in the league nowadays is a flopper. If Michael Jordan
Right.
played in this era, he'd be a flopper too.
Bingo. Like, I'm a Mavs guy. Like, Luke is my favorite player right now. He's a huge flopper, and he complains all the time, and I hate that about him, but like, that's just what the NBA is nowadays. So no. LeBron fan, no word on vasectomy or not, but that would be the funniest thing ever if Woj or Shams was like racing to see who could have the first tweet announcing that.
The vasectomy scoop.
Love vasectomy is what they'd be calling it on the internet.
Yeah.
So, I heard y'all talking linebackers, man, and I'm sure the David Gbenda news probably spearheaded that conversation, but like, as good as David Gbenda was, he clearly has some things he can improve on, but I feel like he took a big step from 22 to 23. Is there a chance that, like, Gbenda is not a starter by the end of 2024 because those other two guys that you were talking about are that good?
I mean, I think there's a chance, but at the same time, like, some of these positions on the Texas defense, it really doesn't matter who the hell is actually starting. Like, a lot of people don't know this. Last year, the two starting interior D linemen was Moro Jomo and Keandre Coburn, and their backups are Byron Murphy and Tamondre Sweat. Sweat and Murphy both had a higher snap count than Ojomo and Coburn did in 2021 or in 2022. Sorry.
Wow.
And I haven't looked at the snap count, what it looks like for linebackers this year, but I do know, like, I mean, and I was told this directly from sources since last January, whenever the 22 class enrolled. But if Anthony Hill ends up at Texas A&M, ended up signing with them, or ended up at anywhere else that wasn't Texas, and they still got Leonga Lafau, he would have played all of these snaps Anthony Hill played this year. That's how much Leonga would have played this year. Like, that's how much they believe in him and like him. It was just, you had Anthony Hill, who, I mean, I don't even have to talk about it. I watched 3 years of high school. Y'all have seen 1 year. Like, y'all know what I'm going to say. Leonga no one's starting over that guy. So, now that Jalen Ford is gone, a ton of those snaps are gone. I think all those guys are going to have – I expect Ant to have the highest number for sure. And I think Gbenda and Leonga, regardless of who's coming out and starting, and even the other rotational guys, I think the snaps are going to look, kind of in the same ballpark.
Yeah, I'm going to need you to say that a lot this offseason because I'll be honest, I won't speak for all Texas fans. Maybe I'm in the vast minority here, but like I didn't put too much into Lafau's recruitment, and I just he's not a name that I bring up. When I keep talking about what this Texas defense is going to look like this year, there's like 7, 8, 9 guys that I talk about before Lafau. That's like one of those things. Obviously, hopefully we all see it in the fall, and we'll all learn very quickly if Lafau's on the field and is making the type of impact that you think he could make. But that's one of those names that me and other Texas fans probably need to be talking about more as a guy who can make sure this defense is really good next season.
Yeah. I mean, in his recruitment, I obviously didn't cover it. But in remembering it, it felt like it was like Oregon, Utah, West Coast schools. Tennessee was also involved. I know Tennessee, Oregon, and I think it was Utah all tried to make like a late push with some NIL as well. And he wasn't having it. He was firm with Texas and Choate and all that and stuck it out. But if I remember correctly, let's see. He took OVs to Oregon and Utah and Texas, of course. Yeah, and Tennessee offered him late September of his senior year, and they were trying to flip him. I know not everyone can obviously notice this because it's, 1, hard to see their numbers, and 2, they're sprinting 100 yards. But he was on every kickoff this year as well. He's number 18. I believe I was on the field for the Texas TCU game, taking photos for Horns 24/7. If I remember correctly, he was either on punt or punt return as well for one of those drives or series, I guess, but not 100% sure.
Got to get a better number than 18, right? If you're a linebacker.
I don't know. That might be his thing. I'm trying to find what he wore in high school. I think he wore 10 in high school.
Okay. Yeah, 10.
Yeah.
You've seen some linebackers rock 10 in recent years, but that's a tough one to get. You got to earn anything like 1 through 10. You've got to earn.
Well, you can't earn 10 at Texas, my boy.
Yeah, that's true. That one can't be earned.
So maybe that's why he chose 18. It's like the same thing as 10. There's just a line in the middle of the 0.
Yeah. I like that. So any I guess I'll ask incoming and outcoming, like any fear that any linebacker leaves? I feel like we would have already heard something by now, but because the linebackers coach, obviously Jeff Choate left.
Yeah.
Any worry that someone from Texas leaves, and then any chance that Texas adds to the portal, or they adds to the linebacker room in the portal, or are they confident with the guys that they have coming back?
I mean, they're in contact with Kendrick Blackshire from Alabama. That one, still has a little bit of ways to go. There are other schools involved as well. And I think he entered like very recently, a few days ago. Kids want to take visits. He's already been through the recruiting process before. Like, while he doesn't want it to play out, like, kids need to take their time to make sure they're making the right decision. As far as people entering the portal from Texas, the window is now closed for all Texas players. Unless you're a grad transfer, you can enter whenever you want. So unless Gbenda goes in the portal as a grad transfer, I don't think we'll see any linebackers be leaving on their way out. But yeah,
I guess after the spring is the next
after the
portal window. That's got to be impossible to predict, right? Like, obviously you got to see what happens in spring ball to see who wants to go.
I wouldn't think anyone would leave from the linebacker group that's on the team right now. But if someone was, and I had to put money on it, I'd probably say it's probably Samaje Burrell or Darian Gillette, just because they're in the same class as Ant and LaFau. Hard for them to get on the field. They haven't played it all yet. I don't think either one has registered a single snap. I may be wrong. But it could be those guys. At the same time, I don't think Texas is in a rush to push anyone out, especially at that position, especially in the spring as well. The spring portal window, it obviously gets talked about because it's a portal window, but I mean, it's like if we're, I don't know, let's say the January portal window is 100, the spring one is like a 40. Like, it's only 15 days. Most of the guys who were wanting to transfer already had the idea back in December or January when they originally were thinking about it. That's when most guys enter. So, the number of guys who enter in the spring is so low compared to the winter. So, that said, there's usually a lot less, high caliber, talented guys that would fit at a school like Texas than there is in winter. And also, like, schools that are tampering and getting these guys from other schools to come to theirs, they want it done in January so then they can have them all the way through for spring ball.
In Sark's perfect world, like, how many more portal players do you think he brings in before spring ball? Like, it seems obvious based on your reporting and listening to you and Jeff, they're in the market for a receiver. Jamari Caldwell, obviously the DT at Houston, still very much in play. And then, you just talked about Blackshire at linebacker. Like, is it those three positions, like one more receiver, one more interior D lineman, and then a linebacker? Could something else be in there? Like, obviously Sark's got to compete against a bunch of other coaches trying to get all of these players. So it might not be that perfect world we want, but how many more guys do you think this coaching staff would like to get out of the portal?
I think they're aiming for at least 5 total. I think. And by at least, I don't mean like they could go all the way up to 8. I just think like 5 is probably going to be, the lowest number they take. I don't imagine them only taking the 3 they got now. And I don't think 4 is enough for total scholarship numbers. But I still need to go through the roster and figure out exactly which scholarships are where, because that helps with putting the puzzle pieces together for the portal. But, I mean, I could see it maybe as much as 7. Maybe as much as 6. It's obviously smaller than the other portal classes. And, I think it's going to remain smaller than other ones because, each portal window is so different because they keep bringing in new rules and changing other rules and stuff like that. So they're all different. But the last 2 portal windows both had more guys committed to Texas than they did currently where they are. You can also make the argument Texas didn't play in the college football playoff the last 2 years or have it extended that far. But, everything's – I'm just trying to have some similarity here. And, Yeah, I don't know. I think they'll add at least one or two more for sure. Like they're definitely not. This is not what they're finishing with. I can say that.
Yeah. I heard you the other day saying you feel pretty good about the whole Jamari Caldwell situation, considering it feels like he's not going back to Houston. So that'd be a big get. And then wide receiver, to me, those are like the top two, like most obvious areas of need. I haven't looked, and maybe you've reported on this, maybe I'll have talked about this, but any thought that they go after a tight end with JT Sanders officially announcing that he's going pro?
I don't know.
I don't even know if there's any good ones available. Like I like Gunnar Helm.
Yeah.
I think he did solid, but it feels like this coaching staff likes returning production, and Gunnar Helm has some because he played some this year and was solid when he did. But like I could see if there's somebody really good available, I could sense Banks and Sark trying to go after him.
Yeah, off the top of my head, I can't think of any, tight ends that would kind of fit talent-wise what Texas wants in the portal right now. But I still need to look at a list. Jordan Washington, on the other hand, he's their tight end they signed in 2024. Whenever he had committed on his official visit to Texas in June, and when they were recruiting him all throughout that summer, kind of spring, they told him, hey, if you come here, you are not going to redshirt as a freshman. You will play in at least 5 games because they're anticipating Jatavion Sanders leaving last summer or in the summer. And, I mean, they're telling him, hey, you're going to catch passes as a true freshman, and you are going to play a lot in the SEC because we're going to need you. And they meant that. They'll tell kids, yeah, you'll get, playing time as a freshman. They really mean it whenever they go in depth kind of like that. And they're like, we're explaining to him this is how we'd use you, different stuff like that. So I think Gunnar Helm is going to be tight end 1. I think Juan Davis could even get a few catches. I think Jordan Washington, they're going to need him to contribute because you can't replace JT Sanders with one guy. You got to do it by committee, and making up all those yards and snaps he got is going to be tough. So, and I think another angle of it too, since Jordan Washington is an early enrollee who will be here in the next 7 days. I don't remember the exact day that they move into Texas, but I assume it's sometime the next week. He has all spring ball to go through, right? So if they feel like he's not where they thought he might have been after spring ball, like from a developmental perspective, they can just go in the portal in the spring window and tamper and get someone. So,
tampering? Oh, we don't do that around here. Come on.
I'm just saying how it is, man. Everyone
my favorite school does not cheat. Okay, every other school out there, all of my rival schools cheat.
You sound like my stepdad.
Oh, I sound like everybody on Twitter right now. It's like, whenever a player enters the portal, the rival fans are like, that culture must be really bad. And everyone on that team that roots for that team is like, no, it's because we have so much talent everywhere else. That's why he's leaving. It's like, fans are hilarious at times.
My least favorite thing is whenever like Ryan Wingo committing to Texas, the Mizzou fans are like, it's too much pressure for him to stay here. I remember I couldn't tell. I assumed it was satire because there's no way you're this stupid. But there's a big tweet that went viral where it's like he's ducking the SEC.
Oh.
Yeah. And a lot of A&M fans, I've seen that when they would lose, because OU, every year for the last 2 or 3 years, it's felt like OU has just stuffed A&M in a locker for a D lineman that they were supposed to get. Like they did it with vice versa, sorry. They did it with David Hicks, Brownlow Dindy. OU finally won, I guess, with David Stone this year. But A&M fans, whenever they lose a recruit, they're the kings of he's ducking the SEC. He can't play in that, especially when the kids used to commit to Texas over A&M. And they were in the Big 12 then. So
he would have been a great fit at A&M because they can't play in the SEC either. So that would have been perfect for that guy.
Bang. Yeah.
Was Wingo? I mean, you've covered a million recruitments. So I'll just focus on this year. But where does Wingo rank? Was that the craziest recruitment you had to deal with? Obviously, signing day was a ridiculous show. But top to bottom, start to finish, is he number one of all of these Texas guys, or is it Phil Samee or somebody else?
Wingo, I'm not gonna lie, Hank and I had a lot of help on Wingo because Wiltfong was all over that. So that one really wasn't that hard. And also, for Wingo, it was always going to be Texas, and if it wasn't Texas, it was going to be Missouri. Like, once we got past official visit season, it was clear it was Texas or Missouri. Colin Simmons, on the other hand, was a total shit. Like, I wanted to kill myself covering him. Not actually, of course, but it was not fun covering him. It was really hard to get consistent information. They had a ton of leverage in terms of negotiating NIL deals with the schools they were talking to. And a lot of that was because they shut it down and didn't talk to anyone and nothing was getting out. Luckily, I had a pretty good source there who helped me out a lot. And I feel like I was kind of the first guy, one of them in the industry, to say this is going to be Texas, because the whole week leading up to it, Colin started reaching out to reporters and telling some it was LSU, telling some it was Texas.
No
so everything
way.
was – yeah, people were trying to filter through that. They also hadn't told any of the schools yet until he picked up the hat, or 20 minutes before he picked up the hat, that it was Texas. So there was a lot. It was really hard to filter through the information there, but I remember he committed on Thursday and it was Tuesday. I remember this because I almost I thought I was getting pulled over whenever I was on the phone with the source who had called me and told me it was going to be Texas, and I had started to pull over. I was driving home from the grocery store, and the cop drove past me, but I'll always vividly remember getting the call. It's a done deal. It's Texas, because I thought I was getting pulled over.
Yeah, I thought you were getting a ticket while you found out.
When I pulled over and he drove past me, then I sped home because I didn't have my laptop with me. I needed to write that up because I'm like, this is going to get out quick. I ran upstairs, posted it. I remember I did a like it, love it, leave it, crystal ball story. I did him, Kobe Black. I think Landon Rink was the other one. And I said like it for the other two, and I said love it for Colin. I'm like, it's going to be Texas in 2 days.
Whoa.
And that's how I did it, I guess.
You had a police escort home that day too. That's funny.
Yeah. Phil Simi was, I mean, it was rough. Like, I had his official visit dates that were correct and tweeted it out with the story, and he quote tweeted it saying it was false when they were correct. He ended up rescheduling it, so that wasn't fun. But I mean, I left it up there the whole time because I'm like, I know this is correct. Like, I'm not.
People came after you, right?
Yeah. And I mean, I've talked about it. Like, I'm the youngest of 7 kids. I got thick skin. Like, I can take it. Trust me. Pause. And with Phil Smee and all that, like, I was just, I don't know. I was standing on what I had because I knew it was correct, and you know, it ended up being correct, obviously. And now I get to talk about it like I can right now. But Phil Smee, that one was. It had its ups and downs for sure. We knew once Raymond was fired, he was coming to Texas because, and I'm going to save like the full story there, but long story short, someone in Phil Smee's circle called the Texas staff like the night Raymond got fired from Florida and told them, you know, we're coming. And we got that same night. So I actually wrote a crystal balling story the night Raymond got fired, which was a Monday. And I didn't put out the official visit dates till Friday, even though I got them that Tuesday, because I wanted to hold on to it. Because the night Raymond got fired, he was on Instagram Live saying he wasn't going anywhere, like wasn't flipping, he was locked in. Yes, he was saying that.
I don't even remember that. Wow.
Before he got on Instagram Live was when I got word from a source at Texas that someone in his circle had called Texas saying they were coming. So I'm like, okay, I cannot put out a crystal balling story tonight when he's on social media saying he isn't going anywhere, even though someone in a circle is saying they're going there. So
these kids are incredible, man.
Yeah, but like people never think about it because like whenever like I was really into recruiting before I became a recruiting analyst or someone who works in this. I was really into it. I read a lot of the people I compete with nowadays, not just on the Texas beat, but national writers, people who cover A&M, people who cover SMU, whatever. I read their stuff because I was, you know, I was a recruiting nut, I guess, right? But I never realized, like, there is so much behind the scenes that goes into our job and not pissing people off that, like, the regular person, like, doesn't understand. Like, it's not like I could have gone on Horns 24/7 the night that someone in Phil Smee's circle called Texas and said, hey, I can't tweet this out on social media, but this is happening. You know what I mean? And, like, all the, hey, I have his official visit dates, but if I post it, it could hurt Texas. Like, stuff like that. Like,
yeah.
People never realize that part of it. And it's really stressful at times, but I mean, I thank the Lord every day. I don't have to work a regular 9-to-5 job, and I love what I do. And, you know, I would do it for basically free, which I mean, I basically did it for free for 2 years. So, yeah, that was all over the place. But to wrap up what you asked, that's how I did it.
That's awesome. That is awesome. So what the next 3 or 4 weeks? I mean, obviously National Signing Day 2 is so minuscule compared to what we have in December, but do things kind of slow down for you after we get through February 7th?
Yeah, they will. And I mean, really things are going to slow down hopefully the next week with the portal, cuz I mean, Texas, they're at where it stands right now on January 10th at noon. They're not getting McKinley or Terry Bussey. It looks like the chances are just so low right now. So as of right now, I'm not anticipating any high school guys to sign February 7th. As far as portal guys, like that should be done in the next 2 weeks, or at least I'm hoping it's done. I'm tired of covering the portal. It's really, really hard to cover. Things change like that because so much money's involved with at least, the guys that Texas is in contention for. So you could report something and 2 minutes later, it's not true anymore. Yeah, again, the portal is just really hard to cover. So
McKinley, go ahead.
I was saying, happy that that's coming to a close soon, and the main focus going forward is going to be 2025, pretty much until this time next year, because I don't expect Texas to be very active in the spring window.
It's good for you.
Yeah, really
McKinley's already announced his flip to LSU. Is Bussey, has he announced a flip yet, or is he what's his story?
He hasn't. He wants to take some visits. I think he said in an interview during Under Armour check-in that Texas is a school he's maybe thinking about going to, but seeing on a visit. But yeah, I think Bama, LSU, A&M, they're all positioned much better. Even OU, OU is who finished second to A&M in September, July. Whenever he committed to A&M, Terry Bussey did. OU was who finished second, and it was actually kind of that close. It was very close. Then it was a huge drop-off like LSU, everyone else, and then a huge drop-off like Texas. Texas was not in it at all whenever he committed in the summer. And I think part of it was other schools just did a better job of making him feel like a priority than Texas did, long story short. Alex Foster, that one's interesting. For a sec there, I felt like he kind of would be wiped off the board if, they kept gaining him ground with McKinley, but McKinley obviously committed to LSU, so that one's looking like it's not going to happen. But Alex Foster, that's been mostly Hank's recruitment, so I'm going to have to talk to Hank about that. I also covered Alex a little bit because, I covered Baylor recruiting for a year, and he committed to Baylor or was in it for Baylor before I made the transition to Texas, so I'll check in with him on that. I know Bo Davis was going to go out and home visit him sometime this month. So, yeah, with him, though, and talking to him, it's always felt like if a decision is going to come, it would be on signing day itself or the week leading up to it. It really feels like something he would take his time with. And so that's why there hasn't been a ton of new reporting on it lately. Or at least that's what I assume is because – he's going to take his time with his decision, or he's already let people know of what he's thinking. And, it could be sticking with Baylor. So, I'm not sure, but hopefully by tomorrow's show, I should have something to follow up on that.
There we go. Love that. Trying to think if there's anything else to ask you before Trey pops on. Bo Davis goes without saying, huge for Texas to keep him. I mean, I feel like he's known more as a developer than a recruiter, but feels like he can recruit pretty well with the track record that he has and how many guys he's turned into pro players. It's massive for Texas to keep him around.
Yeah. At this point Texas, like they showed with Nansen, they can go out and kind of get whoever they want. But, dude, if Bo Davis was to leave, in the next 2 weeks, that's kind of as big of a gut punch as you can get on your positional staff. Maybe it's Rashard Choice, but I'd say that's about it kind of right now, at least how I feel like things stand with these coaches and who I like more than the others. But so many of the D tackles and defensive linemen that get recruited by Texas, it's kind of only Bo Davis that's the one talking to him. Other position coaches do a better job of incorporating maybe off-field staff or personnel staff, but Bo Davis kind of raw dogs all these like himself, and is winning them. He's winning them, some of them. So the 2025 class, I think, is going to be his best defensive line class he signs if he remains at Texas to see it through at that part. But again, like if he leaves, they're going to need to get someone that can really recruit and develop and pull in some guys because, like, you know, Bo Davis is not out here landing all these 5 stars like people wanted, and people are saying like he was only doing that at Alabama because he was at Alabama. Like, say what you want. He's one of the best developers in the country when it comes to D linemen. And I mean, like, dude, if you told me, or I think anyone that's on air right now, that Tavondre Sweat would have the season he had in August, we would laugh at you. Or at least I would. Because I knew I was never expecting that. And all of that, even Sweat has said, is attributed to Bo Davis. So they're going to need to figure that out if he ends up walking to LSU.
Breaking news, Jordan Scruggs says that Bo Davis likes to raw dog these high school recruits on his own.
No, that's not. I said recruitments.
Okay. I beg your pardon. Boy, tough to kick you out on that one, Jordan. I'm sure that's not
that's too close. That's too close, BK. I said recruitments. I just meant he's doing them himself. He's not asking for help. He's going in by himself and doing a good job of it. So stop making it weird, BK.
I'm just making sure I'm following this. You know, I'm trying to learn about your industry and what goes on in these recruitments. So I'm making sure I understand what's going on here.
Yeah. Hey, you know what I'm saying. Like my old middle school line coach used to always say, "Do what I mean, not what I say."
God damn, I thought he was going to say his middle school, high school coach used to raw dog him. I got really scared there for a second.
Yeah, I kind of thought that's where your head was going.
Well, look, I just appreciate you helping me come up with another goal for 2024, and that's not getting raw dogged by Bo Davis. I don't want that out of anybody. I especially don't want it out of him, especially after that tirade post-Iowa State a few years ago.
Oh, did Jordan freeze, or did he intentionally do that himself?
My Wi-Fi cut out. I haven't moved. The timing.
You're breaking up. Sorry, can't hear you anymore.
Yeah, no. Sark is like doxing my ass, getting my Wi-Fi shut down right now.
Oh my gosh,
Jordan,
did you just freeze on your own, or did your Zoom video actually freeze up like that? Because either way, it was
no. My Wi-Fi just like went kaput because anytime I freeze, I pull up internet speed test and it wouldn't even let me Google that. So
oh wow,
it was Wi-Fi. Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, Sark in Texas put an EMP on my house.
All right, dude. You're the best. Appreciate you. And we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Y'all have a good one.
Later, Gordon. There you go. It's Jordan Scruggs, one half of It's Only an Hour with Jordan and Jeff Howe. Doing great work over at Horns 27 and great work with us here at Texas Sports Unfiltered, giving you phenomenal inside information 24/7, 365. Now it's time for the award-winning midday program with Trey and BK. What's going on, brother?
Not a lot. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. Texas basketball got a win. You and I got to watch the last minute of that game together, and we are taking all thank yous for the Longhorns winning, because when we turned the game on at the restaurant we were at, Texas was down 73-70 with about 55 seconds left. And the Longhorns didn't give up a point while we were watching. They went on a 4-0 run to end the game and were able to come from behind to get a road victory at Cincinnati. So that was a nice win for Texas, and feeling good for that, and feeling good for a few other things today.
Yeah, look, they were not favored in that game, which I didn't even know until you told me as we were pulling the game up on ESPN Plus. Thanks, Big 12. So for them to have won as an underdog on the road, I guess it's a step in the right direction after what happened to them against Texas Tech at home last Saturday.
Yeah, they needed it. I went back after dinner, and I guess one good thing about ESPN Plus, or just games on ESPN in general, is that they put replays on the ESPN app like immediately after games go final. Not just basketball. They do that for football too, which is huge. Went back, watched the game
YouTube?
last night. Huh?
I said, you hear that, YouTube?
I know. Yeah, no kidding. But went back and watched the game last night. Hell of a game. 14 ties, 14 lead changes. And Texas needed it. I know Texas was a 5.5-point dog, as you mentioned, but Cincinnati was picked to finish 11th in the Big 12 before the season started. And if Texas would have opened up conference play with the home loss against Texas Tech, who's expected to be a middle-of-the-road team, and a loss to Cincinnati, who was expected to be one of the worst teams in this league, I think they'll probably finish higher than 11th based on what I've seen from them. But still, that would not have been a good sign for Texas. So game 2 is never a must-win in conference play because you've got 18 total games, so it would be foolish to say that a game this early in league play matters that much. But, boy, Texas really would have put itself behind the 8 ball if they want to compete in this Big 12, and obviously if they want to make sure that they're making it into the NCAA tournament. A loss last night would have hurt a lot. So doesn't matter that it was only by 1. Finding a win was huge.
Reinserting Dylan Dessou into the lineup is a big deal, and if they can get that version of Dessou on the offensive end of the floor, that alpha dog who is not only doing his thing in and around the paint, but also hitting threes like he was last night, I feel much better about Texas' chances going forward.
Oh, man, 33 for Dessou, a career high, and they needed every single one of those 33 points. Caden Shedrick didn't play. So I assume when Shedrick is healthy, and hopefully that's this Saturday because it was a game time announcement basically that told us Shedrick wasn't going last night. I assume when Shedrick's healthy, hopefully this weekend in Morgantown, Brock Cunningham will go back to the bench, and you'll have both Dessou and Shedrick in the starting lineup. But yeah, like this makes me question Rodney Terry a little bit because I thought the reason Dylan Dessou wasn't in the starting 5 was because he wasn't healthy and he's been on this minutes restriction. And based on the way he played last night, it's like, no, that guy is fine. And he probably should have started against Texas Tech. And he definitely should have played more than 17 minutes in a loss against Texas Tech.
Yeah, that's maybe the bigger deal to me than him not starting necessarily. It's playing him the proper minutes to go from 17 to what he did last night. Like, it seems like there was a discrepancy there, and maybe he's having conversations with Dessou behind the scenes to see what he's comfortable with, but clearly he's good to go going forward. So hopefully this is a guy that when he's out there, he can be highly effective. We saw it at the end of last season too. We saw it going back to his time when he was at Vanderbilt. When he's out there, he's a great player, one of, if not the best player on the court. It's about him staying out there, though, because he has dealt with injuries throughout his career.
Yeah, I mean, he was the best player on the team throughout the Big 12 tournament when Texas won that, and then was the best player on the team through the first few games of the NCAA tournament before he obviously got hurt, and that's one of those unfortunate what-ifs with Texas basketball. What would have happened if he never went down last year?
So I understand them being a little bit more cautious with him, but after the loss last weekend, they didn't have that luxury anymore. I think that they thought they might be able to get away with it against Texas Tech. Clearly they couldn't, and they've learned their lesson now, I guess, is the hope going forward, that we don't see anything like that going forward with Dessou having limited minutes, unless his body is hurting, unless he's dealing with an issue that requires him to scale down a little bit.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think RT realized the importance of last night's game and was like, I mean, look, he was shorthanded because Shedrick didn't play. Maybe that was part of the decision too. But I think RT is like, no, we got to win this game. And then early on, when it was obvious that Dessou was on one, it was like, I got to leave this guy out there. Like, I'm sure Rodney Terry did not want to play Dylan Dessou 34 minutes after playing him 17 just 3 days prior in that game at the Moody Center. But I think Rodney Terry was like, dude, this is clearly going to be a close game. I'm going to need my best player on the floor. Right now, this is clearly the best guy that we've got. So we're going to push it a little bit. And Dessou after the game was like, yeah, I'm good. Like, felt great. So hopefully if he felt great today, and hopefully he's in the starting lineup the next time the Horns take the floor at the WVU Coliseum. That's a game you got to win because West Virginia is the worst team in the Big 12. So don't lose that one, because all the good graces that you built up after that win at Fifth Third Center last night, they go away if you crap the bed in Morgantown.
I hope that they just stayed north after last night's game and just maybe they fly into Pittsburgh for a couple of days, but just to make it easier for them to get into Morgantown versus coming all the way back, sticking around for a day, and then flying to West Virginia. I just hope this is like a road trip for them, like a true on team bonding road trip in between these two games, and of course, getting some practices in between.
Is today going to be a Culture Wednesday like Texas football has?
Is that a thing?
Yeah. Sark talks about it a lot. They've got Culture Wednesdays.
What do they do?
I think it's something different every week, but some sort of team bonding exercise to build culture.
I love that. Didn't know that it was a thing, but I have no issues with it. I think that it is a very healthy thing for a team to do stuff like that, where you're still together experiencing stuff. It could be fun stuff. It could be hard stuff, but you're experiencing stuff together that works towards the greater good of making sure that when you are on the most important task for your group, which for Sark and company is playing good football, that you're just that much more dialed in for yourselves, but also for one another too.
No solo raw dogs. We do our raw dogs together here. Is that what you're saying?
It's yeah. If we're calling it, if we're referring to it in sexual terms, it's a group thing.
Gangbang. Orgy.
There it is. That's the word that I couldn't find. Jesus, am I having a stroke? I couldn't think of orgy.
Yeah, I know you're into those too. This is just a bit by you to try to act like that's not something you love doing. So nicely done.
Nope. I've had one opportunity and it was really weird. There being another, oh boy, this is about to get really dark. If you have kids around right now,
turn up the volume.
Conversation.
They got to learn about this stuff.
Seeing one other erect penis in the room with me was just a little bit too strange for me to do anything other than go into the corner, turn away, suck my thumb, and cry a little bit. Wasn't happening.
Is that what happened before that Alamo Bowl that one year? Oh.
That was also the reaction after the Tyrone Swoops Texas Bowl against Arkansas a decade ago.
Oh yeah, that was a gangbang right there by Arkansas against Texas. Yeah, and I was in the stands for it in Houston. That sucked.
That Texas team did get raw dogged by Brett Bielema. Brett Bielema just put all of his raw dogging weight on top of Texas that night.
And it killed us. Because that amount of weight would kill anybody. Yeah, thank you, Coach. We know. We are aware. Hey, Monkey says Herman piss test Tuesdays. Did you see what Tom
underrated day of the week in Texas football history?
Piss test Tuesdays. Did you see what Tom Herman did earlier today?
No.
So the final coaches poll of the season was released, I think yesterday, but I guess today they unveiled all the ballots. You could see which coaches voted for which teams.
Oh, did Tom Herman go petty on us?
He left Texas out.
He tried to throw himself through a plate glass window to get his team to do push-ups or something.
His test Tuesdays and sledgehammer Thursdays with Tom Herman now at Florida Atlantic.
And he put drone helmeted player Saturdays, which worked out really well.
Yeah, it's not very mint.
Wednesdays. God, Tom Herman did have a different day for every week. I think Sundays was Kendra Scott Sundays, wasn't it?
Yeah. I don't know if they're closed on Sundays. I'm not sure. Maybe that's why they were closed on. Anyways, Tom Herman left Texas outside of his top 5. He had the Longhorns at number 6 in his final coaches poll of the year. Texas finished the coaches poll number 4. It was Michigan 1, Washington 2, Georgia 3, Texas 4, and then Alabama at number 5. So I think Texas should have been ahead of Georgia, but I don't have much of a problem with that. If Georgia and Texas played on a neutral field, Georgia would be favored. So for a coach to think that Georgia should be ranked ahead of Texas, even though they didn't make the playoff and Texas did, I can't be too critical. But to leave Texas outside of your top 5, that's pettiness. That's sour grapes. That's a joke.
Other than those 3 teams, what other teams did Tom Herman have ahead of Texas?
Let me pull it up right here because I tweeted it out from Texas Sports Unfiltered. He had Michigan 1, Washington 2, Georgia, Alabama, and Florida State. Of course, now he's a Florida guy because he's at FAU, so he had to show some love for his own state. FSU number 5, and then the Longhorns at 6.
As one former well-known Houston coach said upon Tom Herman's hiring to people on back channels, didn't say this in public, but Hope you enjoy the show because Tom Herman is always performing.
He said that.
Yeah.
Who was that? Donald Sterling?
Nope.
He's got AIDS.
Although Tom Herman kind of does look like he has full-blown AIDS.
He has lost a lot of weight.
It's a disturbing amount of weight. It is to the point. I'm guessing that he is just low to no carb, but it does look like he is suffering from some sort of serious illness. Like he vacationed in India a couple of summers ago and caught a parasite that just hasn't gone away, which is easy to do in India because they wipe with their left, shake hands and prepare food with the right. But how are you preparing food with only one hand? Things already aren't sanitary in India. I mean, most of their alleys serve as sewage systems. So you got to assume that that wipe hand is also being used to prepare your food. I went into an Indian restaurant. I don't know how I just ended up here, BK, but here we are. I went into an Indian restaurant over the weekend with the intent of actually ordering and eating food. But I have talked about this so much now, I freaked myself out. Even though it was here in the States, and I'm sure they have normal sanitary habits, it smells like an Indian restaurant, which is fine. It's got a very distinct smell, but I couldn't get it out of my head that there was a good chance that the person who prepared my food wiped it with left, and no matter how much they wash their hand, it's not clean enough.
Oh, my God.
It was a lot of food, too, like $6 worth of food.
Probably like a white guy back there cooking up the food.
No, it wasn't a white guy. I saw everybody in the restaurant. They were all giving me weird looks. I was the one.
Indians don't like you?
In that restaurant.
Oh.
They were nice enough, but I was also getting weird looks that I came in to get a dosa from this place. And then I started asking stupid Cracker Barrel level questions, and then they realized that I was a jamoke. And so they probably did their normal thing. They didn't do anything malicious, but I've psyched myself out with that piece of information now.
Yeah, you've psyched me out too. I mean, I don't think I ever really wanted to go to India before I heard that story, but now I have zero interest, held negative interest in ever going to that country.
There are a lot of other places. If you're traveling internationally to Asia, there are a lot of other places to go first.
There you go. Yeah. Oh, man. Wipe with their... That is gross. Did you go to the bathroom to see if they had one of those, like, employees must wash hands signs or something just to check?
I did. That sign said employee must use their left hand.
Oh,
which I didn't really know what that meant and kind of figured it out later.
Yeah, I don't like that sign very much because I just end up waiting in the bathroom for a long time because then I have to have an employee wash my hands. I think that's what it means. So I have to stay in the bathroom until an employee comes in, and then I just stick my hands out, and they're like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm reading the sign. Can't you read? This is your place of work. It says employee must wash hands." So I have to wait for that to happen.
What did you go to Derek Zoolander's school for kids who can't read good?
Needs to be at least 3 times this size. Oh, man. I don't know how we got here. I don't know what we're talking about today.
Yeah, I'll tell you something that we can talk about. Bucky called like an hour ago badgering me about this picture that Zay and I took in New Orleans. Like, this is some sort of horrible picture. I'm here to tell you people, it's an innocent picture involving 2 guys sharing a bowl of gumbo. What the hell is wrong here?
Here's the picture for those watching on the YouTube. And if you're not, thank you for listening on the app. But it's a picture of Trey and Zay in New Orleans sharing a bowl of gumbo. It looks like their hands are touching each other.
Oh, boy, I didn't realize that.
They both have a little bit of gumbo in their respective spoons. They're not sharing a spoon. They each have their own spoon, but they both have a spoonful of gumbo in their hands. They're smiling. I can't tell if this is a selfie or someone else took it.
That's how you know it's a good selfie, because that is a selfie, but you can't see my right arm taking that picture.
Nice. Yeah, Bucky said Chip took this picture, and I'm like, Chip wanted no part of this shit, dude.
No, Chip was en route to inviting us to one of the worst parties in the history of humanity.
Oh, God. Yeah, now
we giving one another dap with our spoon hands, and we're about to eat what was pretty delicious gumbo at Giacomo's, okay?
Why didn't you each get your own cup of gumbo?
Because they only offered one size. We both agreed that we neither of us wanted a bowl. And so when I ordered the bowl, I said, would you mind splitting that up into 2 bowls? The waiter said, no, but I will bring you 2 spoons. And Zay and I looked one another and they're like, all right, cool. 2 spoons. That's fine.
What about an extra bowl? Like, hey, we'll pour it into the other bowl. Can you bring us something else, please?
This place was busy, and this was clearly what their policy was. And I wasn't going to go full-blown Karen to try and get a second half bowl of gumbo.
Did you cross arms?
We did not go Lady and the Tramp or the soup spoon version of that and wrap arms, CB, and feed one another or feed ourselves while we had this loving interlock. If Zay really wanted to, I would be willing to have that conversation. I wouldn't feed him, but I would be willing to twist our arms around and feed myself. But that's not what happened. We each ate our share of gumbo, and it was good. There's nothing wrong with that. Did I share a little bit of mouth microbiome with Zay that night? Because inevitably that's what happens when 2 people are dipping their spoons into the same bowl. Yeah. But guess what? I shared armpit microbiome with Bucky on that trip. He and I were roommates, and I forgot my deodorant. So I had to use deodorant one morning.
No.
And I shared genital microbiome at one point, even if he doesn't realize it. These things happen when you're on a guy's trip to a place like New Orleans. All bets end up off, and you just have to be okay swapping spit or swapping germs with one another at times.
No, I can literally see Zay's saliva falling off your spoon in that picture right there, dude.
That's a piece of chicken.
Whatever, dude. That is nasty right there. And speaking of nasty, you used Bucky's deodorant?
Yeah.
Please tell me you're kidding.
I used your baby powder. What of it?
I didn't bring baby powder because I was mad at myself for not bringing baby powder on that trip. But no, deodorant. No, that's gross, dude.
Like, I know. I didn't feel good about it, but I smelled it first and it smelled like deodorant. So I was like, all right, this will be okay. And then after I put some deodorant on, I smelled it again. It didn't smell like armpit. It still just smelled like deodorant. So I knew we were okay.
Oh, God. Was this the night that you came back super drunk and you woke up hungover not knowing what happened?
No, this would have been not. Oh, the picture?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, it was that night.
Oh, boy. You said you were hurting the next day. You were having trouble walking. You couldn't remember much from the night before. Oh, no.
This was early in the evening, though, when we were sharing a gumbo. This was early.
Maybe there was more than just gumbo y'all shared that night.
I hope to one day live in a world, BK, where 2 men can share a bowl of gumbo without people freaking out. That's what I hope one day.
It's more than just the sharing of the gumbo. It's the little hand caressing you guys are doing over there.
That's called gumbo dap, okay?
Skin to skin contact going on.
All the kids are doing it.
No chance, dude. Oh, man. Yeah, the Buck called you out on this one. And look, cool with 2 dudes sharing stuff like this, but 2 married dudes? Did you tell your wives about all the spit y'all swapped?
I'm glad that some of you people can get homoerotic humor out of a very innocent moment between 2 guys who are comfortable in their own marriages and in their own heterosexuality to be able to enjoy a bowl of gumbo together, okay? To share that oral microbiome with one another in a bowl of gumbo in a place like New Orleans where all bets are off. New Orleans, completely illogical, but magical is what they like to say. That bowl of gumbo proves as much.
It was a magical night that you 2 shared together, huh? You keep saying everything goes as if it helps your argument, but it really makes my mind wonder and everyone else's mind wonder what else happened that night.
Hold on. Who just said this? Who just said this? Where did this go? Monkey 512, who was the little spoon? I think I had the littler spoon. If I'm gauging that picture right now, I think I was the little spoon in this scenario here. but we would have to rewind the tape to know for sure. But we don't have tape to rewind, so you'll just have to guess.
That's good to know you guys didn't film it. Thanks for that.
I had a conversation with him about breaking the video out, and he's like, do we really want this to be on video for people to possibly see down the road? And I said, you're probably right about that. We don't need a video. We will take a picture to remember this magical night.
Oh, my gosh. Couple of texts on the Coda text line. Was Zay a gentleman and give you a reach around too?
There were no reach arounds. There's no need to give reach arounds when you're enjoying a bowl of gumbo with another man.
I can't see where your right hand is here, though. That's a little concerning to me.
My right hand, yeah. Let me tell you, if I'm giving him a reach around right now, they need to test my right arm because I have some sort of superhero power that I'm not even totally sure of. My right hand is on my phone that is taking that picture. I am an adept selfie taker where you can't tell that I'm taking the selfie. Everybody's been asking the question, who's taking that picture? It wasn't Chip. He was about to set us up for a shit-ass party at the Sheridan. It was me, damn it.
A shit-ass party at the Sheridan. Oh, whoa. Ass party at the – that's where y'all – okay. It's all coming together now. And I guess your arm is like Charlie Strong's finger. It's just that huge. Amazing.
That would not be good. To have big hands and fingers is one thing. If you had one arm that was so long that I could literally, from where my arm was going, I'm going around Zay's left side to his right side and giving him a reach around, that would be a problem.
Hey, intern Mason has weighed in. He was with us in the Big Easy last week, and he comments, to be fair, Brock and I shared a drink with Zay, and we had to share straws.
Okay, well, look at that.
We were talking about orgies earlier. What was going on in that Airbnb?
Mason has no idea. He was too shit-faced the entire time.
Yeah, he was drunk, but he's in college. He should have been shit-faced the entire time.
Hey, well, maybe not when he was working, but
oh yeah,
it's New Orleans. Illogical but magical.
He passed the koozies around. He did a good job.
Well, yeah, it's also first rule of New Orleans too. Assume that everybody is drunk, so you have to do your part in that scenario.
It's true. Believe me, I wish I was drunker than I was.
I did it too. I went to
this night
too hard that first day to where I couldn't be drunk the rest of the time. I was disappointed in my performance.
You're too hard the first night, and you couldn't.
It was an unfortunate choice of words there.
Oh my goodness. What a show. All right. So there's that picture. I might have to tweet this out later or post it on Instagram to get more people's thoughts on just exactly what is going down here.
I previewed today's show on Twitter, so you can just retweet what I put out there.
Oh, did you announce that this was coming?
It included the picture. Yeah. Here, let me find the tweet for you real quick.
Goodness
I hope to one day live in a world where two men can share a bowl of gumbo without people freaking out. A possible quote from today's edition of Trey and BK. Tune in from 12 to 1. I give the links for where you can tune in with the picture below.
And you did give that quote.
I read it verbatim. I wanted to make sure to have the payoff there.
God bless. Dude on Dude Gumbo Adventures with Trey and Zay in New Orleans. Ebony and Ivory, as Coach 420 says.
Yeah, I hear there were some names being called earlier with you and Buck. I don't know what those names were, but people need to grow up.
Was it us calling y'all names, or was it
it was the texters calling names?
I can't remember what they said. I don't know. If you got names, don't stop. Keep them coming, please, on the YouTube comment line or the Coda text line, 512-222-9328.
Thank you, No Way.
Yes. Very nice. Thank you for the super chat. I don't know if that's in support of you or support of us making fun of you, but either way, we will happily take it, No Way. Thank you.
I think it's for all comers, BK.
Okay. There's another word you could have used there.
I am talking about everybody who's a part of this process, as you like to say.
Oh, God. So it was an orgy. All right, we're doing a live read here. Maybe Tom McKay would.
What fucking client are you going to saddle with this horrificness?
Oh, Tom McKay, of
Of
course.
course.
And audiovisual consultations. We love him. avconsultations.com. He's one of our best friends. He's one of the funniest people on the planet. But more importantly than all of that, he can hook you up with the home TV setup of your dreams. I got the 2 screens with some of our great advertisers behind me. AV Consultations hooked it up. They look great. It's perfectly done, mounted on the wall, no wires sticking out. The TVs work great. I've got 7 TVs in my apartment, and AV Consultations hooked all of them up. They all work great. They're all super easy to use, and they can do that for your home. If you want a bunch of different screens in one room like I have, or if you want that home theater room with the surround sound for movies, for shows, for sports, you can do that. AV Consultations, they've been in business since 1988. They've been around longer than I've been alive. They can hook you and your family up. Just give them a call. 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678. And also, shout out to Altstadt Beer. We're talking about drinking in New Orleans. If you're looking to drink here in the state of Texas, look no further than Altstadt Beer. It's the only beer that I drink here in Austin, and I think if y'all try it, you're going to like it. One sip, and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. They've got a bunch of different brews. If a lager's your thing, they've got it. If a Kolsch is your thing, they've got it. Hefeweizen, if you want a light beer, right, trying to be a little bit healthier in the new year, they've got that too. Something for every beer drinker out there, but they all taste great. I'm telling you guys, you will not regret making the switch to Altstadt. No impurities, no regrets. Okay, Trey, a couple of things we can get into here. David Gbenda announced that he is coming back for another season. That feels kind of important after we've heard like 7 or 8 other Longhorns announce that they are leaving for the NFL. It's always good to hear that one of these guys is coming back.
David Gbenda was one of the more consistent performers over the last 3 or so games at linebacker, BK. PFF-wise, I think he graded out as the best linebacker in that semifinal matchup, and we saw him really flash some of that evolution and development at the end of the season. He is a guy who struggled a bit at times, but he did make plays all throughout last year. I remember he had that huge highlight play sack against Alabama in Tuscaloosa, and so I think that this is a big deal for Texas to get David Gbenda back, especially with the conversation we had yesterday where I'm like, I have no idea what linebacker is going to look like next year. Like, you think that Anthony Hill might take over for Jalen Ford in that Mike spot, as Eric Nahlin talked about on this channel a couple of days ago. You hope to get David Gbenda back. Maurice Blackwell provides a unique skill set, and they do have some guys on the roster and perhaps may look in the transfer portal just to add depth to the position group. So I'm a big fan of this move. I think it's maybe even being a little bit underrated by Texas fans right now. Like, people are happy. You love to get guys back, but I don't think people realize just how good David Gbenda can be for this defense next season.
Yeah, I'm with you. He got better from 2022 to 2023, but I also feel like he got better throughout 2023 as well. And you said it, down the stretch, he was maybe Texas's best linebacker at times. So, yeah, with another year in this system, you'd like to think he could develop even more. And I expect him to be one of the best players on this Longhorn defense next season. And you're right, like, this linebacker room, depth has been an issue, especially this year, right? With the Marvion Overshown leaving for the NFL, like, depth was a question coming in, and Texas probably wasn't as deep as Steve Sarkisian and Pete Kwiatkowski would have liked at linebacker this year. But even though you lose Jalen Ford, you've got Gbenda, you've got Blackwell. I really think Anthony Hill is going to spend most of his time playing more traditional linebacker next year, because I think, well, number one, he played a lot of that down the stretch this year. And number two, I think Texas just has more depth at edge than they do at linebacker. But you've got Hill and the freak athlete that guy is. And then Jordan and Jeff and I were talking about this, like Leona Lafau. Apparently we need to talk about that dude more, because that guy turned heads this year. And Jordan said in the last hour on It's Only an Hour that if Anthony Hill like ended up committing elsewhere, all of those reps that Anthony Hill got this year would have gone to Leona Lafau. Now, would he have been as good as Anthony Hill? Probably not, because Hill's a freaking monster. But no, this coaching staff really feels like they've got something special with Lafau, who played a lot on special teams this year. Like, he could be another depth piece there too. So where you're talking about 4 or 5 guys in that linebacker room that you feel like can make a positive impact on this team.
I hope that that's the case. At this point, I really try hard to exercise caution with guys that we haven't actually seen on the field. So do I know that Jordan knows his shit and that he's got great sources on this stuff? Absolutely. So it'll be on my radar now too, but I am going to have to see it for myself at this point. I've just, you hear too much about guys who are waiting in the wings that don't end up being that dude. To say that he has Anthony Hill type skill gives me cause for caution, because we don't see Anthony Hill type linebackers come around these parts too often,
I don't know if it was Anthony Hill type skill. It was, if Anthony Hill wasn't here, LaFau was good enough to where he'd have taken those reps. I don't
say that LaFau would have been starting at linebacker this year, though, which means that you'd have to have some version of that, right?
Yeah. I don't want to make it sound like I expect him to be that good. If he is, shit, okay, sign me up. But
I mean, if he was starting as a freshman linebacker, it's not a 1-to-1, obviously, but he's obviously damn good if he's starting at linebacker for this year's defense, even as thin as they were at linebacker,
For sure. No, if LaFau was close to Anthony Hill, that'd be amazing, because Hill was already one of Texas's best defenders this season as a true frosh, and the sky's the limit for him. But if next year LaFau can be as good as this year's Anthony Hill, then all of us would sign up for that in a heartbeat. So, yeah, I don't know. They're looking at that, Kendrick Blackshire from Alabama just entered the portal a couple of days ago. He could be a linebacker option. Obviously, that guy has played more snaps than Leona LaFau. So if Texas is looking for more experienced production there, they could really make a push for Blackshire. But I think they're going to be okay. Even though Jalen Ford is gone and he's been a monster for this team, I still feel like linebacker, even if they don't make another addition in the portal, is not going to be a weakness. I don't know if it's the best position group for Texas, but I don't think it's going to be something that we're all that worried about when we get to the fall. So good news on David Gbenda coming back for a 6th season. Crazy. 6 years for David Gbenda, apparently. I thought he was
really?
I know.
Wow. Another COVID guy. Okay. This may be the last offseason. It may not be. Who fucking knows? As you said, we might be able to lure Ed Oliver away from the Buffalo Bills because he was playing football, albeit professionally, during the COVID year. I have no idea what's going to happen next.
Gbenda was in the
7th year coming up now too, which I think theoretically means that we could get a 7th year guy next offseason.
Who knows anymore? I mean, you're right. Alan Bowman's getting year 7. There's a kid at Miami applying for year 9.
What?
Year 9. Yeah, they've got a tight end by the name of Cam McCormick who has applied for a 9th year of eligibility.
What? Huh? How?
How? You're right. How? Why could I not do that? I would have loved to have been in college for free for 9 years. All these kids, I went on this rant with Bucky last week. All these people like, dude, go get a job. Go do something. Maybe football's not free. No, this kid's a genius, and y'all are all jealous that he's found a way to get 9 years of free college. Dude, that guy is living all of our dreams.
Has he been at Miami the entire time too?
It's a good question. There's no way that's legal, right? There's got to be some sort of grad transfer that gives you a year or two. Looks like he started at Oregon, or at least he was at Oregon at some point.
Wow.
So he's at least been at 2 spots.
What's his name?
Cam McCormick. He had 4 consecutive season-ending injuries at Oregon from 18 to 21. So he got those years, and he got the COVID year. So there's your 9 years right there. That's incredible.
Right. Here he is. Okay, so Miami was his 1 year at Miami was last season.
So yeah, he was at Oregon, I guess, for 7 seasons because of injuries, and then he transferred to the U.
Oh, he followed Cristobal there. Well, not directly, but
after he ran through all the co-eds at Oregon through 7 years, he's like, let me go to the opposite side of the country and see what I can find down in Coral Gables. Not a bad move there for Cam McCormick.
I mean, shit, guy caught passes from Justin Herbert for theoretically 3 seasons, but he only caught passes in 2 of those.
He caught passes from Mariota, I think. Maybe Dennis Dixon too.
2017.
Who
I hear
else?
I hear he was a practice squad guy for Achilles Smith.
Oh God. Yep. We've had some 6-year guys, right? Shipley, Scaife,
Yeah.
Christian Jones. I didn't realize Gbenda was a 6-year guy, though. I was looking at, I think, Horns 24/7 this morning, and Jeff Howe had an article talking about Gbenda coming back, and he's like, Gbenda returns for a 6th year. I'm like, damn. So we'll take it. I mean, the team Texas lost to had a bunch of 6-year guys.
Exactly.
Experience matters. So, yeah, I mean, Texas obviously losing a lot of people to replace from this 2023 team, but you want to bring back as many experienced, talented players that you can. And David Gbenda is one of those. He's experienced and he's talented. So good news for Texas Longhorn football.
Ooh, got a new mock draft from ESPN Plus, BK.
Dude, great minds think, because I was actually about to go there. Don't look at it yet. Have you already looked at it?
Nope. I just clicked on it. Okay. I haven't looked at anything.
So I will tell you that there are 2 Longhorns in the first round of Jordan Reed's latest mock draft on ESPN.com. They are going 26th and 29th. I'll give you the teams in a moment, but I want you to see if you can guess which 2 Texas players Jordan Reed has going in round 1.
Who's picking at 26?
Okay. I'll give you that. Houston is 26, and Buffalo is 29. By the way, that Texans pick.
Okay.
Texans pick is courtesy of Cleveland, for those wondering.
I was going to guess the 2 receivers, and I may still go. What about Tavondre Sweat to the Texans and Xavier Worthy to the Bills?
0 for 2.
Damn.
But you're not far off, because it's Byron Murphy to the Texans.
Oh.
And Adonai Mitchell to the Bills.
I understand the shift in thinking where Byron Murphy is the guy who gets selected first between he and Sweat, just because he does seem like more of an every down player.
Yeah.
At this point, versus Sweat making an impact when he's out there, but you got to make sure you're getting him proper rest in between too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Murphy.
I don't know who's going to be a better pro between A.D. Mitchell and Xavier Worthy, because I see a lot of positives for both guys at the next level.
I do too. And all those guys could be first-round picks. And Jatavion Sanders could be a first-round pick. Like, Texas has 5 borderline first, second-round guys this year. I don't think any of those dudes are locks to go in round 1.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think there's a chance that all 5 of those guys could go in round 1. If you look at a different mock draft, it will have JT Sanders, Xavier Worthy, and Tavondre Sweat going in round 1, and Byron Murphy and A.D. Mitchell won't be off the board until day 2. So it really is like a flavor of the month kind of thing. We've got the whole pre-draft process that these guys need to go through, and we'll see how they do at the combine and all of that. But yeah, I mean, Texas could have 5 first-round picks. They could have 0 first-round picks. Odds are there will be at least 1 or 2 who hear their names called on Thursday. But yeah, just it's weird. Like, no super obvious top-end guy, but a bunch of really, really talented players, as we know, who will be going in the top 50 picks, you would think.
I'm just scrolling through each of their team and each of these teams and their supposed selection. Boy, I hope they're right about the quarterback that Denver goes with at 12. This would be the most Denver Broncos pick, or I guess in line with all the picks that they've made over years. J.J. McCarthy from Michigan at 12.
Yeah, because he'll probably be the 4th QB off the board. It'll be, Williams, May, Daniels in some order as the first 3 QBs going. And I guess McCarthy is next in line there. So that would, Denver's in a tough spot here if they decide to move on from Russ, because they're not drafting high enough to get one of those 3 super highly touted guys.
I know part of the name of the game here is putting some names on the list that people will recognize. I'd be shocked if J.J. McCarthy ends up as a first-round pick, though.
Really?
Yeah.
I'd be pretty shocked.
There's lots of questions about his consistency right now.
Yeah,
He went
but
on display in their championship game win on Monday night. Like, he made plays with his legs at times, and he made some throws. There were some bad throws in there too, though.
if he's a first-round pick right now, then I have a hard time thinking he won't be a first-round pick after working out, because he's got the physical size and stature that teams look for, and I think he does have a good enough arm to where he's going to impress at pro days.
Okay.
So it's like, you're right. No, there are questions about the film and about his consistency, but he's got no more games to play. Like, if the tape was good enough to have him in the first round, I think all of the other stuff that he brings to the table is going to keep him in the first round. And also, you got to remember, teams reach on QBs. Like, that's the real thing here. You know, is McCarthy a first-round talent? No, probably not. But because teams are so desperate to get that position right, then he's going to end up going in the first round.
You only have to go back a year to think of a guy who had really sloppy or inconsistent game tape, but blew people away with his pre-draft workouts, who ends up getting selected in the top 5 with Anthony Richardson. So McCarthy obviously has great athleticism. And if he's a good practice guy, then yeah, you're probably right. Somebody will take a chance on him, because getting that 5th year on that rookie deal for a quarterback means a lot.
Yep. And McCarthy's got better film than Anthony Richardson did.
No doubt about that. I mean, that you can only take that comparison so far, but
Sure.
He also had a lot of expectations this year, and he led his team to a national championship, but it's almost like they won the championship in spite of not needing a whole lot out of their quarterback.
You're right. Yeah. Jordan Reed has Caleb Williams 1 to Chicago, Drake May 2 to the Commanders, and then Jaden Daniels 3 to the Patriots. So he's got QB to start off the draft, and could happen. It could happen. We've seen it before, and we might see it again this year, because all 3 of those guys are really good. And if Chicago decides that they're ready to move on from Justin Fields, then it makes sense for them. Hell, even if they trade that pick, like, they'll trade it to a team that wants a quarterback. So even if it's not the Bears going 1-1, there's a good chance we still have quarterbacks go off the board in the top 3.
How about not just quarterbacks going in the top 3, but picks 4 through 6 all being wide receivers too, with Marvin Harrison Jr. going to Arizona at 4, Malik Neighbors from LSU going 5 to the Chargers. Boy, they're going to spend more first-round draft capital on a wide receiver. That would be an interesting move. And then the Giants at 6 take Rome Odunze, who Texas fans are obviously familiar with, out of Washington.
Did you put an accent on his name? Rome Odunze?
What is it?
Just Rome.
Rome Odunze. There you go. It's clearly at the game, and I've heard Odunze a lot, and I just don't recall the Rome/Rome.
Rome Odunze going 6. Yeah, I mean, that wide receivers are important. You need those guys. You need those guys nowadays, and all 3 of those cats are good. But that is, I don't know if we've ever seen that. 3 quarterbacks at 3 receivers in the top 6. I don't know if we've seen that in the top 10, let alone the first 6 picks in the draft. But that's where we're at right now, and that's what this draft class is looking like. But still 3.5 months till we get to the actual draft. All right, got about 9 minutes left in today's program before we hand things off to Chip and Zay. Quick shout out to Olipop. I was drinking the cream soda flavor of Olipop this morning. Love that stuff. It's a great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Pick it up wherever you buy your groceries. It's the easiest New Year's resolution of all time, because you're drinking a great tasting soda, but it's actually good for you. So if you're trying to be healthier this year, Olipop, easiest thing you could possibly do. And shout out to Covert BK as well. Come on. If you're looking for a car, you know to call the Coverts and check out their brand new spot in B Cave off of 71. They've got 7 different brands out there. Something for everybody. If you're looking for something super nice, get you one of those Escalades. Those things are gorgeous. They've got the pre-owned selection as well. So if you're just looking for something used, maybe for yourself, for the kid, for their first car, they've got it all at Covert Bee Cave. Massive selection, incredible service, and unbeatable prices out there at Covert Bee Cave. Or you can check them out online at covertbeecave.com. Trey, live recorded today. What are you feeling?
Let's go recorded, please.
Here we go.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
I'm making a silly commercial like other companies so people will remember our name.
But we're not like other companies. Anyone could see that from our 5-star reviews.
But how will people remember Pest Wranglers?
Well, once they try us, they'll never forget that we are the most effective, reliable, and affordable pest control company.
I guess you're right. Pest Wranglers is the best at pest control, wildlife management, termite control.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
Hey, it couldn't hurt.
Pest Wranglers, 512-670-7808, or find us on the web at pestwranglers.com.
Where are we at in society today?
That's right. It is your daily look at stories that show we as a people are headed in the wrong direction. Very occasionally, I will bring you a story that provides a sense of optimism, has us all saying to ourselves, hey, maybe we as a people are starting to figure something out. But sadly, today is not that day. BK, we have another story involving somebody defecating in an airplane over our friendly skies.
Oh no, Dave Matthews Band.
Well, thankfully, it didn't drop onto unsuspecting old people, pregnant women, and children on an architecture tour boat below. But yes, unencumbered shit has impacted another flight. This one, a Delta flight on Christmas Eve.
Oh.
A parent claims that a fellow passenger pooped their pants on a Delta flight on Christmas Eve and left excrement smeared all over the seat. This was related to us, the people, via a Reddit post.
Oh, okay.
Shit all over their seat, wrote the unidentified flyer in a post. According to the thread, the incident occurred while the Redditor and their 8-year-old daughter were on a connecting flight from Birmingham, Alabama to Atlanta, Georgia, en route to Key West, Florida. So Birmingham to Atlanta. I think that's a very common place where you might see somebody shit themselves on an airplane. Shortly after takeoff, the Redditor noticed a horrific odor wafting through the cabin, leading him to believe that his kid maybe had an accident. Quote, about 20 minutes into the flight, I got a terrible smell and asked my daughter if she had pooted. She's 8. She denies any wrongdoing, and the smell lingers for the rest of the flight. It wasn't until they landed that they discovered the appalling source of the stench. While deplaning, they saw a person 8 rows in front of them who had pooped all over, so the bottom and the back of the seat were completely covered in feces. This person added in the comments that the excrement went halfway up the passenger's back as well. This person had shit for a good hour. I'm sorry. This person had sat in their shit for a good hour and then departed into Atlanta airport covered in shit. The poster also elaborated that the plane had taxied on the runway for 45 minutes, meaning that this passenger had sat in their own manure that entire time until they could actually get to a gate.
There's no way. There's no way all of this is true.
So you think this is made up?
I hope it's made up.
I do too.
So they stayed in their seat. They shat themselves. No one else noticed it. No one else took a picture. But this woman 8 rows back decides to post about it on the internet weeks after it happened. And that's our only evidence here?
Hey, just because we haven't seen a picture yet doesn't mean a picture doesn't exist.
True. But, God, in 2023 to 2024, that picture is going out there right away. Or someone is at least tweeting like, it smells like shit on this airplane. And then they're following it up with, oh, here's why it smelled like shit on this airplane. Yeah?
It's possible, but some things are left unspoken / tweeted about.
So they
this
didn't.
Person has made sure to expose this heinousness. Let me ask you this, because we had the story of the Alaska Airlines flight that had to make an emergency landing in Portland last Friday because a part of the plane just blew off when they were 14 to 16,000 feet in air.
The door.
What's that?
It was the door.
It wasn't a door. It was just paneling.
Oh, I thought it was a door.
It was just paneling. That's what makes the story extra fucked up. If it's the emergency hatch, then you can explain it. The fact that it was just paneling means that something wasn't screwed in properly. And these were brand new airplanes, by the way, which Alaska Airlines just bought a bunch of. So we've all seen the video of this by now. So my question for you, because keep in mind, unlike in horror movies, when a piece of paneling just rips off of an airplane and you're 14,000 feet in air, it doesn't cause everybody to get sucked out of that hole and the airplane to disintegrate to bits. So you can possibly live through that. Would you rather be on that flight or a flight where somebody shits themselves at the very beginning of the flight that you're having to smell and sit within rows of for an hour and a half plus?
All right, so this is a loaded question here because there's a lot that goes into this. So if you're on the panel flight where half the aircraft just flies off the aircraft, does that make sense? You've got to make an emergency landing. You've got to deplane. You've got to get on another plane. And then that just adds 2, 3, 4 hours to your trip versus in this shit situation. Now, there was a shit on a plane story that we talked about last year where they did make an emergency landing because it was an international flight. They made an emergency landing before they got across the ocean. But in this instance, there's no emergency landing. So you're asking me if I'd rather sit in a shit flight that's, let's say, 2 hours long, or have to deal with an emergency landing, deplane and replane with the new panel. Do I have this right?
That is correct. And keep in mind that it is a Birmingham to Atlanta flight. So a lot of people on this flight are, I won't say immune to this, but they've dealt with a version of it throughout their lives. They do live in the deep South after all.
Yeah, but I don't. So I'd rather do the deplaning bit. I'd rather have the side panel of the airplane fly off as long as it doesn't hurt me, right? Like if I am the guy sitting right next to that and I get injured from this, then okay, I'll smell the shit over getting hurt. But as long as I'm far enough away on that plane to where it doesn't impact me, then I'd rather do that than have to sit right around somebody's dung for hours on end.
Yeah, especially if you're within a row or two, or maybe you're sitting on that row. You can kind of see what's going on. I mean, the smell is one thing, but you just have to look at that desecrant, that sick person, and they probably are literally sick. There's probably some sort of major health issue that they're dealing with. I'm assuming they were an older person who doesn't always have proper control over their bowels. And we used to call it lava flow with our kids. Whenever they would shit so much, it would come out of the back of their diaper. Something like that probably happened here. You just assume that it's some regular dude, like Chip Brown's 8 rows in front of you, and he gets up and there's shit all over the place. It's not Chip Brown, though. Chip is a healthy dude. It's probably somebody more like Bucky Godbolt, who's moving really slowly. If you didn't know any better, you saw him walking past the tent city, you assume that he's a homeless guy. It's probably somebody like that, to where there is something more serious going on there.
Dude, that is so gross. If you're sitting next to that person, you got to get a new seat. And if the flight's full, I don't care that we're about to land. I'm standing. All right. I'm not sitting by this guy. God. And that's an emergency.
I'm trying to stand up landing here. I'm trying to land while seated in the nasty porta pot in the sky at the back of the plane. I am going to be anywhere other than that row.
Yeah, I'm sitting on the flight attendant's lap or something. If you need me to have a seat, then that's what's happening. I'm not sitting next to a guy who just defecated all over the seat and it's still there. No, thank you.
It's disgusting.
Please send me that because I'm going to tell that story to Bucky tomorrow and get his thoughts. And he hates Delta Airlines because his last awful flight experience was with Delta. So he swears he'll never fly on that again. So the fact that this happened on a Delta flight is even better.
Oh, yeah. So there were some funny tweets about this. Hold on. Let me find the one. Here we go. Bucky will appreciate this. One Redditor commenter wrote, "Whoever smelted Delta."
Not bad.
That wasn't that good either.
Yeah, not bad, not good. All right. It's time to bring on the fellas. I don't know if they have any thoughts about this one. Hopefully, Chip or Zay have never had to deal with someone defecating on a flight. That was our Where
Not
We
yet
At story today.
By the
Not
way,
yet.
the first rule of shitting yourself, BK, is you have to throw away the underwear that you're wearing at the time. The first rule of shitting yourself on an airplane is that airplane has to be thrown on the scrap heap. You can't use that airplane anymore. There's no way that plane is ever going to be clean enough for anybody else to ever use it again.
I agree.
Yeah, it's pretty gross. Chip's going to be on a lot more planes than I am, so he has a better chance of dealing with some shit like that. No pun intended. But me, I don't know. I feel like I have good enough luck not to deal with those things. But
strangely disgusting on planes, just in general, without this instance. Like the number of people that I see on airplanes now, barefoot, like maybe they wear flip-flops onto the airplane, but they're just barefoot in their seat during the flight, putting their foot up on the armrest in front of them or on the seat in front of them or clipping their toenails or something. Like, people need to get some common damn sense here. It's just like the instance with the chicken or dog in that coffee shop a couple months ago. It's like, this is not your fucking living room here. This is an airplane. Stop it.
Yeah, you can crap yourself in your living room, but don't do it on this airplane.
It's more acceptable in your living room than it is an airplane. That's for damn sure.
I guess so.
Hey, man, CB, it's New Orleans. Your boy was drinking. I got peer pressured into it. We didn't have the same spoon. That's the thing. We didn't have the same spoon. It wasn't no Lady in the Tramp shit.
Exactly.
I'm very comfortable with my sexuality. Bucky Gobbo, leave me the hell alone. Calling me yesterday, talking about, that's a sweet picture, ain't it? This and that. Like, I'm not trying to hear that shit. Trey, you're my guy. I'd do it again, damn it.
We're gumbo buddies. We share roux from time to time. There's nothing wrong with that.
Chip, have you seen this? Do y'all have a guest on or something immediately that you have to get to?
No, we're good.
Okay, let me show you this picture that the fellas are talking about. I'm not sure if you've seen this one yet.
He should have. He's on the group text.
This comes from I didn't even see this until like today. So this is a picture from New Orleans of Trey and Zay sharing some gumbo together. And
I've never seen either one of those guys look that happy before.
I'm dying laughing because Trey's forcing me to take the picture. Like, I can't stop laughing because I know how suspect it looks. I just knew. And I was like, damn it, this is going to get out. I'm going to get clowned for it. But again, I was already a little tipsy. You know what I'm saying? We had different spoons. People share desserts all the time. Why not gumbo? I don't get it.
I'm calling bullshit on you being tipsy. You didn't start drinking until after dinner. I'm sorry. I have to call bullshit there. That was a very sober decision you made. You may have been peer pressured into it. As a matter of fact, this is about an hour and a half before Chip, we came with you to that party. So this was a very strange night that started out with a very innocent picture.
It was a very strange night. Now I know how it started. That while I was somehow roped into trying to save this woman's birthday party, you all were eagerly sharing a bowl of soup.
Look at their knuckles too. They're like touching. They're
not touching.
Skin.
There's a little space there.
No way. There's contact. There's contact there. Ball was tipped. Contact.
Hey, that's good culture.
At most, it was a gumbo dap. That's all
That's
it was.
strong.
All the cool kids are doing it these days, okay?
You know what? Me and Trey, we're going to break racism. Look at this. This needs to go viral. This needs to go
so many
viral.
things that are just plain beautiful about that picture.
Exactly. Look at this very clear white person and this midnight dark black person getting along, sharing a bowl of gumbo.
That is brotherhood. That is culture. That is connection. Look, this Texas Sports Unfiltered team is connected.
Thank you.
You have a guy in the background who's having a very serious conversation with nobody sitting across from him, too. I mean, there's a lot going on in this picture here.
That guy's talking to ghosts. I mean, and New Orleans is big on that. Like, they have tours where you can go see ghosts and vampires and stuff. So, yeah, we got some New Orleans flavor right there. Dude's talking to a ghost.
You guys might have ended racism, but you brought back homophobia. That's for sure. All right, that's enough. Y'all got better things to talk about, I think.
Yeah, that picture is very gay. If by gay you're talking about happy, that's all I have to say about that, BK.
Goodness. We'll be listening, gentlemen. Y'all have a great show.
Thanks, fellas. Great show. Love you guys.
Appreciate y'all. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you spend some time with us, Chip and Zay, on a Wednesday. We are counted down to the NFL playoffs. We got some Texas basketball to talk about. Dylan DeZoo. We've got, of course, football season never ends. So I'm going to ask Zay this question right now. Of the players who have said they are leaving, who's the most difficult to replace?
Probably. Can I combine Travondre Sweat and Byron Murphy? Probably those two, because Travondre Sweat, we know what he did with the run game, and Byron Murphy, we know what he did in the pass game. So I would combine those two if I'm allowed. If not, then I would just say Travondre Sweat first was kind of like 1A and 1B. I mean, Byron Murphy, he was big time this year, and I think he just kind of went a little underrated because Travondre Sweat, what he brought to the table was so impactful. But yeah, I would say those two dudes, that hurts the most because you say it all the time. Those dudes don't come around very often. Those are some of the hardest guys to find, just to have that type of motor and be at that size. You don't see it. So for those dudes, T Sweat and B Murphy, to perform the way they did and just to make all the teams that played against Texas basically one-dimensional and have to go to the passing game, like I think that's going to be missed the most.
Yeah.
How about you?
I think on the offensive side, A.D. Mitchell, of the guys who had the option of returning, I think A.D. Mitchell is the hardest to replace just because the guy, every big moment, he wanted the ball. He would do anything for his team. Look at the highlight reel, the 2 touchdown catches against Alabama in the fourth quarter, the 3rd and 12 late against TCU, the targets in the end zone in the Sugar Bowl. So I think I would say Byron Murphy, since T Sweat was out of eligibility, Byron Murphy moving on. I think Alfred Collins saying he's coming back helps ease the pain of Byron Murphy moving on, even though, Alfred Collins can take another step. He can have the same kind of year. If he approaches it like a contract year, the way Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy did, he can have the same kind of result because he has more of an NFL body than Byron Murphy. Like Byron Murphy could, depending on how he does at Pro Day and the Combine, Senior Bowl, whatever, he's a guy who's going to get, he's only 6 feet, 6'1" tops, even though, Aaron Donald is kind of built like that.
Yeah, he's built like Aaron Donald, one of the best of all time, is built just like Byron Murphy. I'm not trying to hear that.
That's how the NFL is so stupid. They talk themselves out of good players. And Goose Goslin, my good friend who I worked with at the Dallas Morning News forever, he always said the first round of the NFL draft is about measurables. It's about who looks like, Bruce Smith and who looks like Julius Peppers and who looks like, insert Pro Football Hall of Famer here. And then where you find the value is in the second and third rounds. So it's just funny to me because Byron Murphy's going to be just like Puna Ford has been a plug and play player. You can see who's got the motor. You can see who's going to give you everything he's got on every play at that position. And and Byron Murphy is that guy. But yeah, on offense, I mean, Jatavian Sanders, Adonai Mitchell. To me, you got to have the two outside guys to free up the middle for the tight end in the middle of the field or that slot receiver. And AD Mitchell, gift from the football gods. Zay, what's going on with Quinn Ewers? He's like out hunting. He's got the deer with the big rack. We've seen photos of that. We've seen photos of him all dressed up in Tarrant County. Can he slide us a little social media post saying, yo?
That's what I'm saying. I guess he's having his people talk to NFL people, see what's the word, see if it's worth the risk. I mean, we talked about it yesterday. If Quinn's banking on himself, then why not? Again, the dude's made some money in college. So I know, people talk about Brock Purdy, they ain't making no money as Mr. Irrelevant. Brock Purdy wasn't able to take advantage of NIL and Ames. And it was kind of too late for him while he was going into the NFL. I don't even know if he was really a part of it. So that's Quinn Ewers is a millionaire already. So it would make sense for him to come back in that sense. But also, if you want to get to the NFL as quick as possible and think that you could beat out certain guys like Will Levis, he'll probably get taken around there possibly. So Will Levis just kind of waited his turn. Okay, Ryan Tannehill, they're done with him. Okay, now I'm thrown in the mix. I know still question marks there, but again, if Quinn Ewers has confidence in himself to where he thinks that I just got to get on the NFL roster, and if I'm with the right system, I'm going to have a pretty successful career, then hey, maybe he'll leave. But again, with just what you know about how the NFL looks at quarterbacks with scouting and how they want you to play, 30 plus games and hopefully be there for 3 years so you can have all that tape and experience out there, it just doesn't make sense for Quinn Ewers to come back. But again, not a lot of people are dealing with the Arch Manning stuff. That could be a lot. Like, even for Quinn, I know he's very comfortable with himself. I know that photo that went around where Quinn's looking over his shoulder and Arch is surrounded by reporters and stuff, and everybody start hooping and hollering about that, even though the media was talking to Quinn Ewers for the last 2 days, like whatever. But still, Quinn Ewers, he might not want to deal with that. He might think, okay, this is a little bit much. I'm going to get drafted anyway. I'm paid already. It's not about the money in the first round as much as it is for other guys. Again, banking on myself. This is what the trajectory was supposed to be when he left South Lake Carroll early, did not play his senior year to go to Columbus. And, it's always been about the NFL. Yes, he loves Texas. Yes, he has a lot of pride for Texas. But at the end of the day, with what we've known from his camp and the people around him, it's basically been, how do we get to the NFL as quick as possible, because that arm is special. So,
see, and I
pro athlete.
I think Quinn, I think there's a little bit of, I see this from Duty Price. So I'm told it wasn't all his idea to leave high school early. That, that may have come from like other family members who might have needed the money. And
yeah, Uncle Leroy.
I thought Quinn handled that situation really well, because that kind of stuff can take your love of the game away. And I think the fact that we heard early on that he was saying he might be coming back was his way of telling you know, those in the inner circle who might be falling in love with Quinn going to the NFL, making more money, that, hey, I'm doing this on my schedule. I'm taking back control of this situation. And so I think that's another reason why Quinn Ewers' self-awareness, self-development, taking that big jump as a second-year player is even more impressive, because I don't think Quinn really ever wanted to go to Ohio State, or certainly not on that timetable where he shows up in August. He hasn't spent any time with his teammates, and they're all looking at him like, what are you doing here? Like, even the coaches were like, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be here next year. But that's why I feel like, there's still a strong reason to believe that Quinn is going to come back to Texas next year, because I think he wants to make sure he's ready before he gets thrown into the business of being a quarterback, where your livelihood depends on what you're doing game in, game out. And so I think there's a little bit of a, obviously the NIL stuff preceded him. Hell, there was a bill proposed in the legislature last year that would allow high school students to accept NIL money, and it was called the Quinn Ewers bill. And the lawmaker who wrote the bill talked about how Quinn Ewers had already received $1.4 million, and the lawmaker's from Fort Worth. Like, I was like, damn, he's putting my man's business out there. But, I think everyone looked at Quinn, was like, oh, he's all about the money. He doesn't, la, la, la. And I think he cares more about, he wanted to win that Big 12 championship so bad. He wanted to be remembered as a guy like Colt McCoy and Vince Young, a guy who led Texas to a championship. And he doesn't say it and show it. He kind of did after the Alabama win, when he's like, it's time. And just how emotional we saw him on the field afterward. There's a lot more inside that guy. I've said he's like an iceberg. There's the part you see on the top of the water, and then there's a whole hell of a lot more underneath the water. And so he's a fascinating character. And I think he's handled the Arch Manning thing great. A lesser guy would be like, man, whoa. He'd have his, like, the antenna ears up every time someone said Arch. He'd be like, what? He doesn't. He's like, he's so confident in his own ability and the work that he's putting in that he's good. He's comfortable in his own skin. That might get change. Look, Arch is going to keep getting better and better, and who knows what happens. Hell, Tom Brady got benched for Drew Henson at Michigan. I mean, and you never know, but it's, I do think there's a little bit of a misnomer when it comes to Quinn and how, since he was the guy who broke the mold and left high school early, I don't think he wanted to do that. I think he wanted to go back to South Lake and win that state championship that eluded him the year before, but it is what it is. So,
yeah,
he's an interesting guy.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, when you have reassurance from your coaches that are letting you know, hey, it's your job, you've earned it, we're riding with you, there's no need to look over your shoulder or just have that doubt that you could be benched after a bad game. Like, that's definitely a comfort thing if you're Quinn Ewers. And I think that Steve Sarkisian and AJ Millie have done a good job of keeping Quinn comfortable, because knowing that the work he's put in, he's earned the starting job, and there's no need to look over your shoulder. And yeah, I feel like if everything that you're saying is right, then it would make sense for Quinn Ewers to come back. If he knows that, hey, I need more time, I want to go to the SEC and see what I could do, You know, I need to put more film out there. The draft in 2025 is not going to be as QB heavy. So, you know, I want to say Vegas has Quinn to win the Heisman next year, don't they?
Yeah.
Ain't he number one? Like, you know, with the wide receiver crew that you have coming in, all the guys that you just talked about, A.D. Mitchell being the one that hurts the most. Like, got to replace him. Xavier Worthy, he might be a close second. So is JT Sanders. You know what I'm saying? So there's going to be a lot of overhaul for the offense, and Quinn Ewers, he's going to be a big part of that. But yeah, it is interesting.
How did CC handle your playing time? Like, did he give you reassurances?
He threatened to bench me any chance he could. That was just, which again, it didn't work for me. That never worked for me. That's what he didn't understand that. It works for some guys. Some guys, they use that as, oh, I'm going to play hard. I'm going to play tough. That didn't work for me because I was like, I'm better than him. Coach, this is a dumb move. I'm just having a bad game. And I used to go at him like that. We used to argue. My mom would have to be like, yo, can y'all shut the hell up? Like,
was this like on the sideline?
Huh? No, it was just all the time. Like, because that was his motivation tactic, like Bob Knight type stuff. He'd be like, oh, if I bitch him for rump roast that's going to come in and make us even worse, that's going to get to Zay. And I was like, nah. Like, I looked at it from like where we're sitting now, what we do now. I'd be like, if Rodney Terry put in, I don't know, one of the freshmen prior for Dylan Dessou, I'd be like, this is a weird move, coach. What point are you trying to make? Some guys it works for, some guys it doesn't. So that's why I always say you have to coach everybody different. Not everybody's the same. The best coaches understand that. Some coaches know I can yell at this guy, cuss him out, talk about his mama, and this guy I'm gonna have to bring over to the house, feed him dinner, you know, have him play with the dog. That's just what it is. So CC figured it out my senior year, and I was never benched after that. Once he realized, like, oh, Zay doesn't care. Zay's gonna go to the bench, and I'm just gonna chill. I'm like, I'll play better next time, but you taking me out, all right, we're gonna get worse. And once you start getting worse, coaches they say, oh, okay, this doesn't work for Zay like it works for somebody else. So yeah, I wasn't the one for that.
Yeah, that's funny. When are we gonna have CC on the show?
I don't know. Good question. I can get him next week. We'll get him next week. He ain't doing nothing. But no, DB, I never went Spreewell on CC. I wouldn't be here right now. I don't know where I'd be. I'd probably still be a coma or something like that. No. I knew my limitations. Going at CC, nah. Especially back then. No, absolutely not. You know.
What about out in
that was tough.
Why do I always screw this up? The coach you had at
Schubert.
Tom Paris?
Yeah, Paris Junior College. Yeah. I don't know where he's at now. The last place he was at was like Jacksonville State or something. I don't know.
Was he a fear guy?
Yeah. He was like Italian, had like a mob-like vibe to him, and then like you knew what he did at UT Pan American, now UT Rio Grande Valley, just the whole,
not all.
Yeah, he had that, like, when he told the player that just in front of everybody, it was like one of those, interventions as a team, and everybody's like, hey, all right, our assistant coach, he's the one that got everybody together, and he was Logan Lee, went to A&M. That's how I liked him, but he was an Aggie, so I didn't, I wasn't as close with him as I could have been, just because the whole Aggie thing kind of put me off a little bit. But he meant well. He was a good guy. He got us all together to have us discuss what we would want better or what we would recommend that could help the team, including the coaches. And one of the players stood up and said, well, coach, I feel like I've been working my ass off in practice, this and that. I feel like I deserve at least a shot at some playing time. You know what Tom Schubert said to this guy, Chip? You're not fucking good enough. He just lost it. He just lost it right there. You're not fucking good enough. Just said it, just goes ballistic. And I'm just sitting on the side like, oh my Lord, is this what college basketball is all about? And this is JUCO. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, this is, and it took everything for the play. I'm not going to name his name, but everything for my teammate not to charge him. Like somebody had to like, step in front because he got up like ready to fight. Like he was from Brooklyn, New York. He was ready to squabble. And coach, that was it. No practice for the day. We came back yesterday. Coach kind of apologized, but it was more just like, making an excuse of how passionate he is, how stressful he is, and all this stuff. Oh, it was wild. It was some wild stuff.
Well, speaking of coaches, breaking news. Pete Carroll done as head coach of the Seattle Seahawks after 14 seasons. Carroll expected to remain with the franchise in an advisory role, according to Adam Schefter. And Pete Carroll, 72 years old. And this is interesting. This was one of the jobs that we weren't quite sure if Pete Carroll had reached the end. The Seahawks did not have the season they wanted, obviously. And Carroll's had it going so good for so long. Maybe he's exhausted. Maybe he doesn't like where the team is from a quarterback situation standpoint. But, Seahawks go 9-8 and end up finishing behind the LA Rams, who are going to be taking on my Detroit Lions in the playoffs. But yeah, we're already getting questions like, should Sark bring in Pete Carroll? I would say Pete Carroll, if he's expected to remain with Seattle in an advisory role, that he's going to be preoccupied. But
you fly Pete out for like 2 weeks and have him stay at the crib, have him watch practice, ask him for his input on everything. And that's really it. You do that as much as you can. Tell Pete, hey, Pete, take a vacation to Austin, stay at the crib. We got a room for you, hang out. You can bring your wife. I'll take you around town, show you some of the finest cuisine that you could possibly get. And yeah, like Pete's a young 72.
Right.
I'm a little shocked at this because it's not, when you hear 72, you'd be like, damn, that's old for coaching. But then you see Pete Carroll and you see him running and he's a little just wacky with, certain things. You'll see him, being on scout team, messing around, throwing the football with the guys. And it's like, this dude, you could tell why everybody loves him so much. Like this guy, he really means well. And yeah.
Well, and Joe K, don't forget, Pete Carroll's a defensive guy. Pete's probably, if he's saying that, Pete's probably one of the few guys Sark would be comfortable with as OC. Pete Carroll's a defensive guy. He was the one, always putting the defense together. That's why he trusted Sark and Lane Kiffin so much as the offensive coordinators, Norm Chow before those two. And because Pete always had the defensive side of the ball. But Pete Carroll, he's one of the few guys who's won a national championship and a Super Bowl, he and Jimmy Johnson. And Pete Carroll, the ultimate players coach. We always talk about how Steve Sarkisian has two mentors that he refers to a lot. He talks about Pete Carroll and he talks about Nick Saban. And I always joke with people that Sark has become more Nick Saban than he has become Pete Carroll, in part because he was right there and won a national championship most recently with Nick Saban. And things are different. I mean, USC had open practices when Pete Carroll was there. Anyone could come. And it was a way to draw attention to USC in a entertainment crazy city like LA. You had to do whatever you had to do to draw interest and stay relevant and be on the news. And you know, when you look at Nick Saban, he came into Alabama, said, "Hey man, tell the boosters they're not coming to practice anymore, but tell them they're going to like what they see on Saturday." And that's how it went. Nick doesn't let his assistants talk. Pete let his assistants talk all the time. Very different mentors for, and here we go. So there is more smoke to the Bo Davis, LSU Bo Davis.
I thought that was over with.
Nope. LSU is expected to hire Texas's Bo Davis as defensive line coach. Sources have told Bengal Tiger on 3. So, oh boy.
Don't like that. Don't like that. I mean, you knew it was coming eventually. Once you have the success, we talk about this all the time. Once you start having success, coaches are going to start leaving, take, in their opinion, bigger roles. I mean, it already started with Jeff Choate going to Nevada. You know, go from the linebacker coach to head coach at Nevada. That's a huge jump. You know, and so Steve Sarkisian, he's admitted, hey, I want to hire guys. I want to be head coaches one day. You know, like that. So we can't be surprised when coaches want to go off and get a bigger role. And, you know, it just hurts because we know what Bo Davis has brought to the program in the 3 years that he's been here, and the development that you see with guys that we've talked about already on the show today, and Byron Murphy and Trevondre Sweat, and with Alfred Collins coming back, like he needs a Bo Davis. You know what I'm saying? Which it might be a big reason why he came back in the first place. I don't know. I'm sure they've had those conversations, and hopefully Bo's been real with all those guys. But yeah, man, it's only final till it's final. But yeah, Bo Davis, if he were to leave, especially to go to a team that you're going to end up playing in the next 2 years, that's definitely hurts. Definitely hurts.
Yeah, I'm trying to lock this down. But yeah, I mean, this is substantial, to say the least. And looks like this is coming from the LSU site on the On3 network. Yeah, when you talk about Bo Davis, it's, you know, he's a guy who gets stuff out of guys that they didn't even know they had. He's just so damn tough, you know?
Yeah.
Like, he would have gotten 13-7 out of you every night.
Yeah, I'm sure he would have. Absolutely. I mean, obviously his famous rant after the Iowa State game, that will always be in Texas fans' minds when they think of Bo Davis. And you saw the toughness there. You saw the passion. You know what I'm saying? Like, just he came with just mediocre. Being mediocre, that's not acceptable. And after that game where he felt a lot of guys quit, where Texas was leading against a scrappy Iowa State team with Breece Hall and Brock Purdy, like, your first year on the 40 acres, you're talking to guys that you really just met, haven't even been a year there, and you're letting them know, like, yo, if you're going to play for me, that can't be a thing. And you saw just the development and how players got better. And you're right, him just being a straight up hard ass on guys. Like, you love that. If you're a player, you love that, man. Like, you want guys to be hard on you. You want to be coached. And Bo Davis, he's done a hell of a job. So knowing that it's your alma mater, that's tough, man. When you graduate from the place and you put on that purple and gold, that being in Baton Rouge and seeing those familiar places that you did when you were basically a kid, and now you have the chance to coach there again and just have a bigger role, that's hard to run away from. So I'm not going to really knock Bo Davis for leaving. If it wasn't his alma mater, then I'd be a little skeptical. But again, the dude played for LSU. It makes a lot of sense. So again, if he's off somewhere else, so be it.
Well, this is where you call on all your contacts, all the contacts you've made along the way. This is where you call Dan Quinn and say, yo, Dan, who do I need to hire as my defensive line coach? We'll get more information on this, and we will continue that conversation. But LSU's On3 site reporting that Bo Davis will be hired by LSU. We will. I've got text into sources right now, so we'll let you know what is going on there. Let's bring in our man. I mean, two-time Mr. Universe, father to 3 5-star wide receiver sons, including Amon-Ra St. Brown of the NFC North Division champion Detroit Lions.
Sounds good.
It sounds good. John Brown, Kane Protein, baby. I love how they got that banner up quick at Ford Field.
They weren't playing around, huh?
It's NFC North champions 2023. That banner's already flying high.
Yes. Hey, let's see what happens. It's going to be a good game, man. It can go either way.
You've probably been watching the Rams. I mean, you're out there in lovely Los Angeles where every day it's 87 degrees or 77 degrees. But these Rams are hot, JB.
Hot. They're hot, but the Lions are hot too. So it's going to be a really good game. Hard fought. It's not going to be easy. I tell you, we do better when we play teams that don't have a real mobile quarterback. Like Lamar Jackson gives us problems. But it should be interesting. I'm hoping we win. I don't like to make predictions, I don't want to jinx anything.
Right.
But I think we have a good chance. We got a good chance.
Right. Yeah. Well, Amon, I couldn't believe he didn't make the Pro Bowl. I mean,
yeah, that's crazy.
He should have got in over Puka Nacua. Sorry.
I mean, he's top 5 in all categories. He can't get in.
I mean, come on.
I don't know all the criteria, but I know portion of it is you have to vote as fans.
Yep.
And the fan base of Detroit has to get behind their players. And if you think that a particular player should be in the Pro Bowl, well, vote him in,
Yeah.
Yeah, John. 119 catches, 1,500 yards, 10 touchdowns. I don't know what else he needs to do. But I saw him and Equimenius on their podcast, and I remember I was talking about, like, yo, that pisses me off. I'm going to show these guys they made a mistake. And he doesn't even want to go to the Pro Bowl anyway, because when you go to the Super Bowl, you miss the Pro Bowl.
Exactly. So I just hope they lean on him, during this game, because they're going to really need Sam Laporta. Unfortunately, got injured. We don't know. It's day to day whether he's going to be able to play. Looks like he probably won't. But if we can win the first game, I think he'll be able to play on the second game.
Yeah.
But we got to win the first one,
Yeah. Yeah, they got him in. The Lions are in prime time.
Prime time, baby. They had a lot of prime time games.
Yeah.
They had a lot of them this year.
Yeah. This is.
So, what do you think? What's your prediction? Talk to me.
I think the Lions are going to win. I think the Lions are going to win. I think they get the best effort possible from.
They have a chance to win. They have a big chance to win.
Yeah, I mean, it's really on the Lions' defense, I think.
There it is. There it is, right?
Getting back CJ Gardner-Johnson is huge.
Huge.
Because he's one of the top guys in the league in the secondary, and he went out for y'all very early in week 2. And now that he's back going up against Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua, I think that's going to be a huge addition to.
Yeah, that's huge. So just again, it comes down to the defense, right? How well can our defense play? That's what it comes down to. So I think our offense, we have good receivers, good deep, good running backs. We got those two-headed monster, which is really difficult to contain. So I think we got a good chance to win that game. And it's at home. Everybody's gonna be fired up. Man, Detroit gonna go crazy if they win that game. The city's gonna lose their minds.
And then that would, if the Cowboys and Lions both win, they would play again, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Right. I thought we did real well against the Cowboys, to be honest with you.
I think the Lions won that game.
Yeah,
but
I think they won that game too, yeah.
Everywhere but the scoreboard, unfortunately. But
yeah, I think they won that game also. I think everybody, even in Dallas, if they're honest, they go, yeah, they won, they beat us, you know.
Yeah. John, what do you think of Amon-Ra Hair for the playoffs?
That was interesting. I got a call. My wife is there now, and someone told, I don't know if it was her or someone else. He dyed his hair blue. I go, what? Okay. A little swagginess to him, you know. Okay. I like it, you know.
Yeah.
He's trying to galvanize the troops and get everybody behind this thing, you know. I know one thing about Amon-Ra. Big games, he plays big time. He loves big games. He lives for that. He feeds off that.
Yeah.
Some guys shrink in the moment. He ain't shrinking in that moment.
Yeah. And that's, I mean, talk about that, JB, because I mean, I saw it. I've seen it every day of his Lions career, but give us an example from, you know, that maybe we don't know about. Maybe the first time you saw him say, give it to me. Let's go. I'll carry the load.
Very good question. I mean, I saw that when he was like 6, 7 years old. He was that way. Even like in JB basketball, let's say they're losing and he has the ball or they pass him the ball, he ain't passing that ball to no one else. He's dribbling that ball, trying to make something happen. He's shooting that ball. When he plays soccer, the same thing. I've seen him stop guys, make goals. When they need to make goals, they pass the ball to Amon, and somehow he just wheels it in. I've seen him do it in Pop Warner. Oh, man. I've seen him do a lot of stuff. He was like 8 years old once, and we're in the game, and we're losing. And he was also, you know, both ways.
Oh, we lose you? JB, are you muted?
It don't say he's muted.
No.
He's going in too.
JB. Uh-oh.
JB. He can't hear us, can he?
Can't hear you. Uh-oh. What happened?
Because he'd stop. If he could hear us, he'd stop.
Yeah. Oh, no. JB. Oh.
That's tough.
JB, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
He can't hear us. He can't hear us. Yeah. Let's remove him.
He might have muted his phone.
The whole phone?
Did you
We're gonna have to get rid of him and have him come back. We're gonna have we're gonna have to get rid of him and have him come back.
All right.
Because he was spitting. I could tell. He was spitting. But.
Okay, LSU football now announcing Bo Davis is returning to LSU.
Shit.
Okay.
That stings. That stings. That stings, man.
Yeah. That is
to be what though? Just to be the D-line coach?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. This is a blow. There is no doubt about it. And okay, here's JB. JB.
Yeah, sorry, but I don't know what part of that story you heard.
You were just getting into it. You were just
so what happened was we're losing. I said, Ahmad, he's on defense. It must have been like 8 years old. I go, look, you need to stand between the guard. I mean, the guard and the center, and just get real skinny. And when the ball's hiked, really quick, go between the two because these guys won't be ready, and take the ball out of the quarterback's hand and just run in touchdown. Because they're little kids, they won't be ready for it. He does it to perfection, and everyone's like, "What was that? What just happened?" Even the referee's like, "What was that? Was that a fumble?" He just took it, and he's always been like that. Always. Big games.
Big game hunter. He's a big game hunter.
Big game hunter, baby.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
well,
big game hunter.
Man, we are so excited about this one, JB.
I'm just like, oh,
are
man.
You going?
Yes, sir. I'm leaving tomorrow. I was praying to God to win this game, man, because the Lions fans, man, 30 years, 60 years. I met a lot of guys on all the sad stories. I'm like, man, they just deserve to get something here, you know?
Yeah.
Just hope that the referees call it right and don't play games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because some of these games have been like a little suspect, some of the calls, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, man, they got to get that respect factor. It's like Jordan got all the calls, and then it took a while for other guys to get the calls, you know?
Jordan got all the calls, right?
We need the Lions to get the calls. They've earned it.
Yeah. Jordan got all the calls. We just need to get some calls. Just give us some love a little bit somewhere, you know what I mean? Just help us out here just a little bit. We don't need much.
Yeah.
I'm not concerned about the but only thing in our favor is they got to fly from LA. And most teams, is that game on Saturday or Sunday?
I think it's on Sunday.
So then they'll fly out on Saturday.
They'll fly out on Saturday.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to deal with that cold either. They're probably glad it's in the dome. Right.
Yeah, Detroit, LA, 7:00 Central Time, Sunday night. Uh-oh.
Yeah, it might be it for JB today.
All right. Let's see.
Appreciate you, JB.
Thanks, JB. We will well, this is obviously the news of the day. We got to have a proper goodbye, JB. You know what I'm saying?
I got look, I'm on my cell phone and solicitors are calling me, and I don't know how to really operate all these buttons and stuff that's going on.
Isn't that the worst? That's the worst.
But I tell you something. The Rams going to fly out probably the day before the game. And that jet lag is going to jump on their backs because every team does that. I'm like, wow, why did they do that? I would fly out like 3 days before to let my teams get adjusted. So when they fly out the day before, man, that's real tough. That's real tough. So we got a little bit of edge just based on that. They're going to be a little sluggish. The ball going to be off a little bit.
All right. I'll take any edge we can get, JB. I'm just saying. Well, hopefully when we talk to you next week, we're talking about the next round, baby.
Next round.
Next round. Let's go.
Hey, if there's anybody out there that, like I said, the kids need to gain some weight, go to Cane Protein. cane.com and order your protein and, put them on a good training regimen so the kids can gain some weight. I see a lot of guys playing football. They're real super thin. I'm like, man, if they were a little thicker, they could be a little more durable. A little thicker.
Absolutely.
You know?
Caneprotein.com and, of course, Cane Protein on social media. You can find John on YouTube, Black Coffee on YouTube. The guy is the best, and we appreciate you spending some time with us.
Absolutely.
As we prepare for Lions Rams. All right.
I'll talk to you
again
next week.
JD.
Let's see what happens next week. Lions,
All
Rams,
right.
baby. Go Lions.
Go Lions.
Yes, sir. All right.
Thanks, John. Appreciate you, man.
Thanks, JB. Yeah. All right. So, the Bo Davis news obviously is tough. He had a big buyout too. There's more to this story that I think we're going to find out here very soon. I've got text messages in, but it's there's no doubt it's a blow. Now the interesting thing is we're supposed to talk to Jason Shear of the Arizona 247 site at 2:15. Johnny Nansen has coached the defensive line before. We will see. I mean, Pete Kwiatkowski's also a former defensive line coach. So who do they decide to bring in? But yeah, this, I know Texas was trying to hang on to Bo Davis, but I do think there are extenuating circumstances here that I'm trying to confirm. But yeah, this is a blow. There's no doubt about it. And Steve Sarkisian has got his phone out.
Yeah.
Making some calls.
Can we play the rant on bootleg?
Yeah,
is that appropriate? We have to, right? This is Texas Sports Unfiltered. We got to play the rant.
I mean, this is the moment. This is the Bo Davis moment.
Okay.
After the Iowa State game 2 years ago, 2021, Bo Davis on the bus.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's just beautiful work right there. Like, you could hear him about to cry. Like, you could hear the passion. That's what's leaving Texas. Like, that's just, wow. That's so impressive. I mean, yeah, his son's there. That's right. Like, if he's coaching his son, not too many people could say that. I joke about playing for CC all the time. Some of the greatest moments of my life, Chip, that if I could go back, I would do it in the heartbeat. Because you remember those. That bond that me and my pops have, it's different, man. It's different. And I cannot knock Bo Davis for wanting to see that and have that a part of his life with his son and also go back to his alma mater. Like, no bad blood at all. Like, this is just... yeah, this one hurts. It hurts for sure. And when you bring in, a new coach and Johnny Nansen, and I don't know if Bo Davis was like, man, now this guy gets a co-defensive coordinator spot. I'm just speculating here, but I don't know. Maybe Bo Davis is like, I need some more responsibility. I feel like I could do more. I don't know. There's a lot to it, but yeah, if they're buying him out and stuff, we know his worth. That's for damn sure.
Yeah. It's it is a complicated deal. And I had mentioned here previously that the fact that Bo has a son who is a football player who's gonna be it's just really important to Bo that he coaches his son. And I mean, you can speak to that. You can speak to that, Zay, because you played for your dad.
It's special, man. It's very unique. It's a very unique feeling. And yeah, that's something that you cherish for the rest of your life. And I don't know why, if I'm Sark, bring the kid here. Hell, you know what I'm saying? Like, is his son a preferred walk-on, or is he actually a scholarship player that's, gonna get playing time?
He has not been a factor at Southeastern Louisiana. I mean, he's 6'1", 270. He started his time at East Mississippi Community College. And he's not been a factor, but I think it's just super important for Bo to coach him. And that's how it was explained to me, that this is the most important thing, and LSU was going to do whatever it took to get his son in and on the football team. And I think it's easier for LSU to do that than it is for Texas.
Why is the boy not that bright? What do you mean? What's that mean?
Well, Bo's daughter is at Texas, but I think Texas was going to try to get him in, but they couldn't do it until May. And so
we got to get the kid in. Like, are we serious? How long was Charles Wright on the team? Take his scholarship. He gone. Shout out to Charles Wright, lifetime Longhorn, got your degree and stuff. Austin High kid. Like, I'm very confused. I feel like Bo probably brought this up with Sark and the people he needed to bring it up with a lot earlier than this. Like, hey guys, is this a possibility? It'd probably keep me around here a little longer. Again, you can't beat the fact that he played for LSU, but still, like, if it's the son thing, the son can play football at a lot of places. Like, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because, again, we're talking about Alfred Collins having that year, that breakout season that Javondre Sweat had. Vernon Broughton, same thing. The rest of the guys that are a part of this defensive line. Like, I'm not saying the next guy's not going to be good, but, man, there's not too many Bo Davises just hanging around the country that you just scoop up with that passion and that type of philosophy and that type of IQ for big fellas that play the defensive line position. So.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that's a tough one. That's a tough one. That is, it was interesting because he's got like I said, he's got a big buyout. It's more than $1 million. And LSU just spent $2.5 million on a defensive coordinator. I mean, they're going all in here. And there was a weird situation. You remember Dominic McKinley?
Yeah.
So Dominic McKinley's committed to LSU. And he wanted to go to Texas. And I had a source tell me that Bo Davis told Sark to pass on him. So, it's
Why? I'm gonna have to go Owen Wilson on you. Why?
Yeah.
Why would he do that?
I mean, the speculation was that Bo knew he was going to LSU, so
oh man,
he would coach him there. Now,
oh my gosh,
I'm
wow, oh my chest. Oh, that is some demonic stuff right there. I hope that's not true. I hope that's not true, because damn, that one stings if that's any type of valid. I really hope not, but I mean, it is a little fishy, Wow.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
That is a tough one.
You
just never know. You just never know what's going on behind the scenes. You don't know who Bo Davis has been talking to during the regular season. You don't know how Bo Davis feels about his position, with the Longhorns. You might love his guys and stuff, but again, you bring in Johnny Nansen. Is Bo Davis cool with that? Jeff Choate leaves. Was Jeff Choate one of his guys? Like, you just never know. Or was Bo Davis just saying, hey, it's my son. This is a new opportunity for me. I love LSU. Got a diploma from there. That means something. So I'm trying to just think positive things with this situation, but we saw this coming. Maybe not necessarily Bo Davis, but just coaches leaving in general to see if the grass is greener on the other side due to the success that Texas had this season. Yeah, we saw that coming, 100%. Started with Jet Choate, now Bo Davis. So, one thing that makes Nick Saban great, he always just hires A's right after they leave and move on. You know what I'm saying? So Sark, hopefully, when we talk about him looking at Nick Saban as a mentor, can use that piece of what Nick Saban has taught them and shown them. So you could scout out different talent that believe in the same values you have and have the same philosophy and know what winning is about, and hopefully can bring that to the University of Texas.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a tricky one. It's a tricky one. And that's probably a better question for Hank on the Dominic McKinley situation, but there was all kinds of heat around Dominic McKinley to Texas, and then all of a sudden there wasn't. And yeah, I was told that Bo Davis told Sark, I don't like his motor. And so now he's committed to LSU, and but I was told point blank, the most important thing to Bo is coaching his son. He doesn't care where.
Wow.
So whether, like you said, you get a chance to coach your son. If it means that much, then hey, I just hope the part about Dominic McKinley isn't true. Yeah, I mean, people are asking about Frank Okam. Yeah, I mean, look, Sark and Pete Kwiatkowski are going to make this decision as to what fits their room, their culture, their comfortability. I got to say, though, I did like Bo Davis. Bo Davis stood up for himself and helped to change the way the line played, like literally, like allowing Byron Murphy to slant into gaps and, you know, not have the whole defensive line do it, just Byron Murphy. And, you know, because that fit he had the talent and the get off to do it. And I remember when Sark came into Big 12 Media Days 2 years ago, he said, we got a new.
Yo, Coach 420, are you on that 420 right now? I feel you. I'd love some Mike Vrabel, but woo,
shoot for the moon.
Man.
Shoot for the moon.
Shoot for the moon, baby. Shoot from half court like Steph Curry. That would be incredible. But I'm sorry.
Shoot for the moon.
I had to throw that up there.
Yeah.
Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, and then here's, you know, Ronald Cardenas is like, hey, what about Michigan's defensive line? If Jim Harbaugh is gonna take off, are they gonna be able to hold that staff together? And that's where Sark needs to do a deep dive and make sure that he's bringing in the best possible guy. Like I said, call Dan Quinn, call the guys who know who the best young, you know, defensive line coaches are, and go get them, because Texas can afford to pay.
Yo, Pete, heard you just got fired from Seattle. I heard you stand up there. Hey, we need a new D-line coach, man.
You
know
imagine?
what I'm saying? You can only you don't even have to come to practice all the time. Just at least 90%. Show up to a couple of meetings, but we understand that you 72. Come on, man. Have some fun again. That pressure, don't, you know, come on, be the D-line coach. All right, see you later, Pete. That's the voicemail I need Sark to make. We calling everybody. Or ask Pete, who do you know? Because now Pete got a lot more time. You know what I'm saying? Beforehand, Pete might not have had the time to help you out. Like you said, Dan Quinn. Sark knows people. Yeah, this is going to be fun. You see how you flipping it for these Texas fans and people like me out here, Chip? Now you got me excited. You know, Bo Davis, love you, appreciate you. You're a wonderful father. But now people throwing out Mike Vrabel, people talking about the Michigan defensive line coach. My homie Pete Carroll just got fired. Hell yeah, man. We're going to flip this into something positive, man.
We're going to flip this.
We're going to flip this. This Texas, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Who would not want to coach in Austin, Texas? Hell yeah.
Yeah. If you're just tuning in, Bo Davis has been announced as the new defensive line coach at LSU, according to LSU football.
That's right.
And I've got you know, text out, but I know the part about his son, and that is that's substantial. Yeah, this LSU just put this out.
Damn. Yep, he looked like Suge Knight in purple and gold.
And that's Marcus Spears doing a victory dance right there.
Yo, somebody on the Coda text line, hit us up there, 512-222-9328, said Ed Orgeron. All right. I don't know about Ed. Ed be wilding a little too much for me. I mean, actually, I don't know. You know, Ed, we got some coaches with some beautiful women on their arms. Ed likes to bring beautiful women to the party. So maybe, Ed, I don't know. Just that voice, man. I don't know if I'll be able to get past it. I know Sark don't let his assistants talk anyway, but still, maybe Ed Orgeron. I don't know. Not too sure. I know Mike Vrabel, but Edo, he's a championship coach. He's just a little quirky. Would you do Ed Orgeron, Chip? Would you bring him on? Well, not, all right, not like that. Let's not get crazy. Pause there. Would you bring him on? Would you offer him the job? And if he were to accept it, would you let him coach the defensive line?
Yeah.
Okay.
As long as his heart's in it. you know,
that's the thing with me. Ed be wildin'. Like Ed's he's kind of out there, but yeah, if his heart's in it, maybe. See now Paxton, this is where we can't. Nah. He's had his time here. It was cool.
Well,
for a little
Muschamp to Georgia with his own son.
Yeah,
he's helping Kirby out, and so
Will Muschamp
is what happens when you get to be a 50-year-old man. Suddenly your kid is in college and you want to coach him.
Yeah.
Am I shocked? I'm not shocked, but it sounded like Texas was trying to do everything they could, you know, give him a raise, try and get his son into school, but he was going to have to get in as a grad transfer. From what I heard, he was going to have to kind of load up on classes to graduate in May. I mean, LSU's like, he can come in right now. So I don't know. It's the way of the world.
Yeah, when we were going through Baton Rouge to get to New Orleans last week and we stopped at the first Canes ever, I was looking around and I wasn't very impressed. So, I mean, yeah, it's a little different. You could tell they do things different there. So,
well, let's see what let's check. Well, look who's here. Jason Shear of Wildcat Authority. Jason, when I asked you to come on and talk about Johnny Nansen, the new co-defensive coordinator, linebackers coach at Texas, I didn't realize Bo Davis was going to be leaving as defensive line coach to LSU to coach his son. So Johnny Nansen, I know he's coached defensive line at various points in his career, but what is Texas getting in Johnny Nansen? And welcome. Happy New Year.
Thank you. You guys gotta love college football coaching carousels, huh?
Yeah. I mean, you never know.
Nansen, I like Nansen. You know, the biggest thing was when he came to Arizona, the defense was one of the worst in the country. And the biggest thing, you know, he was bad the first season that he was there. Well, I shouldn't say he was bad. The defense was awful. And they basically made the decision to bring in personnel and said, look, we're only going to be as good as our personnel. To the point where I'll remember when Arizona's defense was looking better early in the season, I went up to Johnny before practice and I joked. I said, oh, yeah, so I guess you're a good coordinator now. And he goes, no. He goes, all about the talent. He's like, it's just they brought in personnel and he did a really, really good job with them this season.
Yeah, Jason, you know, Johnny Nansen, he's been around the block at Washington, USC, and obviously he just keeps on moving up. You talk about just his personality a little bit, just you interviewing him, talking to him. Is he a player's coach? Like, you know, what kind of cloth does he cut from?
Yeah, players like him. He's not, you know, there's some personalities on the Arizona staff. Brendan Carroll, the offensive coordinator, is a big personality. Johnny's not that type of guy. He'll joke around, but he's very businesslike in his approach. And even in press conferences, he doesn't like to give, you know, majorly detailed answers. It's just kind of straight to the point. And, you know, if it was up to him, there probably wouldn't be any press conferences because he'd rather just concentrate on the football side of things. But, you know, getting to know him a little bit over the past year, he's a really good guy. He's very personable when you go up to him. But he's not going to be like this outgoing personality that's all over Twitter and all that. It's not really his style.
Yeah, it's interesting. Johnny Nansen was with Pete Kwiatkowski at Montana State back in 2000 is where they crossed paths. And so it's not just a reunion for Nansen with Sark, who, of course, he was with Sark for all the years at Washington and at USC. In fact, Johnny Nansen was retained at USC when Sark was fired. So there's a familiarity in this situation, Jason. And, when you look at that, does that make sense? Because obviously he was calling the shots at Arizona, right?
Yeah, I mean, he had full autonomy over the entire defense. And I think Arizona fans for sure, but part of Jed Fish probably didn't think that Johnny would go to Texas because Jed barely got involved in the defense. I mean, this was Johnny's defense. And so it's a little bit of a surprise to them, I think. But he is, Johnny's best friends with Sark. That relationship goes back years. They're very, very close. And I think, no one will mention it, but I think part of it is we know that Sark's probably going to be at Texas for a while. And Jed Fish is going to be the hot name until he leaves Arizona. And I think a part of it is, maybe Johnny said, look, if Jed's only here one more year, I'm looking for a job as opposed to going to Texas where I know I can be and have, a little more stability. It wouldn't surprise me if that played a role. But, at the end of the day, I think it just came down to his relationship with Sark and how close they are.
Yeah. Jason, talk about Nansen being the poly whisperer, because that's what I've heard around just his communication with these Polynesian kids that they recruit and stuff, which Texas already has one in Leonga Lafau. But yeah, I always just love those type of guys watching USC, Oregon, all those West Coast teams over the years. Talk about that a little bit.
It sounds like I'm joking, but I'm really not. Texas is about to offer a ton of Polynesian players. Like Nansen will I don't want to say he'll only offer Polynesian players, but it feels that way at times. I mean, he just has a connection in the community. And when they brought him on board, Arizona also brought Jason Kafusi on board. And they basically said, look, you two are going to help us bring the poly connection back to Arizona. Because years ago, it was a very big deal. And they did. I mean, there's a ton of Polynesians on the team right now. Jed Fish credited that with changing the culture of the program. Like the team is really, really close. They stick together. And that's something that Nansen is going to come in and really emphasize. And, I would be shocked if Texas didn't land numerous Polynesian players that are pretty highly rated in next year's class.
Well, Jacob Manu, I don't know if I pronounced that right, but he sophomore, led the Pac-12 in tackles per game, sophomore linebacker. Was this a guy that Johnny helped bring in?
Yeah, so the way it worked was Noah Fafita and T-Mac and Jacob Manu were all on the same high school team. So basically they went to go recruit Noah and T-Mac and Torma McMillan, and they basically said, look at our best friend, this linebacker also. And so Jed Fish wound up bringing them all in. I think Nansen played more of a part in the development, and he has a philosophy, and it might be an Arizona philosophy that may not carry over to Texas. I don't know, but basically Arizona last year or 2 years ago said, we're going to play young players and they're going to learn and there's going to be struggles, but they're going to be ready. And so Jacob Manu was on scout team the first 3 games of the year. And finally they started him against North Dakota State. And from there on, he started every single game. And that's just what, Arizona's defense is young. And part of it was Johnny said, look, they're going to learn the hard way because we know the following year they're going to be better for it. And they were.
Jason, how was this year knowing that the Pac-12 is just completely done? And then what's the vibe going into the Big 12 for Arizona?
Yeah, it was weird because and I think it really hit when Arizona played USC and UCLA and the LA schools, because it's like, okay, you're probably never going to play them again. Or if you do, it's not going to be for a while. And that's something that it kind of got a weird feeling. But, the Big 12 is met with excitement. Arizona at the end of the day is a basketball town. And so football gets a lot of attention here, but basketball, Big 12, I mean, that's just a whole different animal. And so I think Arizona fans are pumped. And with football, you look at it, and the reality is if you wanted to win the Pac-12, you had to go through Washington and Oregon and USC sometimes. And the Big 12, I don't want to say it's easier, but now that Texas and Oklahoma are leaving, it's easier. So I think Arizona fans are excited about that opportunity.
My man Nick Foles Rob Gronkowski. They don't have they got any signage up of those guys?
Oh yeah. Anytime Jed Fish can mention any alumni that has ever done well, he does it. Like that's his thing. He'll mention NFL and former Arizona Wildcats that do well. So they're going to get that out as much as possible.
Yeah. Nick Foles, Austin Westlake, baby. I think he left as the Pac-12's like career completion percentage leader.
Yeah, and one of the best dudes that I've ever covered. I mean, just such a good guy. It's unreal.
Yeah, I agree, Jason. Yeah. So Jed Fish, I mean, this guy is the rocket ship right now. What does Arizona have coming back?
They returned 17 of 22 starters. So, they lose some good ones. They lose Jordan Morgan on the offensive line. He's going to be a first-round pick. And they lose some talented guys. But, they brought in a class that filled needs. They're going to look at the transfer portal to fill some needs. They're going to be good. I mean, they return most of their good players, the quarterbacks, the wide, T-Mac returns at wide receiver. They return pretty much the whole defense. There's no reason why they shouldn't be one of the better teams in the country next year.
I didn't look this up, Jason, but was Johnny Nansen a big blitz guy or not so much?
Not so much. The one thing I will say about Johnny is he had multiple plans. So there were games where they would come out and blitz, and there were games where they would drop back and rush three and play the dollar package and basically have 6 DBs on the field and try to confuse. And that's what they did against Oklahoma. They said, look, Jackson Arnold is making his first career start. We're going to try to confuse him. And they forced 6 turnovers. There were times at the end of the game where they were rushing 3 and he was holding onto the ball for so long because no one was open. So there's multiple game plans. And that's something that I respected him a lot for is, Arizona had Don Brown before Johnny Nansen. He's the head coach at UMass now. Don Brown pretty much ran the same defensive fronts and formations every single game. You knew what you were going to get. With Johnny, that wasn't the case.
Yeah. Talk about Washington this year. Obviously, getting to the national championship game and coming up short to Michigan. Did you expect that when you saw Arizona, who played Washington pretty well this season? I mean, a lot of teams did. Washington had a lot of wins that were, under 10 points. But we saw Washington live in the Sugar Bowl, and you saw Washington live. Did you expect them to be that good this year? And were they that good in your eyes when you saw them live?
Yeah, I didn't expect them to make the title game. I mean, I thought they were pretty good when I saw them. Arizona, that was one of those Johnny games where they basically said, look, Washington's deep offense, they're going to get a bunch of yards, but we're going to try not to let them score. And it worked for most of the game. I think that was the first start for Noah Fafita. So, if that game's played later in the season, maybe it's a different result. But that offense was always really good. I thought the one thing that was going to cost them was their rush defense. It wasn't good at any point in the season, and it really showed up in the title game. That was probably their biggest weakness, and Michigan just kept attacking that.
Yeah. Wow. That's a fascinating story about Fafita, and then Fafita saying, hey, check out my man, Jacob Manu.
Yeah, and what's funny is that team had Manu, Fafita, McMillan, and then Mason Graham, the kid from Michigan. So high school team was pretty damn good.
Wow. What high school was it?
Servite in Anaheim, and they're not as good now. So their coach left, and so they basically and Kean Burnett too, who's going to be the starting tight end on Arizona, was also on that high school team.
Yeah, we were just talking about Mason Graham. That dude is a monster. Only a sophomore.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, Jason, man, we appreciate you taking some time and letting everybody know what a little bit more about Johnny Nansen. And now I guess Johnny Nansen's going to help Sark find a defensive line coach.
He's very close to Jason Kafusi, who's Arizona's defensive line coach. I don't know if he's a big enough name for Texas, but don't be surprised if that name comes up because they are very close, and another Polynesian guy.
Interesting.
Okay.
Okay. Well, Jason, appreciate it, my man. Happy New Year, and thanks for the time.
Thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
Thanks,
All right,
Jason. Appreciate you, man.
Here, wildcatauthority.com for all your latest Arizona Wildcats news. If you're just tuning in, Bo Davis has been announced as the new defensive line coach at LSU. This is all about him wanting to coach his son, Bo, Beau, who is currently at Southeast Louisiana, and has, he's not a big impact guy, but LSU has said, we'll get him into school and you can coach him. So, and obviously we know how important this is because Steve Sarkisian has a son, Brady, who is a walk-on linebacker at Texas. So it's look, for football coaches, this is how they spend time with their kids. Yeah. This is how they get a chance to spend time with their kids because the job is so demanding that if you can hang out with them around the football facility, it's your chance to catch up on lost time and all that. So, yeah, it's big news today. Not a total shock, but there was some hoops that LSU had to get through here, including a big buyout. I know it's at least $1 million that LSU, someone's going to have to pay to get Bo out of that contract. So it's certainly a big development today. Let's get a couple of words in here for Apple Leasing. I'm telling you, it's a new year. How about a new car? How about getting into a car you really want to be driving? And you're not paying for the future trade-in value of the car. So if you're a person who just buys used cars because you don't want to pay for that future trade-in value at Apple Leasing, you're only paying for the car while you're driving it. So you're getting into a better car than you thought you could afford. And it's under warranty. And you're picking everything: interior, exterior, new car smell. You've never had a new car experience like this. So easy. The easy lease. You're picking any make and model of car. And say you want to change make and model of car 2-3 years into the lease, no problem. The easy lease. Everything's easy about Apple Leasing. You're going to be in traffic. You better love the car you're in. Apple Leasing makes it so simple. 346-9977. Visit appleleasing.com. Zay, when we look at the, I'll just get into the chip shot right now. I guess before I do, brainvault.com for all you athletes out there or parents or coaches of athletes who are in any kind of a contact situation, whether it's lacrosse, flag football, cheerleading. The Brain Vault mouth guard developed right here in Austin by Dr. Greg Eckert, Dr. Ueckert, proven, patented to reduce the effects of concussion. And they've thought of everything. This is the best fitting mouth guard you've ever experienced. I have my own Brain Vault mouth guard and went through the process of getting fitted for it. So easy, and yet what an investment. So listen, if you're the team coach or manager or team mom, team parent, just go to brainvault.com and set up a fitting. They do group fittings and they will come to you. They couldn't make it any more simple. Brainvault.com. And of course, audiovisual consultations, our man, Tom McKay, getting you in, making sure you have the ultimate big screen, new lighting, surveillance, electronic shades, and from the free consultation to installation, all you have to do is call 255-8678 and they'll bring everything to you. Tom and his crew bring everything to you. You got better things to do. So avconsultations.com is the website, and hoopsatx.com, making sure that, don't give your kids video games. Give them a reason to get outside, play some basketball on a in-ground basketball goal adjustable so your kids grow up with that basketball hoop and can dunk
at an early age and until it gets right up to 10 feet. Hoopsatx.com. And of course, Cover 3, the ultimate place to enjoy high-end food and see your team win. Play the game. Cover 3 on Anderson, Cover 3 in Round Rock, Cover 2 at 183 and Lake Creek. Make sure you try out the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. All right, the chip shot today. I was gonna go on about my man Dylan DeZoo and how he may have changed the whole outlook for the Texas basketball season. But I will shift gears. I'll let my man Zay handle that, and I will talk about Bo Davis. And here's a jolt to your team, your culture, and your culture should carry the day here. And so Steve Sarkisian's no dummy. If he knows this is coming, he's talking to all the recruits. I've seen the comments rolling in from folks worrying about kids wanting to leave, DeAndre Robinson, Melvin Hills, whatever. And here's the thing with Steve Sarkisian and this coaching staff and this team, the culture this is where your culture gets tested. And, even Alfred Collins. I mean, Alfred Collins could, change his mind, I guess. But this is where your culture gets tested and you are about more than one person. Now, granted, having that person be your position coach, it's a jolt because that Bo Davis has helped develop some of the best defensive linemen in college football, wherever he's been, at Alabama, at LSU, when he was the strength coach there. How about that? Bo Davis, the strength coach in 2003 under Nick Saban at LSU when they won the national championship, and then went with Nick Saban to the Miami Dolphins, and then went with Nick Saban to Alabama, coached at Alabama a couple different times, of course, coached at Texas under Mac Brown, and coached the Detroit Lions. That's where Texas hired him from. But this is about the team coming together, about Steve Sarkisian letting the players know we're going to go hire the best defensive line coach in the country. We understand that Bo Davis wants to go coach his son. It's a rare opportunity. I'm doing it with my son Brady here at Texas. And you send that reassuring message right away. And yeah, here's, it's a good point here from Jose. Has Sark made a bad hire yet? He inherited Andre Coleman from Tom Herman and then decided to let him go in favor of Brennan Marion. And then Brennan Marion gets the job at UNLV as offensive coordinator. Steve Sarkisian hires Chris Jackson from the Jacksonville Jaguars. So Texas is one of the hottest places to be because of A, they have resources. B, they have a coach who's got stuff lined up and in place. ESPN, remember the way too early rankings that came out yesterday have Texas at number 2. And so Sark's been through a hell of a lot tougher than this in his life. And I expect Steve Sarkisian to send that calming message across the Moncrief Newhouse football complex, settle everybody down, and then go out and hire the best defensive line coach available and take his time. Make sure you get the right guy. And Sarkisian has shown us that he's willing to take his time. He took his time on the wide receiver coaching hire. He took his time on the hire of Johnny Nansen, although I think Sark and Nansen knew, but they wanted to get through the football games at the end of the year. And so, look, Steve Sarkisian, this is he's watched Nick Saban handle this every year. Nick Saban gets coordinators hired every year and has to go replace them. And Saban always goes after the best. He went after Ryan Grubb at Washington. Grubb stayed because he knew they had a special team, and Grubb was right. And so Sark's seen how this plays out. He knows everybody in football. I'll be stunned if Sark doesn't make a great hire to replace Bo Davis. And, there are a lot of really talented defensive line coaches. Obviously, there's an attachment with Texas fans with Bo Davis because of the rant that Zay played earlier after the Iowa State game. They lost 30-7. There were non-believers on that bus, and Bo Davis wanted to let him have it, and he let him have it and said, some of you MFers need to get in the portal. And y'all think this is funny? I just got my ass kicked. Yeah. And every Texas fan could feel it and appreciated it and loved his fire. He was so fired up in that rant, he couldn't even get the words out at different.
He was tearing up. You could hear him getting choked up of how pissed off and passionate he was about that 2021 squad.
And Steve Sarkisian said that rant was one of the tipping points for the changing of the culture in the program. And Sark said, I joke with Bo Davis, they're going to build you a statue, Bo, in the north end of DKR for that rant. And so that's why this is super tough news today, because Texas fans remember that low point. They remember Bo Davis's fire. They remember how much he wanted to get this changed and was willing to put his voice to that, and did. And, someone secretly recorded it, and Steve Sarkisian was asked, were you nervous when that first came out? And he was like, honestly, no. Like, that's what everyone needed to hear. And he was like, I was worried only that bus, we have 14 buses. I was worried only that bus was going to hear what Bo had to say. And now they got rid of that player who recorded it, but everybody heard it. And that's why there's, extra sentimental attachment to Bo Davis. That and the fact that he coached the two highest rated interior defensive linemen in college football this year, in Devondre Sweat and Byron Murphy. So, look, when you're hot, you're hot. And in this situation for Bo Davis, it involves him wanting to coach his son. And I was told point blank by someone who was involved that this was really important to Bo Davis, that it wasn't, even if it's only for a year. I mean, his son has spent 3 years in college football already. He's got all kinds of eligibility left because he hasn't played. And I don't think he'll ever play at LSU, maybe on special teams, but either way, again, this is how coaches get to spend time with their kids, is if they're getting to coach them because they're in the same place all those hours that is required of football players. So I think Steve Sarkisian, the way that he's handled everything else, I'll be shocked if he doesn't make a great hire. So,
yeah, I'm right there with you. And to what you just said about Sark knowing people, like you always hear the saying, sometimes it's not what you know, it's who you know. So Sark's going to be calling around the nation, asking guys, hey, who do you think fits this spot? Who do you think understands what I'm about and understands what the University of Texas is about, specifically the football program going to the SEC? We need that because Bo Davis will be missed. And just kind of go to the person Bo Davis is. Like, dude wants to coach his son. If he probably didn't have a kid, he might still be at Texas now. He might even look past the fact that LSU is where he went and played college during the mid-90s. But he said straight up, I want to coach my kid. And you're talking about a coach's son throwing this at you. My pops always says to everyone, one of the highlights of his career was coaching his two boys, me and my brother Brandon. I don't know why, because we just gave them 2 district championships out of the 5 years combined that we played varsity. But still, like, that's just, it's different. It's a different feeling. And again, like I said earlier in the show, I wouldn't trade those moments for the world. All those moments getting yelled at and blood, sweat, and tears and stuff, I would not trade those moments for the world playing for my pops, man. It was some of the greatest moments of my life. So I get it. I really do what Bo Davis is trying to do there. And it's LSU. Come on. We're talking about one of the blue bloods. We're talking about like the state of Louisiana, the players that they produced, man, and just the talent that you see that comes out of Baton Rouge. Like, it's not like he's going to rump roast. It'd be different if his son played at Illinois or something, or Boston College. Sorry, Bucky. But you know where I'm getting here. Like, this is LSU. This is still on the same level. It's still SEC football. You know what I'm saying? So you can't knock Bo whatsoever. Yes, it hurts, but with how hot Texas is right now, with how positive things are going, yeah, Sark should be able to hire another quality coach, and they should be able to come in and understand what's going on here at the 40 acres and produce just like Bo Davis did.
Yeah. All right, let's get to the right call.
Yes, sir.
Hey,
yeah, before the right call, though, shout out Covert BK, the family-owned automotive dealerships have been doing it for over 100 years. And they've been doing it at a high-quality rate with new and pre-owned vehicles that you can choose from with outstanding service and customer satisfaction. Shout out to Covert BK. They got Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram as 7 terrific brands to choose from. Go to coverbcave.com for all the latest specials and inventory. Don't stop riding around in that bucket, that check engine light, man. You don't want to keep taking it to the shop over and over again. You take it to the shop, you spend about $800, you come back, you're in it for 2 weeks, and then boom, 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 you hear all types of stuff with the hood, and you got to pull over on 35, and you trying to call folks, and people honking at you. You don't want those problems. So just go to Covert BK to take care of it. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip, the right call today. We got to talk about Texas basketball, man. As you said, Dylan DeSue might have saved the season. You go 0-2 in the Big 12. No quad 1 wins. Rodney Terry's team is down bad, but thanks to Dylan DeSue, thanks to Max Asmus, thanks to the fight of guys like Zurich Oyema, which I've told you he needs more minutes. You know, Caden Shedrick out with the back spasms. We'll bring him back along slowly, but Zurich Oyema is going to give you some toughness. No, he's not Hakeem Olajuwon. I get that. No, he's not David Robinson. He's not going to be one of those guys that's going to face you up and jab step you and get you buckets like we saw Dylan DeSue give you that 33 last night. He's not that guy, but he's going to give you toughness. He's going to give you heart, and he's going to give you athleticism that you desperately need in different times, like a game last night in Cincinnati. That was a gritty, hard-fought win by the Texas Longhorns. And on the other side for Cincinnati, if I'm Wes Miller, the head coach, somebody's going to have to take me out in cuffs, because that Max Asmus shot shouldn't have even counted. He traveled bad right before he took that shot to win the game. Caught the ball off a dribble loop. He did a little weird, just couldn't stop himself, you know, in his tracks, and his feet slid. And I go, oh my gosh, the ref was right there. Cincinnati fans, brutal. The ref was right there. Missed it. He threw it back to Dylan DeSue. Dylan DeSue threw it right back to Max Asmus. And this is just his shot-making ability and shot-creating ability is special. Because to be at that size and to be able to get that shot off, like, he was in the air and the dude that contested it went past him. Max Asmus at 5'10", 5'11" at best is still in the air, Chip. Hesitate, pause on the jumper just to give himself a little bit more time to get it off clean. He does that, gets a lucky bounce, and the Horns are coming back to the ATX with their first win in the Big 12, first quad 1 win of the season. And yeah, that might have saved the season straight up. Like, we were talking about it yesterday. Yeah, it was a lucky bounce. You'll take that shooter's touch. That's what we call it where I'm from, Paxton. You know what I'm saying? And Dylan DeSue, I mean, I said that he should be starting. I He talked about him being on a Millix restriction, whatever. Got 34 minutes last night. He gave you 33 points. Like Victor Locken, he's going to be having nightmares about Dylan Dessou for a very long time. Because when Dylan Dessou dunked on that dude off of just a smooth pump fake one dribble, that's different. That's what the NBA scouts want to see. Dylan Dessou gave them buckets every way possible. Stepping out, hitting the three. He hit 4 of them things, 40% from the field from 3. 13 for 23, from the field as a whole. Getting to the bucket, butter rolls, shooting that floater, getting in the post, getting to a spot, giving a little locking a little bump with the right shoulder, then fading back. He gave them buckets every which way possible, and it was so impressive, man. And this goes back to his training. I know who Dylan Dessou trains with. So do you, Chip. Both of us, we've talked to him. Zach Urbanus, product of Bowie High School, played for my Pop CC. One of the best basketball minds I ever met. If you have kids, Zach trains kids. Zach trains pros. Zach trains college guys. He doesn't discriminate one bit. If you have a child that wants to hoop, take him to BTY basketball. Zach Urbanus. He trains Dylan Dessou, and you see what happens with Dylan Dessou. Now, Dylan Dessou works hard, and he deserves all the love that he gets, but, hey, you got to train somewhere. You got to have the right habits, and Zach, he'll get you right. So I'm not surprised Dylan Dessou is dominating like this. I will stand on saying if Dylan Dessou didn't get hurt last season, that Texas team's a Final Four team, and they move on and get to Miami, and who knows what. UConn looked good, but that Texas team in 2023, with the way Dylan Dessou was playing, if he was healthy, that team could have won a national championship for sure. And I hate it that we didn't get the chance to see that, because Dylan Dessou, when he's out there, he's a special player, man. He is. His ability to knock down the outside shot. And now that opens up everything for everybody else, Chip. When you have your big knocking down outside shots, what does that mean? That means another big on the other team is guarding him. So that big stepping on the outside, they can't be down low. This isn't the NBA. There's no defensive 3 seconds. Your big could just camp in the paint all day and be big and just get in the way of your guards trying to make things happen with floaters and different layups. Now that big has to step out because Dylan Dessou's out here hitting 4 threes and shit. And now Max Asmus has ability to go to the rack, and Dylan Mitchell could get those dunks that he did last night, and Tyrese Hunter could go coast to coast, because we're worried about Dylan Dessou knocking down the three. Hell of a job by Rodney Terry not calling the timeout when Newman missed that free throw. Tough free throw to miss. He got to knock him down front end of the 1-and-1. He didn't. Rodney Terry didn't call a timeout. Great move, because some people are like, call a timeout, coach. Make sure you get your right play in there. No, you don't do that. You tell Max Asmus, like Coach Terry did before they're on the free throw line, hey, we're running this. You practice that, because you do not want that defensive team to set up on D, get their defensive players in the game, and now you have your best defensive guys against, your best offensive guys for the last play. Instead, you get the ball off a rebound. Now everybody's scattering around and trying to figure out matchups and stuff. People can't switch and do different things because everybody's just pointing and trying to get settled, and you go at them like they did last night on that 2-man game with Max Asmus and Dylan Dessou. Much needed win, big time win. Dylan Dessou better start for the rest of the season. Brock or Caden Shadrick, they're just going to have to understand it's not their time, and let's roll. It's the Big 12. Houston lost last night. You know what I'm saying? BYU lost again, so now they got 2. It's the Big 12. Kansas, if they didn't get completely lucky with that bogus ref call on the flagrant foul, they almost lost to Allen Fieldhouse. Yeah, man, it's up for grabs. Anybody could get it. So I love it. That was a huge win. That should give the Horns a lot of confidence moving forward.
Well, Brock is an energy guy off the bench anyway. And Dessou, he missed the first 9 games while getting back medically cleared from the offseason foot surgery. And they had him on a minutes count. And then that went away last night. And this is the Dylan Dessou we saw at the end of last year. And he's not afraid. That's the thing. Like, it'd be one thing if if it was Onyema with 33 points. But this is Dylan Dizu, who took over the Big 12 tournament, and that was when Timmy Allen got hurt.
Yeah.
And Rodney Terry went to Dizu and said, hey, we need you to pick it up offensively. That's all he had to say. Dylan Dizu averaged 18 and 9 in the Big 12 tournament, and then averaged 22 and 10 in 2 NCAA tournament games against Colgate and Penn State. And against Penn State, they were up 11. And then Penn State went on a big old run and was up by 3 with 4:48 left. They're in a huddle. And Rodney Terry's getting ready to call a play for Marcus Carr. And Marcus Carr says, no, call it for Dylan because he's on fire. And they come out of that timeout, and Dizu scores 10 of the next 12 points. And Texas expands their lead back out, and they beat Penn State. Dizu can handle it. This is why he came back. And that's what I love, because he was giving it to you all over the floor, offensively and defensively. 4 steals,
Yeah,
two blocks. This team has been looking for a leader, has been looking for a focal point, someone they can count on. And Dylan Dizu is this team's best chance. Everything needs to run through Dylan Dizu. He needs more post touches before those guards take any more of those transition threes. Tyrese Hunter, who took a transition 3 on a 4-2 break. Dizu needs more touches, and he's not going to have this game every night. We know that. But now here's my question for you, Zay. He was at the 5 last night, Dylan Mitchell at the 4. So he was dragging the big guys out, shooting threes, and it was a mismatch nightmare. When Caden Shedrick comes back from his back spasms, does Shedrick go right back in at the 5, and Dizu's at the 4, Dylan's at the 3? Dylan's going to be in more of a matchup, a straight up matchup at the 4, obviously, than being a stretch 5. What do you do there if you're Rodney Terry?
Yeah, that's going to be a bit of an issue. And that's why you need Brock Cunningham to knock down shots, because teams are just going to keep leaving him open to give more attention to Dylan Dizu. So I do like him at the 5, but it also depends on who they're playing. Or they're playing a team that has a 4 that might be a little smaller, where if you were to play Caden Shedrick with Dizu, that allows Dizu to take that guy inside more. But Caden Shedrick, you're going to have to step out a little bit. You can't be on the block right next to him. That spacing would be terrible. So I don't know. It just kind of is from game to game. That's why coaching's very difficult. And Rodney Terry and the rest of the coaching staff, they're going to have their hands full on making certain decisions. And you just got to have a good feel for the game on where the mismatches are. I want Dylan Dizu on the perimeter and in the post, kind of 50-50. I need him on that pick and pop dribble loop situations where when the guards are attacking inside due to the big man being out, because Dylan Dizu is such a threat from the perimeter, I like that. That's when Texas is playing their best ball. But if Caden Shedrick and Brock Cunningham, if they're not going to produce, which Brock Cunningham, he had a tough offensive night last night anyway, because you got to play Dylan Mitchell. You can't take him out. He's too athletic. He's too, skilled overall. He took a shot yesterday that was so broke. It was just like vanilla ice broke. It was brutal. It was a pull up, and I was like, Lord have mercy. That can't happen. He get to the rim, dude. And then when he started getting to the rim, he started shooting that little floater and stuff. That's what you need.
Yeah.
That's what you need. So,
and Cedric Onyema. Give me rebounds, give me block shots, and go clean up misses. Onyema can play 10 minutes if he gives you that. He can spell Dylan Mitchell. Mitchell is like a ball of energy that just needs to be channeled. When he's locked in, he's a double-double, like easy.
Yeah.
When he's kind of looking around, I think he took 2 shots in the second half. I don't think his rebounds went up much. You know, he's got to be that guy. And I'm going to say it right here, right now. Kendall Weaver needs more minutes because defensively, he can help. He can help if Asmus is getting attacked. He can double. He's quick enough to double anywhere. He needs to be the double guy for the perimeter defense. They have no one to set the tone defensively on the perimeter. I thought it was going to be Tyrese Hunter. It's not. And I know people are like, you can't play Kendall Weaver. He can't shoot. I don't care. He'll go create possessions and he'll give energy to that team. And I got to get the ball to Asmus. I got to get the ball to Dylan Dizu. And you got to have some defense on the perimeter. So
yeah, I know Coach Terry. He's still banking for IT Horton to come out of this slump, man. And I thought he was in the UT Arlington game right before Big 12 play started because he had a solid game there. But again, it was UT Arlington. They beat those dudes. You know, they should beat them. But he's trying to manage Weaver and Horton's minutes to see which one's going to break out because they're both, you know, one is capable of hitting shots while the other one's capable, like you said, Weaver, of setting the tone defensively. And it's just like both of them aren't doing enough where you're confident in saying, okay, these are your minutes for sure. They're just still trying to figure it out. If they could both break out of the slump, that'd be ideal. But yeah, I don't know because Lukosius, he was shooting right over the top of Tyrese Hunter and Max Asmus. He had Max Asmus in the post at the end where they went up by 3 and he hit that fadeaway. And luckily Dylan Disu came down and, you know, hit that shot that hit every part of the rim. And Newman missed that free throw. That was huge. But yeah, they still got some things to figure out, man. And
they got to figure it out fast because they got to win against West Virginia. They have to win against Central Florida because then it turns into gauntlet.
Woo.
And look, no one's going to expect you to beat Houston. No one's going to expect you to beat Baylor. But you can pick up some valuable confidence against West Virginia and against Central Florida that might allow you to surprise. You know how guys tend to get up for those big games. Suddenly everyone's shots falling. And if this team is what I think it is, then I bet they'll play up when they see a team like, you know, Houston. But yeah, that was big last night because what Dizu was doing, you know, there was a 12-3 run that got Texas up 27-20. And Dizu scored 10 of the points. When Cincinnati, and they're in Cincinnati, and the crowd's going nuts, when Cincinnati takes a 3-point lead on a 6-0 run, Dizu hit the answer basket with 43 seconds left. And he's not afraid. He wants it. And that's big because I thought, when Marcus Carr got the ankle injury against Miami and Texas, it's a tie game with a minute left. And then Brock takes one too many steps back and gets called for a foul when he's got a guy over his back. And when they needed that shot late, Brock and Timmy, they didn't have the body language. They didn't want that shot. You got to have a guy like Dylan Dizu. And so Rodney Terry he's got a chance here to redirect this team and pump some life back into it because Dylan Dizu gave them that life last night. Yeah, Ace hit the game winner, but Dylan Dizu carried that team to that point.
When he dunked on Locken, oh my gosh, that made me get out of my seat. That was so nasty. And then Tyrese Hunter got dunked on a little bit later after that, but still.
Did you see when Dizu was guarding that guy in the post and the guy was like bumping into him and
pulled the chair under him? Pulled the chair?
Yeah. Dylan just stepped out of his way and the kid fell and threw the ball away. And
oh my God.
Transition 3 for Asmus.
old heads who drink beer when they play pickup have been doing that move since the George Mikan days, man. That is a classic OG move right there. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let's bring in the friggin'
Oh, I thought we were going to the music early.
Damn, just let it play. Let it play.
I was setting it up.
Yeah, y'all take it. Take it.
All right, good job, guys.
Thanks,
we enjoyed
guys.
that.
Have a great show. Have a great show.
All right, for real this time. Ready to go.
Longhorn Nation, we're back.
We're back. Welcome back, Megan. I am back in Austin.
You are back.
And we are back. Fire the Cannon.
Yeah.
I'm Rocky.
And I'm Megan.
We are Fire the Cannon.
I love it. I love it. So yeah, you're back. It's good to have you back. I've
Thank
missed you.
The time is very different.
Yeah. I feel like you're still kind of adjusting to the time change.
Yeah, I've been up since like 3:30 or 4 in the morning every day. Well, yesterday and this morning.
Right.
They're 8 hours ahead. So
in South Africa.
In South Africa. And we had the best time. It was amazing. And just back. Glad to be back. Glad to be home. Ready to go somewhere else again.
Right. Already looking for the next adventure. I love it. I love it. Well, yeah, we do. We have a lot to talk about. I was so impressed with how you were staying up to date on everything, even though you were 8 hours ahead. But
sometimes we went a little while without internet too.
Right.
No, we went to Safari. Our friends that live, I told you this while we were away, but our friends that live in Palabora, which is near the Kruger National Park, they're locals, right? They live there, they camp there, they know all the ins and outs and the things to do. And yes, I'm ready for Austin FC season. Yes. So we get to do things, the local things, which is really cool. And when we're back at the airport, we were leaving and we're in line to board our flights.
Yeah.
One of our flights from Hoodspite to Cape Town.
Yeah.
And we're in line with this people saying, we got to see a giraffe and we saw a zebra. And I'm like, that's it. We saw a zebra at the airport. Like you need to get out and see the real animals. We got to see just everything.
Yeah,
Rhino,
awesome.
leopard. We saw a baboon chasing a leopard. We saw just all kind of things.
crazy.
And then we went to my favorite city in the world, Cape Town. We didn't get to do too much Cape Town stuff, but we did. And the last day we were just trying to kill time and find things to do from when we checked out of our Airbnb till we had to get to the airport.
Yeah.
We're like, well, let's go see the castle. It's always really beautiful. And
no big deal. We'll just pop into a castle.
Well, it's open. It's beautiful. And it's
No,
a
I love
neat
it.
castle in Cape Town. And Nadia doesn't remember seeing it because she just doesn't remember the last time we were there. And so when we go in, there's this 3-day sports festival celebrating, and we had no idea it was happening, celebrating the best sports heroes of South African history.
Cool.
All the sports, cycling, rugby, soccer, like all the world sports, men and women. And when we're getting there, they're setting up for this youth touch exhibition, which is the same youth touch that Nadia just played in Nottingham.
Yeah.
So we met the
Just
coaches, and
happened
it
to
turned
work.
out that this was the South African coach, and Nadia was there with the USA team, and one of the younger girls. We have a picture of them two together. Like
cool.
It was just what a coincidence. This world is so small.
Yeah.
And so Nadia got to jump into the rugby game, and that was a lot of fun. And they had food trucks, and we were like going to hop in for a few minutes. We ended up staying for 5 hours.
That's
it was
awesome.
the most gorgeous, beautiful, sunny, breezy day. It was just amazing. They interviewed her. It was just really exciting.
That's
so
awesome.
yes, there is lots of shark diving, which is why I don't swim in South Africa.
100% though. That's something I would want to do.
There's a lot of shark diving. You can go from Cape Town. If you follow the Western Cape around like to Fitzhoek and this other areas, there's tons of shark.
Yeah.
A lot of shark.
Yeah.
They like that warmer weather on the southern side of the coast. But we were in pretty cold water. Richard and I, one of the houses we were staying at with our friend's house, they was right on the water. It was beautiful, but we went like, oh, let's go jump in the ocean. Too cold. Put our feet in, ran away.
Like in and out immediately.
It was nice though. We had a good time.
I love it. Well, it's good to have you back. It's good to have you back.
It's good to be back. I'm ready to go back there because I love it there so much.
Right. I love it. Well, we do have a lot to catch up on. Obviously, we had the national championship game that played out. I think it to the heartbreak of many, many Longhorns watching. Got a lot to talk about with that. Definitely some breaking news, as you know, Chip and Zay were talking about. DL coach Bo Davis is, for all intents and purposes, heading to LSU. Again, we'll talk about that a little bit. But yeah, we've got a lot, kind of a season review for football and looking forward. And then we've got some news, NFL news, a little bit of draft talk, a little bit of bit of basketball talk. So a little bit of everything.
We'll recap. We're going to recap where kind of grade the season for Texas and then look ahead. Way too early bold predictions. We're each going to make 3 way too early bold predictions of the 2024 season. Little basketball and NFL wildcard is this weekend. So we know the 49ers and the Ravens have their bye. So we're going to pick the other 6 games happening. And we have a special guest today.
We do.
I'll let you tell him.
Yeah, it's a buddy of ours. If y'all have watched Texas Sports Unfiltered, you may know him as the Burnt Orange Man. It's our good friend Abbas Khan. He's going to join us with from Longhorn Laundry and his full regalia. Like, this man bleeds burnt orange. He has a ton of fun. We're just going to get some stories from him from around the way and talk a little bit about his business and how he came to Texas. So it'll be fun.
He's our new sponsor.
Yeah.
So we're excited to have him. And the cool thing too is he's starting to really become, because of this character he's created, he's starting to really become popular, and they're starting to use him in like national media promos. He was in some of the championship weekend promos, so you probably saw him there, or you see him around campus on game day, and that's fun. So he's our new sponsor, and also we're just going to chat with him about Texas and his, just get to know him.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you guys haven't checked out his business, again, it's called Longhorn Laundry. Give him a check. Check him out online. Again, he does free delivery, pickup and delivery for laundry and dry cleaning services. Really great guy. Again, he and his wife are just incredible, work really hard, but it's awesome. So you don't have to waste time doing your laundry. They take care of it for you, pick it up, do a great job cleaning, and then fold it perfectly, seal everything, and then deliver it back.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's very, very cool. So again, check them out. It's longhornlaundry.com. And if you guys use the code FTC20, FTC20, you actually get $20 off your first order. So again, we're excited about that. Excited to have him on. Really, really happy to have him here. So we'll look forward to that. So.
I'm putting it in the chat right now so you can see.
Appreciate it.
Yes.
So cool. All right. Well,
thank you, Dan.
Let's talk about Bo Davis a little bit. We know definitely comes as after some, good news, some bad news, a lot of transfer portals. We expected that. Some players at Texas announcing, they're leaving for the draft. Then to have this news about Bo Davis, which I know, folks, Texas fans especially, he certainly endeared himself with that ISU bus rant a few years back. And, Coach Sark has said that was really the catalyst of gelling this culture together and that shift and getting, it was the kick in the ass the team needed, right? Clearing out the culture for the guys that weren't necessarily buying
turning point
for sure. So it's definitely a sad day for Texas fans. But again, as you heard from Chip Brown, Coach Davis is wanting to leave to go coach his son at LSU, and Texas wasn't able to get his son into Texas until May. So you got to understand it. How you feeling about it? I'm
really sad. We were hearing that there was talk over the last couple of weeks that he could be being really courted hard by LSU. And I understand, like, the opportunity to coach your son at the college, and this is probably, I don't know, it's probably something their family has been, a goal for their family.
He's talking about it.
And to make it happen, that's really special for them. Selfishly, don't leave.
Right.
What he's done to the defensive line and the way he's recruited and developed, it's just a story in itself, especially this year. Right. And he's just such a developer of men and players and talent. Really,
T-Sweat.
He's the best.
And Murphy,
he is the best at his job. And I don't want him to go to LSU. I don't want him to go anywhere else. I want him to stay at Texas. So, but good luck. Good luck to Coach Bo Davis. And what a good coach.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and look, it's been pointed out, Sark has done pretty well for hires.
Oh yeah.
I have full confidence that Coach Sark is going to find the right person to come in and pick up the torch and run with it where Coach Davis is leaving off. So definitely, not the happiest of news, but I also feel like we're in pretty good hands with.
We will
with the
be. Who is
future.
it that said Vrabel?
Yeah. Somebody commented.
Oh, if we could get. I mean, that's
your boy.
That's
it's
not going to
happen.
That's not going to happen. But I wonder if Coach Vrabel will come be with.
Right. How much money can we actually whip him with? Right.
No,
that would
he
be
wouldn't
something.
take a position coach in college, but I don't know. Maybe if we write a strongly worded letter on why he should come be our linebackers coach.
There
I mean,
you
he only
go.
has a few Super Bowls as with the
you know.
Patriots,
You know.
We'll get to Vrabel gone with the Titans
We
later
will.
in our news stories, the NFL news stories. But yeah, my Titans,
We will. Yeah.
they stink.
Yeah. Well, lost their coach, so new beginnings for everybody.
Well, once you make Aggie your quarterback, it's like downhill from there.
Killing me. You're killing me.
Anyway, yeah.
I love it.
So
All right.
that's the biggest news in the last hour
For
or
sure.
so.
For sure.
Multiple outlets reporting, and Chip Brown broke that news about had a good post about really wanting to coach his son. So best of luck.
Absolutely. All right, so let's jump into the Natty game. It was definitely a little tough to. I know for me, I was bitter. I was kind of that person in the corner, like sulking, watching the game the whole time.
It was sad. Watching the game was more infuriating because how were we not in this game? If this was the Washington that showed up that played, not that Texas played to the last second and did really well. Everything was going Washington's way in the Sugar Bowl. Everything went their way. Even the little tipped into the touchdown. Everything was going their way. So, Megan, you picked me up from the airport. You picked us up, the family, up at the airport Monday evening. We were delayed because we had no luggage. Our luggage didn't make it. It got delivered this morning at 5 a.m.
You finally got it.
5 a.m. we got a text that it was arriving. But, yeah, a day and a half later. But anyway, I didn't need it. But anyway, you picked us up from the airport. We were delayed. Would get our luggage. It didn't come, blah, blah, blah. So then when we got home, like, oh, the game's on.
It was kind of, listen, I know.
Game's on if you want to put it on.
And I've got to say, I mean, obviously we had to watch it.
Yeah, we have to watch it. Anyway.
And I think a lot of Texas fans were certainly feeling the same bitterness perhaps that we were. But this was one of the most watched college national championships in a while.
Why do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an interesting thing. They said it was 24 million viewers. Like it was definitely up. It's a lot. Do you think that this? We talk back and forth. Should the national championship game be on a Monday? Right? Like, should it be on a Saturday? When should it be played? Didn't seem to hurt them too much for this particular one. But is having that new blood in? There were no SEC teams in this game.
People weren't retired of the same old teams,
right?
And now there's.
Do you think that had an effect on it, or what do you think it was that made this such an intriguing matchup?
I think Michigan program being a blue blood, having national fans. I mean, there's a large audience. They're very similar to Texas and Alabama. They have a very large audience. And then Washington, there's been excitement in the way they play. And then Penix, the story of Penix, and I think there was excitement to see really good, hopefully a really good offense against a really good defense. We saw which one survived in that game, but
thrived. I would
thrive.
argue.
Well, I mean later, but dominated for a lot of it. So maybe that's why new teams, new excitement, and there's just right now college football's on fire. Like every game is getting more and more views every year. So.
Right. Yeah, definitely. Look, I think I agree with what you're saying. Like, Michigan is a big brand, and whether people outside of the burnt orange want to admit it or not, like Michigan is a brand, like Texas is a brand. Yeah, it's been a while since Michigan had been there. Harbaugh obviously given a long leash, definitely rebuilding that program the way he wanted to. Perhaps an asterisk or two might be in the future, but look, Michigan's a huge brand, and then I think having the intrigue of Washington come in just as, I don't want to say an unknown, right? We all know Penix, and he's done some incredible things this year. But yeah, it was just a matchup that I don't think people envisioned at the beginning of the year. So I think it was, again, definitely intriguing to see how that was going to play out.
At the beginning of the year, most people would have probably said Georgia,
right,
and
an SEC team,
and I mean, at the beginning of the year, people were saying USC or
Ohio State,
or it could have been Georgia, Ohio State. Who knows? But most, I don't know anybody who would have picked it was going to be Washington, Michigan at the end of the year. And so we're saying we started watching the game, and it was just heartbreaking to see
pain.
The things that were for as much as everything went Washington's way the first week, for very little to go their way for so long of the game, that was just, everybody was just shaking their heads
It
like,
was.
oh, he can be sacked. Oh, he can throw incompletions. Oh, he can be pressured.
Yeah.
And it's not that Texas didn't play a great game and had a good plan. Well, I don't know what the plan was the whole time, but you could see they were adjusting and making adjustments. But he was so human.
It felt befuddling. It really did. Look, we were talking about this during the game. It's just one of those things where you watch it and you just kind of have to throw your hands up and go, well, sometimes that's how the chips fall. This game is a cruel game. And to Penix's credit, like, look, I don't want to take anything away from Washington when they played Texas. You're right. Texas played a good game, but Washington was so on point.
It was their day.
Right. It was their day. They were so on point that they just couldn't do any wrong. Penix, we were pressuring. We got 20 pressures onto Penix, but didn't get to him like Michigan did. So, the receivers versus Texas, spot on, lasers every time. They were catching everything. And it felt like during this national championship game, they couldn't catch a cold if they tried.
Wide open. So Michigan against Texas. Yeah, I can't see my computer. Against Texas, Penix threw for 430 yards, 2 TDs, no interceptions, and took no sacks. Against Michigan, it took him 51 throws to hit almost the same number of receptions, 255 yards. So, 1 TD, 2 interceptions, and the big sack.
That pressure.
That pressure. It was just two different teams that were playing. The receivers struggled. And, of course, we know the way defenses work. They're all the front, the middle, the back. They all are working together to create these pressures, to create these interceptions. But it just seemed like everything was clicking. Michigan knew exactly how to attack Washington's offense.
Right.
Exactly. And they executed it.
Well, and I think that's something too. It's, again, as a Texas fan, sometimes it can be hard to have that perspective. I felt like Texas played a decent defensive game against Washington. During the game, it didn't feel like it, but you go back, you look at the film, Texas was in tight coverage. They got some pressures. They weren't quite finishing, quite rounding that corner, right? Then you compare it to Michigan, and Michigan's defense was absolutely lights out. They were getting to him. To me, Michigan's defense looked like a pro style defense. I mean, they were running stunts. They were running, I think that played into it too. Yes, I think Penix was playing his mind out against Texas, but I don't want to take away from the effect that Michigan's defense had on Penix in the national championship.
Oh, they did everything right.
So getting that pressure to him, running the stunts, Penix was taking a little bit longer. It felt like he was in his own head, right? And how much of that is on Penix? How much of that is on the defense? Of course, we'll never be able to
one goes with the other, right?
Right. You can't really quantify that, but again, it gives me some concern as we look forward to our Ann Arbor trip next year. That Michigan defense is again no joke,
right?
And Penix to me went from looking like a world beater who definitely got snubbed for the Heisman to looking like a pretty good quarterback that just wasn't having a great game, right?
Well, it definitely didn't affect what the NFL scouts think of him, because leading up the weeks to this game, all the mock drafts still had him as one of the top quarterbacks going. Well, of course, behind Caleb Williams, but somewhere between 2, 3, and 4 quarterback going. And in the top first half of the first round, it's still every mock draft still has Penix going in the first half of the first round. So it didn't hurt him. But yeah, you saw he was a little bit human.
Yeah, I mean, again, they made him look human. That's
and the
receivers
against Texas, they could snatch everything out of the air against, like you said, good coverage. There was one where Ryan Watts was running shoulder to shoulder with him and was right on his hip, and it just drops on a dime. Everything was going. Everything was going their way that day, and and then the opposite when they played Michigan. And they fought back. That's notable that they fought back. Washington fought back. They tried to get back in it. They were only down 1 possession at halftime, and then they have a chance to the first drive of the second half. They throw an interception on the first play.
Yeah, it felt again akin
it
to
just felt like
Texas's woes when they played Washington. Right when we started getting some momentum going, felt like we were shooting ourselves in the foot with the turnovers, right? I think we saw some of that with Washington. I like Sandman's comment. I don't know if Texas beats that Michigan team, and agreed. The defense was swarming. I don't know that I would say we don't have a strong pass rush. It's certainly not our strongest point in our defense. But agreed. I mean, Michigan was certainly getting to Penix way more than Texas did, as far as rattling him and obviously sacking him. I don't know. Again, we know looking ahead to Ann Arbor, these are going to be two very different teams.
Trey Moore is coming.
Yeah,
Trey Moore is coming to help on the edge. He can get to the quarterback.
Right. Well, both
coming.
with Texas and with Michigan. I mean, Michigan's losing a lot too. So, you know, I've seen the argument. Well, they're not going to be the reigning national champs when we get up there. Well, they are. They're national champs until they're not.
Yeah, they're
right?
the reigning national champions until the next championship game.
But to that point, these are going to be two very different teams, from the teams that walked off the field in the 2023 season to the teams that are going to be on the field in 2024 in Ann Arbor. Very, very different.
They will be. Both teams losing a lot to the NFL, to some transfer portal. But both teams have done well with recruiting and transfer portal incoming. So, I mean, I think right now they're both in position where they're reloading. So I wouldn't say, even though most of the starters for Michigan will be gone, I wouldn't say, and their quarterback still hasn't even announced yet, but they just finished their game. But draft boards have him also in the first round. So we'll see what team they actually have. Most of the people are like, all the offense, all the defense, and the quarterback are gone.
Yeah, I mean, there's, of course, that's pretty notable. JJ McCarthy, very likely is out. They are going to be very, very different teams when we field it. Of course, we wouldn't be fanatics. We wouldn't be crazy Texas people if we weren't talking about this already.
Yeah.
Thank you, Carlos. Only 241 days until Texas is in Ann Arbor. So got a little bit of time to ruminate on it and chat. But
I have a question for the people listening, watching. What would you put the over under now, knowing that Texas roster, we still don't know even if Quinn Ewers is coming back, but Texas roster losing a lot, but reloading.
Sure.
Michigan's roster losing a lot, but reloading. Wonder what people put that over under. I mean, put the spread, Texas going to Michigan, what the spread would be right now.
Well, the Big House is an interesting place to play. Have you ever been there? Have you ever been to the stadium?
I don't really care for Michigan fans.
Yeah, well, there's that. But
yeah.
Look, I've been in there. I went to that crazy game where Michigan State played at Michigan in the Big House and won on that flubbed punt, right? Just an insane experience.
Michigan minus 3.5. You're giving them that hook because
it's the home. I mean,
yeah, I know. Yeah.
I can agree with that for sure.
I would have Michigan favored a little more than that right now.
I would say though, again, at the Big House, it seats a lot. I mean, I think it's up now. The capacity is to like 108,000.
Yeah.
It's a big place. The crazy thing though is, at least in my experience, you know how you're not the biggest fan of the Rose Bowl just because you feel like it's old and dumpy and run down.
Dump.
I would kind of, and I'm sure I'm going to piss off a bunch of Michigan fans at this point. I would kind of argue that for the Big House too. It's older. It hasn't been updated in the ways that a lot of these modern stadiums have, including DKR. I mean, DKR still has the footprint of the original stadium, but obviously has expanded quite a bit. The Big House hasn't really done that. And at least when I was there, my experience, and this was 2015, yes, they seat a lot, but it's not because they made more room for more seats. It's because they just made the spots on the benches smaller, right? Like it's one where you get like a half butt cheek onto your spot and you have to sit sideways and you're packed in. So
that's not good.
But to that point, they do still have, I mean, you got to expect when Texas travels up there, this is going to be a sellout crowd.
Oh, it's
going to be loud and
every
crazy.
Game Texas goes to is a sellout crowd.
Right.
So Carlos says currently minus 5.5 by next season, 2.5 Texas. Is that because by then you'll be drinking so much Texas Kool-Aid that you'll think we can go in and win and survive there?
Yeah. Yeah. Again, I want to say too, obviously there's so many pieces that have to fall into place. Is Quinn going to come through? Is he coming back? We
are they going to
expect
have
him
JJ
to.
McCarthy back?
Right.
Yes.
We expect Quinn.
Are they going to have a coach?
Well, that's something I wanted to bring up, right? We expect Quinn to come back.
Well, he hasn't announced. He has not announced yet. So.
Right. But a lot of moving pieces, a lot of things still to be determined. But I wanted to ask you, do you think, I mean, Michigan played an incredible game, but this is amongst a lot of accusations of cheating, some scandals going on, the self-imposed Harbaugh
3-game suspension, and
that he couldn't coach from the sidelines.
yeah,
right.
He was just on the phone.
Does this natty for you for Michigan does this deserve an asterisk on the corner of it right now?
If there ends up being enough evidence that they're actually punishing him for something, then yes, there's an asterisk. And it might, I don't even know, do they vacate it? Do they take it away from them? I don't know. They won on the field, so they're going to say forever that they won. And the way the Michigan fans dismiss any thoughts of them ever cheating ever, and if they did cheat, so what? That I've seen a lot of that, and so whatever. They were the best team, and it's unfortunate that they're so clouded with the way they got the information they needed to win some of those games.
Right. Well, and that's an interesting point too.
It'll be stripped in 1 to 3 years, says Sam.
Look, I'm not going to take away from Michigan's talent. That Harbaugh's coaching his mind out. He's developing players. Again, the schemes that they were running on defense was just nuts. They had the game plan going in. But yeah, the question is always going to remain, did Michigan get to that point because they had an unfair advantage? Now, some people are saying, listen, everybody's cheating in college football at some point, unless you're Vanderbilt. Did you see that low blow? Yeah.
Vanderbilt does not cheat.
Vanderbilt doesn't cheat, and they're also terrible, right?
Yeah.
And so Vanderbilt taking that body blow there. But so yeah, I mean, is that a fair argument? Everybody's cheating, it's just if you get caught or not.
No, not everybody's cheating. That's to start right there. Not everyone cheats, and not everyone cheats to the level that you're sending dudes and people in undercover gear on to be on sidelines to record stuff and photo stuff.
It seems egregious.
It was so egregious, and it was easy to capture and see. And we have photos and video of this guy hopping around, and it's expensive to go into these games and get sideline passes. I don't know how he got some of that stuff, and all this clothing and gear to be in all these different places. Little graduate assistant or analyst assistant is not making 6, 7, 8 figures to afford all this. Who's funding him?
Right.
Don't tell me nobody else knew who was funding that.
That I think is to me, that's the crux of the situation, right? Like, I do think, I mean, it's big money college sports. I think everybody's looking for an edge. Everybody's pushing that boundary. Everybody toes that line, right? I'm pretty sure any compliance person will tell you, yeah, we stay on our toes because there's a lot that we have to, rein back in. But to your point, I just don't see how there's any possible way that when you are at that level and that egregious, that much over the top, how does your head coach not know about it? How does the program not know about it? The money's coming from somewhere.
And even if he didn't know, it's still his program. And you're supposed to be accountable for what happens in your program. And you're supposed to establish a culture and an environment where no one would think of doing something that egregious.
Well,
week after week after
or
week,
hide it better.
Week after week after week after week,
hide it better.
Anyway, congratulations, Michigan. You were definitely the better team.
Yeah,
and just out executed, out planned. The execution to me was the key.
Yeah,
they had a game plan and they executed it from the beginning to the end. So good job.
Yeah. Well, it will be interesting. Again, hypothetical. I'm pulling this out. I have no grounds to say this is what's going to happen or not. But let's say that asterisk does make it onto their national championship. Let's say they vacate it. Do you think Harbaugh stays at Michigan?
I don't think he stays anyway.
Really?
No, I think especially because he's had a lot of vitriol from fans, because losing to Ohio State and all that stuff that was going on for so long. And you got to beat your rivals. And even he could, even when you would go 11-1, but you lose to Ohio State, that's tough, right? You have to beat your rival. And he got over that hump. But with all the drama that goes with being a college coach, the recruiting and dealing with all the NCAA restrictions and all these things. And I mean, this is a guy that waited at midnight to go sleep over at a kid's house. And didn't he remember that?
Yeah.
And it was like at a tree house or something.
Well, and that's part of it. I mean, Harbaugh's definitely had some questionable actions that have, again, towed that line of legality and what's allowed and what's not. Yeah, I mean, I think the strong feeling is we're probably not going to see Harbaugh at Michigan again, which again, completely would shift predictions for Texas at Michigan.
Yeah,
certainly.
Sandman agrees he'll be at Washington or San Diego. Carlos says, yeah, he'll be gone. I actually like him better in the NFL because this is the difference between someone like Harbaugh and someone like Urban Meyer, gross, where they just run violent trash programs that abuse people on campus, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is very different than just someone who like, I'm gonna recruit this kid in a way. There was recruiting issues and stuff. That's where he needs to be in the NFL, where he doesn't have to deal with these.
Well, yeah, and I
called him at 11:58 p.m. when I'm not supposed to call him until midnight.
Right, I agree. I don't think anybody is rooting for the NCAA here by any means.
No.
But yeah, the rules are still in place. But you're right. Breaking rules is breaking rules, but there's a moral difference, right? Between allowing
whose morals, I don't know.
Well, but I'm saying like that's
ethical, maybe
right. Ethics versus again, there are different levels of cheating. Am I upset? Like some things happen because of silly timelines, by a few minutes, fine. Sending somebody to that many games to blatantly record and steal signs. Yeah, I mean, that's a serious accusation. But it is also very different than, hey, my player was at a nightclub and shot someone. Let's cover that up. Or, hey, let's cover up abuse and things like that.
You know what I was just thinking too? If he's on the staff and he's an analyst or whatever, shouldn't he be with the team or they know where he is on Saturdays? If every Saturday Michigan is playing and this guy's at the Vanderbilt game or at some other game, like, hey, dude, how come you're always at some rando game of a team we're going to play in a few weeks, but you're not with the team?
Again,
those kind of things just all
but it depends on the position, right? Like, yeah, you expect your assistant coaches to be right there, but assistants aren't always present at certain places. Yeah,
I don't think there's anything wrong with sign stealing.
Yeah,
but I'm an Astros fan. I like that. Admitting that
we appreciate you, Ike.
Ike Coronas. That's funny.
Yeah, I'm an Astros fan too. I have defended the Stros. I don't like the cheating, but again, there are different levels. And I will leave it at that before it gets ugly between us. But
we'll leave it at that.
But yeah, I mean, look, it's going to be interesting to see how things play out. Certainly in the offseason, plenty to talk about. I'm looking forward to the Ann Arbor trip. Let me just say that
Texas goes second week of September next year.
7th.
Yeah, September 7th. Well, the first week, but second game, week 2 of the season, first week of September 7th. I'll be looking for those lines to come out. That'll be interesting to see what it opens as this far out. But I mean, we have to look at Texas's roster. What is it even going to look like?
Absolutely. So yeah, let's talk about that a little bit. The Texas roster, we certainly, of course, this is when we're getting the onslaught of, hey, declaring for the draft. And listen, I've been crying on company time, seeing some of these videos come out, with Jalen Ford's thank you to Texas. And, of course, Jay-Witt, like
everybody cried with Jay-Witt's video.
I feel like the coaches probably.
He looked emotional and like, it's time to go.
Yeah, time's up. And that's, we all felt that for sure. So, let's talk about it a little bit. The way too early discussions, but who's leaving Texas, who declared for the draft. Let's talk about that a little bit.
All right. So who we know has declared: Jonathan Brooks, Jalen Ford, Christian Jones is time up. He'll be entered in the draft. Adonai Mitchell's declared, Byron Murphy, Jatavian Sanders, Tavondre Sweat, Ryan Watts, Jordan Whittington, Xavier Worthy. That is a lot.
Yeah.
That is a lot. And then we know who's announced they're returning, which is good. Gbenda, Majors, Baron Sorrell. And then we're still waiting to hear from Jahdae Barron and Quinn Ewers.
Yeah. So
let's look at who's going.
Yeah. Listen, we talked about looking at that production. Texas is losing close to 80% of their production on offense. Obviously, the receivers, we're going to be missing Adonai Worthy. Again, JT Sanders. I mean, Sanders was out there playing his mind out. He did great for Texas. It was so nice to be reminded that Texas actually can play with tight ends, right? Nuts. But yeah, we're looking at I think it was like 79.4% of Texas's production is either graduating and moving on or has declared for the draft. So again, assuming Quinn comes back, how does that, like, how are you feeling about losing that kind of production? I mean, look, we can't sit here and laugh at, oh, Aggies, look at how many people you've lost. Oh, look at everybody being depleted, and not address it with Texas. Right? I mean, it is a major. It's a lot of that's a big piece, a key piece of Texas's production. So
right, when you add in the transfers out, Casey Kane, Trill Carter, Jalen Catalon, Keaton Crawford, Malik Murphy, Isaiah Nayor, Jaron Thompson. That's just a few of the transfers. When you add that is a lot of the names that have been called over the last year, 2 seasons, well, a season or two. I would say so this was, let me just say this. You mentioned the production. Nash Talks Texas. He's a friend of our show. Nash, he tweeted, when you take the offense that's leaving, that's 243 yards a game, 243 yards a game that Texas has to replace.
Sure. So
if you get enough, at least 48 yards a game from Cook, Golden, Blue, Baxter, and Helm, that could make up for it. That seems really tough. The good thing is we got some good transfers coming in, and like Golden, right, coming in, and he's experienced and he's a touchdown scorer. But I just don't know how you. Sanders, Witt, Worthy, Mitchell.
Right. One of the strengths.
That's like every game.
Right. One of the strengths that we went on and on about this year with Texas was the depth of that wide receiver room, the depth of the offense, frankly. Of course, we know Malik Murphy's transferring out. You hate to lose a talent like that at backup. Understand why, right? But Texas's future looks bright in the quarterback position. I don't think that's the biggest concern, but once you've kind of depleted those backups, yes, I love that we've got, I mean, this is going to be Cook's time to shine, right? Like, I think he knows that he's going to step up. Of course, Blue and Baxter, like we know that these guys are fully capable, and especially the way that they were playing towards the end of the season gives a lot of hope. My biggest concern is that wide receiver room. Not having the depth there. Again, like you mentioned, Golden's going to make a big difference, and he's going to have that experience and be a senior leader, coming into the program. We've got the talent there. This is where Cook is going to have to stand up. But to me, the bigger concern, and where Texas, I feel, was one of their strengths, the bigger concern is the next man up. Who is the next man up? Because we're still filling those holes. We're still filling it out. Again, I have no question in my mind that Sark's going to utilize the transfer portal well, but we are going to have to rely on some younger guys stepping up quickly and being difference makers. And we're going to have to rely on a transfer again, coming in and taking a leadership role.
Right.
So I think that for me is the biggest concern, is that wide receiver question mark about what that room is going to look like.
Well, I think as far as the offensive production, if we do get Quinn Ewers back and Arch Manning still has another year to develop and get some more experience, what's going to be key is how much experience comes back on the offensive line.
Yes.
Jake Majors returning, huge 3-year starter. That's huge. Right. And of the offensive line, we're only losing Christian Jones.
Right.
So that is massive, having that continuity, having that excellent pass protection for whoever's at quarterback. And that will, the run game, like everything can keep flowing. We're losing Jonathan Brooks to the draft, but unfortunately we lost him during the season, which fortunately gave the other players more time. So that, I think the run game will be smooth and keep going. The passing game, that's going to be more of a question mark of who steps up, who earns Sark's trust to, like this year it was couldn't get the ball to everybody because there were so many great receivers. There wasn't enough balls to go around. Next year, I don't know yet where the depth is going to come from. In the receiver position.
Agreed. And I think a lot of it too is about building that chemistry with Quinn too. I think a big step that we saw Quinn take this year was he got more comfortable with his receivers. He knew his guys. They worked together plenty of times. So it's just that second nature of knowing the routes, knowing where your guy's going to be, trusting that they're going to be there. That to me is going to be the biggest question mark. Again, we know that Cook is going to step up. We've seen flashes of brilliance from him. And it's going to be really important for him being really one of the big guy coming back. Gunnar Helm, I think, is going to need to step into a much larger role. But I mean, again, when you're talking about having a transfer guy come in, yes, he brings leadership. That's awesome. But he also doesn't maybe necessarily have quite that chemistry with the quarterback yet, with Quinn. So that's going to be really interesting to see how those relationships develop too.
Yeah. And I think, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I would say in addition to like the timing and the trust and everything, I think one of the key things in Sark's offense is downfield blocking from the receivers. Like how many times have we seen Adonai Mitchell or Jay Witt way downfield blocking for someone, key blocks downfield. So I'm excited to see who not just can be the one that catches the ball, but be the one that helps move the offense down the field with those key blocks. That's huge in Sark's offense.
Right.
And we didn't see, there was a struggle in the beginning of the season, but later as the season went on, we really saw like Jatavian Sanders step up in his tight end role, just helping downfield, and what a difference it makes to get the offense going. So that's going to be another key thing that they're going to have to develop quickly.
Right. Agreed. And that's something looking at when you take away somebody like Adonai Mitchell, dude would go up and every time I was confident he was coming down with a 50-50 ball.
Right. Oh,
big, strong, his blocking was there. It was key. Jordan Whittington, again, we saw he might not have had these crazy numbers this year. It had a hell of a season, but where Jay Witt's strength was, again, the leadership, we know that, but it was the stuff that was happening that stats don't show.
Right.
The blocks, him getting downfield, I think a defining moment of who Jordan Whittington is and what he meant to the team was that play at TCU.
Yes.
Right? Goes up, gets the ball, turns it over, comes back and clocks the guy. I mean, listen, that kind of play, that's what I'm interested to see. Who's going to step up and have that kind of drive?
Right.
Who's going to have that kind of burning fire to come in and do whatever is necessary? Throw the blocks, even if they're not the one getting the ball. Set those plays up. Do the right things. I think that's going to be a huge key piece of Texas's success or not success next year.
Well, we have some superstars coming in too. We have to think too I know they're just freshmen and it will take them a while, but 18, I think of them are going to be early enrollees, already going to be on campus. So that's massive to have almost the entire signing class in early.
Yeah.
But when we're talking about wide receiver depth right now, Ryan Wingo.
Right.
I mean, I'm still shocked. I'm still shocked he's at Texas. That's massive. And when you can start developing the younger offensive linemen that are coming in, like 5-star Brandon Baker, that's huge. So we have receiver depth coming and O-line depth coming. So that's exciting. And then of course we have some superstar running backs coming too. So it should be reloading right now. So that's going to be fun.
So you've got a positive outlook for the future of the offense.
Oh, the recruiting has been so good for 24 class, 23, 22. That Sark is a fantastic, and his staff, fantastic recruiters. And you can tell they have 3 top 5 classes in a row. This one still isn't finalized, closed out yet, but it's projected to finish top 4. So that's what blue bloods do, and that's the teams that win the national championships are the ones that recruit in the top 5 every year. So as much as people say, oh, you can't only go by stars, or you can't only go by, no, you can still, there's always that 3-star that rises up to be great, just as often as there's a 5-star that fails, right? So but at the end of the day, the blue chip ratio is there, and the teams that recruit the best win the most games. That's just how it goes.
Right. And again, that coaching consistency too is going to be really helpful with the offense. I think we're in great hands. Now, let's talk about defense a little bit.
Yep. Just in time. Yep. Colin Simmons is coming too. 5-star on the edge. Yep.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Carlos.
So again, we'd be remiss not to bring up how do we think the Bo Davis news is going to affect? Do you think it's going to affect commitments to Texas? Do you think that's going to make any changes? Or how does Texas approach this and hold on to the class that they have right now, knowing that?
Most of our guys have signed because they're going to be early enrollees. So there's a defensive lineman. I think he's committed to Baylor. There's one, and then there's a transfer out of Houston. Sandman 23 mentioned the portal, the defensive tackle. Yeah, Bo Davis could definitely affect that.
Yeah.
He could also, I heard reports today that he could also stay with Houston or is considering Oregon too. So there's, I mean, Bo Davis is the attraction. The university is the attraction, but when you have a skill position coach like that, that really has the resume of developing players that players want to come play for, of course that's going to affect, but we have to wait and see if he brings in Vrabel. if Sark brings Mike Vrabel in.
I love that you're starting this campaign and just going to stick with
Texas.
it.
Hashtag Vrabel to Texas.
I love it. I love it.
It's not happening.
Yeah, listen. Yeah, I think this is something, again, this is where Sark is not known. He doesn't make knee-jerk hires. He doesn't make fast hires, right? This is going to be a well-thought-out, well-oiled machine, along with CDC, of course. The Board of Regents has to be involved with it too. But at this point, I feel that Texas's administration and coaching is so in lockstep about how to move forward and what the path forward is.
Right.
I feel good knowing, I mean, it sucks that Coach Davis is leaving, but I am confident. I feel good about who is in charge of bringing the next man up.
Mhm.
Again, we've talked about this. Sark comes from that Saban coaching tree. And my God, how many coaches has, Saban rehabbed or built up? He is constantly having to reload, having to find the next head coach. And I think Sark has that. He pulled that from Saban really well. And we know he talks to him a lot too. So yeah, I mean, I think this is a very, very important hire. One of the more important hires that Texas has faced since Coach Sark has taken the reins. But yeah, I do think I've got confidence in it. Again, you want to see, like, completely silly or completely realistic. Who would you want to see in that position? Do you have anybody in your mind that
I don't keep a list of
with the
potential
coaches.
D-line coaches?
Yeah.
No, Vrabel's a linebackers coach, but of course he can coach anywhere because he was a head coach and a defensive coordinator forever. So I'll still take Vrabel.
Just stick with it. That's so funny. I love it. All right. Well, okay. So we've got some, we talked about it, offense, defense. Again, some key pieces of Texas. The offense to me feels like the heaviest of like the worry of how many players that we're losing, right?
To me, no, only because Sark can scheme the offense. And whatever, we have talent coming in, there's still there's still some good talent already on the roster. So, and with that offensive line, I feel fine. If Quinn is back, I feel good. If we're moving to Manning season, if it's Manning Mania time, I feel like Sark will have him. He's already been on campus for over a year and a half now, right? Or 2 years now. When did he get on campus? I don't know. It's a year and a half.
About a year. Yeah.
I don't know. A year. No, he was early enrollee last year. So he's been there 1 year, right? And another full off season. So whoever rolls out as QB1, I'm good.
Who do you want to be QB1?
I would prefer Quinn Ewers still, because he's more experienced,
right?
And he'll be third year with the system, and going into the SEC is not the time to break in the new quarterback.
I would agree with that. I understand the hype around Arch Manning, and when he's been electric.
He's going to be great.
Yeah, I love it. But I am an advocate for a little bit of patience here, and I think you're absolutely right. Listen, Ewers showed great growth.
Yes.
And again, with another year with Coach Sark, I have confidence he's going to be even better. But to me, the more key part is that that leadership aspect of it. He knows how to run this offense. He's comfortable with it. And now with that real game experience and as he's going into the 2024 season, yeah, I think it would be foolish to hope for Manning over Ewers at this point. I understand the hype. I understand the excitement. And I'm excited when we get to that point to watch, Arch Manning take the reins. But 2024, I don't feel like is his year. I think this is Ewers' time.
I wish we had, when we had those 20-point leads in games, I wish we really could have put teams away so that Arch could have played more and Malik could have played more.
Right.
I wish we could have had that.
Well, that's another argument too, though. Even if we were in a position where Texas is up by 20 and we shut it down and stomp on the opponent to get some, trash time in for our backups, it still would have been Malik. We don't know how much we would have seen from Arch Manning this year,
I would have liked to see even more Malik. Texas would get the big leads, and then lose the big leads and be fighting to the last second in a few games. So we didn't get to see Malik as much or Arch very little. So there's still a lot. Arch needs so much more game time before you just hand over the reins. And hopefully this next coming season, there's some brawl games, and there's a few where Texas may not even be won't be favored.
Right.
But there will be some where Texas will be favored big. And hopefully Texas goes out, handles business, and then Arch gets lots of playing time. If he could get significant, like a good fourth quarter in at least 4 or 5 games this upcoming season, that would be good stuff on film to help develop him for the following year. And that also helps Quinn. If Quinn goes out in this tough schedule at Michigan, Georgia at home, the Cotton Bowl game, Oklahoma is going to be better. When you have big time games like that throughout the season, in addition to, I don't know who is it, like Mississippi State, I don't even have the schedule, but there's going to be some good games at A&M. If Quinn can go and look good against good defenses, that's going to skyrocket his draft stock and his Heisman talk and all the other things. And his third year under the system with a QB expert like Sark,
right?
To me, I would love.
It's all upside.
Yeah, there's upside. To me, I would love for him to come back and take advantage of all.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a good way to look at it. Now, we talked about the tough schedule that Texas has coming up. Yeah, going into the SEC, it's a different kind of competition, right? We know that Texas always has a target on their back. We know that. But one could argue Texas has a relatively easy SEC schedule.
It's favorable.
It's favorable.
I wouldn't call it easy. I would say
wrong.
it's favorable. But, let's not take our out of conference lightly, right? Looking ahead, Colorado State. Colorado State had moments this year with Norvell, their coach. And I actually watched a lot of Colorado State this year because my stepdaughter is at Colorado State. And so she'll be excited when she grew up a Longhorn. She puts her horns up. She's a big Longhorn, but her and her boyfriend are now at Colorado State. So we cheer for them. And we were shooting so hard when they played Colorado. They almost had it.
They did.
In that blizzard snowstorm. She was at that game.
Yeah.
And so that's not going to be they're up and coming. Colorado State. They've got lots of good transfers.
Right. And again, a game at Michigan. We talked about
Texas will handle them, but don't take them lightly.
Yeah, I agree.
And then Michigan.
Yeah, listen,
national defending champion.
Right. I mean, look, I love, for a long time, there's been this question of, does it make sense to schedule cupcakes, right? In your non-conference, if you're in a hard conference like the SEC, does it make sense to schedule cupcakes? And Texas hasn't done that. We've never shied away from playing those big games. Notre Dame, Michigan, Ohio State.
Right.
I love that about Texas. Again, we had Georgia on the schedule prior to the announcement that Texas was going to the SEC. So, my philosophy on this is, if you're going to be the best, you've got to beat the best, right? You can't be scared and kind of backdoor your way into things by playing a bunch of cupcakes. So I like it, but yeah, it does raise the stakes for these kind of games. Now, the upside is Texas front loading, their non-conference schedule. A loss at Michigan isn't going to hurt them as much as a loss at the end of the season would. Right. So yeah, I mean, I think that's something to consider and take a look at.
Just like losing at home to Texas, Alabama, it didn't hurt them at the end.
Right.
But because Texas scheduled that tough game, went out and won it, that helped them all the way through.
Absolutely.
Once the polls started coming out, they just stayed ahead of Alabama. They stayed ahead of Alabama because that head-to-head win mattered.
Right.
Which the committee people were questioning, if they move Alabama ahead of Texas, then that's just going to tell everybody, don't schedule these big games, right? And they rewarded Texas for that.
Right.
So if Texas goes in and handles Michigan, which would be amazing. But if Texas were to go in and handle Michigan, or whoever goes in and handles big non-conference early, they're telling you will be rewarded for that game.
Yeah. Ideally, again,
ideally.
Yeah, I agree. Like Texas going in, there's absolutely no way Texas makes the college football playoff without beating Alabama at the beginning of the year. I just don't see that path being clear, especially with some of the closer games that we had in the Big 12, right? So yeah, I agree with you. I think having that harder schedule at Alabama for Texas this year was the make or break. That made the difference in them being a college football playoff team or not. So yeah, definitely something to keep an eye on. Of course, we'll look at that and we'll talk about it more as we get into it. So are we ready? Like I'm going to say, before we wrap up our Texas football talk right here, Do you have some kind of crazy? We talked about doing some way too early 2024 predictions.
Oh, way early bold predictions. Before we do that, let's say, so we're talking about the schedule, right? Carlos says the road games are going to be fun at Piggy, which is Arkansas. Little brother, we know that's the Aggies, and then the party trip to Nashville. So if my Titans are playing that Sunday in Nashville,
we'll check out.
That's going to be the best weekend. That's going to be amazing. That schedule won't come out till March or April, whenever they release the NFL schedule. But that's the first thing I'm going to be looking at is what's happening that weekend.
I like it. It. Yeah, it's.
Oh, I'm 97 years old. Oh,
stop.
Okay, sorry.
So yeah, it's. Yeah, it will be. The road trips are definitely going to be different. Definitely going to be going to new places and having some good times.
How
so
sweet of you to message us.
yeah. It's going to be an exciting 2024. So all right, bring on your give me your crazy predictions for the way too early.
Well, they're not crazy, they're just bold.
Fair enough.
So I have 3 bold predictions, and where did I put them? It's so hard. Okay. Number 1, Texas offensive line will win the Jim Moore Award. Texas, I keep saying Joe. Once it's in your head the wrong way, it's going to stay.
Right.
Jim Moore Award. So that's my number 1 bold prediction. Texas offensive line is going to win that best offensive line in the country. Number 2, Baxter and Blue are going to combine for 1,800 rushing yards. And number 3, Michael Tapp is going to lead the team in interceptions.
Damn. All right. Yes, bold, I think is the right word for that.
Yeah.
Crazy predictions for Texas for me. I don't know, man. I didn't have a whole lot of time to think about this. I do think that I think Texas wins at Michigan. Like I feel good about it. I like going into the big house. I'm taking that.
Wow.
Listen,
I do not.
I have faith, and that's okay. Like
I felt good about Texas going into Alabama, and we called that a year out. We're going to win that game.
Yep.
I do not. I would not call that today.
That's fair.
Good.
That's fair. Well, I'm going to call it. I like it. I think Texas, again, we know these are going to be 2 very different teams next season going into the big house, but this coaching staff certainly has a way. It's never been a question if Texas could get up for the big games, and this is going to be one hell of a big game.
Oh,
so I'm looking forward to that game. I think Texas takes that there. So that's my big bold prediction. I like that you had 3. I don't know that I have 3.
Oh, I thought we were going to have 3, but that's fine.
Yeah,
that's your one big. You can do that 3
times. 3 times.
Who do you think is going to be a breakout player then?
Oh man,
on offense and defense. That'll give you 3.
Well, look, I will say this. I wanted to talk about this a little bit earlier. So I think David Gbenda coming back is huge, massive news. Again, watching, we were fortunate enough to be able to interact with him a little bit at Hayden Connor's charity event, the pup drive, and just watching him, how he interacts with players, how the guys work along with him. I think he's going to be a key piece to the defense, obviously, but I think he's going to be a team leader. I think he's going to be one of the guys that, comes together and the team rallies around and listens to, because he is in that more senior position, that senior role. And I think he's ready to step up and take that. So breakout player, I don't know, but I think he is going to be one of the key leaders on the Texas team.
I agree.
So yeah, I'll take that.
Awesome.
So yeah. All right. Well, we're coming up on the 4:00 hour. We are excited to have a friend join us. We are waiting for Abaz to join in. We'll talk about him a
Twitter
little bit.
as Burnt Orange Man.
Burnt Orange Man. That's right. But before we get to that, we do want to give a shout out to Covert Bee Cave. Again, if y'all are looking for a quality new or used vehicle, Covert Bee Cave has a wonderful facility with amazing selection of vehicles. You've talked about it. You're looking at maybe getting a new ride next year.
Well, not right now. No, not until Nadia takes off with my Bronco.
Yeah.
Then I will need one.
Well, there you go. But yeah, again, y'all, if you're looking for, new car, used car, Covert Bee Cave is a great place to go. They are nestled on 42 acres in the beautiful hill country just outside of Austin. They're in Bee Cave, Texas. They have 3 new state-of-the-art auto dealerships with 7 brands. Again, doesn't matter what you're looking for, they're going to have you covered. They've got Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, in addition to our 7 brands. Yes, Covert also has Ford and Chevy in Hutto and Ford and Lincoln in Austin. So again, doesn't matter what you're looking for, new or used, they'll get you hooked up. Be sure to check them out at covertbcave.com. You can see the latest specials there and check out their inventory. So
Good job, Megan.
Pretty good place.
Yeah, so if you need a vehicle, go to Covert. All right, so our friend is here.
All right, we got him coming on, y'all. This is going to be exciting. We will, without further ado, we got you. Hold on, man. We got some feedback going from you. So
Yeah.
let's see if we can't get that sound back up. All right, let's get you on. All right, go ahead and bring in.
All right.
Right. Oh, well, we got you muted right now, boss. We got some feedback going from your. Yep. We'll wait for 1 second while we get that figured out.
Look at the setup. That's amazing.
I know. I love it. Yeah, it's great, man. Again, if you guys haven't met boss around the games, like if you've been to DKR this year, you've seen him. He is awesome.
Yes.
As you can see, he's got his incredible getup going on. Yeah, look at that, man. I love it. I love it.
All decked out for us today.
Yep.
Oh no.
Still got a little bit of a hum there, bud. We'll figure it out. There we go. That fixed it.
I think it's this way.
That's perfect.
No.
That's
There we
all
go.
right.
Awesome.
We can rock it.
Welcome.
So
How
I
you
love
doing?
it. We're doing great, man. Can you hear us okay?
Oh yeah, great.
I love it. Well, yeah. Again, if you've been to DKR or a big game this year, you might have seen boss running around, known as the Burnt Orange Man. I mean, this guy literally covered head to toe, got the beard painted. It's freaking amazing, man. We're so happy to have you, boss.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be on. So,
We
and
love
then I think Brad called this the Charlie Strong finger. So
It is the Charlie Strong
Yeah.
finger from I think that was 2015 or 16, where he had a 15 when he beat OU.
Yes, he put
unexpected.
the finger. He was going like this, but his finger looked 15 inches long.
Yeah, it looked insane. So that is
That's awesome.
certainly the Charlie Strong. And look at it. Hey, Mr. Burnt Orange Man. I
Yes,
love it.
exactly.
So we're
Yeah.
so excited to have you on, man. Thank you. For
I'm so
joining.
excited to be on. Yeah, I found out my wife actually gave me the name Burnt Orange Man. She just called me it randomly, and I ran with it. So I give her. You met her in New Orleans, Megan,
Yeah.
and she's not a fan, but she supports me. That's what I tell people. She
She's a fan of you, and
That's
she.
great.
yeah, she loves what I do. So
When I met her, she was decked out in her burnt orange, and she was
Oh, yeah.
proud and excited. So
Oh,
I
yeah.
love it.
I
love
got
it.
her all her gear. So
Well, that's fantastic, man. So tell us a little bit about like how you got into. You're not originally from Texas.
no,
So-
I'm from Michigan originally, and I've been a diehard sports fan since probably 8 years old. Wanted to work for ESPN. It never happened, but I think 2004 when Texas played Michigan. I'm not a Michigan fan, a Michigan State fan, but when they played Michigan and I saw Vince Young whoop on them, I became a fan of his instantly. And then I didn't watch the game in 05. I don't know why, but I rewatch it all the time because one of the greatest games I've ever seen from an individual player. And I mean, the national championship obviously is the biggest thing. So, and then I moved here. This is crazy. I moved here 2011 and didn't go to a game until my wife told me to go in 2020 when I met her in 2021.
I love it.
my goodness.
It took me 10 years to move to downtown, and then I've always been a sports fan, but she was like, just go to a game, check it out. And if I had a picture from my first game, I didn't look anything like this. And so
it developed.
It developed. It took off. And sometimes she calls me the crazy burnt orange man, but it's like, it's the support I can give the team. And,
I love it. Listen, and I think it's great. Fandom comes in all different kinds of forms, right? Like I wear a cape to games, for God's sake. I'm a 41-year-old woman. I wear a cape to games. So listen, no judgment here. I love it. And you've certainly built up this Burnt Orange Man character, and people recognize you now, man. It's a ton of fun. But life is too short not to have a good time, supporting the things you love. So
100%.
Yeah, tell us a little bit. What brought you to Austin down from Michigan?
Well, I had I was 21 when I moved here. I had 3 siblings already in Austin, and there was nothing going on with the economy, so they just told me to get down here. And I've been here ever since. I haven't gone back to Michigan in 12 years, and so I'm just rooted in Texas. I love Austin, and the that's why I started my business down here, but we'll talk about that more. But
yeah,
I love the sports. I mean, I like having professional teams, but UT is big enough that it's professional. You know, it's got every sport you can think of.
Mhm.
So, and I think I met you at football originally, Megan, and then came to your baseball tailgate, and then I just got immersed in your football tailgate, and that's where most of the parents met me, most of my fans met me. So you were a big, and your costume was why I took it to the next level too. When I saw you, I was like, let's see what I can do.
I appreciate it, man.
So
yeah, the first time I remember chatting with you was at I think it was the baseball tailgate actually, where you had your suit, you have a custom tailored burn suit, and then you had your beard done up, and yeah, I was like, dude, we got to talk, we got to chat. So no, that was awesome. We love it. So again, I love the passion, the enthusiasm. You know, fans come from all different walks of life, and they show you support in all different ways. And yeah, man, I love it. So what inspired you to create the Burn Orange Man? Like, where'd that come from?
I mean, like I said, she was cool with the first iteration. I had spray painted my beard. She didn't like that, so she got me this hair gel that washes off in 5 minutes. So she tells people she doesn't really care about it, but she got me a lot of the stuff. I found this jacket through her. This chain. It's a Bluetooth speaker. She helped me set it up. So I play music through it. And I mean, my whole, like you said, I got the Burn Orange flag behind me, my hats. So if she wasn't supportive, I wouldn't have any of this stuff. And that's what I appreciate her. And Rocky, you'll meet her eventually because she's great. She'll come to some baseball. I'll bring her to some tailgates, and you'll meet her. And Megan, you'll meet her again. So
yeah, she's phenomenal, man. We had a great time in New Orleans, where again you actually jumped on with the TSU live broadcast from New Orleans there too.
Oh yeah.
I was mentioning this. What some folks didn't know. Again, Abos is awesome, man. He shows up, shows the sport for Texas. You made the trip out to New Orleans without having a ticket and no plans to go to the game. You just wanted to be there and enjoy. Tailgating. So tell us about that trip. That's crazy.
It was, I mean, like I told you, I made the mistake of not telling my wife to get tickets, because when we were leaving, she was like, well, if you had told me enough time, we would have gotten tickets and gone to the game. But I just, I wanted to meet my fans. I wanted to skateboard in New Orleans, even though the roads were terrible.
Yeah, you're lucky you didn't break a wrist on that or something.
I skateboarded for like 30 seconds, and then I was like, I can't do this. I don't want to hurt myself. I told Brad when I first met him, they banned me from Bevo Boulevard because someone ran into someone on one of those scooters. So I couldn't be on my skateboard the rest of the year. But New Orleans was great. The fans were amazing, even Washington fans. I mean, I've never had a bad interaction with fans. I mean, it might be the get up, it might be the support, but even Tech fans, like I was going into that last game of the season thinking I'd get something from Tech fans, and they were great. Speaking of the Michigan thing, since they won the championship, I got my wife's brother is a Michigan fan. I'm Michigan State, but because it's a Michigan team, I rooted for them. Sure. And I mean, I want to go up to U of M next year and travel with them. I've never been to a road game, and I'm gonna hopefully go starting SEC season and go from there and see what happens. So.
I love it, man. Well, I can definitely say you will make a splash at any game that you are at. People love to interact with you. Again, you're just genuinely fun guy. Always have a great time. So you mentioned you came in from Michigan. You've been in Austin for a while. Took a little bit to go to the Texas games, but once you did, it was in your blood, man. So much so that you named your company, your up and coming company, your Longhorn Laundry.
Oh yeah. I started it back in 2019, 2020. It was called a different name. COVID shut down my original company, and then my clientele or my niche is college kids, because college kids, I didn't go to college or I didn't go to school, but I learned that nobody really wants to do laundry or they're dry cleaning, but college kids the most. I mean, they want to party, they got to study. And like I said, I love sports. And when NIL took effect, I restarted my company. And just thinking of the name, I was like, I support Texas. Everybody knows who Longhorns are. And I just went with Longhorn Laundry, and it blew up. I mean, instantly, college kids were hitting me up. I hit up some parents on Twitter. I mean, Dr. April Finkley, who you guys have had on. I hit her up, and she contacted 20 to 25 parents. And then right now I have 20 players under NIL with my company.
That's amazing, man. Listen, what you've been able to create and build in a short amount of time is really awesome. Listen, you got some love here from Jason. Love the energy with the Burnt Orange Man. He's all about the styling and profiling on game
Yeah.
day.
And the funniest thing, one of my friends, we were at a party I showed him a picture, and he told me I didn't have enough stuff on. He said I don't stand out enough. My wife was blown away, and I just said I need to add more stuff. So
You've taken that initiative and run with it.
I have. I still got to do more. I don't know where I'm going to add, what I'm going to add, but I got this hand free, so I got to see what happens.
That's your selfie hand. You need it to take selfies with.
That is true. That is true.
I love it.
But I also want to say, I give you all a shout out. First off, Megan, you were great when I first met you.
Oh.
You're the ultimate fan. I tell you this, and you're the reason this turned into what it did. And I wanted to support y'all as well. I love the podcast. Talking all things Texas is amazing. So I wanted to give my support, and that's why I, support the radio station. I love Brad.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I'm excited to see.
And yeah, we're so excited. Again, I love interacting with folks, and I love being out there and meeting crazy and awesome people. And you got a good heart, man. You've always been good people.
Thank you.
Hustle's real. So yeah, let's talk about Longhorn Laundry a little bit. Again, so you mentioned that you have a lot of college students, again, with Longhorn Laundry. I would agree wholeheartedly. I hated doing laundry in college. It was the worst thing, and I'd let it stack up for so long. But are you exclusively catering to the campus area, or what service areas do you have?
I go as far as the edge of Buda and Kyle, and as far as Georgetown. I don't go past, and then I go west to Westlake, and then I go to East Austin. I mean, I go all over Austin. I mean, there's no
Austin area.
Oh yeah. And I mean, I'm doing it's just me. I'm a sole entrepreneur. I do the deliveries. I do everything you can think of, the marketing, and so I just decided to take over Austin and not focus on anything else. So.
Well, I love it, my friend. You are absolutely killing it.
Thank you.
Again, let's tell people how they can find you. Give us a shout out. What's the best way to get a hold of you, to follow you, but also to find your business and to maybe have your services rendered?
Awesome. So you can follow me on Instagram. It's Longhorn Laundry, just one word. You can, the best way to contact me is call me directly. My direct number is 512-470-1005. I always answer. I'm the only one you would talk to. I handle all my customer service. I mean, that's my background, so I love talking to people. And my website, just longhornlaundry.com. And I'm offering a code. It's like it said, it's FTC20 for y'all's Fire the Cannon 20. You get $20 off your first order, and it's free pickup and free delivery.
That's incredible. Wow.
Yeah.
Free pickup and delivery. To me, that right there, that's the crazy part. Because again, it's doing the laundry and having to take the time out to mess with it is such a pain in the butt. But the fact that it literally I can leave it, you pick it up, it shows up clean. That's all I have to do. I love it, man. So please, y'all, if you guys want to check out A-Boss, again, it's Longhorn Laundry. We put it in the comments. It's $20 off your first order with free pickup and delivery. Again, longhornlaundry.com. That code is FTC20. So FTC as in Fire the Cannon 20. And that'll get you the discount. So.
And one last thing.
Yeah.
Like I said, I pride myself in customer service. So I got a Yelp page and I got a Google page. I've got 45-star reviews so that if you are hesitant, all you got to do is go to Google, type in Longhorn Laundry, or go to Yelp, and all you see is 5 stars. There's nothing below a 5-star because that's how I run. That's how I work. And that's how I get customers. If people see the reviews and they know it works. And I have big names on there. I mean, I got Malik Muhammad. I got JT Sanders. I got every name you can think of, big names on for football, baseball, basketball. Brock Cunningham's I'll be honest, he's my favorite client. I love who he is and what he's about. So
Brock's amazing.
Just look at my company, you'll see it. I mean, you know me, you guys know me, but my word is a bond, it sticks with it.
That's absolutely true, man.
We saw Justice Finkley gave you a great review too.
Oh yeah. Yep, and his parents are going to give me reviews because they know me, and she was the start of it all. NIL wouldn't have happened without Dr. April Finkley, and then met her husband and all the parents. I mean, parents were hitting me up left and right, and you guys mentioned Colin Simmons. I hit up his mom and told her as soon as he hits campus, hit me up. I'll get him taken care of because we know he's going to get busy, 5-star, and work with a 5-star company. So
I love it. 5-star, 5 stars for 5-star
clients,
company.
5-star company.
Yeah.
So, hey, before we let you go, we have a question. Do you have any plans of expanding in your services to San Antonio?
Yeah, I got a friend. He actually runs Austin TBT. I think the basketball, the retired that basketball program. He's talking to UTSA, and I'm going to talk to him and see if we can get San Antonio involved, because he's out there and we'd continue it out there. So that's definitely somewhere I'm looking to go. San Antonio's probably the furthest. I wouldn't go to Waco because you got Baylor. There's no reason to be out there, and it's too far. But San Antonio is definitely in the works.
There's
I
no
love
reason
it.
to be in
All right, so
No reason.
so right now it's the greater Austin area, but San Antonio soon to come.
Yes.
We love it. All right, man. Well, as always, you guys, if you are looking for A-Boss, please on Instagram, follow him at Longhorn Laundry. He's also on Twitter as the Burnt Orange Man. He's a ton of fun. If you see him out and about at a game, you can catch him at football. You can catch him out at baseball, basketball. If you see him out at a game, stop, give him a shout out. Like he's a great guy. Awesome business. So,
that was amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you. I love it. Thank you. And like I told,
just for us.
Thank you. And I was gonna say, if I can be a guest for a longer episode, I have so much more to talk about, my experiences with people. Last thing, I met Brian Bosworth from OU back when he was back in the day. He gave me the horns down like most people do, but probably one of the nicest fans. And that's the funniest thing. The horns down, I get that from anybody, but they're smiling. It's not in a negative way, but I just smile along with them because it is what it is. It's their only way to be negative to Texas. So.
Absolutely.
Well, while we have you, did you see all the breaking news? We'll share it with you.
Was that
coming up on the messages? Saban's retired.
Yeah. Nick Saban is retired.
Oh, wow. Who's taking over? Wow.
That's
Pretty
breaking
crazy.
now.
Breaking news.
Good for him. Good. He was amazing. Michigan. He was Michigan State's head coach at one point, and then didn't do much there. But man, Alabama, that was a powerhouse.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you think they're going to go after Sark?
I would think if he didn't have the year, well, he could, but I don't think he's leaving. I've met him, and I met his son's going to be a client, so I know them personally. I don't think he'll leave Texas because he's built so much, and why leave it when we're at the pinnacle? And then next year, the playoffs is going to be 12 teams, so it's going to be easier to get in, and I don't think he'll leave. But if he does, I wouldn't be shocked. He was next in line, I'm sure. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah,
you were amazing. You're amazing, Burnt Orange Man.
Thank you. I love y'all. Y'all are great. Thank you.
Appreciate you. We'll have you back soon.
You too. Thank you.
All right, have a great day. Hook 'em.
Thank you. Hook 'em.
Again, that's all. I love A-Boss. His energy
is so good, and because his energy is so good, people want to work with him and trust him. And now he's building this really great clientele. And when you have big names as clients, like the players on campus, when you're Longhorn Laundry and your clients are Jatavion Sanders and Malik Muhammad and Justice Finkley and these players, then people like, oh, okay, they're trusting you. Then maybe he hustles too.
He does.
When we were at one of the tailgates, he was handing out koozies and different things. And
he's awesome. We love him, and we appreciate him supporting Fire the Cannon, supporting Texas Sports Unfiltered, and cool that he was on with this crazy breaking news.
It's blowing up in the messages. We're like, we'll get to it.
Absolutely. So it does look like Nick Saban has officially decided to retire. Again, the man leaves with how many rings? Does he even have enough fingers for all his rings? I feel
how many do they have? I don't know.
Yeah. So
it's everywhere in the news.
Yeah. So Saban is retiring with a record of 201 and 29. It is an absolutely phenomenal record.
Unheard of. Best football coach ever.
Yeah.
College football coach. Maybe football coach, but college football coach for sure.
Well, his NFL career wasn't the best.
No, but I'm saying
college for sure.
If you take the winningest, does anyone else have that percentage of winning at a place?
Right. Yeah. Wow. Pretty crazy. So this is looking nuts. Oh, I'm sorry. This is with Alabama. He's 21, 201 games won to 29 lost at Alabama. His overall,
it's about 90%.
Yeah,
something around that.
Yeah, so he's 292, 71, and 1 in college, which is pretty phenomenal. So this is great. Let me offer this. Did Texas break Nick Saban?
Yes.
Texas goes in, beats Alabama at home.
Michigan can say they broke them.
Well, that's fair too.
What else is? He's done it all.
Yeah.
but he's still so young. I mean, I forget how young he is, but he's still fairly young. Isn't he still in his 60s?
Yeah.
He still has and all that money, and also, I mean, he makes ridiculous money as a coach. But
Almost
also,
$12 million a year.
Yes, but also his wife makes crazy money. Is it Mary Kay or? I think she's Mary Kay, but she's like elite, high level Mary Kay, makes tons of money herself.
Mama got the bag too.
Yes. And so they can go live their dreams while they're still young.
I think it's fair to say they're not going to be hurting for money when he retires.
No, he's going to live his good life.
So, so Nick Saban at 72 years old, actually. 72.
Okay.
So, yeah, I get it. Again, making 11.7 a year.
Carlos says we broke him. We gave him his final home
Thank
loss.
you. Listen, Bama hadn't lost at home in how long? 10 years?
50-something
like that.
games or whatever.
Crazy.
It was. Yeah.
And Texas comes in, and I'm going to take that. I'm going to say Texas broke Nick Saban. But listen, that really does bring up a ton of interesting stuff. Who does Alabama go after at this point?
Well, someone said Pete Carroll. Yes, Pete Carroll is taking an office position. That was their agreement to, him voluntarily step aside. But he could want to still coach. I mean, he was elite at college level at USC. Pete Carroll. I mean, did really well at Seattle for a while. It didn't go well after Russell Wilson left. But anyway, but he won a Super Bowl. Didn't they win a Super Bowl with Seattle?
Yeah, look, Pete Carroll.
Is that the one that
I just don't. I wouldn't see Pete Carroll
in the Super Bowl. I know that
wanting to come back to the headache, like we were talking about earlier, the recruiting
the
of
same
college.
reason Harbaugh should leave Michigan. Yeah,
yeah, exactly. So it's interesting that several coaching names are opening up, and I love this thought right here. Daryl, do you bring this up? Saban was retiring. Go hire Freddie Roach. Yeah, that would not be a terrible replacement.
Would know him. How long has Freddie Roach been there?
Yeah, no,
Sark would know him.
Yeah, no, I think that is a legitimate. A lot of mix-ups.
It's really nice of Saban to retire so that we can have their DL coach.
Right, we'll just cherry pick from there. Now, you asked Dave Boss earlier. Oh, you think Bama's going to come after Sark?
Why wouldn't they?
That's interesting. Yeah, I talk on that a little bit. Like, what you think that's something where Sark? Yeah, I agree. I mean, Sark has so many ties to Alabama.
And wasn't he like some kind of coach in waiting while he was there? Like, the understanding was he was there to be the heir apparent to the Saban to the Alabama dynasty
on his second route. Yeah, on his
second time there.
Yeah.
Like they were building Sark to to take over at some point. So if Sark was still an OC or play caller there, this would be going to Sark right now at Alabama if that was still the way it was lining up. But Sark is building, like someone just said, he's building his own legacy here at Texas. And we've talked about this offline before, but what's happening at Texas feels real. Like it feels like a foundation. It feels solid. It feels like when you go into Alabama and win that's great. But when you go on and still have success and get all the way to the playoffs, it feels like the trajectory is in the right direction. Right. And it feels like, something's coming that's sustainable, not a flash in the pan. Right. So maybe what Sark is building here, I'm not going to say, it's the next Bama, but it feels really solid the way, Saban had his bumps at the beginning of Alabama, but was building and recruiting and collecting the right staff. That's what feels like what Sark is doing. And of course he learned from Nick Saban, and Pete Carroll.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, it feels like they're building what Sark is building is really solid. So why would he leave for Alabama when he even said Texas is a dream job?
Yeah, listen, I think that's the big point. Yeah, I love that you're talking about Bama fans thinking they can buy Sark. There are very few schools that can outbid or outplay Alabama. And Texas is one of them. Listen, Texas isn't going to get money whipped. That's not as.
But right now, Saban, even though he has way more wins and deserves way more money, he's getting paid about twice what Sark is getting paid.
Sure,
Sark needs a raise.
I don't disagree with that.
Don't guarantee him $85 million for 10 years. Don't guarantee him that. But he does need a raise. Right. He is not even the top 20 paid.
Agreed. And I think as we're seeing the changes with looking for the replacement for Coach Bo Davis, making it to the CFP, we know that Sark is due for a raise. We know that he made all his bonuses getting that far in the season, finishing number 3, number 2 in the polls. Right. This is something that we know Sark's going to make more money, no question. The point I was making is if we're a different school, it is very possible that somebody could come in and just Alabama with the money they have. Alabama's boosters are nuts too. I mean, they're obviously on Texas level too.
Right.
But Texas is such a big school. Like, we're not getting money whipped by anybody. We're not the school that gets money whipped. And I agree with that. Listen, Sark coming to Texas, he knew what he was taking on. Texas was not in a great place. We know that. Herman had some success, but there were foundational issues like we've talked about.
Right.
And given Coach Sark's background, given what he's been through, he feels like the right man for this job when he took it over, and he has a vision, and he's had success too. This isn't something where, excuse me, we're in, a few years of wait and see. Is Sark's vision going to come to life?
Okay?
Excuse me. Sorry about that, y'all.
Are you okay?
I've been fighting this cough for a while. We're not waiting for his vision. We're seeing the fruits of that come now.
Right.
So yeah, I don't think this is something that Sark is going to abandon where he's at right now at a program like Texas. I just don't see that coming.
No, I agree. Right now, he's got his staff, he's got his recruits, he's got momentum, and it would take a lot. I don't even know what it would take for him to leave right now. I think he feels good at Texas. So, and he's got the athletic department support,
right,
which is huge.
Right.
So, I mean, I wouldn't blame Bama if they, talk to his agent and find out if there's an opportunity, because they love him.
Yeah, I mean, certainly Bama would be foolish not to reach out. I just don't think that's anything that we would see come to fruition.
Yeah.
I mean, stranger things have happened, I suppose, but
what about Harbaugh to Alabama?
Right. That would be pretty crazy.
No, if Harbaugh goes anywhere, he should go to he's NFL.
Yeah, I don't think he leaves Michigan with where he's at. But again, looking at Alabama, my God, those are some big shoes to fill. You've got to have the right culture fit. Do you think it's going to be somebody that came up under the Saban coaching tree?
Oh, I don't know. I guess. Well, I haven't. I like this. This news is just
right
in my brain. There's so, just happened, and have so much to think about with, the D-line hire that Texas needs, and the recruits. Somebody, the transfer portal. Somebody said, do the Bama players go into the portal now? Watch for that. And just after the signing season too, he had to finish the season with his team, and the signing. There's some kids. There's one that we really want. Is it Ryan Williams? What's his name? The wide receiver that reclassified to 25. That could help Texas.
Yeah, listen, it certainly doesn't hurt that Alabama being Alabama with Nick Saban. That opens up a lot of questions, and I think we're going to see, just like we were talking about with Bo Davis, on a much larger scale, kids come to Alabama to play for Coach Saban.
Yes.
So yeah, this can certainly have ripple effects across all this again. Alabama blue blood, obviously. This job is one of those jobs, much like the Texas job, that will have an effect. This will affect all of college football. This isn't just a small isolated in Alabama or in the region. This is going to affect all of college football.
Right.
It's going to be a huge shakeup.
You mentioned the players wanting to go to play for Nick Saban. There was a point up to a few years ago where every recruiting class of Saban's at Alabama, every recruiting class had a championship ring at some point, whether they got it their freshman year, their junior year, their senior year, or whatever. Every recruit for this, the first, up until just a couple years ago, the last couple recruiting classes, of course, don't have rings, but up until just a couple years ago, every recruiting class walked away with a championship ring.
Yeah.
How can you not market on that and recruit on that?
Yeah.
But yes, and also very much so, Austin's greater than Tuscaloosa. Absolutely.
Yeah, Austin's more broad. I mean, Tuscaloosa through and through is a college town. It is there because of the University of Alabama. Austin, Texas, capital of the state. Listen, yeah, we could debate that all day long, but ultimately there's more. Ultimately, there's Austin, Texas has a lot to offer.
Yeah, Tuscaloosa is fun, but yeah, I think there's more opportunity to advance for the rest of your life in business and all these other ways and things to do in Austin.
Well, that's absolutely huge news. So of course we're going to keep an eye on that. This is going to shake up recruiting.
Everyone's going to want to know who Bama hires. Also, who wants to follow Nick Saban? Who wants to follow him?
Yeah, that's something.
Can you imagine the pressure to the next coach?
Right.
Okay, here you go. Here's 100 5-star recruits and go.
Yeah. Yeah, that's tough.
Oh, the pressure to win championships.
Listen, and I think in the Saban system, this is why I do think we'll see somebody that came up under his system. Saban's got this thing humming, right? It's part of the reason that you see coaches have success. Come coach under, Nick Saban, and then they move on and have great success there.
Mm-hmm.
It's a well-oiled machine. We mentioned that a little bit earlier. So I think we will see success from Alabama, no matter who the person is that comes in. But I think it's going to be highly likely that it's going to be somebody that came from, Saban's coaching tree, has that connection there. And I wouldn't be surprised if Saban has, maybe a tip in the scales a little bit, got his finger on the scale for who is going to be the person coming in. I'd be willing to bet he might have something to do with it. So yeah, that's absolutely insane news. Texas broke Alabama. Nick Saban retires. That's crazy. We'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah. And I do like that point that his last home loss will have been Texas.
That's it right there.
Well, good luck to him and his wife, and I hope they have a good time. Doesn't he have like grandkids? I don't know.
Yeah. Listen.
Go be with the family. He's amazing. He's one of those characters that I used to think he was just, he's such a grumpy jerk. But the more I watched him, the more I realized he really is just authoritative and dialed in and loves his players. I've watched him more and more over the years with his Coke bottle turned out to make sure he gets paid for his Coke, and he'll probably go do more Aflac commercials with
Dion
and good for him.
That's
crazy
huge
news.
Absolutely.
That's huge news.
So yeah, I mean, how this could affect Texas, I really do like that thought of going and getting Coach Roach. Yeah, Coach Roach would be kind of fun. Again, with Sark with the connections at Alabama, it'll be interesting to see if this, if Saban's coaching staff gets cherry picked for different positions around. Again, you're looking at some openings in the NFL too. So do some of Coach Saban's, hires.
Oh, maybe Saban's going to the Titans.
Maybe that's it. I don't know that he'd announce retirement, but I appreciate the thought. That man is going to retire in Tuscaloosa where he is a god.
I'll take him at the Titans.
You would. I think anybody would take him in the NFL, even though he had a losing NFL career with Miami. So,
I know. Yeah.
College was his jams for sure. And I feel like he's probably to the point where he's just done. He wants to enjoy his millions and millions of dollars and sail off into the sunset.
All right. Well, that's Saban news.
Crazy.
Amazing. It took a little of our basketball time.
It did.
So we'll just be really brief mentioning the men's basketball.
Yeah.
Last night was really exciting, but let's go back a few days.
All right, let's bring it down a little bit. Let's go.
Texas was favored at home to beat Tech to start the Big 12 season. They had Pop Isaacs, the guy who had all this drama with he was in trouble with the school. Was he not? Is he going to play? Oh, he's cleared to play. Of course he is. And then he just balls out and leads Tech. And it was really disappointing just because I have to get up at 2 a.m. and see the score, whatever the time was. It was really disappointing to get up in the middle of the night and see the score. And I was like, really?
Yeah.
At home?
Yeah, agreed. But listen, this bounce back game against Cincinnati, Cincinnati was favored.
Yes.
At this most recent game. Texas is ranked number 25. Yes, they did lose to Tech. They looked pretty pedestrian in that game, no question. But they come back and play a hard-fought game at Cincinnati, back and forth. Texas goes on a 12-3 run. Again, I think you started to see your key players figuring it out, right? Get that fire, get that drive. What I find kind of funny about this whole, men's basketball thing, and last year, everyone's so high on Coach Rodney Terry. He's the guy, he's the man, he's just the knee-jerk reactions from the fan base. Like, again, guys, just take a breath on everything. Terry held that team together. When the whole beard thing hit the fan, he took that team, held it together, and made it his team. Taking Texas to the Elite Eight, listen.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Go ahead.
No, I'm saying yes.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah.
Preach. I'm saying preach this.
Yeah. So to have, and then Texas loses a lot of talent, a lot of senior leadership. Again, Jabari Rice, he's gone. So for Texas fans to immediately bring out the pitchforks, I shouldn't say Texas fans. There's a lot of people bringing out the pitchforks this early for Coach Terry. It's silly to me.
Yeah.
But he kept this team together, give them some time to develop, give them some time. Much like we talk about with football, how many players have hit the portal or are leaving for the NFL. Basketball, that affects it so much more in basketball. The one and done, the transfers. Texas was depleted. They're figuring out their grounds again. Are we going to see the success that we saw last year? Probably not. Last year was a magical season, but rebuilding is okay. We're not quite to the point of reloading, but we're rebuilding. I just encourage everyone to take a breath.
Oh, absolutely. I'm all in on Coach Terry. I believe in him. I am excited to see it's going to take time. I was really sad to see nobody wants to lose to Tech ever in anything, but at home, and it's going to be really hard to get that one back on the road.
Sure.
Because they are really good at home, especially when Texas comes to town. So that was disappointing because you got to keep home field. But then to bounce back, and you had mentioned earlier, Cincinnati had won 10 in a row at home. So to beat them at home was really nice, and they never quit. And that was I enjoy that. But I'm excited. They go to West Virginia, and they should win that game. They should win that game, and that game is on Saturday afternoon for us, 5:00. So they have to go. Did they come home and then go back? Because this is where it gets ridiculous of the map of the Big 12.
Yeah.
They just went up to Cincinnati, Ohio. And if they have to come back home and then go out to Morgantown, I wonder if they stayed. I need to check if they came home or not, or if they stayed up and then go over and then come back. But they came home.
They come back.
Now they fly all the way back. For anybody, that's exhausting. But then have to play a game and then come back.
Yeah.
And especially one that went to the last second.
Yeah.
They shouldn't make these kind of schedules for these.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how that plays out and the kind of tax that takes out of the student athletes for sure, that kind of travel schedule, especially as we see the Pac-12 dissipate and change. Of course, the Big 12 now has a giant footprint. But
at least they don't have class yet. That helps.
Yeah, right. So, yes, I think that's something, the narrative that is, Coach Terry's on the hot seat already. Listen, he's not on the hot seat.
No.
This Texas team just went to the Elite Eight. And again, if you go back, watch that Cincinnati game, watching Rodney Terry let his guys play out, you can see he trusts this team. Yeah, they're developing. Yeah, they're figuring things out. Again, Dessou was on fire. He put it on his shoulders and said, all right, guys, follow me. But again, Coach Terry watching his guys, making the right calls, getting it in, and trusting his guys towards the end. Again, you make that shot right before the buzzer, and doesn't call the timeout. He lets that happen, lets the guys play, and trusts the defense. The house is not on fire. It's not the end of the world.
No. And if they can bounce back West Virginia, they come home to UCF. I don't know about UCF, but that Baylor game is going to be a big one.
Right.
If they can win 2 of the next 3, I don't expect them to beat Baylor, but if they can pull that off at home, that'd be exciting. So and then they go to Oklahoma. So once school gets rolling and conference really get into that conference schedule, it's going to be, there's some good basketball coming.
Yeah, it's great. And again,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I think this is where expectations at Texas are different for basketball than football, right? Exactly. Looking at the schedule, we know the Big 12 is a grind. Conference play is a grind for basketball, but I don't think the expectation of winning a natty every year for basketball is quite there for Texas yet.
No.
So I would encourage folks to take a breath. It's all right. Texas will be okay.
But he has recruited it really well. So the players are there. They'll figure it out.
Yep.
They'll figure it out. It's early, but man, now you really have to get that one back against Tech.
No, absolutely. Every game matters from here on out, right? And we heard Chip and Zay talking about this a little bit earlier before our show. I agree that this West Virginia game, and the argument could be made that the Central Florida game too, these are must-win games for Texas. You got to get those.
If you can be 3-1 on conference before you play Baylor, that would be nice.
Right, absolutely. So
it's hard to tell though, because the Big 12 is the best conference in basketball. They've, all these top-ranked teams. now with Houston and you have Baylor and Kansas and these top teams.
Oh, it's murderer's row.
It's going to be tough, and that's why home court matters so much. You got to handle business at home.
Yeah.
So that was the disappointing part.
Sure.
And,
Well,
it being Tech. But that was the disappointing part. Not that I expect them to go undefeated at home, but to start the season with the home loss, that was disappointing. And now, but let's see how they rebound. That's what matters the most.
Yeah, absolutely. So, all right. Well, we keep an eye out on that. Again, Texas plays West Virginia on the 13th, this Saturday. That's at 5 p.m. So, but that is an away game. So tune in for that.
Next Wednesday, they're home again. If you want to go to the Moody.
Yeah, there you go.
Get in the mood.
Get in the mood. I love it. All right. Let's talk a little bit of playoffs. NFL playoffs. I mean.
Yes. NFL teams.
Yes.
So the Titans play. No, I'm just kidding. They don't play. But I do have a team still left in there. The Cowboys are in. So we know we'll make our picks for the wild card weekend. We know the 49ers in the NFC and the Ravens in the AFC. They have first round buys. They won their conferences. So we have 2 games on Saturday, 3 on Sunday, and then a Monday night game. I feel bad for the Monday night people because they get 1 less day of rest.
Yeah.
2 less days compared to the Saturday people.
Yeah.
So that's kind of odd. But anyway, but I don't care because it's Philadelphia, so screw them. I'm kind of glad it's Philly that got that crappy. So let's start with the first playoff game is Houston.
Yep.
Okay, Cleveland at Houston Saturday at 3:00. Cleveland is favored.
Not by much.
Well, it started at 2 and it went up to 2.5.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a 50-50 split on the win. Who's going to win that game? It's Saturday, 3:30 NBC. That's weird to have the Houston Texans on NBC. Isn't that weird?
It is weird.
Okay, so who do you got?
Listen, I'm a Texans person. CJ Stroud, I think, again, watching him play, obviously the Texans suffered when he was out with the concussion. And watching CJ Stroud really bring this team together. The Houston Texans they're building something here. So again, they have the whole home field advantage. I'm going to take Texans in this one. I think we're going to see a strong game from Stroud. Again, as long as he can manage the game, call it in, command control, I think Texans will be okay. They'll come out on top on this one.
Yes. So Ike agrees. Go Texans. I am rooting for the Texans to win. I'm not a hater because I cheer for the Titans and the Cowboys. I'm not a hater. I want the Texans to do well. So I really want the Texans to win this game.
Absolutely.
Also, Cleveland.
It's Cleveland.
So I'm calling an upset on that one. Also, Houston's going to win that game at home. Okay. The 7:00 game Saturday night is Miami Dolphins at Kansas City Chiefs. Our friend Kelly Trout's team.
Yep.
Kansas City. Miami has prettier colors. So I'm just kidding. No, both teams are 11-6. And Kansas is 4-point favorites at home, but it's still about 50-50 win. But this game's on Peacock.
That's so weird to me.
The Peacock.
Yeah, I understand like cutting the cable. I cut the cable forever ago, but now we're turning into this. Everything's so fractured and ridiculous.
You have
it's
to
more
still
expensive.
have 10 subscriptions times 10, 15, 20 bucks a subscription. You might as well go back to satellite TV.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, on Peacock, that seems like a disadvantage for sure for the NFL, but what do I know? Yeah,
people will stream.
Yeah. So listen, I'm not going to count out Patrick Mahomes at home.
Nope.
It's Mahomes, right? And he's going to play well. They're the home team. I know this is only they're only a 4-point favorite, but I think Kansas City takes this and covers.
I want to know what's Taylor Swift wearing to the game. Yeah, I will not pick against Kansas City at home in the playoffs.
Right.
No, it's going to be cold winter. Miami Beach is not going to survive. I'm going Kansas City to win and cover the -4.
I like it.
Yeah, even though I do like Miami.
Yeah.
I like their offense. If this game was at home, that'd be harder to pick. But at Kansas City, they're out.
Yeah.
Okay. And Sunday, 3-game Sunday. So you'll probably be over at our house watching the games because there's a lot of good football on Sunday. Yes. Okay. 0 degrees with 15-mile-an-hour winds on Sunday.
Yeah.
Saturday.
That's a huge advantage for Kansas City.
Huge advantage. Okay. So Sunday, 12 noon, 10-7 Pittsburgh at 11-5 Buffalo. This is the biggest spread of the weekend. Buffalo favored by 10. I'll go first. Buffalo's going to win and cover the 10.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh's been better this second half of the year, but they're still inconsistent. And I'm going Buffalo to win and cover. And again, the cold doesn't matter as much because Pittsburgh cold too.
Right.
But at home, the Buffalo fans are wild.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Bills
Okay.
Mafia, right? Yeah, I've got to agree with you on this. I looking at the 10-point spread, I still think Buffalo covers this. Again, that home field advantage feels too big to surmount for Pitt. So
That's noon on CBS. 3:30. Get ready. Dun, 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 dun. Fox. Green Bay. Boo. At Dallas. Yay. Green Bay 9-8. Dallas 12-5. Dallas touchdown favorites at home. Dallas is so good at home. They dominate at home. It doesn't end now. They're going to be too much for Green Bay. They're going to win and cover. I would say they win by 12.
yeah, listen, I have to agree with you on that. You know,
Dog scared me.
As a Detroit fan, I've been in some battles with Green Bay, right? I just don't see Green Bay coming in and taking over at Jerry World. It's just not going to happen.
Can you name Green Bay's quarterback right now?
Can anyone? Yeah.
I can't.
So yeah, again, I think that Dallas is going to roll with this. You know, to me, Green Bay's been another one of those teams that's been up and down, not even in the most dominant, division, and they still don't look great. So yeah, I think Dallas rolls with this.
Dallas
and
is on
covers.
fire right now at the right time. They struggled a little bit towards the second half of the season, but man, they put it together the last few games. I'm in on Dallas.
Yeah.
All right, the last one, LA Rams at Detroit. This is your team. Sunday, 7 p.m. NBC. 10-7 Rams against 12-5 Detroit. I told you at the beginning of the season, I'm riding Detroit all the way. I'm riding a Detroit Dallas Super Bowl.
Listen,
Detroit's NFC. Never mind.
they're NFC.
NFC Championship. Detroit Dallas.
Yeah, look, I appreciate the enthusiasm there.
I'm all in Detroit.
Look at it. You talk about don't put an Aggie at your as your quarterback. I've got an Aggie as my head coach, and I got to give him credit. Dan Campbell's made a massive difference at Detroit. This is his team. He's the way that he's built it. It's his culture. He's a player's coach. It's been a lot of fun to watch Detroit get to where they're at. Before I pick this game, I've got to ask the question: which Jared Goff shows up? Right? Detroit's going to live or die by his play. Where when Detroit's rolling and when he's making smart decisions and protecting the ball, Detroit's a hard team to beat. They're one of the best in the NFL, which is a weird thing to say. Even as a Detroit fan, that is a hard, weird, odd thing coming out of my mouth. But Goff has been prone to mistakes. He's been prone to turnovers. He's been making, not great decisions protecting the ball in some of Detroit's most recent losses. So if we get the Jared Goff that shows up, protects the ball, I take Detroit, and I think they more than cover the spread. If Goff has a bad day and turnovers, I don't know. I can see how the Rams can come up and spoil Detroit's Super Bowl hopes.
Rams are awful. Detroit's going to win and cover -3. All right, Monday night, Philadelphia Eagles, who have fallen apart. They were all but assured a home field first round bye, and then they fell apart. And I don't know what's wrong with them, but they're at Tampa Bay, which should be nice weather for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Philadelphia is 3-point favorites on the road. I think they get it together, and I think Philadelphia is going to win this game, but then I think they're out in the next round. I don't even know who they're playing yet. I'm just going to say they're going to be out in the next round. So I think Philadelphia goes into Tampa and wins.
All right. Listen, I hate to be the guy that always agrees with you on this round. That's not interesting, but I agree. I think Philadelphia comes in. They're looking good. I know you're not a Philly fan. You're about them boys, but I think they've got a chip on their shoulder, and they're going to prove that they deserve to be there. So I say Philadelphia comes in, and I think that they cover the 3.
Right. Okay. So there's 14 teams left. Ravens, Bills, Steelers, Chiefs, Dolphins, Texans, Browns, 49ers, Cowboys, Packers, Lions, Rams, Bucks, Eagles. Pick your Super Bowl.
Oh man.
I have AFC. Who's going to be your AFC champ?
Oh, this is probably the least exciting pick that I can make, but I think the Chiefs are going to find a way through. I know Ravens are playing well. I know that they've got the bye. Obviously, they're guaranteed in, but I think Chiefs they come on at the right time. Mahomes just lights on fire at the right time. He seems to do it every year. So I'm going to take Chiefs for AFC. Oh, as much as my heart wants to pick the Lions, I just don't think they're quite there yet. It hurts my soul as a Texans fan to say this too, but I'm liking the Cowboys. If they can actually get their shit together and stop shooting themselves in the foot like they do so many years, I think the Cowboys can make a real serious run. So I'll say it. Maybe it's going to be Chiefs Cowboys. That should make you happy.
Yeah, I have Ravens. Lamar Jackson, NFL MVP should be. I have Lamar Jackson and the Ravens taking on, I want to say the Cowboys, but the last time the Cowboys had to go to the 49ers, it was awful. Absolutely horrendous. It was their worst game in forever. So I'm going to say the 49ers. No, that's too easy. I'm going to go Cowboys, Ravens, because I think someone else is going to take the 49ers out, not the Cowboys. And then the Cowboys will have home field for their NFC Championship game, because it'll be Lions Cowboys in the NFC Championship. Cowboys will win. And then it'll be Cowboys, Ravens.
Right? I like the confidence there. We'll keep an eye on that.
Someone else is going to take the 49ers out. If it gets to be the Cowboys they're not going to.
They're in trouble. They're in trouble.
No.
All right. Well, we've got just about 10 minutes left. We appreciate everybody's engagement and interaction. Please make sure that you are subscribed to Texas Sports Unfiltered. Again, just click that little subscribe button, set your notifications, let us know when you're here. You can also find us on Twitter at TS Unfiltered. That's the Twitter handle. And then for us, we are Fire the Cannon, which is Fire the Cannon 1. We just appreciate y'all being here. We're going to talk about some top stories real quick as we close out. But before we do, with all the huge playoff games coming up and Super Bowl is coming up. It's usually the second Sunday in February, right? So what are you going to do? You going to have a big Super Bowl party? We usually have something, but I don't know. Anyway, you need the setup, right? Yeah.
So audio visual consultations is who you're going to call for wrapping up all the playoffs, wild card this weekend. Maybe you can have everything set up before the championship games. So you can call 512-255-8678 to set up your man cave, your home theater, your sports room, get your outdoor setup, whatever you need. avconsultations.com. Check them out. They've been in business since 1988, and they can hook you up with your big TV setup for all the playoff games.
Make it so you never want to leave. Just absorb all of that football.
You have the setup. Yes.
I love it. Well, all right. So let's move on real quick. I know we're about to close out here again. We appreciate y'all being here. So, hey, Kathy, I appreciate you jumped in. This is a good friend of ours up in Fort Worth. She's holding it strong for the Burn Orange in TCU Frog Country. So
House
good to see
divided
you
again.
Yep, absolutely. So, so we've got some top stories. Texas Directors Cup. It's early to talk about it, but let's talk about it. This is pretty exciting.
It's a big deal to win the Directors Cup.
Absolutely.
And the only people who say it's not are the people who don't win it.
That's absolutely
Texas
fair.
has won the Directors Cup, which goes to the best athletic department every year. And they, you accumulate points from how well all your men's and women's sports do, how far they get in postseason, how many wins, all the things that accumulate points. So what happened with Texas this fall?
Yeah, absolutely. So Texas is off to their strongest fall start of all time for the Directors Cup race since they've been tallying this up with 344 points. Of course, a lot of that came from the football team finishing so high, making the college football playoffs. Absolutely.
The volleyball team winning a national championship.
Sure doesn't hurt.
Helps a lot.
Sure doesn't hurt. But as it sits right now, Texas is ranked number 2 for women's swim and dive. Football is number 3. Men's tennis is number 3. Women's golf is 5. Women's tennis is 7. Men's swim and dive is 8. And then at 10, we've got women's basketball. Men's golf comes in at 14, and rounding it out, the top 25, men's basketball. So a lot of strong showings here. So we'll keep an eye on that.
It's not listed there, but women are number 1 in volleyball.
Yeah. Again, so I mean, Texas, the Directors Cup is a huge deal, and it's what defines the best, greatest athletic program in the nation. So off to a great start there. Awesome job by all of our teams. Again, Del Conte's really got this thing going. It's fun to be a part of Texas athletics.
I can't wait to see the softball team this year too. Baseball and softball start soon, so they'll
close that out. That's what finishes.
Right, that what rounds out the
Directors Cup.
Right.
race.
So we'll follow what happens with. Of course, men's and women's basketball can keep accumulating points if they go into the postseason. So And then so we'll see with we'll talk baseball and softball, and we
Mhm.
have some good guests couple months with all that.
Mhm.
So another top story. Of course, Mike Vrabel is fired from the Titans. So the first few years he was the head coach. They made the playoffs 3 times. Of the first 4 years, they made the playoffs 3 times. They won the AFC South twice. They got to the AFC Championship game, and that was going to be the Miami Super Bowl, but they lost but they got past Kansas City one year, which was shocking. And then they fell apart and they stink. And they were 2 losing seasons, no playoffs, no nothing. And so I understand it's time. In the injuries, they are the most injured team all the time. Like literally the roster they start with the season, they have the highest replacements from injuries by the end of the season every year. Like maybe, I don't know what their strength conditioning problem is. I don't know. Anyway, he's gone. We heard Pete Carroll's out at the Seahawks.
Right.
And the biggest news.
Yeah. Well, biggest news, of course, Coach Saban being retiring. Again, not fired. Let's be clear.
Yeah.
That was a decision.
Retiring.
Saban is retiring. So again, we're going to keep an eye on that and make sure that we're staying up to date. This is really going to, with Coach Bo Davis leaving, could potentially have huge effects at Texas, and certainly is going to affect all of college football with a giant like Saban retiring. So let's just to round it out. Did you see Bijan Robinson's?
Yep. Give us the top story.
I love it.
What's Bijan's?
Again, Bijan just absolutely killed it his rookie year with 272 touches. He had 1,463. Finished with 1,463 yards. That's bananas.
That's crazy.
8 touchdowns and 4.6 yards per carry. Now, can you imagine
as a rookie
in
a shitty team
on a shitty team who was underutilized?
Yeah, who wasn't used properly.
Can you imagine what those numbers would look like had they actually taken true advantage?
Had he been on the Ravens, or had he been the 49ers,
or the Lions,
or the Eagles early?
So,
wow. Or the Cowboys, who should have taken him.
Yeah, absolutely. So
or the Lions.
Yeah. So Bijan is up, of course, for Rookie of the Year.
Wow.
Up against some big names again. We've got CJ Stroud, Sam Laporta, of course, Jamar Gibbs, Jaden Reed. So looking at that, but
I would see CJ Stroud being because he led his team from awful to a playoff team, and not that he did it himself, but he really stood up as the rookie. I would give that. I'm amazed at what Bijan did. I wish if he had done it for a team, if he could have led them to something great at the end of the season, then he would be up there too. But I would say CJ Stroud for Rookie of the Year.
I wouldn't hate it. Again, Texas in person wouldn't hate it. So so anyway, we knew big things were coming out of Bijan. Great to see him have a great year. Hopefully his coaches figure out how to use him a little bit better. So
we'll skip that one. All right, number 5. We'll move to the last one, which is actually number 4, but number 5. So the bowl games, they're all over. They're all there. I loved every single one. I watched as many as I could. But the final records of who won most of their bowl games, and it was the Big Ten. Yeah. Which, Big Ten had 10 bowl games. So was their whole group bowl eligible?
Big Ten has more than 10 teams.
I know, but they had 10. They have like 16 teams, right? Anyway, well, they had 10 games. They had 10 bowl eligible teams. Oh, the other side was awful. The Big Ten, they go East and West, right? The one side.
One side. Legends.
One side was awful.
Whatever. Yeah.
Anyway, so they had 10 teams that qualified for bowls, and 6 of them won their game. That was the most. Next was the Big 12 at 5-4, and then the worst was the MAC at 2-4. But the ACC was 3-3.
Yeah,
that's very
finished 500. Again, SEC. I think that was kind of a surprise for folks. This
year.
The
SEC.
Yeah, SEC finishing 5-4. So at about a 55% win percentage. And again, no SEC team in the title game certainly has been a change from years past. So again, I'm going to take that as a positive. Texas is coming into the SEC, which has historically been one of the hardest conferences out there. And yes, it's going to be a damn hard conference, no question. But the timing is pretty solid. I like it.
But can we talk about how the Big 12 had 9 bowl teams with 12 teams, 14 teams? How many? We have 14 teams right now. And the SEC has 16 teams still, and they only had 9. So we had higher percentage of bowl eligible teams.
Yeah, no, it was great. So again, let's put to bed, Texas played a great schedule. They played a hard schedule. They did well, had a good season.
Difficult schedule.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So what grade would you give Texas football this year?
Yeah, Texas football final grade as we about to sign off. I'm going to say this was an A- year. I think for me, Texas met expectations and exceeded them. So am I going to say it's A+? No, we've got some stuff to work on. Looking forward, I'd love to see Texas close those games out.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not win close. Let's win big and leave no doubt. Going to have a lot of changes next year with personnel and going through and now coaching too. But yeah, I've got to say Texas was impressive. At the beginning of the year, I thought Texas would finish 10-2. I thought we were going to win at Alabama, but there might be 2 losses there for the regular season. And we went in and killed it. Again, the OU thing will always be a thorn in our side, but look, I think it was a great season. A-. How about you?
I give it also an A-, but for different reasons. Because if you make it to the playoffs, that's an A season. It could even be an A+. But when you don't beat your rival and you blow big leads, that hurts too. So I think a solid A- because getting to the playoff.
Right. They found
to the Final Four.
Survive in advance.
Huge.
Texas found a way to do it.
And
that's a lot
right.
Yes. And that's a lot to grow on for next year. Again, they say when you're rebuilding the team, you lose big, then you lose close, then you win close, then you win big.
Yep.
So we're moving on to the winning
close.
big. Yep.
Now we're going to win big.
So I like it.
That's up.
Well, again,
All right.
thanks y'all for joining us. We appreciate it. Again, be sure to like and subscribe to Texas Sports Unfiltered on YouTube. You can follow us on Facebook as well. As always, we appreciate you being here.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah, I'm Megan.
And listening. I'm Rocky.
And we are Fire the Cannon.